A year ago, the youth witnessed his father wielding a sword to vanquish demons and rescue humanity. Never to return a year later, he, with a sword and a flask of wine, entered the realm of Qin Yun, enduring neglect and confined within the peach blossom grove. The sword, which his father referred to as the sword of guardianship, was prominently displayed at the Qin Yun gate, yet it was derisively labeled the sword of shame by the world. At the age of 18, the youth severed the blossoms of the mountain, drawing forth the sword of guardianship before the eyes of the onlookers. In that instant, those who had mocked him fell beneath the blade as the sword was unsheathed. The demon race trembled, the demonic clan quaked in fear, and the immortals were left astounded. Chapter 1. That year's peach blossom wine, bearing the sword into Qin Yun. Spring rain fell in a gentle drizzle. The youth held a wooden sword at his waist, a woven bamboo basket slung over his right shoulder, and a gourd of wine on his back. Clad in a pair of straw sandals, his steps were buoyant, allowing the wind to scatter the peach blossoms upon his slightly damp hair and somewhat tattered azure robe. His demeanor bore an air of tranquil grace. He traversed the forest, undeterred by the rain, his gaze clear and bright, at the tender age of 12 or 13, journeying through the storm. Gu Yuxing, such was the name of the youth that a year prior, a great demon had invaded Qingping Prefecture, plunging humanity into peril. That was the last time Gu Yuxing beheld his father's formidable figure, sword in hand, as he departed the Qin Yun gate to confront the demons. The resolute and compassionate glance his father cast back remained indelibly etched in his memory. Now, at the foot of Qingping Mountain, amidst the peach blossom grove, stood but a solitary grave. The only mementos Gu Yuxing possessed to remember his father were a wooden sword and a gourd of wine. The solitary grave lay surrounded by lush vegetation. As the spring rain fell, petals of peach blossoms drifted down like tears. Gu Yuxing could no longer behold the steadfast figure that had always borne a sword upon his back. He placed the gourd of wine before the grave, raising his gaze to the somber, overcast sky, where the rain fell like fine silk, akin to traces of tears, for a long time. Gu Yuxing removed the wooden sword from his waist and struck at a nearby peach branch, causing petals to flutter down in a shower, blanketing the youth. Alas! The boy let out a faint sigh. He gazed at the wooden sword in his hand, his slender fingers gently caressing its surface, his eyes fixated upon it, revealing a tender nostalgia. In that year, amidst the peach blossom grove, a young child perched upon his father's shoulders, his face alight with curiosity as he surveyed the world. "Father, you carry a sword every day, yet I have never seen you wield it. Can you truly use a sword?" "A little." "Father, would you teach me to wield a sword?" "I cannot teach you. The master has said that only after I have felled a mountain of peach blossoms may I instruct others. However, I can craft you a wooden sword." "Father, may I see your sword?" "Do not touch it. It is a sword of protection." "What is a sword of protection?" "Yuxing, you're still young. When you grow older, you will naturally understand." Memories unfolded one by one. Gu Yuxing took a deep breath, plucking the scattered peach blossoms into a wine gourd, and spoke. "Father, Qin Yun sect is recruiting disciples today. I intend to join Qin Yun for my training. If you are watching from above, may you bless me with the opportunity to enter the mountains and seek a master. When I have mastered the sword, I shall surely eradicate this mountain of peach blossoms and vanquish the beasts that oppress humanity." Gu Yuxing took a sip from the gourd, the fiery spirit stinging his youthful heart. At that moment, the 13-year-old frail boy seemed to have matured a little. With a wooden sword in hand and a wine gourd slung over his shoulder, he journeyed along the path of Qingping Mountain that a procession of spirited steeds galloped past Gu Yuxing, their hooves kicking up clouds of dust and mud. Trampling the ground beneath him, there were the young scions of affluent families en route to the Qin Yun sect. The path devoid of a father's guiding presence stretched infinitely long. Yet, Gu Yuxing's gaze remained resolute, unperturbed by the mud upon his straw sandals or the dampness clinging to his azure robe. The journey to the Qin Yun sect was indelibly etched in Gu Yuxing's youthful memories, a bittersweet reminder intensified by the passing of his father, who had once vanquished demons that, who could it be? "Why, it's you." Gu Yuxing, that a curtain of a horse-drawn carriage fluttered, revealing a young lad of similar age to Gu Yuxing. It was Lu Chun, a companion from Qin Yun town. His father had once been a cultivator of the Qin Yun sect, embarking on a similar quest to slay demons. However, Lu Zhan returned safely, now esteemed as an elder of the Qingyan sect. Such is the way of the world. A father's stature elevates his son. With a pair of horses and attendants in tow, Lu Chen's presence was undeniably grand. Once childhood playmates, their paths had diverged. Gu Yuxing looked up at Lu Chen, whose eyes sparkled with pride and arrogance. Lu Chen raised a hand, signaling the carriage to halt. His attendants regarded Gu Yuxing with expressions tinged with amusement. Today, the young master enters the Qingyun sect, and the Lu family would soon boast another cultivator. The servants were all too aware of their young master's intentions, sensing the potential for entertainment. A smirk graced Lu Chen's lips. Gu Yuxing, are you truly here to pay homage to your cowardly father? Gu Yuxing clasped his hands within his sleeves, his knuckles turning pale. He replied, my father was not a coward. He was that. Lu Chen's voice rose slightly. The several attendants and maidservants beside the carriage stifled their laughter behind their hands that a year ago, 3,000 cultivators departed from Qingyun to Qingping Prefecture to vanquish demons. Among them, Gu Yuxing's father, Gu Bai. In the face of peril, a warrior's death in battle would typically be met with the reverence of returning souls welcomed by the townsfolk. However, that year saw the demise of many. Nearly leading to total annihilation, Gu Yuxing's father did not return, and his companions brought back only an unsheathed sword. Soon after, rumors circulated in Qingyun town, claiming that Gu Bai had not even possessed the courage to draw his sword against the demon beasts, fleeing before them across Qingping Prefecture until ultimately he was devoured by a great demon that Gu Bai was a coward. This became a frequent topic of conversation among the townsfolk during their leisurely gatherings. He is not. Gu Yuxing bit his lip in response. For all these years, he had steadfastly believed that his father, who had emerged from the peach blossom grove bearing a sword, was a true hero in the fight against demons. He is, Lu Chen retorted, spreading his hands and letting his gaze fall upon the wooden sword at Gu Yuxing's waist, mocking, you can ask anyone in Qingyun town. He is not a coward. Gu Yuxing's hand, concealed within his sleeve, formed a fist, his frail body trembling slightly, his lips turning pale from the pressure. Then he is, ha ha ha. Lu Chen cracked the whip and urged the horse onward. The hooves splashed mud once more onto Gu Yuxing, but he stood there, lost in thought. Laughter erupted from within the carriage. The son of a coward is taken to the mountains to cultivate. That piercing voice was not carried away by the spring breeze, rather. It grew increasingly distinct in his ears. He is not, that Gu Yuxing murmured. His voice so soft it was scarcely audible even to himself. He felt a tightness in his eyes, and when he looked up, his eyes were already reddened, nearly brimming with tears in his gaze. Qingping Mountain stood tall, so lofty that Gu Yuxing could never see its summit, no matter how he craned his neck. Yet he always believed that his father's silhouette from years past was even higher. Father, how high is Qingping Mountain? Yuxing, you cannot see the peak, because you dwell in the abyss. You must ascend to the top to gaze upon the world from the precipice. Father, have you ever reached the summit to see? That year, Gu Bai did not answer. Perhaps he spoke, but the wind carried his words away, leaving Gu Yuxing in silence. One day, I shall ascend to the highest pinnacle of the azure clouds to behold, Gu Yuxing vowed, gripping his wooden sword tightly. If his father had once reached the summit, he would follow in his footsteps. If his father had never seen the peak, then he would strive even harder to witness it himself. How high is this mountain? How vast is this world? It is commendable for the youth to seek heights and horizons, but do not forget to watch the path beneath your feet. Gu Yuxing turned back to see an elderly man calmly following him. The old man wore tattered garments, his hair streaked with gray, with sunken eyes and prominent cheekbones, his age indiscernible. He was unusually short and carried a large, elongated black wooden box on his back, resembling both a chain case and a sword sheath. With a bamboo staff in hand, the old man pointed to the ground, and Gu Yuxing noticed a large pit in the path before him. Thank you, sir, Gu Yuxing said, bowing in gratitude. The old man merely leaned on his staff, panting. Fine rain fell upon his graying hair and worn clothing, the wind tousling his silver locks as his robes fluttered. Yet, the wooden box on his back remained untouched by the spring rain's dust. The old man's murky gaze swept over the wooden sword at Gu Yuxing's waist, then lingered on the gourd. Slung across his back, a flicker of vitality igniting in his eyes. Young lad, might I trouble you for a sip of your wine? Gu Yuxing hesitated and replied, "This wine is in memory of my father. You are still but a child. Even if your father were alive, I would still indulge in this libation." The old man gestured for Gu Yuxing to sit beside him and rest. Approaching, Gu Yuxing removed the gourd from his back and silently offered it to the elder. The old man uncorked the gourd, inhaling its fragrance before exclaiming, "Excellent peach blossom wine." With that, he drank it all in one go. Gu Yuxing's eyes widened in curiosity. Over the years, he had lived modestly, and the wine he had brewed was merely a self-taught endeavor, infused with a few petals of peach blossom not particularly fine. Yet, seeing the old man's weathered face, one that seemed to have traversed the trials of life, stirred a sense of empathy within him that he realized that if he did not strive for better, he too could end up like this, savoring the last remnants of a meager drink. With this thought, Gu Yuxing's resolve grew firmer. "This year I have consumed the peach blossom wine. Next year I shall return for another gourd." The old man stroked his beard, a satisfied smile gracing his features as he handed the gourd back to Gu Yuxing. Gu Yuxing hung the gourd on his back, his gaze fixed on the wooden box behind the old man. Emboldened by the gift of wine, he inquired, "Old sir, what lies within that box?" "A demon-slaying sword," the old man replied calmly, pointing to the wooden sword at Gu Yuxing's waist with his gnarled finger. "Your sword is not without merit. Shall we exchange?" Gu Yuxing instinctively clutched the wooden sword at his waist, his gaze fixed upon the wooden box. Faintly, he discerned the profound inscriptions adorning the box, inscriptions that surpassed even those on the demon-suppressing monument at the entrance of Qingyun town. The sword within must undoubtedly be an unparalleled weapon. The fleeting thought of exchanging it vanished in an instant. This wooden sword was painstakingly crafted by his father, who had traversed the peach blossom forest in search of the finest piece of peach wood, laboriously carving it day and night. The hilt of the sword was divided into yin and yang, with two figures vividly depicted. Gu Yuxing recalled how his father had spent half a month drinking beneath the peach trees while carving the other side of the figure. Resolutely, Gu Yuxing shook his head and replied, "I will not exchange it." The old man seemed to smile faintly. "What a pity. Sir, if the sword rests within the box, is it not difficult to draw it when confronted by a beast?" Gu Yuxing sought an answer from another, a justification to soothe his own disquiet. For a year, he'd endured sleepless nights, burdened by regret, having never witnessed his father's hand draw the sword. His father had perished. Gu Yuxing had never even seen him. It felt like a haunting nightmare. The people of Qingyun town labeled his father a coward, one who dared not unsheath his sword in the face of demons. Gu Yuxing harbored resentment towards his father for not drawing the sword. If only his father had drawn the very least, he would not be buried beneath that expanse of peach blossoms, and the demon-suppressing monument would bear the illustrious name Gubai. No, the sword is concealed within the box solely for the purpose of drawing it forth with greater precision to slay the demons, the old man declared, exhibiting no hesitation as he set aside his bamboo staff and rose slowly to his feet. The old man's figure was no longer frail as the spring breeze brushed against his weathered face. His gaze burned with intensity, and he stood tall, the sword sheath behind him resonating with a clear, ringing sound. As the words fell, the sword was drawn. A streak of azure light, like fine rain, flowed through the empty mountains. Petals of peach blossoms danced in the air, fluttering and cascading toward the azure sky, showering an endless sea of flowers upon the youth's cheeks. The emanating sword aura pierced the heavens like countless stars in the midday sun. Though Gu Yuxing did not receive the answers he sought, his eyes shone with unprecedented brilliance. This sword, akin to a lantern in the darkness, illuminated his path forward. With a resounding clang, the sword returned, still glistening with fresh, crimson demon blood that dripped from its tip. With a sharp sound, it was sheathed. The sword remains in its sheath, for the time has not yet come. The old man suddenly placed his hand on Gu Yuxing's shoulder, giving it a gentle pat. His gaze towards Gu Yuxing was no longer one of weariness, but rather filled with an extraordinary brightness. The sword shall emerge in a great age of conflict. It is the hardest to slay demons. The fine rain bruised the peach blossoms, guiding you into the realm of the azure clouds. The old man's voice murmured softly. Gu Yuxing's eyes regained their luster. The world fell into silence. Looking to his side, he found no trace of the old man. The sound of wheels rolling and horses neighing echoed, leading him down a grand road toward the azure clouds. Gu Yuxing had arrived at the gates of Azure, Cloud Mountain. Chapter 2. The proud and aloof Imowanin, falling into Gu Yuxing, who is that venerable old gentleman? Gu Yuxing felt a profound shock. That singular sword gleamed as brilliantly as the Milky Way, its mysteries unfathomable. As for the ability to shift space seemingly at will, it was a phenomenon he had never encountered before. When might I also wield a sword and stir the stars? Gu Yuxing inhaled deeply. The Qing insect lay before him, its towering steps leading directly to the lofty palace, instilling a sense of awe in all who beheld it. Gazing into the heavens, the white clouds danced like spectral hounds, swirling in vibrant clusters, while Mount Qingping loomed majestically. At the foot of the mountain, figures darted about, noble steeds whinnied, and the young master strode ahead, trailed by a retinue of servants. Gu Yuxing's arrival was akin to a mere speck of dust, stirring no ripples whatsoever. At the forefront of the throng stood 3 disciples from the Qingyun sect. Clad in their distinctive attire adorned with clouds, they bore swords at their sides, their robes billowing in the spring breeze, exuding an ethereal presence. Cultivators. This was an identity that transcended the mundane, one that inspired both admiration and reverence. Dong, dong, dong. The ancient chimes of the Qingyun sect resonated through the firmament. One disciple stepped forward, his gaze fixed ahead, and Gu Yuxing felt as though this singular glance pierced through all present, sending a shiver down his spine. To enter the Qingyun sect is no easy endeavor. Allow me to illuminate your path. A favorable wind carries me upward, and with the auspicious gales of Mount Qingping, those who harness the wind shall ascend with grace. As his words fell, a ripple of commotion swept through the crowd. Harnessing the wind to ascend to Qingyun? What if one were to fall? However, the disciple of the Qingyun sect offered no explanation. Instead, a smirk graced his lips as he waved his sleeve, causing a cluster of clouds above the crowd to transform into a gentle breeze. The breeze lifted him, and amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, he ascended gradually into the skies. An immortal. Instantly, commoners bowed in reverence, their devotion palpable as they murmured fervent wishes, longing for the immortal's blessing to marry 7 loyal wives. Humph, this is the Qingyun sect, not a wish-granting hall. Begone. A fierce gust swept through, sending the kneeling supplicants tumbling, twirling in the air before crashing down to the ground. Though they did not perish on impact, their injuries were substantial. Witnessing the scene, the crowd pondered. While harnessing the wind's assistance was indeed advantageous, falling face first was hardly dignified. Among the throng, Gu Yuxing gazed upward at the ascending clouds, deep in thought. He recalled his encounter with the elderly man earlier. After the man wielded his sword, Gu felt a fleeting sensation of weightlessness. Could it be this momentum of the wind? Had he relied solely on his journey on foot, he might have squandered precious time. Rising with the wind, he would not waste his youth. As Gu Yuxing's thought stirred, he sensed a breeze drawing near. Ascending with the wind, it appeared that this impoverished region of Qingping Prefecture harbored such delightful wonders. At that moment, a youthful, haughty voice interrupted. Gu Yuxing turned to see a girl of similar age, with her hair cascading down, striding confidently towards him. The young girl donned a dress of white and green, her hair adorned with multiple braids and embellished with tassels, exuding an ethereal grace. Her delicate eyebrows resembled fluttering feathers, and her jade-like eyes sparkled with vivacity. A hint of her slender waist was visible, her ruby lips framed by pearly teeth, moving with the elegance of a butterfly dancing amidst delicate orchids. Truly, she was a paragon of beauty. In her own estimation, she felt destined to soar high, embodying the spirit of Mo Wanyun, a name she cherished dearly. As she spoke, the girl extended her dainty hand towards Gu Yuxing, beckoning him softly, as if the very breeze bowed to her presence. The fragrance of orchids wafted through the air. Suddenly, a diminutive fairy emerged, rising gracefully as if startled, ascending effortlessly into the sky. "Oh dear, my little ancestor, wait for this old bone of mine," came the anxious voice of an elderly man. His hair white, yet his face youthful, bearing a basket brimming with books, one in hand as he read, hurrying toward the girl with affectionate concern. "Ha ha, Grandpa. This is delightful." The youthful girl giggled, her hands cradling her cheeks, resembling a playful child lost in slumber upon the breeze. As she lowered her gaze, she spotted a bewildered boy staring vacantly at the sky, his shoes muddied and a gourd slung on his back, which made her pout slightly. "Don't stare," she chided, pressing down her skirt. A sudden gust of wind caught her off guard, and she lost her balance, tilting perilously as if about to plummet from the sky. "Oh dear. Grandpa, help me." Emma Wannon cried out in desperation. "Little ancestor." The elderly man, seemingly unable to part with his book, quickened his pace upon witnessing his granddaughter's fall. Reaching out to catch her, Gu Yuxing was momentarily engulfed in darkness. Before he could comprehend the situation, a mischievous little fairy playfully tapped his nose. Instinctively, he reached out and, rather inexplicably, caught the impish girl. "Humph." Emma Wannon stared at Gu Yuxing with a fierce gaze. "Hey, you bumped into me." Before Gu Yuxing could fully grasp what had happened, he felt a burning sting as the girl slapped him. He recoiled and explained, "My apologies, miss, it was my sword." Emma Wanyan, agile in her movements, found a red ribbon from her hairpin entangled with Gu Yuxing's wooden sword, which she inadvertently dislodged without realizing it. "You scoundrel." Emma Wanyan retaliated by stepping on Gu Yuxing's foot. "Ouch. Ancestor, are you all right?" An elderly man approached, casting a cursory glance over Gu Yuxing. Seeing that his precious granddaughter was unharmed, he let out a long sigh of relief, then returned his attention to his book, utterly absorbed in its pages. Emma Wanyan, initially intent on confronting Gu Yuxing, noticed her grandfather succumbing to his literary obsession once more. Infuriated, she tugged at the old man's beard. "Grandfather, I'm upset. This place is dull. I want to go home." The old man, feeling the tug on his beard, yelped in surprise and called out to the two stunned disciples of Qingyun, "You too. I have traveled thousands of miles, and yet you, from the esteemed Qingyun mountain, have not offered to guide me?" The two disciples of Qingyun approached with utmost respect, their expressions filled with astonishment, and inquired, "May we ask if you're Mr. Mo from the Sacred Institute of Shushan?" The elderly man nodded in acknowledgement. "This is my granddaughter, Mo Wanyun. I brought her to Qingping Mountain to admire the peach blossoms." The ascent. Two disciples from the Qingyun sect, upon hearing this, turned pale with fright. One of them hurriedly exclaimed, "It is a blessing from 3 lifetimes that we are able to welcome Mr. Mo. There is no need for Miss Mo to trouble herself with the winds. It would be utterly inappropriate to impose. Please, follow me." Mo Wanyun, upon seeing the respectful disciples of the Qingyun sect, cast an inexplicable glance at Gu Yuxing and rolled her eyes, declaring, "I insist on imposing." She pointed at Gu Yuxing, saying, "It's all your fault." With another flick of her finger, she summoned a gentle breeze that lifted her skyward, as if she were seated among the clouds. She playfully stuck out her tongue at Gu Yuxing, placing her hands beside her ears to make a silly face. "Little mudfish, I shall whisk away all your wind, preventing you from ascending the mountain." Mo Wanyun waved her sleeve, stirring the clouds above, and a flurry of winds encircled her like wings, elevating her gracefully into the air. "My little ancestor, do take your time." The elder tucked his book into his bag and hastened up the mountain, while the world appeared to him as a verdant expanse. A pristine, innate body. The two disciples of the Qingyun sect exclaimed in unison, astonished. "Qishidi, you stay here. I will immediately inform the elder steward at Qingyun." "No, I shall go directly to the sect leader and request his presence to welcome Mr. Mo." "Why shouldn't I go? Don't think I am unaware of your intentions. It is not just you. Even the sect leader would consider it a blessing from 3 lifetimes to receive even a word or two of guidance from Mr. Mo Impudence. I am the senior brother, and I decide." Originally responsible for recruiting new disciples, Zhao Zhun had abruptly abandoned his duties, eagerly pursuing the scholarly old gentleman instead. Left behind, Qi Ming was evidently in a foul mood. The winds at the foot of the mountain had been stirred by Mr. Mo's granddaughter, and for 3 days, the gentle breezes of Qingping would be hard to come by. Yet, what could be done? That little girl could easily flatten the entire Qingping mountain. And who would dare to utter a word? "With the winds gone, allow me to show you another path, the ascension ladder." Qi Ming gestured towards the ladder behind him, where Mr. Mo, book in hand, was steadily ascending the steps. Those who climbed the ascension ladder could become disciples of the Qingyun sect. "Go forth," he declared, a hint of malice gracing his smile, as this scene unfolded before Gu Yuxing. Is there truly such a good fortune? Numerous young individuals, perplexed by the mysteries of the ascension ladder, began rushing towards it. What naive souls," Qi Ming scoffed. Recruiting new disciples was typically a simple task, yielding considerable contributions to the sect and uncovering numerous talents. However, a significant figure had arrived at Qingyun today, leaving him with no opportunity to ingratiate himself. How infuriating. Such was the bond of sect camaraderie, thin as a cicada's wing. Qi Ming's gaze fell upon Gu Yuxing, a youth covered in mud, yet fortunate enough to have caught Mr. Mo's granddaughter. A surge of inexplicable jealousy welled within him. "What is your name?" "Gu Yuxing." Your surname is Gu? Qi Ming frowned, disliking the name. He was the son of Gu Bai. Lu Chen parted the crowd, his expression radiating a sense of pride. Ah, Gu Bai's son. His words fell like thunder on a clear day. Setting aside the envious spectacle of Gu Yuxing's recent feat of catching a little girl with his bare hands. The mere mention of Gu Bai was enough to send shockwaves throughout the assembly. What? He is Gu Bai's son? Who is Gu Bai? That name seems familiar. How absurd. Gu Bai, the coward who trembled at the sight of a monster, too frightened to draw his sword, the disgrace of the Qingyan sect. The son of a coward dares to show his face here. Is he planning to bring shame upon himself yet again? Ha ha. Qi Ming's countenance darkened as he learned of Gu Yuxin's lineage, the flicker of jealousy within him morphing into palpable discontent. Yet, in the presence of 1,000 onlookers, he refrained from voicing his sentiments, wary of being accused of bias within the Qingyan sect. Since this fellow refuses to recognize his place, let him embarrass himself once more. Qi Ming straightened his posture, hands clasped behind his back, and addressed Gu Yuxing. Will you not defend yourself? Gu Yuxing remained silent. His gaze had never been so piercingly clear. Every face around him wore a mocking smile, each grin piercing his heart like 1,000 needles. He fixated on Lu Chen, who wore a triumphant expression and remarked to Qi Ming, Senior brother Qi, I am the son of Lu Zhan. Oh? Qi Ming's demeanor shifted to one of surprise. Then there is no need to ascend the Qingyun ladder. Follow me into the Qingyun sect shortly. Yes, senior brother. Lu Chen, identifying as a second-generation successor, successfully took a shortcut, growing increasingly arrogant as he pointed at Gu Yuxing's nose. What are you looking at? Unconvinced. I have a father, but you do not. Ha ha. Chapter 3, A Father's Shame, A Son's Humiliation, a vow made with a sword upon hearing Lu Chen's words. Gu Yuxing felt as if his heart had been pierced by 1,000 needles once more. Despite having distanced himself from the bustling city for a year, he remained the target of relentless gossip and scorn. The sharp pain, akin to the sting of needles, caused his eyes to redden. Clenching his teeth, he instinctively drew the wooden sword from his waist. Ha ha, a mere wooden sword dares to challenge me? You should take a good look at yourself. Lu Chen laughed even more audaciously upon seeing Gu Yuxing brandishing the wooden sword. The surrounding crowd momentarily paused, gazing at Gu Yuxing as if he were a fool. In this brutal world, no one shows compassion to the weak. Gu Yuxing understood this all too well. Taking a step forward, amidst the mocking gazes of countless onlookers, he drove the wooden sword forcefully into his own thigh. Pff. Blood blossomed like plum flowers. Gu Yuxing slowly withdrew the wooden sword, staining his fingers with blood, and etched 3 lines across his face. Pointing the sword towards Lu Chen's brow in front of the world, he declared, Lu Chen, we have no grievances between us, and once shared the bond of playmates. Yet today you have insulted my father not once, but twice. I do not comprehend the grand philosophies of life, but I understand the shame of a father upon his son. Today, I swear upon my blood, 3 years hence, on the day we don the crown and receive accolades, I shall slay you with this very sword to avenge this humiliation. Though Gu Yuxing's voice was not loud, it resonated with unwavering conviction. As his words fell, 3 blood droplets formed from the lines on his youthful face. Before anyone could react, they suddenly surged into Lu Chen's body. Gu Yuxing, what have you done? Lu Chen was taken aback by the bloodied wooden sword wielded by Gu Yuxing, retreating a step, only to be struck by a drop of blood that coursed through his body. In that moment, he felt an inexplicable dread and confusion, utterly at a loss. This is not good, young master. The blood oath. How could this brat provoke the heavenly Tao's vow? Beside Lu Chen, an elderly stewardess' eyes suddenly sharpened, fixating intently on Gu Yuxing. A flicker of murderous intent flashed across his gaze as his hand, concealed within his sleeve, transformed into a claw, poised to strike. Hold on. Qi Ming, the emissary of the Qingyun sect, stepped forward. Any form of conflict is strictly prohibited here. His intervention was not born out of a desire for fairness, nor was it to protect Gu Yuxing. Qi Ming cast a glance at Mr. Mo, who was engrossed in reading at the foot of the Qingyun ladder. The book in his hands radiated a sacred light, prompting Qi Ming to assertively declare, Steward Lu. It was the words of this young man that invoked the sacred text in the hands of the esteemed scholar Mo, thereby forming a heavenly Tao vow. You must not act rashly, lest the consequences of that vow rebound upon your young master. What? The steward, poised to attack, felt his eyelids twitch uncontrollably at the mention of the sacred text. Reluctantly, he lowered his sleeve, glaring fiercely at Gu Yuxing, only to quickly smirk coldly. A heavenly Tao vow? And what of it? This towering Qingyun ladder will keep you, brat, at bay. In 3 years, You shall be but an ant beneath my young master's foot. Yes, I will crush you. Lu Chen roared at Gu Yuxing, his voice laced with fury. Though he was undeniably intimidated by the desperate resolve emanating from Gu Yuxing, displaying a facade of bravado. Yet, the moment he considered that he had already become a disciple of the Qingyan sect, while Gu Yuxing still had to ascend the Qingyan ladder, a surge of pride welled up within him once more. Gu Yuxing chose to disregard Lu Chen. His heart thundered with realization. He understood that the so-called oaths were far from mere empty words, but rather a path to be traversed, a path fraught with thorns. He reattached the bloodied wooden sword to his waist. Blood from his right leg dripped from the hem of his trousers to his shoes as he walked step by step through the crowd. At that moment, everyone parted for him. The laughter faded into silence. Although most still perceived Gu Yuxing as insignificant as dust, the sentiment of a father's disgrace is a son's shame resonated within many hearts. In this journey through life, some familial bonds are inextricable. Crows have a duty to return nourishment, and lambs owe a debt of gratitude for their sustenance. Many gazed upon the frail figure of Gu Yuxing, observing the bloodied footprints he left on the moss-covered ground, stretching all the way to the base of the Qingyan ladder. Would he be able to ascend the Qingyan ladder? A voice emerged from the crowd, inquiring. A middle-aged scholar, fanning himself, spoke. Well, I hope he succeeds in reaching Qingyun to make things more intriguing. I wager he will not take 3 steps, for the Qingyan ladder was forged from the blood of countless disciples of the Qingyan sect. Moreover, the blood of innumerable demonic beasts has spilled upon the Qingping mountain, their heroic souls intertwining to form the most enigmatic Qingyan ladder. This is a path of heart and soul refinement. Without a resolute will and unwavering perseverance, each step forward feels as though one is burdened by an immense weight. The ancestors vanquished demons to affirm their resolve, their sacrifice is monumental. His father, Gu Bai, faced the beasts with such trepidation that he could not draw his sword even unto death. At merely 12 or 13 years of age, Gu Yuxing found himself utterly unprepared for such trials. Ignoring the onlookers around him, Gu Yuxing pressed onward. The pain from his leg injury, rather than debilitating him, imbued him with an unprecedented calm. He took a step forward, ascending the azure cloud ladder, the inaugural stride on his path of cultivation. A subtle yet formidable pressure enveloped him, as if a mountain loomed overhead, slowly descending upon him. He lifted his gaze. The azure cloud ladder towered into the clouds, seemingly reaching the celestial realm. Remarkably, he was not repelled. The middle-aged scholar observed with surprise, for the first rung of the ladder, though not high, was the trial for entering the azure cloud sect. One could easily ascend it with a mere step. Yet, despite its simplicity, countless individuals faltered at even the first step. As Gu Yuxing ascended the ladder, many others rushed to follow suit. However, upon raising their feet, they were promptly cast aside by an invisible force, crashing to the ground as if burdened with a 1,000-pound weight. Fortunately, the guide from the Azure Cloud sect, Qi Ming, waved his hand, sparing them from injury. Yet, their sprawled forms on the ground were a testament to their utter disarray, akin to frogs trapped in a well. Gu Yuxing raised his bloodied foot and took his second step. The unseen depth of the challenge resembled a well, with him at the bottom, a stubborn frog inching forward. Suddenly, Gu Yuxing felt an overwhelming weight upon his shoulders. Although he perceived nothing, he sensed the oppressive presence of a heavy, cold stone pressing down upon him. In a moment of bewilderment, he seemed to perceive a swirling mass of blood mist coalescing before him on the azure ladder, transforming into clawed, ferocious beasts charging towards his face. Deep within his soul, a peculiar voice emerged. Your father is a coward who only flees in the face of these monsters. No, Gu Yuxing roared defiantly, taking a step forward. The mocking laughter resonating in his mind abruptly faded. Yet, the beasts formed from the blood mist became increasingly vivid. He could even discern their sharp claws and drooling fangs. I am not afraid. Gu Yuxing's resolve surged within him. He took another step, his body feeling as though it were being raked by the vicious claws, tearing and agonizing. The pain was strikingly real. Gritting his teeth, he slowly lifted one foot. Remarkably, he had taken 2 steps. Behind him, the middle-aged man with the fan displayed a hint of astonishment. From his perspective, Gu Yuxing had ascended several dozen feet off the ground. In truth, the azure ladder did not possess so many steps. Yet, the multitude of beings, with their blind eyes and clear mirrors, often perceive what is not genuinely there. But this was where it would end. The middle-aged man waved his fan, exuding an air of omniscience and insight. Fall, fall, cried out the onlookers, as their clan's disciples had already succumbed on the first step. This rustic fellow had somehow taken 2 steps, intolerable. As Gu Yuxin's foot touched the ground for the third time, he felt an even more formidable aura surge towards him. This time, it is not merely the bizarre visages of the myriad beasts, but also the figures, faces etched with terror, fleeing relentlessly from the pursuit of these monsters. Run! Run! Echoes a voice, attempting to pull Gu Yuxing back. With a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, Gu Yuxing calmly replies. While all may have paths to turn back, I, Gu Yuxing, do not. Boom. As Gu Yuxing takes his third step, his gaze remains clear, his expression resolute. The oppressive weight bearing down on him mysteriously dissipates. A voice of astonishment arises, not from the middle-aged man who had abruptly ceased fanning himself, but from Mr. Mo, who leisurely strolls up the celestial ladder, his eyes still glued to the pages of his book, casting a fleeting glance at Gu Yuxing. The journey of learning is long and arduous. Could it be that this old man is merely slow? If this continues, I shall be overwhelmed by the waves of the younger generation. The elder presses forward. In Gu Yuxing's eyes, there is no sight of Mr. Mo, only the ascending steps of the celestial ladder. Seizing the moment as the burden on his shoulders vanishes, he hastens onward. After a few more steps, suddenly, Gu Yuxing feels as if mountains are collapsing upon cities. The multitude of beasts that had previously appeared has vanished, replaced by a formidable demon. The creature's eyes gleam like lanterns, its wings unfurling to a span of 100 feet, roaring as it ascends into the sky. Where the great demon passes, countless mortals scatter like ants, fleeing in all directions. Yet, Gu Yuxing feels an overwhelming sense of solitude as he continues his advance. How laughable that mere mortals dare to slay demons. The voice of the great demon booms like thunder. A multitude flee in panic. Even those sword-bearing cultivators bearing expressions of dread, each seeking to escape. Flee indeed. The feeble insect. No one dares to extend a hand, nor to draw a sword. In this moment, a thought flickered through Gu Yuxing's mind. Perhaps his father was not to be shamed. Such a formidable demon, yet even the smallest ant clings to life. Suddenly, Gu Yuxing's body swayed violently. No. He jolted awake, memories surfacing unbidden. His father, sword in hand, stepping into the azure skies, that glance over his shoulder, resolute and unwavering. I should not doubt my father. He ventured forth to vanquish the great demon, unrepentant in death. Gu Yuxing's once-dazed eyes regained their clarity. This path was one his father had trod with him, when he was but a child upon his father's shoulders. He could faintly recall the joyous moments when the cool breeze caressed him atop that perch. Now, the road lay beneath his own feet. He must walk it alone. If his father watches from the heavens, he surely observes me. Gu Yuxing's trembling frame steadied. The terror of mountains and seas remained, and he still felt diminutive. That great demon loomed in his mind like a haunting specter. Instinctively, he grasped the sword at his waist. This is a sword of guardianship. In time, you shall understand. Gu Bai's words echoed anew in his thoughts. He tightened his grip on the sword, a smile breaking upon his face. In his memories, Gu Yuxing recalled that his father spent most of his days reading, yet always bore a sword, perhaps never intending to wield it against demons. Yet he remained resolute. Who was he protecting? Human race? Such lofty ideals are not of my concern. Father, I understand now. I know whom you are protecting. I shall live my life to the fullest. Chapter 4. The Guardian Sword of that year. Standing before the demon suppression monument, Gu Yuxing pressed forward, gritting his teeth. He caught sight of the old gentleman engrossed in his reading, gradually closing the distance. He did not glance back, nor was there any need to do so. Yet, the azure staircase ahead remained elusive, its end shrouded in mystery. Gu Yuxing felt an overwhelming weakness enveloping his body, the sweat born of agony staining his visage. Each step proved to be an arduous struggle. This little mudfish, why must it pierce itself with a sword? Above, on a cloud of wind, Mo Wanyun observed Gu Yuxing from her lofty perch, her arms crossed. The blood staining the young man's shoes caught her attention, and her previously entertained expression shifted to one of contemplation, as if recalling something significant. I should not disturb these clouds, she murmured softly, before addressing the old gentleman, grandfather. He is but a step away, could you lend him a hand? I cannot assist, the path must be traversed alone, the elder replied, stroking his beard. Wanyun, remember this. The trials of youth often become life's most precious treasures, and you should not meddle with the clouds. Mo Wanyun huffed in a somewhat petulant manner. Grandfather, here you go again. If you want help, then don't. Your lofty principles about trials being treasures seem hollow to me. Who would choose a smooth and easy path over a treacherous one? It is merely a lack of choice. If you refuse to assist, then I shall help him. Her gaze fell upon Gu Yuxing's face, and though her arms remained crossed, she instinctively formed small, determined fists that will only bring him harm. The elder's expression hardened, halting his granddaughter's actions. Mo Wanyan pouted and exclaimed, "Little Loach, put in more effort. We're just one step away." After speaking, she feared that Gu Yuxing might overhear, and with a sudden impulse, she spat 3 times. "Why should I cheer for a scoundrel? Oh, right. Once he enters the Qingyan sect, I'll make him feel the weight of my tiny fists." Mo Wanyan tilted her head towards the sky, yet her gaze never strayed from Gu Yuxing. With a sigh, Gu Yuxing felt as though all his strength had been siphoned away. His sweat-drenched body grew feeble and powerless. Before him, the Qingyan ladder stretched endlessly into the mist. Was this the end? He raised his head, gazing upward. His fists tightened gradually once more. "Yuxing, the reason you cannot see the mountaintop is that you are ensconced in the abyss. To ascend, to reach the peak, is to gain a vantage point from which to behold the world." He had promised his father he would ascend to witness the view. If he could not even enter the Qingyan sect, how could he aspire to scale mountains and explore the world? "I, Gu Yuxing, must fulfill my vow." With a roar, Gu Yuxing took a step forward. As his foot landed on the new step, a blinding light suddenly erupted around him. The elderly scholar beside him fell behind. In the next instant, Gu Yuxing was the first to enter the Qingyan sect. Qingping Mountain, perpetually shrouded in ethereal mist, resembled a realm of immortals. Its towering peaks rising majestically, obscured from the sky above. The Qingyan sect occupied the terrain of 6 peaks on Qingping Mountain, with an enormous suspended platform connecting the 6 bridges to the 6 summits. At the entrance, surrounded by the encircling peaks, stood a colossal ancient monument. 1,000 feet high, the demon suppression stele. This monument was transported from the demon realm by a sage, who devoted a century to commissioning the renowned engravers of the world to carve it. Adorned with countless demon-subduing symbols, it has stood resolutely upon Qingping Mountain for several millennia. It does not belong to the Qingyan sect, but to the 3 great sanctuaries of the Lesser Xian realm. To collectively safeguard this demon-subduing monument, the 3 sanctuaries dispatched several elders to establish the Qingyan sect on Qingping Mountain, solely for the protection of this sacred stone. Over the course of a millennium, countless formidable demons, demon kings, and even great demon lords have attempted to invade Qingping Mountain, intent on destroying this monument. Yet they have all been mercilessly suppressed by its power. The demon-subduing monument is sacred. Throughout the centuries, countless practitioners of the human race have sacrificed their lives in its defense, their names revered by future generations, receiving offerings and veneration, their heroic spirits converging upon the monument. Never to reincarnate, sworn to protect humanity. Even Mo Fanqing, a great scholar from the Holy Academy's Book Mountain, solemnly brought his granddaughter, Mo Wanyan, to pay homage before the demon-subduing monument. Before the monument stood numerous elders and core disciples of the Qingyan sect, alongside the sect's master, Xiao Rang, also known as Xuanzi, who had just emerged from seclusion to welcome Mr. Mo and his granddaughter of esteemed lineage. In contrast, Gu Yuxing was the first to ascend the Qingyan ladder into the Qingyan sect, only to be disregarded. This neglect was not due to a lack of interest in recruiting disciples, but rather the name Gu Yuxing failed to pique the interest of the sect's master, elders, and disciples, who regarded it with a mixture of amusement. Gu Yuxing found himself sidelined, acutely aware of the Qingyan sect's indifferent attitude towards him. Among the numerous elders, one stood out, Lu Zhan, the father of Lu Chun, who did not conceal his animosity towards Gu Yuxing. However, he refrained from expressing it openly, as they were to welcome a significant figure, Mr. Mo. Moreover, there were many disciples outside the mountain awaiting their turn to ascend the Azure Cloud ladder, necessitating patience. Gu Yuxing's gaze swept through the crowd, and suddenly, his pupils constricted, his frail body shuddering slightly, a complex emotion etched upon his pale visage. Before the towering demon suppression monument, behind the elders of the Azure Cloud sect, a massive divine turtle bore a sword embedded within its shell. It was Gu Bai's sword. The blade, along with its sheath, was thrust into the turtle's back with overwhelming force. In that instant, Gu Yuxing felt a wave of humiliation wash over him. His fingers dug painfully into his flesh, turning a deep shade of purple, yet he did not feel the pain, only an overwhelming sense of sorrow and complexity within his heart. His father's sword, now shamefully displayed upon the back of a turtle. Visions of his father carrying the sword on countless nights flooded Gu Yuxing's mind. His father had always been impeccably dressed, tirelessly imparting the principles of learning and morality, a gentleman whose heart was ever devoted to humanity. Now regarded as a source of disgrace by the Azure Cloud sect. It stood in stark contrast, displayed at the feet of the demon suppression monument. "Grandfather, there is a sword here," exclaimed the curious Mo Wanyun, attempting to approach the blade, only to be gently restrained by the master, Zhuangjizi, his sleeve brushing against her as a soft breeze. The elders of the Azure Cloud sect reacted as if they had touched a forbidden taboo, hastily urging her to refrain. "Miss Mo, that is a sword of disgrace." Mo Wanyun was left somewhat bewildered by their reactions. "Come here to grandfather. Do not ask questions recklessly." The elderly man clearly hesitated to mention the sword, casting a loving glance at his granddaughter, Mo Wanyun, before glancing at Gu Yuxing, who was left unattended at the mountain gate. Although Mo Wanyun was often proud and mischievous, she possessed remarkable intelligence and insight. It was only then that she noticed Gu Yuxing's disconcerted demeanor, and, coupled with the earlier attitudes displayed by the crowd at the foot of the mountain, she gleaned the underlying reasons from their scattered remarks. Now, awakened by her grandfather's mere glance, she realized that this sword must indeed be connected to the young man who had been neglected. Observing the important figures of Qing Yun surrounding her, all displaying a demeanor of flattery, she recognized that their attentiveness stemmed solely from her grandfather's status, while the young man remained cast aside, akin to being forsaken by the world. Such poignant desolation stirred a sense of guilt within her. This world was rife with noise, yet its joys and sorrows remained unconnected. Seizing the opportunity while others sought to curry favor with Mr. Mo, she deftly positioned herself before Gu Yuxing. "Hey, little mudfish, I am Mo Wanyun." Gu Yuxing, lost in his melancholy, trembled slightly at her words, his fists tightly clenched and lips quivering. After a moment, he finally replied, "Gu Yuxing, such a name carries depth." He mused wistfully. "Yours does too," Mo Wanyun countered with a slight smirk, her pride evident. She intended to say more, but was interrupted by the reprimand of Elder Lu Zhan from Qingyun's sect, instructing all disciples entering the mountain, gather before the demon-suppressing monument. Mo Wanyun raised an eyebrow at Gu Yuxing, then, with a graceful step in her silk shoes, returned to Mo Fanqing's side, stifling a yawn. "Grandfather, I am feeling sleepy." Upon hearing this, Mo Fanqing addressed the leader of the Qingyun sect, Xuanzi. "Dear friend Xiao, I have come here for a leisurely visit, and I hope my presence does not cause too much disturbance. My granddaughter has always been lively and prone to trouble. I kindly request a tranquil and serene place for her." Xuanzi responded, "It is our honor to host you, Mo Laozu. Please." He then cast a glance at Lu Zhan, his gaze subtly sweeping across the gathered assembly until it landed on the young man, revealing a hint of complexity in his eyes. "Elder Lu, please handle the selection of new disciples for the sect with due diligence." Lu Zhan's expression shifted, and a smile graced his lips as he clasped his hands in acknowledgement. "Understood." Xuanzi stepped back half a pace behind Mo Fanqing, followed closely by several dozen elders. He furrowed his brow and addressed the 6 peak masters. "You all should remain as well. Haven't you always found this segment enjoyable in previous years? This year, there are numerous talented disciples to choose from, and it is imperative that you guide them with care." The peak masters exchanged glances, silently grumbling about the leader's behavior. They noted how he often secluded himself, delegating trivial matters to them. When faced with esteemed guests, safeguarding core interest was paramount, and they were determined not to let anyone encroach upon their share of the benefits. After all, he was a senior from the Holy Academy's Book Mountain. A few words of guidance from him could save years, even decades, of detours on the path of cultivation. Despite their reluctance, the peak masters and elders nodded in agreement. "Yes, Master Xuanzi." As Mo Fanqing strolled ahead, holding an ancient tome, he paused and gestured towards his granddaughter, Mo Wanyun, saying, "I nearly forgot. My granddaughter has also reached the age of cultivation. If the esteemed elders are willing and feel a connection, please accept her as a disciple." "What?" Zhuangjizi's eyelids twitched, his gaze inadvertently shifting away from the youth. The peak masters of the 6 peaks were equally astonished, yet their minds raced with the prospect of taking Mo Wanyun as a closed-door disciple. With their discerning eyes, they quickly recognized that this seemingly proud young girl had been nurtured by the teachings of the sages, embodying a naturally pure essence. Such a person was indeed a rarity, appearing only once in a millennium. "Mo, Senior Mo, is this truly appropriate? Our Qingyun sect is merely a guardian sect, a third-rate minor faction. We might misguide the young." Zhuangjizi appeared somewhat rigid, exuding an air of melancholy, lacking the commanding presence typically associated with a leader compared to the elders beside him. "There is nothing inappropriate about it. I recall that the Qingyan sect possesses a considerable collection of techniques from the three great holy lands. Wanyan, whom do you wish to take as your master? As long as Miss Mo is willing, it suffices. Zuanjizi stroked his beard, his eyes filled with anticipation. For the Qingyan sect was in dire need of exceptional disciples. Emma Wanyan stifled a yawn, displaying a hint of reluctance. Suddenly, she pointed towards the slender, solitary figure of the youth standing nearby, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. Whoever takes him as a disciple, I shall follow in their footsteps. When we were at the foot of the mountain, his shoes pinched my feet. I am determined to teach him a profound lesson and ensure he faces my daily reprisals. Chapter 5. Gu Yuxing, you must strive to excel. Mo Wanyan's words caused a slight pause among the elders beside her. In their eyes, a youth like Gu Yuxing was utterly insignificant. Even though he had ascended the Qingyan ladder to enter the Qingyan sect, what did it matter? Just moments ago, the sect master had assigned Lu Zhan to oversee the admission of new disciples, which was a clear indication of their sentiments. To the majority, Gu Bai was a source of shame for the Qingyan sect, and his son, though not outright expelled, would undoubtedly be neglected. Once the fervor of recruiting disciples subsided, it would be an easy matter to fabricate a reason to cast the young man out of the mountain gates. Yet, fortune seemed to favor this lad. He was inexplicably under the protection of the granddaughter of a great scholar. Despite her youth, the influence she wielded was akin to an insurmountable mountain. Were it not for the lingering glory of the three sacred lands that once established the Qingyan sect, one could surmise that a young lady like Mo Wanyan could easily shake the very foundations of Qingping Mountain with a mere stamp of her foot. Moreover, for centuries, due to various circumstances, the Qingyan sect had lost its connection with the three sacred lands, leaving only a demon-suppressing steel to signify its former splendor. A talent as extraordinary as Mo Wanyan was something that the Qingyan sect could only dream of accepting as a disciple. However, fate had entwined her path with Gu Yuxing. It was akin to a perfectly cooked porridge marred by a single drop of mouse droppings, rather unpleasant to contemplate. Nevertheless, where there is food, there is always competition. The heads of the 6 peaks and the elders were all astute individuals. An elder adorned with the crest of the Danha stroked his beard and remarked, "Sect Master, let Miss Mo join our Danxia Peak. She possesses a pure constitution. Her mastery of alchemy will surely come to fruition effortlessly. As for the son of Gu Bai entering my Danxia Peak, he is merely responsible for some trivial alchemical tasks and does not need to descend the mountain to slay demons. After all, any embarrassment will not extend beyond these walls." Mo Wanyan initially felt a spark of interest upon hearing the term alchemy, but upon hearing the peak master Zhao Sanqian disparage Gu Yuxing, she shook her head and declared, "I shall not engage in alchemy." Zhao Sanqian's expression stiffened. His sidelong glance shot daggers at Gu Yuxing, lamenting the unfortunate fate of such a promising girl being tied to a burden like you. At that moment, a plump Taoist priestess, wielding a whisk, approached Mo Wanyan and said, "Miss Mo, you may join my Luochun Peak, and I shall impart to you the 7 emotions path. With your clear mind and innate understanding, you can directly transcend the Yuan stage, opening meridians, refining bones, and solidifying the soul, thus attaining the 4 formidable martial realms. In no more than 7 years, you shall reach the harmonization realm and possess the strength to contend with great demons." As soon as the words left the lips of the Luoxia Peak priestess He Hongyan, even the esteemed scholar Mr. Mo appeared somewhat taken aback. The path of cultivation, naturally, is marked by varying realms, ascending from the foundational Yuan through Kaimai, Duangu, and Ninghun to harmonization, unification, and culminating in the Golden Core. However, due to humanity's pursuit of 3,000 paths, the direction of cultivation diverges after reaching the unification realm. There are esteemed scholars, holy monks, and Taoist practitioners. Thus, cultivators often refer to highly advanced individuals in terms of the 7th, 8th, or 9th realms. The first 4 realms constitute the martial domain, representing the pinnacle of martial practice, with many spending their entire lives unable to breach the 4th realm. The Qingyan sect is a minor faction, and its current leader has barely reached the unification realm. Thus, even slaying a major demon king presents a significant challenge. Yet, the 7 emotions path astonishingly promises entry into the 5th realm within just 7 years. Is it possible that the Qingyan sect possesses the path of 7 emotions as part of its legacy? He Hongyan spoke up, esteemed elder. This path of 7 emotions was left behind by a celestial being of the transformation stage from the sacred land of Polai. Regrettably, the inheritance is incomplete. However, If Miss Mo can attain perfection in her cultivation, she may have the opportunity to enter the sacred land. Indeed, Mo Fanching mused briefly. Although the path of 7 emotions is admirable, should his lively and charming granddaughter embark upon it, she might transform into a cold and detached individual in the future. The sect leader, Zhuan Jizi, observed the expressions of the various peak masters and elders, contemplating for a moment before devising a strategy. He cleared his throat and addressed the assembly. Given our status, we are not yet qualified to be Miss Mo's mentors. We can only impart knowledge. Thus, let it be. Miss Mo's extraordinary lineage and unique constitution will allow her to progress swiftly in her cultivation. The masters of the 6 peaks and the elders can all instruct Miss Mo. Naturally, I can also provide guidance in her practice. What say you, esteemed predecessor Mo? Agreed, the elder responded succinctly. Although he had spent years immersed in sacred texts, appearing somewhat bookish, he possessed profound insight into human nature and understood the sentiments of those around him. Whether it be extensive knowledge or singular dedication, it all boiled down to the internal deliberations of the Qingyun sect regarding the balance of benefits and drawbacks. The 6 peaks offer lessons, but it is not imperative to learn from all. Zhuan Jizi proved his worth as the sect leader. If Mo1 were to take only one mentor, it would merely signify a simple teacher-student relationship. However, should she learn from all 6 peaks, it would foster a deeper bond of mentorship with the Qingyun sect. Mo Fanching, having devoted half his life to study, had long since embraced a broad-minded perspective, feigning ignorance while seeing through the situation. Upon witnessing Mo Fanching's agreement, Zhuan Jizi's expression brightened with delight. In a seemingly casual manner, the leaders and elders of the 6 peaks directed their attention towards Gu Yuxing. As one of them pointed and inquired, "This young man was the first to ascend the mountain. Who among you would be willing to accept him as a disciple?" The expressions of the previously delighted crowd suddenly turned to one of bewilderment. After much deliberation, it appeared that this challenging dilemma had been cast upon them. The Falling Dust Peak does not accept male disciples, as you are well aware, Master Brother. Zhao, did you not just mention that the Danxiao Peak requires some disciples skilled in alchemy? Ahem, did I actually say that? Zhao Sanqian shrugged, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. I made no such claim. My esteemed brothers and sisters, the Danxiao Peak has always been sparsely populated and requires disciples with a natural talent for alchemy. While your 4 peaks are bustling with activity, Zhao's assertion was misguided. Although our peaks are numerous, there are fixed quotas each time we open our doors to accept disciples. Enough. The master waved his hand, seemingly reluctant to mention the newly arrived Gu Yuxing. What a commotion this has become. Master Mo has traveled a great distance and surely desires a tranquil place, accompanied by poetry and nature. It is fitting, then, that the peach blossoms bloom abundantly on Qingping Mountain. Elder Lu, being of advanced age, has little interest in tending to the peach trees. So let us assign the young lad to the peach grove, with all other privileges equivalent to those of our sect as disciples. Master, your wisdom is commendable. The leaders and elders of the various peaks displayed expressions of joy, secretly relieved. Mo Wanyun's keen gaze swept across the peak leaders and elders before settling on the youth before the demon suppression steel, inwardly reflecting, "Little mudfish, we are not friends. And I am not a benevolent soul. I can only assist you thus far." Gu Yuxing withdrew his gaze from the sword. Though a powerful impulse urged him to draw it forth, he understood that such an action would ultimately prove futile. Gubai was no coward. Each time he clarified his position to another, it felt like a blunt blade ruthlessly scraping against an old wound. Weakness was a sin, faced with Gubai's sword. Gu Yuxing could only maintain his silence, his heart resolutely set on moving forward. Grasping the wooden sword at his waist once more, he silently admonished himself, "Gu Yuxing, you must strive earnestly, even if the Qingyun sect does not favor you. Persist quietly and train diligently. One day, you shall draw this sword before everyone and prove that you speak no falsehood." With lofty aspirations in his heart, Gu Yuxing felt an invigorating surge of strength coursing through him. Cultivation, this was his sole focus. Moments later, he lowered his gaze to the sword in his hand, momentarily taken aback as he noticed a red string tied to a hairpin nestled in his palm. That little girl. He raised his hand, only to see her lively figure bounding away, surrounded by a throng of elders from the Qingyun sect, creating a lively commotion. Gu Yuxing silently bowed his head, glancing at the mud-stained, bloodied shoes he wore. Mountain birds and fish traveled divergent paths. This path of cultivation demanded solitary navigation. At that moment, more disciples had successfully passed the Qingyun ladder assessment. Among these youthful aspirants, not all relied solely on their own will. The majority benefited from a pill known as the Demon Avoidance Pill, which facilitated their entrance into the Qingyun sect with ease. The demon-repelling pill is indeed a product sold by the Qingyun sect in various markets, and it comes with an exorbitant price tag. Clearly, a profound family background and substantial financial resources are integral components of the Qingyun sect's assessments. This is entirely fair. Look, there lies a sword embedded in the turtle's back. Among the disciples who have passed the Qingyun sect's evaluation and have paid homage to the demon suppression monument, some, feeling rather listless, have noticed the sword lodged in the turtle's shell. That is a sword of disgrace. Lu Chun, who brought this up, made sure to raise his voice, laced with animosity as he cast a scornful glance at Gu Yuxing. Do you know whose sword that is? Could it be Gu Bai? Indeed. It belongs to that coward who trembles at the sight of great demons. Lu Chen laughed heartily, prompting those around him to join in the mockery. Gu Yuxing, your father has been nailed to the pillar of shame. Why do you not defend him? Gu Yuxing clenched his eyes shut, gritting his teeth. Enough. Silence. After Lu Zhan and the others had their fill of laughter, he pretended to step forward, sweeping his gaze over the crowd. Since you all recognize that it is a sword of disgrace, remember well, your cultivation is for the purpose of slaying demons and vanquishing evil. Do not cower in fear at the sight of demon beasts to the point of being unable to draw your swords. Now, the elders of each peak shall begin selecting disciples. The 6 peak masters and elders, having finished their roles as mere accessories, have returned, their eyes now resting upon these individuals, while they deliberately overlook the frail youth, Gu Yuxing, who stands isolated and shunned by others. Although most of these individuals have yet to embark on their cultivation journey, it cannot be entirely ruled out that some scions of noble families may have commenced their training early, utilizing medicinal substances to nurture their primordial essence. Those with exceptional aptitude, undoubtedly, are akin to the innate Tao body of Mo Wanyun, a rarity encountered only once in a millennium. A man with a flowing beard, wielding a sword, had his eyes light up. He was Lei Jiangking, the master of Yufeng, and his gaze fell upon a prince surrounded by dozens of attendants. This young man appeared to be 3 years senior to Gu Yuxing, adorned in opulence, and was embraced by a retinue akin to stars encircling the moon. Clad in royal garments, embellished with a distinctive pattern of 9 dragons ascending to the heavens, the prince held his nose with one hand, casting a disdainful glance at Gu Yuxing, as if the proximity to him, with his earthy scent, was unbearable. The Qianlong dynasty? A superpower situated thousands of miles from Qingping Mountain. What could have prompted a prince to traverse such distance? Wait, is that the unawakened Qianlong sword body? Lei Jiangheng's eyelids twitched. A mix of astonishment and delight surged within him. He leaped gracefully to the side of the aristocratic prince and inquired, "What is your name? Would you be willing to join me at Yufeng to study the sword? I assure you, within 10 years, you shall become the foremost. No, the second most gifted swordsman in Qingyun, the most esteemed talent in swordsmanship." The haughty young noble replied, "I am Chu Qin, the 9th son of the Qianlong dynasty. I aspire to be the greatest genius of the empire. At the coronation ceremony, in 3 years, I shall claim the title of the best in Qingyun and propose to the young lady of the Mo family. With the noble Qianlong bloodline of the Chu clan coursing through my veins, I am a natural prodigy in swordsmanship. Do you possess the qualifications to teach me?" "Indeed, I most certainly do." Lei Jiangheng had completely shed his previous arrogance, his gaze even burning with fervor. "Humph, Qingyun sect is nothing more than a third-rate sect. Were it not for the fact that my father had learned that the young lady of the Mo family, a sage's descendant, would be residing at Qingping Mountain for 3 years, this prince would hardly take notice." As the prince spoke, his eyes fell upon Gu Yuxing, and with a hint of disdain, he remarked, "Qingping Prefecture is, after all, a small place. How naive for these rustic bumpkins to aspire to cultivate and one day slay demons to make a name for themselves." Chapter 6. The Supreme Primordial Embryo Invocation. The mysterious wine-gourd Lei Jiang, with a forced smile plastered on his face, cast a glance at Gu Yuxing, his brows knitting in distaste. He addressed Elder Lu. "Elder Lu, this child has been assigned by the sect leader to the Peach Blossom Grove. It would be prudent to send a disciple with him, lest he brings embarrassment upon us here." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhang felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. The sect leader had previously insinuated that he held the authority to deal with this young man as he saw fit. The audacity of this lad to proclaim a heavenly oath against his own son, challenging him to a duel to the death, had incited a deep-seated animosity within him. The news of the assignment to the Peach Blossom Grove elicited a cold chuckle from Lu Zhang. Clearly, The sect leader valued reputation and had granted this youth a sliver of mercy. However, while the Peach Blossom Grove was indeed a picturesque locale, it lay at the foot of a mountain, a site of past carnage where humanity and the beast clans clashed fiercely, leaving rivers of blood, thus allowing the blossoms to thrive for a millennium. Casting a sidelong glance, Lu Zhang noticed a disciple approaching Gu Yuxing. This individual bore a sharp, simian visage, his beady eyes resembling those of a rodent, and he was far from courteous towards Gu Yuxing. "What are you dawdling for? Come along with me." Gu Yuxing shot a glance at the prince, Chu Chun, before turning towards the Peach Blossom Grove, a place he knew well. "Senior brother, there is no need for you to escort me. Who would wish to escort you?" The sharp-featured man retorted irritably, "Just take your belongings." He, already vexed by the misfortune of having received such a dismal task, was more than happy to comply when he heard Gu Yuxing decline his company. With a swift motion, he removed the sect's supplies prepared for new disciples from his shoulder, and with a flick of his fingers, he stealthily pilfered a piece of silver from the bundle meant for Gu Yuxing. "Remember to behave yourself. Do not stray from the designated path. Violating sect rules will result in expulsion from the mountain." Gu Yuxing took up the burden and inquired, "Does it not violate the sect rules when my senior brother absconds with my silver?" The man's expression stiffened. "Which eye did you see it with?" Gu Yuxing fixed his gaze upon the sharp-featured man, poised to speak. "How unfortunate." The man snorted coldly, obediently tossing the silver back to Gu Yuxing before departing in disgrace. "The third one," Gu Yuxing murmured to himself as he turned away. The breeze on Qingping Mountain was cool, and the Qingyun sect was both vast and small. Gu Yuxing walked alone, the scenery of mountains and rivers along the way merely a fleeting memory. He was covered in mud, akin to a wild grass by the roadside, unnoticed by anyone. Gu Yuxing understood well that solitude rendered life rootless, drifting like dust upon the road. He traversed the path beyond the demon-suppressing monument, reminiscent of his childhood when he was lavished with paternal affection. That narrow, winding trail was overgrown with wild grass, and a brook trickled softly through the mountain gorge. The weathered thatched cottage had fallen into disrepair. Peach blossoms had fallen through the spring, year after year. Everything seemed unchanged, archaic yet endearing. Yet, Gu Yuxing no longer had a father. He strode forth with his sword, pushing open the courtyard gate. He reached out to pluck a peach blossom, a tender smile gracing his youthful face. "Gu Yuxing, you must strive in your cultivation from this moment onward." After a simple sweep of the old courtyard, Gu Yuxing settled upon a small rocking stool, his hand gliding over the smooth marks left by countless touches, his gaze lingering for a long while. When he was still a child, he could frolic and play before his father. Now, only the remnants of the past remained to reminisce. Gu Yuxing drew forth the wooden sword at his waist and unfastened the wine gourd from his back. From the burden, a new disciple of the Qingyun sect retrieves a welcoming gift, a silver ingot, a token of identity, 2 sets of Qingyun garments, a foundational cultivation manual, and several sect handbooks. Among these is the Taishang Yuan Tai Ling Yin Ju, a scripture that all disciples of the Qingyun sect must study upon initiation. This foundational manual was bestowed by the eminent figures of the 3 great sects during the establishment of the Qingyun sect at the Qingping Mountains demon-suppressing monument. It is strictly forbidden for anyone outside the Qingyun sect to impart the teachings contained within. Thus, even Gu Yuxing's father, when he brought him to the Qingyun sect, refrained from disclosing the cultivation techniques outlined in the scripture. The path of cultivation begins with the postnatal Yuan Tai. The sages assert that after birth, an individual becomes imbued with the essence of grain, resulting in the loss of innate vitality, necessitating a re-establishment of foundational energy and the refinement of the Yuan Tai. Only by successfully refining the Yuan Tai does one earn the privilege to cultivate. Failure to do so relegates one to a lifetime as merely a martial artist of the mundane world. While such training can enhance physical strength, it does not empower one to transcend the laws of the universe, defy fate, or extend one's lifespan. The refinement of the Yuan Tai varies from person to person, thus creating a hierarchy of quality. The foundational manual categorizes the excellence of Yuan Tai refinement into 3 grades: superior, medium, and inferior, with each grade further divided into 3 levels. The 9th grade represents the lowest quality, while the 1st grade is the pinnacle. Should one's Yuan Tai reach the 3rd grade, it qualifies as superior. A superior Yuan Tai is characterized by a blue hue, whereas an inferior Yuan Tai appears gray. When refined to the 2nd grade, the Yuan Tai radiates a silvery light akin to the moon in a vast sky. Upon reaching the 1st grade, The yuan tai gleams with a golden brilliance reminiscent of the rising sun, capable of invoking celestial phenomena. The essence of cultivating a primordial embryo varies from person to person. Those with insufficient innate talent or congenital physical deficiencies can only refine a flawed primordial embryo, while individuals of extraordinary talent not only require little time to cultivate their embryos, but can also produce superior ones. The journey of refining a primordial embryo can take as little as 3 months or as long as 10 years. Those with exceptional gifts advance with vigor and achieve their goals in one fell swoop, while the average talent, like a water-worn iron pestle, struggles against the relentless passage of time. As Gu Yuxing reflected on this, a contemplative expression graced his face. His gaze was clear, and he harbored faith in himself. Even though a flicker of impatience crossed his mind, it was but a fleeting moment. At this juncture in his life, he had little left to lose and could only strive for improvement each day. "I shall cultivate a first-grade primordial embryo," he declared, clenching his fists. However, at that moment, his stomach betrayed him with a loud rumble. A hint of embarrassment crossed Gu Yuxing's face as he realized that before embarking on any grand endeavor, one must first satisfy their hunger. He made his way to the small stream beside the peach blossom grove, removing his muddy shoes to wash them. The cold mountain water seeped into his bones as he tore a strip of cloth to bind around the wound on his right leg. Attempting to spear fish with a wooden stick proved futile, and he reluctantly resorted to fishing with a net. "At present, I cannot even manage to catch a single fish, let alone contend with demonic beasts. In 3 years, I must face Lu Chan. I must exert myself to prepare." Gu Yuxing built a fire in his small courtyard to grill the fish. The mountain forest's peach blossoms, dampened by rain, left his clothes slightly wet and cold. He retrieved a gourd of wine, and as the frail figure inhaled deeply, he took a sip. The sharpness of the liquor brought a slight redness to his eyes. His father had once indulged in drinking, forbidding him from tasting even a drop. Yet now, no one advised him any longer. It turned out that the wine was bitter, yet he defiantly raised the corners of his mouth, feigning nonchalance. "What a fine wine." Gu Yuxing tilted his head and pressed his lips together, the mist in his eyes gradually transforming into strength. He was unfamiliar with wine. Unbidden, the scene of meeting that enigmatic old man beyond the mountains surfaced in his mind. The sword moved like the shimmering stars, deeply stirring the heart of the youth. He pondered, when would he be able to wield a sword of such extraordinary brilliance? Gu Yuxing took another sip, feeling a peculiar warmth rising within, his body beginning to float. Initially, he paid little heed, seeking merely to ward off the chill. However, moments later, he sensed a flame igniting within his abdomen, a searing heat engulfing him, as if an uncontrollable force ran rampant inside. How could this wine be so overpowering? Had it been poisoned? Gu Yuxing stared incredulously at the wine gourd in his hand. This was a cherished possession of Gu Baixing from his lifetime, during a full moon mid-autumn festival. Gu Yuxing recalled his father mentioning that it was an extraordinary item acquired during his travels to Xinzhou, exchanged for 3,000 dou of poetry and wine. Because of this exchange, his companions regarded him as a fool, and thus Gu Baixing had kept it unused. Gu Yuxing remembered that this wine gourd held a story, one entwined with the fateful bond between his parents. "I am but a humble being. The old man had no reason to harm me." Gu Yuxing felt layers of mist rising from his body. As a thought crossed his mind, he opened the Taishang Yuan Tai Ling Inju and began to cultivate according to the methods outlined within, guiding the uncontrollable power surging within his body. Time gradually passed, and beads of sweat began to form on Gu Yuxing's slightly flushed face. The wound on his right leg gradually healed as if returning to its original state. As the stars in the sky shifted, half a day had elapsed. Gu Yuxing slowly regained consciousness, his eyes opening in a daze as he gazed at his hands, which were slick and drenched, marred by dirt and grime. This gourd of wine. Gu Yuxing hurried towards the thatched cottage, closed the door tightly, lit a candle, and washed away the filth from his body. Under the flickering candlelight, he scrutinized the gourd in his hand. It appeared remarkably ordinary, resembling an immature green gourd from which the pulp had been scooped out. Gu Yuxing fetched several bamboo bowls and poured a cup of wine from the gourd. This time, he approached it with greater caution, savoring a sip and waiting for the warmth to rise within his abdomen. Moments later, it felt as though a flame ignited within him. Indeed, Gu Yuxing's expression brightened. This gourd of wine was truly a treasure. No wonder a seemingly mundane brew would be deemed delightful by that esteemed individual. He then guided the surge of warmth to refine the yuan tai, and as the energy dissipated, his body expelled a considerable amount of impurities once more. According to the descriptions in the foundational techniques, he indeed sensed a gathering of azure mist, akin to white clouds, at the Dantian location within his body. Was this the manifestation of the Yuan Tai? Gu Yuxing found it somewhat incredible. According to the text, the process of refining the primordial essence was akin to ascending a staircase. One would not witness any signs until at least 49 days had passed. He picked up the wine gourd on the table as if it were a treasured relic. This object appeared ordinary, yet it possessed astonishing powers, though he could not discern whether it was due to the wine or the mysteries contained within. Just as Gu Yuxing prepared to pour the wine back into the gourd, he unexpectedly noticed a layer of white mist rising from the wine in the bowl, which vanished in an instant. A jolt ran through Gu Yuxing's heart, and he hastily took a sip. This time, as the wine slid down his throat, the abrupt and spicy sensation caused his face to contort slightly. This was the true taste of wine. Gu Yuxing waited attentively, but this time, he felt no surge of peculiar power within him. Instead, intoxication overwhelmed his mind, and he swayed, collapsing onto the table in a dazed slumber. That night, the forest outside the peach blossom grove was enshrouded in a drunken haze. An elderly man, with hair like pine needles, approached the small courtyard while carrying a lantern. He did not enter, but instead listened from outside the wall to the rhythmic sound of the young man's breathing. His murky gaze was profoundly deep in the night. He extended his hand, and the bamboo bowl on the table flew into his grasp. The old man wrinkled his nose in distaste. Is this truly wine? He mused, recalling the exquisite aroma he had just sensed. Shaking his head, he returned the bamboo bowl to its original place and turned away, hands clasped behind him. A group of mundane individuals, slightly troublesome, come seeking the old man. Do they take me for someone of lowly status? Goodbye, oh goodbye. Over these years I, Lu Yuan, have indebted you with a few cups of wine and affection. However, do not expect me to guide your son in his cultivation. Allowing him to lead an ordinary life is already a tremendous favor. After walking a short distance, the old man seemed to recall something, murmuring, moreover, you never taught your son while you were alive, so why should I feel compelled to teach him? Chapter 7. The youngster practices martial arts. The path of the sword begins in the heart. The melodious chirping of birds reverberated through the tranquil mountains, and the fragrance of peach blossoms wafted in the air. As the dawn light gradually brightened the small courtyard, a wooden sword lay beside the well, and a gourd hung from the fence. The young man had been refining his primordial embryo for an hour, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. The process of refining the primordial embryo is rooted in one's own Dantian, a communion with the elemental energies of the universe. Akin to digging a well in a level field, the depth of the well determines the clarity and sweetness of its waters. The quality of the primordial embryo is discerned by the colors of the elemental energy that one can perceive as it enters the Dantian. A blue hue is deemed superior, while gray is considered inferior. To achieve a silver or even golden essence requires immense fortune and the ability to endure the excruciating pain inflicted by the chaotic energies of the universe during the refining process. Gu Yuxing gritted his teeth, persisting with unwavering determination. After approximately an hour, Gu Yuxing opened his eyes, his slight frame swaying slightly, his entire being in a state of exhaustion, with bite marks evident on his lips. Still blue, he murmured to himself. In recent days, he had toiled day and night, and the elemental energy he had cultivated in his Dantian manifested as blue. This indicated that his refined primordial embryo was of the third grade, barely qualifying as a superior primordial embryo. Yet, Gu Yuxing felt a sense of discontent. The realm of the primordial embryo marks the nascent chapter of the cultivation journey, and the quality of the primordial embryo significantly influences how far one can traverse along the path of cultivation and how high one can ascend. Not enough. I must strive harder. After a brief respite, Gu Yuxing once again practiced the Tai Ching primordial embryo spirit guidance technique, drawing the elemental energies of heaven and earth into his Dantian, initially manifesting as a deep azure hue. Under the meticulous cultivation of Gu Yuxing, it gradually transformed into a massive azure primordial essence. The azure, derived from blue, surpasses its progenitor. Yet, as Gu Yuxing endeavored to refine this azure into silver, he stumbled forward like a blind man crossing a river, groping in uncertainty. After persisting for a while, it seemed that the azure essence within his Dantian had increased slightly. Leaning against the railing, his hand trembled slightly as he retrieved the wine gourd hanging on the wall, pouring a small sip into his throat. The weariness that enveloped his body swiftly dissipated, yet the primordial spirit contained within the wine was no longer as miraculous as it had been on that fateful day. Through several days of experimentation, Gu Yuxing had deciphered the wondrous gourd's function. It appeared to automatically absorb the primordial spirit from the heavens and earth, infusing it into the wine. This process required 3 to 5 days, and once the spiritual essence was separated from the gourd, it would rapidly fade away. The pace of his cultivation was still far too slow. At this rate, in 3 years, he might at most reach the meridian opening realm, a stage that necessitated the unblocking of the majority of the body's meridians, a process that would be exceedingly protracted. How could he possibly contend with Lu Chun under such circumstances? And how many years would it take to reclaim that guardian sword? Gu Yuxing took a deep breath. He had been in the peach blossom forest for several days, without a master to guide his cultivation. Each day, he could only listen to the elders dispatched by various sects expound upon the refinement of primordial embryos before the demon suppression steel. The melodious chimes of the Qingyun sect resonated. Gu Yuxing changed into a new set of Qingyun sect attire and hastened toward the martial arts arena behind the demon suppression steel, where it was already filled to capacity with onlookers. All are newly inducted disciples of the Qingyun sect, which occupies the 6 peaks. Although these new disciples are assigned to the 6 peaks, many possess mediocre talents and can only carve out small courtyards at the foot of the mountains, practicing their cultivation as outer disciples. Only a select few are favored by the elders of the 6 peaks, becoming inner disciples, while those chosen by the peak master are recognized as direct disciples of the Qingyun sect. The Qingyun ladder has its heights and depths, and the disciples of the Qingyun sect are similarly stratified. Individuals like Gu Yuxing find themselves in the neglected ranks, though he bears the title of an outer disciple. He lacks even a single elder to guide his cultivation, relying instead on the lessons delivered by rotating elders at the martial arts arena. Of course, these elders may not be inclined to impart their knowledge fully, merely fulfilling their sect duties to earn substantial contribution points. Gu Yuxing found a secluded spot to sit in meditation. Despite his solitude, numerous eyes were drawn to him, accompanied by whispers and gestures. However, Gu Yuxing was long accustomed to such scrutiny and chose to ignore it. The young man sat upright, his gaze filled with anticipation. One could only wonder which peak elder would be delivering the lesson today. The martial arts arena buzzed with noise and chatter, and it was hardly surprising. From the initial excitement of joining the Qingyun sect to the gradual realization of the hierarchy among people, many had begun to lose motivation. Some had resigned themselves to the idea that they had been abandoned by the sect, drifting through life in a haze. There were even those who came merely to establish a semblance of familiarity, believing that even if they failed the sect's assessment in 3 years and were expelled, they could still forge connections and thrive. Silence. A sudden voice resonated from the forefront of the training ground, unmistakably belonging to Elder Lu Zhan of the Qingyun sect. His gaze swept across the crowd, settling first on Gu Yuxing, a playful smirk curling at the corners of his lips. Today, Elder Lu was not here to impart knowledge, but rather to announce several important matters. Henceforth, each individual must undertake a sect mission and complete it within 3 months, or face expulsion from the mountain. What? Aren't sect missions voluntary? An immediate protest arose. We still need to cultivate. Humph. Of course, you may choose not to undertake a sect mission. However, those without contribution points shall not expect to enjoy any cultivation resources within the sect. Do not forget, the techniques and elixirs you practice and require are all redeemable only through contribution points. Do you intend to rely solely on listening to the elders' lectures here daily? At this juncture, Lu Zhan cast a penetrating glance at Gu Yuxing. The sect does not support idleness. The crowd fell into a heavy silence. Lu Zhan continued, surveying the assembly. The affairs hall has already issued hundreds of sect missions, which you may claim shortly. As his words hung in the air, a wave of astonishment washed over the disciples present, who began to quietly strategize. With nearly 1,000 newly initiated disciples, yet only a few hundred sect missions available, this implied that some would inevitably miss out. Even if the sect were to issue more missions subsequently, they would vary in difficulty, thus making it imperative to act swiftly in selecting available tasks. The attendees were not naive. Upon hearing this, some immediately rose, anxious not to be left behind. As one person moved, others hastily rose to their feet. Gu Yuxing's frail figure was obscured by the crowd. Humph, I have yet to finish my words, Lu Zhan scoffed, causing the assembly to freeze in place. Soon, someone regained their composure and exclaimed, Elder Lu, your son has not arrived at the martial arts arena. Have they already gone to undertake their sect missions? This is unjust. Unjust? Lu Zhan retorted coldly. If you seek fairness, it must be measured by your strength. From the moment you entered the sect, the die was cast. It is merely your unwillingness to accept your fate. The disciples, upon hearing this, felt a surge of anger and frustration, yet they found themselves at a loss for words to counter his assertion. The die is cast. In a secluded corner, Gu Yuxing clenched his fists tightly within his sleeves. The path of cultivation is long and arduous. It is far too early to declare fate. At the same time, Lu Zhan's blatant provocation only served to fortify Gu Yuxing's resolve on his path of cultivation. Fate is not yet sealed. We are all still at the foot of the mountain, yet to ascend to the heights of the azure clouds. The atmosphere in the martial arts arena was stifling. But Lu Zhan then delivered another bombshell that left the disciples feeling as if struck by lightning. I forgot to inform you. The sect's assessment period has been reduced from 3 years to 1. Anyone who fails to condense their primordial fetus within a year will be expelled from the mountain. The sect cannot afford to sustain all of you. Act accordingly. With that, Lu Zhan swept away with his sleeves. 1 year to condense the primordial fetus. Has he gone mad? Those who managed to condense their primordial fetus in 3 years were already considered prodigies. Why would the Qingyun sect recruit so many without sufficient resources? Hush, perhaps you are unaware, but in recent years, monstrous beasts have rampaged across all corners of Qingping Prefecture. Many disciples of the previous generation from the Qingyun sect have already perished in battle, and we may very well become mere cannon fodder. The air is rife with discussions, and some astute individuals have already hastened towards the affairs hall. Regardless of the circumstances, our primary objective is to complete the sect's mission. The once bustling crowd has swiftly transformed into a flock of startled birds, all rushing towards the affairs hall. A year, is it? Gu Yuxing murmured to himself, contemplating his desire to solidify his primordial fetus at any moment. Lu Zhan's words were likely intended for him, yet all he felt was disdain. Observing the throng of people hastily seeking their sect assignments, Gu Yuxing remained unperturbed. He had come here to absorb knowledge. To simply follow the crowd would not guarantee the selection of a manageable sect mission, and it would cause him to forget his original purpose for being here. In the blink of an eye, the vast training ground lay desolate and empty. Gu Yuxing gazed thoughtfully at the lectern at the forefront of the training ground. Surely, there would be no elders imparting lessons today. The morning sun cast its warm glow upon the youthful visage, and his eyes, brimming with anticipation, remained bright and clear. At such a tender age, akin to a budding sapling, he appeared slightly green, yearning for the nurturing embrace of sunlight to foster his growth. Why do you not depart? A languid voice drifted from behind him. An elderly man clad in a flowing azure robe had appeared at Gu Yuxing's back. The old man, slender in stature, donned an oversized robe, a long sword slung across his back. His high cheekbones framed hands that emerged from the sleeves, fingers thick and powerful, bearing the marks of toil. Gu Yuxing promptly rose to his feet, adjusting his azure robe, and clasped his hands before him in a gesture of respect. Bowing as he addressed the elder, "We await your instruction, esteemed teacher." The old man surveyed Gu Yuxing with a discerning gaze before waving his hand dismissively. "Sit." Gu Yuxing settled down, anticipating the elder's approach to the lectern. To his surprise, the elder took a few steps and casually seated himself opposite Gu Yuxing. "I am Yuqing Shan, practicing swordsmanship on Yunfeng. I see you have a sword concealed within your embrace. I presume you harbor an interest in the art of the blade?" Gu Yuxing nodded, his gaze fixated on the sword behind the elder, lost in contemplation. There is no need to focus on another's sword. One must regard one's own. Yuqing Shan, with a gentle demeanor, continued, "I shall impart knowledge for but half a day. Discussions on philosophy may be endless, but let us converse about the sword instead. Cultivating one's essence is akin to forging a blade. Since you possess a sword, it is imperative that you practice with it, even if it be a simple wooden one." After a moment of silence, Gu Yuxing's eyes suddenly sparkled with determination, and he rose once more to bow respectfully. "Please, esteemed teacher, enlighten me in the ways of the sword." Yuqing Shan shook his head slightly. "The Qingyun sect abides by its own rules, until you ascend Yunfeng. We share no master-disciple bond." The youth clasped his fists in a standing salute, his expression somber. Then, gritting his teeth, he resolutely declared, "It would be a great honor if you could instruct me in the sword arts for half a day today." Seated upon the ground, Yuqing Shan looked up at the slender figure of the youth, illuminated by a beam of light cascading from above. Pensive, he remarked, "The path of swordsmanship is fraught with challenges. The road ahead is laden with thorns. Have you truly contemplated this?" Without a hint of hesitation, Gu Yuxing replied, "I, too, aspire to bear a sword upon my back. I have spent over a year in contemplation. I humbly request your guidance." "Excellent." Yuqing Shan did not allow Gu Yuxing to sit down again. Instead, He slowly removed the sword resting behind him, holding it with both hands, the blade suspended before him. Unsheath it. In the vast expanse of the 3,000 worlds, where countless paths exist, the sword path is singular and direct. I shall not impart to you the techniques or maneuvers of the sword. Rather, I will speak of the journey of the sword in the essence of cultivation. Listen attentively. Young one. Chapter 8. The solitary youth. Standing like a minion, the sun gradually ascended to its zenith above the youth's head. While the gentle breeze from Qingping Mountain occasionally swept blossoms of peach flowers across his line of sight, yet he remained steadfast in his stance, motionless. His visage intermittently reflecting curiosity, perplexity, and contemplation. Amidst these fluctuations of expression, he would occasionally pose a question or two. The seated elder, Yu Qingshan, who bore the weight of a sword upon his back, was not a loquacious individual. Nevertheless, he responded to Gu Yushin's inquiries with meticulous clarity, succinctly articulating his thoughts. Observing the youth's demeanor and gaze, he would only proceed with his discourse on the art of the sword once he was assured that the young man comprehended his words. Though the path of swordsmanship is fraught with thorns, wielding a sword as one traverses the rivers and lakes is the most reliable course. The profound truths of existence and the discernment of right from wrong can all be found upon the tip of a sword. As Yu Qingshan spoke, a fleeting glimmer of reminiscence crossed his weathered face, and his gnarled fingers lifted slightly, gesturing toward the sword at Gu Yushin's waist. Swords possess varying qualities, and the path of the sword is similarly stratified, akin to the realms of cultivation, ranging from the foundational to the profound. These stages are classified as the fundamental sword, sword chi, sword intent, sword heart, sword spirit, and sword domain, encompassing 7 distinct realms. The fundamental sword is devoid of self, without origin or roots, akin to the refinement of the primordial fetus. In a world rife with injustice, the sword should not be underestimated at its initial stage. Many dedicate their lives to the pursuit of the sword, only to lose themselves in the process. From my perspective, you have already entered the realm of the fundamental sword. Were it otherwise, this old man would not have wasted his breath. Just as Gu Yushin was lost in thought, he heard these words and clasped his fists, inquiring, "Sir, are you implying that the wooden sword at my waist is my fundamental sword?" Yu Qingshan rarely displayed a smile as he regarded the young man standing before him, who had been attentively listening to his teachings on swordsmanship for 2 or 3 hours yet remained steadfastly upright. "Is it not so?" Gu Yushin fell silent. The wooden sword at his waist represented a profound obsession within his heart, a vessel for many sorrows. To possess this sword was to qualify for the practice of swordplay. The so-called realm of sword energy is merely the most elementary level. Even without techniques, one possessed of strength and agility could wield sword energy. This was an ordinary occurrence, hardly remarkable. However, the essence of sword energy lies in its concealment rather than its release. This is a truth you must remember well. Gu Yushin stood resolutely, committing these words to memory. Although Yu Qingshan received no response from the young man, he felt increasingly impressed by him. Despite his tender age, the boy displayed patience and composure, with a discerning mind and modest demeanor. For a fleeting moment, the thought of taking him as a disciple crossed Yu Qingshan's mind. But he quickly dismissed it upon recalling Gu Yushin's identity. The realm of sword momentum emphasizes strength. Sword energy resides within the sword, while sword momentum extends through the attack. Adhering to the techniques. Regardless of how intricate the sword techniques may be, without the advantage of sword momentum, they are akin to a dull arrow piercing through silk. The realm of sword intent, however, is multifaceted. Each layer of the sword and mountain holds nuances that are still too distant for you to grasp. As for the realms of sword heart, sword spirit, and sword domain, a glimmer of yearning appeared on Yu Qingshan's weathered face as he sighed wistfully. Let it be as fate decrees. At that moment, Gu Yushin suddenly spoke. "Mr. Yu, if someone could sever the heavens with a single sword strike and set the stars in motion, what realm would that be? Have you witnessed such a thing?" Yu Qingshan's murky gaze suddenly fixed upon Gu Yushin, who was discreetly tightening his grip on the sword technique visible at his sleeve's edge. "No," Gu Yushin replied, shaking his head. "I have heard tales of sword immortals in this world." "Merely a legend," Yu Qingshan said, his expression waning, his interest abruptly dulled. Gu Yushin glanced at the time, realizing that Yu Qingshan had surpassed the hour for imparting teachings. Summoning his courage, he ventured, "I humbly ask, esteemed senior, for 3 moves and 2 techniques." "No, I adhere to the rules," Yu Qingshan replied decisively. Rising, he noticed the young man remained rooted in place. His lips pressed together in silent disappointment. The boy stood motionless. Even the sweat that dripped from him seemed to merge into a single droplet. The elder had turned to leave, but suddenly glanced back and inquired, "What is your purpose in learning the sword?" "To survive," Gu Yuxing answered calmly. "Is there nothing more?" "Nothing else," he insisted. "I had thought you might say you wish to slay demons with your sword." With a swift motion, Yu Qingshan rotated the sword in his palm, the blade remaining sheathed as he caressed the scabbard and thrust forward. "After 1,000 thrusts, you shall understand." The elder turned the sword in his grasp and walked away, leaving Gu Yuxing alone in the vast training ground. "Thank you, Mr. Yu, for the lesson." Gu Yuxing bowed in the direction of the departing figure. After a moment, he finally moved his stiff limbs, taking a single step when he heard a soft hiss, not far ahead, where the elder had pointed the sword's hilt. It seemed as if a fine light had pierced through the crevice of the stone, though the fleeting brilliance of the sword's light was but a momentary glimpse. It profoundly shook Gu Yuxing's heart. The sword moved with such swiftness that it silently pierced through stone, causing the rock to gradually mend beneath the sect's formation. The stone had not truly healed. The line of separation was simply too fine. The youth gazed at the stone, standing in a daze for quite some time, before taking stiff steps toward the Hall of Affairs to collect his sect mission. Those who returned from the Hall of Affairs after receiving their tasks laughed at Gu Yuxing, deeming him a fool for having lingered in the training ground for so long. From his elevated perch, Lu Chen scrutinized Gu Yuxing as he made his way to the Hall of Affairs, a smirk of mockery and resentment playing on his lips. He touched his brow and turned to Lu Zhan, saying, "Father, I have sworn an oath to the heavenly path. Please help me erase it. I cannot shake the feeling of unrest while I sleep." Lu Zhan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression cold and stern. No one but a sage can annul the covenant of the heavenly path. The only recourse is to break the oath's curse within the confines of its rules. "I will surely kill him." Lu Chen ground his teeth in determination. Lu Zhan produced a small box and handed it to Lu Chen. "This is a condensing yuan pill that I procured from the elder of Danxia Peak. You must hasten to refine your yuan fetus. If you manage to cultivate a mid-grade yuan fetus, I will find a way for the elder of Yufeng to accept you as a direct disciple." "Father, you underestimate me. I shall refine a superior grade yuan fetus." "Humph. Do you think it is so easy to cultivate a superior grade yuan fetus?" Lu Zhan let out a cold chuckle. Having just ascended to the position of elder in the Qingyun sect, his resources were quite limited. The mere acquisition of a Ningyuan pill had already consumed the vast majority of his sect contribution points. The sudden decree from the sect requiring newly initiated disciples to refine their yuan within a year left him perplexed regarding the underlying motives. Nevertheless, achieving a mid-grade yuan within a year was already considered an exceptional feat. Father, that ninth prince of the Xinlong dynasty, Chu Qin, has already managed to refine a trace of yuan energy, which manifests in blue. He may eventually cultivate a third-grade green yuan. There was a mixture of envy and jealousy in Lu Chen's eyes as he declared that his son was no less capable than others. After all, he was of royal blood from a first-tier dynasty, having been nurtured with elixirs from a young age. Lu Zhan glanced at his son, a flicker of thought crossing his face. In the future, you should seek opportunities to engage with him. It would undoubtedly yield some benefits. As for that Gu Yuxing, he is merely an ant, a person who lacks even a mentor to guide him, incapable of stirring much commotion, and may even perish while undertaking sect missions. No sooner had Lu Zhan spoken than an elderly figure, carrying a sword, approached the pavilion. He quickly urged his son Lu Chun to step forward, shedding any semblance of arrogance. "We pay our respects to Uncle Yu. Is there something you need?" Yu Qingshan's gaunt figure swept past Lu Zhan without pausing. "Uncle Yu, my son has expressed a desire to learn the sword. You, being one of the few great sword cultivators atop Yunfeng, would be able to impart some guidance." Before Lu Zhan could finish, Yu Qishan silenced him with a frigid glance. A great sword cultivator? The old man could hardly bear such a burden. Within the entirety of the Qingyun sect, only one could truly be deemed worthy of the title of Grand Sword Master. Aside from Master Lu, there existed no other. "Do not flatter me, I refuse to be taught." Lu Zhan stood there, his countenance shifting from a deep green to a purplish hue. "Father? Who is he to be so arrogant?" Lu Chen, brimming with indignation, received a sharp slap from Lu Zhan across the face. "Unworthy son, I may overlook your arrogance in Qingyun town, but this is Qingyun sect. Do not bring trouble upon me." Lu Chen lowered his head, a flicker of resentment and unwillingness crossing his face. For he had just realized that the old man had lectured Gu Yuxing for an entire 3 hours in the training grounds. "Gu Yuxing, once again, it is you." Lu Chun seethed with anger, attributing his frustration to Gu Yuxing. On Yunfeng Road, The sword-bearing Yu Qingshan was halted by Lei Jiangheng and the sect master, Xiao Rang. Does the sect master require my presence for something? Yu Qingshan maintained his indifferent demeanor. The sect master, hesitant to speak, cast a glance at Lei Jiangheng, who cleared his throat and said, Junior brother Yu, your mastery of the single-word sword technique has reached a profound level. The ninth prince of the Qianlong dynasty, Chu Qin, wishes to learn the intricacies of swordplay. His noble status makes him a valued guest of our Qingyun sect. He is not someone we can afford to offend. After much contemplation, I believe it would be more appropriate for you to personally impart the sword technique to him. Yu Qingshan remained silent for a moment before responding. Had you come to me sooner, I might have acquiesced. However, at this juncture, I must enter seclusion to comprehend the essence of the sword. I have no time for this. Farewell. A look of embarrassment crossed Lei Jiangheng's face. Junior brother, what is the reason for this? The individual in question is a prodigious talent, highly likely to refine a superior primordial fetus. Such a person, if left untaught, would indeed be a loss for you. As the Lord of Yunfeng, and possessing the celestial sword, there is no one you cannot instruct. Yu Qingshan waved his sleeve, soaring into the sky on his sword, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Master, Yu is exceedingly audacious, showing utter disregard for your authority as the sect leader, remarked his senior brother. Zhuangjizi responded. If you were to cultivate for centuries and still fail to master the unparalleled sword art, the position of sect leader would have long been yours. Yu is far more modest by comparison. Senior brother, I would not dare. Lei Jiangheng protested. I am merely considering the interests of the sect. Although U.S. swordsmanship is extraordinary, he was injured at the source during the battle against the demons, and time is not on his side. If he does not impart the sword art, it may take centuries before another can learn it. Do not forget, the Qingyun sect boasts more than just Chu Qin as its singular genius. At this moment, Zhuangjizi stroked his beard with a smile. Lei Jiangheng suddenly realized, Master, are you referring to the granddaughter of Mr. Mo from the Sacred Academy? Indeed, Zhuangjizi confirmed. Last night, sister, he sought me out. The young lady from the Mo family possesses exceptional talent, a rare gem in a millennium. After merely 3 days of practicing the Taijing primordial fetus spirit induction art, she has already refined a green primordial fetus. Given time, she may very well cultivate a second-grade or even a first-grade primordial fetus. What? Lei Jiangheng exclaimed, eyes wide with astonishment. After a moment, he stammered, why did sister he come to seek you out in the dead of night? Zhuangjizi was equally taken aback. Did Lei Jiangheng fail to comprehend what he said? Chapter 9. A life like a cage, brandishing a sword against the peach blossoms upon arriving at the Hall of Affairs. Gu Yuxing found the interior and exterior nearly devoid of figures. Sighs of disappointment filled the air, indicating that many had failed to secure suitable tasks. This year, the Qingyun sect had recruited more disciples than in previous years, exacerbating the scarcity of resources within the sect, rendering many assignments particularly daunting for the newly initiated. Tasks such as delivering messages to certain elders or assisting in the care of spirit pets were highly sought after, while more challenging quests, such as hunting ferocious beasts, were often claimed by those disciples who had already established themselves upon entering the mountain. Gu Yuxing, being a few years younger than his peers, entered the spacious hall of affairs with his slight frame. The elder in charge was already reclining behind the counter, seemingly in a light slumber. For those on the path of cultivation most despised disturbances. Consequently, upon his entrance, no one engaged him in conversation. All newly posted sect tasks were affixed to the wall behind the counter, with those encircled indicating they had already been claimed. Gu Yuxing, standing just taller than the counter itself, gazed upwards for a moment, discovering that the few remaining tasks were indeed formidable. They either involved searching for rare treasures or required the slaying of vicious beasts. He did not believe himself capable of undertaking the monster-slaying tasks that others shied away from. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a particular task plaque on the wall, its script distinct from the others, written in a haphazard manner, seeking fine wine. Reward, 100 sect contribution points. The contribution points for other tasks are mostly below 20. The task board initially marked a circle, but subsequently, it was crossed out with dozens of marks. This task has been attempted by many, all of whom have met with failure. Gu Yuxing paused briefly, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. I am Gu Yuxing, a junior. I apologize for disturbing your tranquil cultivation. May I inquire if the task-seeking fine brew is still available? The old man opened his weary eyes. At first, he did not notice Gu Yuxing, prompting the latter to instinctively step back a few paces and bow again. It is available, the old man replied with an indifferent expression. He casually placed 2 task tokens on the edge of the counter. You may write down the task number yourself. Thank you, Senior. Gu Yuxing accepted the tokens. There was a brush suspended by a string on the counter. He strained to lift his arm and grasped the brush, neatly inscribing the characters Renshu 6 upon the task token. Although his writing posture was somewhat laborious, the characters were beautifully formed. The old man, somewhat taken aback, glanced at the young man with his drooping eyelids and inquired, "Are you the son of Gu Bai?" Gu Yuxing nodded solemnly. "Yes, Senior." The old man's gaze remained calm, devoid of the colored scrutiny that others often directed at Gu Yuxing. Acknowledging the high probability of failure for this task, he remarked that even the royal court's wine from the great Xin dynasty had not succeeded. Perhaps you should consider undertaking another task to avoid unnecessary trips. By the way, this task must be completed within a month, regardless of success or failure. Gu Yuxing clasped his hands again and replied, "Senior, I have seen my father brew peach blossom wine, and I wish to give it a try. If I fail, I shall return to seek your guidance once more. Go ahead." The elder waved his hand, watching Gu Yuxing exit the grand hall. He gazed at the words inscribed on the return token and sighed. Such a polite young lad, his writing possesses a certain elegance, yet alas. The fading rays of the setting sun illuminated the forest path. At the foot of the mountain, peach blossoms were in full bloom, while higher up, buds awaited their moment to unfurl. The peach blossom grove stood serene, with a slightly oversized clad youth brandishing a wooden sword, thrusting it forward. Today's visit to the martial arts arena marked the day Gu Yuxing absorbed the most knowledge since joining the Qingyan sect. He vividly recalled the scene of Yu Qishan, wielding his sword with its hilt as the tip, slicing through the azure stones with a stunning flash. The wooden sword thrust forward, its tip aimed at a peach tree in the courtyard. There was neither sword light nor shadow. Although he had cultivated his primordial essence, he had yet to learn its application. Yu Qishan had imparted no techniques, merely instructing him to thrust the sword a myriad of times. Gu Yuxing, being a person of steadfast nature, believed that one who bears a sword would not deceive him. Swish, swish. The wooden sword pierced again and again, targeting a single blossom. The sword moved, yet the flower remained still. The sun's remaining light cast a mottled glow upon the youth's refined visage. Beads of sweat, born from his exertions, transformed into glistening pearls that fell into the dusty earth. In his heart, Gu Yuxing held fast to the sword, recalling how, in his youth, Gu Bai had once told him, the ancients say, success is predicated on preparation. Without it, one is doomed to failure. Despite the peach blossom's unwavering stance, Gu Yuxing continued to wield his sword for 2 full hours. As the twilight descended, a flickering candlelight illuminated the branches of the peach blossoms. Gu Yuxing set aside his wooden sword and washed the sweat from his brow with clear water. A satisfied smile graced his lips just moments ago. He had managed to emit a wisp of sword energy with his wooden sword. This ephemeral energy was the result of his relentless practice, merging the essence of his technique with the refinement of his primordial spirit. Exhausted from his exertions, Gu Yuxing, having indulged in a hearty meal, commenced his usual practice of refining his primordial spirit. After a brief period, a look of perplexity crossed his face. Tonight, the speed at which he was cultivating his spirit seemed remarkably swifter than usual. The following morning, Gu Yuxing ventured into the peach blossom grove, carrying a bamboo basket to gather a selection of blossoms. He also picked some wild fruits from the mountains, placing them by the stream in preparation for brewing during his leisure time. Although he possessed a unique gourd, Gu Yuxing was acutely aware of the indifference he faced since joining the Qingyun sect, where competition was fierce and vigilance was paramount. In his youth, he had learned the art of brewing peach blossom wine. Now, tasked with the mission of seeking exquisite brews, he had devised a plan. First, to gather peach blossoms, then to forage for ordinary medicinal herbs in the forest to obscure his concoction. In the final days, he would transfer the brew into his gourd to rest overnight before submission. At this juncture, the urgency of refining his primordial spirit took precedence. Newly initiated disciples were required to solidify their primordial spirit within a year. For Gu Yuxing, this signified the pressing need to cultivate a first-grade primordial spirit within this time frame, rendering his quest all the more urgent. Bathed in the morning light of dawn, Gu Yuxing once again felt the azure essence of the primordial embryo within his dantian coalescing into a swirling vortex, as though it could crystallize into the primordial embryo at any moment. Yet, he refrained from the final refinement. The primordial embryo spirit induction technique had mentioned that the earthly energies contained within one's body are chaotic, and that to distill the pure essence of the primordial embryo, one must engage in continuous tempering. However, The method of tempering the heavenly and earthly energies necessitated utilizing contribution points to exchange for the corresponding cultivation techniques within the sect's scripture repository. Holding a wooden sword, Gu Yuxing fell into contemplation. He had initially intended to brew wine swiftly to complete his task and earn contribution points. Suddenly, he recalled the changes in the flow of primordial energy within him after yesterday's sword practice. Perhaps practicing swordsmanship could prove to be an excellent method. Gu Yuxing's eyes sparkled with realization. He approached a peach blossom tree, grasped the wooden sword firmly, stood upright, and thrust forward. A beam of sword light erupted from the tip of the wooden sword, striking down a peach blossom. Gu Yuxing's expression brightened. He had caught a glimpse of the path ahead and grasped the threshold of sword chi mastery. Subsequently, he executed several more thrusts, each resulting in a peach blossom falling. Yet, the elation from his first strike had faded. And a sudden thought struck him. Yu Qingshan had once told him that the essence of sword chi mastery lies in concealment. If I can strike without startling the blossoms, then I shall have truly achieved mastery in swordsmanship. Yet, at present, my control over sword chi remains exceedingly unstable. Gu Yuxing inhaled deeply, feeling a pang of guilt for reveling in a mere hint of progress. Regaining his composure, he adjusted his breathing and refrained from showcasing his skills, instead relying solely on instinct as he thrust his sword, one stroke at a time. 389. 390. Gu Yuxing silently counted. With his mind steady, he endeavored to channel the primordial energy from his dantian into the wooden sword in his hand. Although the movement remained a simple sword strike, each swing imparted a unique insight to Gu Yuxing. Time gradually slipped away. In the peach blossom grove, the young man tirelessly wielded his wooden sword against a peach tree. His goal for the day, 3,000 sword strikes. Gu Yuxing had set this ambitious target for himself and could already feel the weight of the sword, heavy in his grasp, teetering on the brink of fatigue. His sword movements were not swift. If he sought speed or merely aimed to meet his target, he could easily achieve 10,000 strikes in a day. However, Gu Yuxing understood that one's effort is not meant to impress others or even oneself, but rather, it is the unwavering conviction and relentless pursuit of a steadfast belief that constitutes true diligence. Look, someone is practicing swordsmanship in the peach blossom grove. Every afternoon, disciples from the Qingyun sect crossed the cloud bridge from the Six Peaks to pay their respects at the town demon's stele. Standing on that ethereal cloud bridge, one could behold the most exquisite peach blossoms on Qingping Mountain, which bloom from the foot of the mountain to its summit between February and May each year. Indeed, while the mountain is adorned with beautiful peach blossoms, once one steps into the grove, the dew-soaked attire becomes uncomfortably damp. Who is that? A few female disciples from the falling dust peak stood on the cloud bridge, curiously observing the frail young man in the distance. I wonder. One of the female disciples remarked with a puzzled expression. Shouldn't sword practice take place at Yun Peak? But he is Gu Yuxing, after all. Another female disciple stifled a giggle, and the rest of the disciples followed suit, their laughter tinkling like chimes. A woman clad in green pondered thoughtfully. No wonder. I have heard my master mention that although the 3,000 branches of peach blossoms epitomize the beauty of spring in the mortal realm, they can easily become a prison, urging us to refrain from delving too deep into the peach blossom grove, lest our hearts be tainted by worldly desires, distracting us from our cultivation. Per Gu Yuxing. Burdened by his father's sins, can he truly sever the ties of the peach blossoms and escape this confinement through his sword practice? The group of female disciples flitted about on the cloud bridge, regarding the young man as merely another picturesque element in the peach blossom forest, adding a touch of joy to their otherwise monotonous training. Gu Yuxing remained undistracted, his face pale, the wooden sword trembling in his grasp. Just one more strike. With gritted teeth, he let the wooden sword slip from his fingertips. The final strike had not been accomplished. Tomorrow's target was 3,100 strikes. With an additional 100 as a penalty, failure to meet this would incur yet another 100. Gu Yuxing retrieved the wooden sword and secured it to his waist, his clothes drenched in sweat, as he made his way through the peach blossom grove. Upon returning to his small courtyard, he uncorked a gourd and took a delicate sip. Regaining some strength, he cleansed the peach blossoms and placed them in an earthen jar, while the wild fruits from the mountains were set in a wooden barrel, allowing time to work its magic on the fermentation, calm and unhurried. After closing the door of the courtyard, Gu Yuxing endeavored to refine his primordial embryo. His once fatigued body, akin to a parched rice field, suddenly welcomed a nourishing rain. He could distinctly feel the vital energies of heaven and earth surging into him. Silently, Gu Yuxing formed hand seals, guiding the abundant energy to expand within his dantian. Chapter 10. The Youthful Innocence. Encountering the evening clouds in the peach blossom grove the following day, a solitary figure was once again wielding a sword amidst the peach blossoms. At noon, several female disciples appeared on the cloud bridge. "Look, that foolish lad is incessantly poking his sword at the peach blossoms," remarked a woman in a green dress, emphasizing the word poke with a playful inflection. The surrounding disciples, blooming like spring flowers, blushed with a mix of shyness and mirth, their laughter ringing out like a sweet melody. With such a slight frame and wielding merely a wooden sword, what could he possibly pierce? Is it that the senior sister has become overly contemplative with the arrival of spring, allowing distracting thoughts to arise? "Oh, I shan't discuss this with you." The female disciples giggled and frolicked away, treating the mundane days with a sprinkle of joy. Gu Yuxing remained. Yet he seemed invisible to the eyes of the Qingyan sect disciples. For Gu Yuxing, the days of cultivation were equally monotonous and tedious. 3199. He gritted his teeth, attempting one final strike, but the sword slipped from his grasp once more, clattering to the ground. Tomorrow, he would aim for 3,400 strikes. Gu Yuxing gazed at the fallen sword, a pang of frustration stirring within him. He could not comprehend why. After executing the preceding strikes with vigor, he faltered when it was time for the last one, unable to fulfill his task. Time flowed imperceptibly, ruffling a few blossoms into bloom. As usual, Gu Yuxing arrived at the peach blossom grove. Today's goal, 5,500 strikes. Taking a deep breath, he commenced the monotonous repetition of his movements. On the cloud bridge, the female disciples who had rushed from the falling dust peak paused in their tracks. The woman in the green attire rested her chin upon her hand, gazing intently at the somewhat ethereal, slender figure shrouded in mist. Her eyes brimmed with curiosity and confusion. It seemed as though he was punishing himself daily, as if harboring a vendetta against the peach blossom tree. Sister Xiaofeng. Practicing swordsmanship should not be approached in this manner. Look at Miss Mo. She grasped the cloud water sword technique taught by our master effortlessly. Not like this boy who buries his head in front of the peach tree. The woman in green nodded, yet refrained from mocking the young swordsman as she typically would. Instead, she offered a defense for him. "But he is here at this hour every day, is he not?" "It appears so," responded the others on the bridge, exchanging glances. The atmosphere suddenly grew heavy and stilled. Their ability to mock stemmed from their elevated position, allowing them to gaze down upon those below. Yet how high was Qingping Mountain? The Qingyan sect merely resided at the foot of the mountain. Moreover, what fault lay in a person's diligence? To walk alongside the abyss is, after all, a form of courage. One must remember that the young man harbored aspirations as lofty as the clouds, once proclaiming to be the finest in the world. "This is pointless. I shall return to my practice," she declared. "I have heard that Miss Mo has already cultivated her primordial essence into strands of azure silk. In comparison to her, how are we any different from Gu Yuxing?" In the peach blossom grove, Gu Yuxing wielded his wooden sword for half a month, his entire being radiating vitality and exuberance. Just as he had surmised, the azure primordial essence within his dantian had grown exponentially more potent than before he began his swordplay. Furthermore, the initial azure essence had transformed into intricate, peculiar threads, akin to a swan weaving its nest, gradually solidifying the foundations of his dantian. The limits of the body, akin to the number of times he can wield his final sword, are constantly being surpassed each day. Once again, the spring sun shines resplendently. Gu Yuxing practices his swordsmanship as usual, his gaze fixed on the peach blossom at the tip of his sword, reminiscent of their first encounter. From its bud, yet to bloom to its current fragrant splendor, Gu Yuxing witnesses the blossoming of a peach flower. The aroma is intoxicating, a delightful fragrance that envelopes him. Suddenly, Gu Yuxing turns his head to see a young girl, radiant as a flower, descending gracefully from the branches of the peach tree, appearing before him in an instant. Her eyebrows and eyes reflect the essence of peach blossoms, clad in a simple white garment. Her skin is as flawless as jade, and her grace shines like a gem. Gu Yuxing and the girl, who presses her hands against the branches of the peach blossoms, lock eyes in a moment of stillness. Her sparkling jade-like eyes seem to hold the brilliance of countless stars, outshining even the most magnificent sights of the world. Feeling somewhat flustered, Gu Yuxing maintains the upright position of his wooden sword, fingers tightly gripping it, fearful of causing harm to the girl. His lips tremble as he wishes to greet her but is overtaken by shyness, uncertain of how to begin. Nevertheless, he manages to offer a serene and composed smile. "You are obstructing my sword practice." "Oh, so you are the one they spoke of." Emma Wanyan, arms crossed, conceals her face behind the peach blossoms, her lively eyes brimming with curiosity. A gentle breeze caresses her face, playfully stirring a few strands of hair. In her youthful innocence, she embodies the delicate and tender essence of spring, untouched by the complexities of the world, radiating only the purity and charm of a young girl. What? She inquires. Are you the one who practices swordsmanship with the peach blossoms every day? As Emma wanted spoke, she covered her mouth with a smile, her lively eyes catching sight of Gu Yuxing, who stood motionless with his sword, appearing particularly awkward and constrained. She couldn't help but let out a soft laugh, extending her delicate fingers like lotus stems to gently tap on Gu Yuxing's wooden sword through the peach blossom tree. Don't poke at me. She circled around the peach blossom branch, placing her hands on her hips, assuming a wild demeanor, her expression fierce. Return what you owe me. Gu Yuxing paused momentarily, fully aware of what the bright-eyed and willful girl sought. Though he intended to return it honestly, the words faltered on his lips. I don't understand. You're being dishonest. Emma Wanyun glared at Gu Yuxing, her fingers playfully stirring the silver butterfly in her hairpin. The pearl from my hairpin. It's strung with a red thread. Gu Yuxing shook his head. I haven't seen it. Really? Gu Yuxing nodded. The girl tapped her finger on her rosy cheek. Suddenly, she leaned her face towards Gu Yuxing, startling him into leaning back. In that moment of confusion, he caught a whiff of her fragrance, even more enchanting than that of the peach blossoms. The boy's face flushed crimson, and he stammered, Be careful. My sword is pointing at you. Humph. You're blushing. You've lied. I haven't. Gu Yuxing retreated, losing his balance and falling to the ground, looking somewhat disheveled. The girl, however, erupted into a fit of giggles. Then let's pretend you haven't lied. Emma Wanyun reached out and plucked the peach blossom that Gu Yuxing had been pointing at with his sword daily, adorning her hair with it, and playfully stuck out her tongue at the young man. Is it beautiful? Gu Yuxing, momentarily taken aback, merely nodded in silence. Let's go? At that moment, Emma Wanyun turned and skipped away, weaving through the peach blossom grove, occasionally startling a branch or two, sending petals tumbling down. After some time, Gu Yuxing finally rose and grasped his sword. With a swift thrust, he unleashed his turmoil, severing countless peach blossoms. The vibrant life of the peach blossom forest gradually blurred the silhouette of the departing girl. Sigh. Gu Yuxing felt an inexplicable melancholy, sheathing his sword. Today, he could not practice with it. Turning, he walked to the small courtyard. The peach blossom wine, long sealed in a corner, could be uncorked today. Gu Yuxing filled a portion of the aged brew into a wine gourd, blending it with a bit of his concoction, and prepared a jar of wine to present to the affairs hall for his sex task. Is this the fine wine you sought? Elder Wanji, who presided over the affairs hall, opened his bleary eyes and scrutinized the earthen jar that Gu Yuxing had placed on the counter. Indeed, senior. Wanji stretched his neck, gazing intently at the young man before him. In merely half a month, the youth seemed to have grown taller. His sun-kissed visage resembled a stone weathered by the elements, exuding an indescribable resilience. Wanji intended to speak, but as he inhaled, he suddenly caught the fragrance of the wine. He traced his fingers around the jar and, before Gu Yuxing, deftly produced a small bamboo cup, poured a measure, and took a gentle sip. The wine. Wanji's eyes suddenly gleamed with brightness. Taking another sip, this gentleman Ruan closed his eyes slightly, savoring the intricate flavors of the wine. Gu Yuxing waited quietly in the hall, his mind still echoing with the image of the young maiden with luminous eyes who had unexpectedly appeared in the peach blossom grove. As for the peach blossom brew, he was not particularly concerned. At that moment, a commotion of footsteps resounded from behind, for burly men were seen carrying a massive jade wine jar, its mouth sealed with red cloth and emblazoned with the emblem of the Qianlong dynasty. The imperial liquor, the 9th Prince Chuchen, held a fan in his hand, accompanied by several individuals, among whom was Lu Zhan's son, Lu Chen. Although the 4 men carrying the wine were not cultivators, each concealed a glimmer of strength. Clearly first-rate martial artists of the mortal realm. Elder Ruan, the 9th Prince, has dispatched men from the Qianlong dynasty, traveling thousands of miles to procure this century-old imperial treasure. The task of seeking fine wine has once again fallen to the 9th Prince today. Lu Chen, for reasons unknown, had climbed onto the affluent vine of Chu Chun, willingly taking on the role of a bustling aide. At this moment, Ruanji suddenly opened his eyes, a hint of anger flickering within them, as if he had been abruptly awakened from a delightful dream. The disciples around him lowered their heads in fear, knowing that it was best not to interfere in this matter. Their apprehension was not directed towards Lu Chen, but rather stemmed from the exalted status of the 9th Prince of the Qianlong dynasty, who had summoned 4 palace guards to transport the wine from miles away, all for the sake of a mere contribution from 100 sects. Such a display is indeed grand and impressive. Perhaps Chu Qin is entirely indifferent to the 100 contribution points from the sect and instead seizes this opportunity to showcase the imperial wine of the Qianlong dynasty. Given this attitude alone, the master who issued this task must grant him some respect. Reflecting on this, the two disciples beside Wan Ji cast furtive glances at Gu Yushin. This young man seems to be rather unfortunate. Judging by Ruan's earlier expression, the wine must be exquisite. Alas, no matter how fine the brew, could it possibly compare to the imperial wine of the Qianlong dynasty? Lu Chun, startled by a mere glance from Wan Ji, let his gaze wander until it fell upon the slender figure of Gu Yuxing in the hall, then back to the earthen jar on the counter. Suddenly, he grasped the situation and mockingly remarked to Gu Yuxing, I was wondering who would take on this task. Gu Yuxing, why don't you take a moment to reflect on yourself? Can the wine you brew even fulfill this task? Gu Yuxing turned his gaze towards Wan Ji. Wan Ji glanced at Gu Yuxing, thinking that this young man, though not overly ambitious, possesses a demeanor far more pleasing than Lu Qin's boisterousness. However, one must not offend the ninth prince under any circumstances. Whether the task can be fulfilled is not within my purview. Let us all remain patient here. Wan Ji rose, his sleeves sweeping gracefully, and with a mere thought. Both the earthen wine jar placed on the counter by Gu Yushin and the large vat of wine brought by the 4 court guards levitated into the air. Wan Ji, with a light step, glided away. The 4 court guards, who had initially displayed a haughty demeanor and looked down upon the practitioners of Qingyun's sect, now wore solemn expressions. Though Qingyun's sect may be a third-rate faction, it undeniably possesses some degree of heritage. Chapter 11. The Peach Blossom Wine Brews Trouble. The ninth prince harbors resentment. Gu Yushin, how is it that you are everywhere? I suspect you are deliberately provoking the ninth prince. Lu Qin, having received an unfriendly reception moments earlier, sought to vent his frustrations upon Gu Yushin. If I were in your position, I would behave like a well-trained dog, hiding away in solitude rather than embarrassing myself in public. Gu Yushin replied calmly. Lu Chun, aren't you merely a good dog? What? Lu Chen's face turned a shade of iron, and he glanced back at Chu Chun, who was gazing disdainfully at Lu Chun, seemingly regarding him as inconsequential. Repeat that. Gu Yushin smirked condescendingly. Oh, you are not a good dog at all. Do you believe I would kill you? Lu Chun clenched his fists but refrained from striking Gu Yushin. The Qingyun sect forbids all private duels, with violators facing immediate expulsion from the mountain. Unperturbed, Gu Yushin retorted. No need to rush. You have 3 more years to play the role of a dog. Oh, are you implying that this prince's dog is at your mercy? Chu Chun, who had been fanning himself, suddenly interjected, his gaze playfully fixed on Gu Yushin. Meanwhile, Lu Chun appeared as though he had bitten into a fly, his expression darkening. For Chu Chen's words implied that he regarded Lu Chen as nothing more than a dog. If you dare to bite me, I will certainly kill you. Gu Yushin's gaze settled upon the proud Chu Chen. He had no prior acquaintance with the ninth prince of the Qianlong Empire. However, on that fateful day, when he entered the realm of the Azure Clouds, this individual publicly humiliated him, belittling the common people as mere clay. Yet, within Gu Yushin's heart resided an equally lofty ambition, an indomitable spirit. Since this world is one where individuals tread upon others to ascend, and since people abide by these rules, let us adhere to them as well. Very well, a sardonic smile graced Chu Chen's lips, as he never once acknowledged Gu Yushin. I have encountered countless individuals who boast without understanding the vastness of the heavens and the depth of the earth. They are but serpents writhing in the muddy soil. Lu Chun, if you wish to cling to my Qianlong dynasty, you must demonstrate your sincerity. 3 years hence, I shall witness you sink your fangs into him. Only then shall we ascertain whether you are indeed a worthy hound. Lu Chen's lips twitched, and for a moment, he found himself rendered speechless. This is not a place for your arrogance. A voice echoed from outside, belonging to Wan Ji, who returned. The imperial wine jar, sent from the Qianlong dynasty, was effortlessly placed on the ground by Wan Ji as he stepped inside, addressing the 4 palace guards. This wine is far too precious. Our Qingyun sect is but a minor faction, unworthy of such indulgence. Let it go where it came from. Chu Chun, who had been fanning himself, froze mid-motion, his expression stiffening. Such exquisite wine, is it not suitable? Who possesses the palate to consume it? In a world replete with fine wines and exquisite nectar, how could the Qianlong dynasty procure it, only to find the others' tastes so discerning? Hand me the task token. Wan Ji remarked indifferently as he passed by the astonished crowd and spoke softly to Gu Yushin. Understood. Gu Yushin maintained a serene demeanor as he retrieved the task order, respectfully placing a sect token on the counter. Wang Ji circled the task on the wall behind him and glanced back at Gu Yuxing. You, my friend, are quite fortunate. The 100 contribution points will be credited to your sect token. Make sure to utilize them wisely. Thank you for the reminder, Senior. Gu Yuxing accepted the sect token with both hands and turned to find Chu Qin, Lu Qin, and 4 palace guards staring at him with incredulity. Wait a moment. Chu Qin stepped forward, as if his dignity had been profoundly insulted. Elder Ruan, my wine failed to catch the attention of the individual who issued the task. What merit does this fellow's brew possess? Indeed, I share the same query, Wang Ji replied, shrugging his shoulders. Who should I inquire about this? Is the 9th prince dissatisfied? Precisely. Chu Qin clenched his fan tightly. Do you mean to suggest that my Qianlong dynasty holds no significance in the eyes of the Qingyan sect? Not at all. Wang Ji's expression turned grave as he regarded the supremely noble Chu Qin. This young man, though not large in stature, had a remarkable talent for deflection. This task was issued by one of our esteemed elders, intended to entertain the venerable scholar Mr. Mo from the Holy Academy's Book Mountain with fine wine. If the 9th prince remains unconvinced, perhaps you should consult that esteemed gentleman. You. Upon hearing the esteemed name of the Sacred Institute of Shushan, Chu Qin's haughty demeanor instantly dissipated. He cast a deep, resentful glance at Gu Yuxing, a simmering fury concealed in his eyes. Had he known that this task entailed gathering exquisite wines to entertain the venerable scholars of the Sacred Institute, he would have undoubtedly sought out the finest vintages in the world. This was an unparalleled opportunity to associate with the illustrious Shushan. Now, not only had this opportunity slipped away, but it had also fortuitously benefited Gu Yuxing, who walked amidst the dust. We shall depart, Chu Qin declared, his countenance ashen. In a fit of rage, he raised his foot and, with a resounding crash, shattered the exquisite wine jar, causing a cascade of fine liquor to spill forth, filling the grand hall with its intoxicating aroma. The wine pooled around Gu Yuxing's muddied shoes, and the commotion drew the attention of several disciples from the Qingyan sect, who approached in silence, their expressions inscrutable. Wang Ji lifted his sleeve and pointed toward the door, at a loss for words. Under normal circumstances, which disciple would dare to wreak havoc in the hall of affairs? Such was the might of authority. Casting a glance at Gu Yuxing, Wang Ji waved his hand and said, Young man, refrain from coming here in the future, lest you bring trouble upon me. Gu Yuxing clasped his hands in respect and silently retreated. He made his way to the demon suppression steel. His frail figure stood before the steel for a long time, not merely gazing up at the revered monument that commanded respect from all, but more so, fixating on the sword embedded in the back of the turtle. As long as that sword remained lodged there, it served as a relentless spur for Gu Yuxing, a reminder to remain diligent. The path of cultivation is long and arduous. He poured a sip of wine and drank deeply. Though the youth had yet to establish himself, he moved with an urgency that belied his years. The path to Qingping Mountain is arduous, yet Gu Yuxing, lifting his gaze, can always behold the tumultuous rise of clouds. Thus, within the expanse of the peach blossom grove, the youth unsheaths his sword and thrusts forward, sweat cascading as per usual. In the warm, elegant pavilion by the water, a serene and refined haven, the vibrant scene of peach blossoms outside the fence falls like confetti. Inside the graceful chamber, filled with the fragrance of books, a young girl sits behind a sandalwood desk, a hefty tome resting atop her head, dozing off on the table in a charming manner. In the warm courtyard, a jar of exquisite wine rests upon a stone table. The esteemed scholar Mo Fanching holds a weathered book, savoring each line, while opposite him sits an elderly man with disheveled hair. The venerable elder Lu Yuan of the Qingyan sect, who has guarded Peach Blossom Mountain for many years. Mr. Mo, do taste this peach blossom brew. Lu Yuan pours a cup for Mo Fanching. Mo Fanching, unable to part with the scroll in his hands, lifts the cup to his lips, then diverts his gaze towards the earthen jar, nodding as he remarks, This wine is delightful. The last time I savored something so fine was during the demon-slaying celebration at the Confucian Temple on Zainazhu. Lu Yuan's aged face stiffened slightly. Mr. Mo, have you encountered Gubai? We shared a drink together. Mo Fanching shifts the scroll from his face, gently lowering the wine cup, his gaze wandering to the edge of the warm pavilion, where he can glimpse the distant and diminutive figure of the youth amidst the peach blossoms. A lad capable of ascending the Qingyan ladder to Qingping Mountain, yet you allow him to roam free and wild. Is it not a pity? Lu Yuan shakes his head, replying, I am merely a cultivator of peach trees, and many matters lie beyond my control. Besides, one who walks by the abyss may equally hone a stronger resolve. Imo Fanchen gazed at Lu Yuan in silence. Lu Yuan, with disheveled hair and a solemn expression, stood at the edge of the precipice, hands clasped behind his back. He spoke, "Mr. Imo, I am aware of your sentiments. However, the Qingyun sect faces its own predicaments. The three great sanctuaries lost a spark here long ago, without any follow-up. The reason the flicker of the Qingyun sect has persisted for a millennium is that each year, disciples rise to confront both the heavens and the demons. Over the years, I have witnessed far too many Qingyun disciples perish at the hands of the demonic clan. Erecting a sword of shame before the demon suppression monument is not such a bad idea, at the very least. It serves as a constant reminder to the disciples of the Qingyun sect. To stand before a demon and hesitate to draw one's sword is an act of cowardice. Only through relentless cultivation and the pursuit of strength can one hope for survival. When the sky falls, there will always be someone to bear the weight, will there not? Be they immortals or divine beings, they exist only as deities upon this land, never truly opening their eyes. Under this vast firmament, we are all but ants." Upon reaching this point, Lu Yuan turned to the esteemed scholar Imo Fanchen and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. "I wish to implore you, Mr. Imo, to remain in Qingping Mountain for a few more years. It is only with your presence here that we can safeguard Qingping Prefecture. The next wave of demons will not be far off, perhaps within a decade." Imo Fanchen filled his cup with wine, raising it but hesitating to drink, a hint of nostalgia flickering across his countenance. After a long pause, he sighed, "I am merely an ineffectual old scholar. Matters of subduing demons should be left to the younger generation. By the way, do you truly believe that the beast which invaded Qingping Prefecture last year was merely a great demon?" Lu Yuan appeared bewildered. Imo Fanchen sighed. "On the day when the Qingyun sect opened its doors to accept disciples, did you happen to witness a sword descending from the west, radiant as the stars?" Lu Yuan's hand trembled, his eyes brimming with disbelief. Imo Fanchen, however, spoke as if recounting an ordinary event. On that day, someone wielded a sword to slay demons. Reports from the vicinity of Tianyao City indicated that a demon emperor had fallen at the border of Qingping Prefecture and Xianyu Prefecture. Thus I ponder, could that formidable demon from last year have concealed its true strength? Demon Emperor. Lu Yuan's voice quivered with trepidation. What manner of person possesses such formidable prowess? Who can say? Lu Yuan paced back and forth, his expression grave, and clasped his hands, saying, "Mr. Imo, I have pressing matters to attend to, pardon my intrusion." Imo Fanchen resumed his reading for a while longer, and upon finishing the book in his hand, he rose and strolled to the warm alcove, discovering his granddaughter peacefully asleep, her drool trickling onto the pages of a precious tome. "My little ancestor, this book is a rare collector's edition." Imo Fanchen lamented as he gently pulled the book from her grasp. The young girl, Imo Wanyun, slowly awakened, wiping the drool from the corner of her mouth, and pouted. "Grandfather, must you disturb my slumber? Cultivation is quite exhausting." "Wanyun, observe the young man over there." Mr. Imo pointed towards the peach blossom grove outside the plum-blossomed window. "That lad wanders alone, seemingly forsaken by the Qingyun sect, his path shrouded in uncertainty. Yet, he has not faltered in his pursuit. Day after day, though you are endowed with remarkable talent, your penchant for play and slumber may provoke your grandfather's ire if this continues." Imo Wanyun pouted slightly, reaching up to pluck a delicate pink peach blossom from her hairpin. She murmured, "Grandfather, did you not advise me to refrain from cultivating myself in the hearts of others, and to avoid imposing my expectations upon them? He is himself, and I am myself. So why would you disturb someone else?" The young girl's face suddenly flushed crimson. "Grandfather, what are you saying?" Chapter 12. Spring Rain Awakens Thunder. A guest arrives at the courtyard. "Do you truly believe I have become senile?" Imo Fanchen mused, stroking his beard. "The young lad currently finds himself in a quagmire. If your intentions are rooted in sympathy, then that is a grave misconception. The aspirations of youth are the most elusive to gauge. Who can say that in the future he may ascend to great heights? Should you neglect diligent practice, it may very well be you who finds yourself striving to catch up. Sympathy?" Imo Wanyun crossed her arms defiantly. "I have no such feelings. I merely intend to demand something from him, perhaps even give him a good thrashing." "Demand something? What exactly?" "Well," Imo Wanyun hesitated, her fingers brushing her hair, momentarily at a loss for words. "It's nothing, grandfather. With so many books before me, I truly have no desire to read them. Desire or not, you must read them." Imo Fanchen's expression suddenly grew stern. "From this day forth, I shall assess your knowledge. The books I have entrusted to you must be committed to memory, You are forbidden from relying on your spiritual consciousness to forcefully memorize them. Mo Wanyun's face contorted with anguish. Furthermore, from today onward, you shall learn some self-defense techniques. The peaceful days ahead are limited. I have sketched a few sword techniques for you. Practice them diligently. Should you fail to apply yourself, I shall impose upon you the burden of memorizing even more texts. With a tremor in his hand, the old man accidentally dropped several sheets of paper from his sleeve, each adorned with simplistic sword forms. Mo Wanyun picked up the papers and glanced over them, muttering, "These seem far simpler than the cloud water sword technique." The elder chuckled softly. "Off you go then. Indulge in some wine. Reading is truly a mental strain," she sighed. Mo Wanyun mumbled to herself, resting her chin on her hands, as she hung a few pieces of paper given by Mo Fanching on the wall. Her round, glistening eyes fixed on them for a long while before her little head thudded onto the table, and she drifted into slumber. Yin Feng stood beside the sullen ninth prince, a forced smile gracing his face. "Your Highness, it is all the fault of that Gu Yuxing. If it weren't for him, you could have easily earned 100 contribution points for the sect and exchanged them for a Peiyuan pill." "Exchange for a Peiyuan pill?" Chu Chen scoffed, his hand emerging from his sleeve to reveal an exquisite royal porcelain vial resting in his palm. "Does this prince lack such trifles?" With that, he uncorked the vial, spilling forth precious Peiyuan pills. Lu Chun, standing nearby, swallowed hard, his eyes brimming with greed and desire. "Your Highness, are these pills genuine? What? Do you covet them?" Chu Chun asked with an air of arrogance. "Serve me as a dog, and I may grant you one." "You." Lu Chen's expression soured. "Your Highness, no matter what, my father is an elder of the Qingyan sect, and I am a person of some standing. Is that so? Unwilling, are we?" A mocking smile played on Chu Chen's lips. "What of being an elder of the Qingyan sect? If it weren't for my Qianlong dynasty safeguarding the Tianyao city all these years, your small nations would have long been trampled by the demon race. Why would I care for a mere 100 contribution points from the Qingyan sect? I merely wish to exchange fine wine for an opportunity to meet Miss Mo." Lu Chen's expression faltered slightly. A prince of a first-rate empire, reduced to a mere sycophant? What could the illustrious Mr. Mo from the Holy Academy possibly be? In Lu Chen's mind, the memory of that day when Gu Yuxing crossed paths with the young lady of the Mo family surged forth, igniting a fierce jealousy within him. He attempted to redirect his hatred and spoke. "Ninth Prince, the one you protect is but an insignificant insect like Gu Yuxing, wholly unworthy. Therefore, he must be taught a lesson. It would be best if he were to vanish completely from this world." A smirk curled upon Chu Chen's lips. "As for the 3-year agreement, I hold little interest in the squabbles between two mere insects. Should the task be executed well, I can grant you a Peiyuan pill." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's heart soared with delight. The ninth prince had been waiting for this moment. He had been ensnared by Gu Yuxing's heavenly oath, leaving him restless at night. Although he could not directly eliminate him now, alternative methods existed. Lu Chun turned to leave, and shortly after, he met a lean man in a secluded area. "Lu Shidi, you seek me for a matter?" The wiry figure, resembling a monkey, was none other than Zhao Ji, the individual who had previously plotted to pilfer the silver from Gu Yuxing's entrance package and a named disciple of Lu Zhan. "Zhao Shixiao, my father has not yet formally accepted you as a direct disciple, has he?" The lean man's face revealed a barely perceptible cunning and slyness. Lu Chen, merely 13 or 14 years of age, was easily read by him. Noticing Lu Chen's face flushed with unquenched anger, he deduced that the young lad had suffered some indignity. He was aware that Lu Zhan's son had been recently currying favor with the ninth prince of the Qianlong dynasty and had likely received no kindness in return. Zhao Ji sighed softly. "Lu Shidi, my talents are mediocre, and I must resign myself to fate, unlike you. Your father is a newly appointed elder of the sect and enjoys a deep friendship with the ninth prince. Your future is indeed boundless. Brother Zhao, assist me with the task, and upon its successful completion, I shall speak favorably of you to my father, ensuring your acceptance as an inner disciple." "Is that truly the case?" Zhao Ji exclaimed, his expression one of astonished delight, yet his eyes darted shrewdly as he flattered. "The affairs of young Master Lu are indeed my own." Gu Yuxing, Lu Chun gritted his teeth. "I cannot afford to wait that long. I yearn for his demise. Only then can I cultivate in peace. Brother Zhao, this matter, it involves the slaying of a fellow disciple, a grave transgression." Zhao Ji appeared taken aback, shaking his head in refusal, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized Lu Chun, secretly contemplating how to extract the utmost benefit from this situation. "I am aware of that." Lu Chun lowered his voice, Gu Yuxing is merely an inconsequential figure within the sect. His death would elicit little concern. In fact, it would be met with approval. Should Brother Zhao face any difficulties, feel free to voice them. I, Luchan, shall do my utmost to assist. Well, this indeed presents a challenge. Yet since young Master Lu has broached the subject, it would be rather ungracious of me to decline. A direct assault carries significant risks. However, I am aware of a demon beast residing near the peach blossom grove. With a bit of maneuvering, it would be quite simple to have that creature eliminate him. Young Master Lu, I also wish to serve beside the ninth prince. Would you be able to? Very well, an additional hound would spare me some trouble. Luchan replied impulsively. Zhao Zi's expression narrowed slightly, taking a deep breath as he mused. Becoming a hound is not a bad notion, provided it is one that remains silent while stealthily biting back. Gentle spring rain falls softly, while mist envelopes the peach blossom grove. The blossoms at the foot of the mountain have already withered, yet those near a secluded courtyard bloom vibrantly. Amidst the wind and rain, petals drift to the ground. Suddenly, a wooden sword pierces through the air. Dozens of peach petals land neatly upon the sword. With a slight sheen of sweat on his forehead, Gu Yuxing's gaze sharpens. And with a barely perceptible flick of his wrist, the petals are sent flying from the sword. He thrusts again, cleanly severing more petals. After 15 days of arduous practice, he has finally cultivated his swordsmanship to a minor success in the realm of sword aura, just a step away from mastery. His goal for today is to swing the sword 10,000 times. Gu Yuxing takes a deep breath, tightening his grip on the wooden sword. Yesterday marked the first time he achieved his self-imposed target of thrusts, and in that final strike, he overcame his inner barriers, managing to keep the wooden sword from falling. Although he has not learned any formal sword techniques, the moment he holds the wooden sword, an unprecedented sensation surges within him, a seamless union between his arm and the sword. Gazing at the wooden sword, he feels an intense desire to release the sword aura, a yearning he forcefully suppresses. The elder who once instructed him for 3 hours in the training ground, a master of the burdened sword, holds a special place in his heart. Gu Yuxing visits the training ground daily, yet he deeply regrets the elder's absence. Nonetheless, he firmly remembers the essence of the sword aura realm. It lies in concealment. Once the sword energy is released, it signifies that he has reached the pinnacle of his cultivation in the sword path, encountering a bottleneck that necessitates a breakthrough into the realm of sword momentum. Gu Yuxing comprehended that an excessively swift pace may not necessarily be advantageous. He focused his mind and, as usual, held his sword steadily. Yet this strike still failed to stir the peach blossoms. However, within Gu Yuxing's dantian, a remarkably dense primordial energy coalesced into a swirling vortex, resembling a cerulean sphere, at the very center of which a glimmer of silver light emerged. This silver glimmer acted as a beacon in the darkness, illuminating Gu Yuxing's dreary and arduous path of cultivation. A trace of uncontainable joy appeared on Gu Yuxing's face. He excitedly embraced the peach tree, suppressing the urge to shout in elation. After all, he was merely a 13-year-old boy who had encountered 2 of life's 4 great sorrows: the loss of his parents in childhood and the absence of a virtuous mentor in his youth. The Qingyan sect, with its thousands of disciples across 6 peaks, was bustling with activity. Yet he could only find solace in the company of the peach blossoms. Living in solitude within a small courtyard, in this world of 4 seasons, rich with beauty, the young man could only conceal all his experiences deep within his heart. He clutched the peach tree before him, silently roaring in despair. Suddenly, the thunder of spring awakened with a resounding boom. Gu Yuxing gazed up at the heavens as rain from the Qingping mountain drenched his youthful face. "Hey, little Loach, it's raining," a familiar voice called from behind. Gu Yuxing turned to see Mo Wanyun standing beside the unvisited wooden gate of the courtyard, hands shielding her hair bun, slightly displeased as she kicked the tightly closed door. "Here I come." Gu Yuxing's heart swelled with joy as he moved with light, brisk steps towards the small courtyard, his gaze locking onto the young girl before him. Amidst the spring rain and thunder, Mo Wanyun resembled a lotus in full bloom, her beauty surpassing that of peach blossoms. The delicate rain fell softly on her fragrant cheeks, and her eyes, filled with a hint of anger, sparkled like flowing waves. With a jade-like hand, she held a half-sheet of paper, modestly covering her snow-white neck. Though she was petite, she resembled a budding lotus in gently rippling waters, graceful like the shadows of flowers in the rain. Reminiscent of butterflies flitting through spring, a truly captivating sight. Gu Yuxing initially intended to push open the door, but found himself entranced, standing motionless for a moment. Hey, open the door. Mo Wanyun pouted her lips in annoyance, giving his shoe a playful kick. You look like a fool. Oh, Gu Yuxing fumbled, trying to adjust the door. It was not locked, merely secured by a wooden latch, which he had inadvertently tightened. Seeing the lovely Mo Wanyun drenched in the rain stirred a sense of impatience within him, prompting him to push a few times. I'll climb over. The young man chuckled foolishly, vaulting over the fence. A splashing sound followed, as one of his shoes became caught on the fence, yet he had already leapt over. His face smeared with mud and petals, exuding an endearing simplicity. Mo Wanyun, initially perturbed by the rain, found herself laughing at the boy's disheveled state. You are such a fool. She stretched out her hand and gave a firm push, causing the small wooden door to creak open. The boy scratched his head in contemplation. Bewildered, muttering to himself, why do I have to push the door? At this, Mo Wanyun burst into laughter again. Have you been practicing your swordsmanship until you've gone silly? Gu Yuxing suddenly realized that one of his shoes had fallen off. He walked towards the eaves of the small courtyard, saying, Miss Mo, it appears that the rain may continue for a while. Do take care not to get soaked. The chilly spring rain is particularly prone to causing colds. When I was a child, I was quite mischievous and always relished playing in the rain, often finding myself pursued by my father wielding a bamboo stick. As the youth recounted this, his expression momentarily darkened, and he wiped the already clean wooden chair with his sleeve. After a brief pause, he lifted his face, offered a serene smile, and sincerely said, Miss Mo, please take a seat. Chapter 13. Unintentionally acquiring the 9 styles of swordsmanship, the mysterious dragon character diagram beneath the eaves. Mo Wanyun's curious gaze surveyed the secluded courtyard before her. The courtyard exceeded her expectations, boasting a well, a patch of fertile land, and most importantly, an adorably crafted wooden tiger. Ha, I can ride this little wooden tiger, Mo Wanyun exclaimed, enchanted by the charming figure as she leapt onto its back. Her delicate hands shaking the antlers atop the tiger's head. This is delightful. Gu Yuxing observed the young lady atop the wooden tiger, cautiously approaching to ensure her safety. Be careful not to break it, he advised. Mo Wanyun huffed lightly. How stingy. Gu Yuxing chose not to elaborate, turning to enter the house. He arranged several peach blossom cakes in a bamboo basket and poured a cup of peach blossom honey brew from a bamboo tube. Approaching the wooden tiger, he inquired. Miss Mo, would you like some? Mo Wanyun nodded, taking a bite of the peach blossom cake, only to choke slightly. She quickly sipped the honey brew, wiping her mouth with her small hand. Hey, Gu Yuxing, is this how you entertain your guests? Gu Yuxing extracted a piece of cake from the bamboo basket, chewing it thoughtfully. This is the finest I have here. Naturally, as a person of your stature, you might find it unaccustomed. Fortunately, you are not me, and you need not suffer such fare. With that, Gu Yuxing firmly grasped his wooden sword, poised to strike at the peach blossoms in the courtyard. Mo Wanyun pouted slightly, observing the young man's silhouette against the rain as he practiced. She looked down at the peach blossom cake and honey brew in her hands, contemplating how she wished to tell him that both the cake and the brew were quite delightful. Yet, as she observed the youth engrossed in his practice, she felt neglected and, in a fit of annoyance, set down the pastry in her hand, muttering, Must you insist on training in the rain? The youth turned with a smile and replied, I have grown accustomed to it. If I fail to perfect a strike today, I must punish myself with 100 strokes tomorrow. Therefore, it is far more prudent to complete my practice daily. Please, Miss Mo, make yourself comfortable. How tedious. Mo Wanyun thought, watching the slanting rain pelt the boy's determined face. Each stroke of his sword was executed with intent rather than indifference. As she observed several strikes, her eyes began to shimmer with understanding. In recent days, she too had been practicing the cloud and water sword technique. Gifted with intelligence, she had grasped the essentials of the technique, save for one move, clouds turning, rain falling, which eluded her comprehension. Suddenly, she noticed the spring rain cascading along the boy's wooden sword, falling like pearls of varying sizes, revealing the intricate essence hidden within the swordplay. Was this not the very move she had struggled to understand? So this is how it is. A smile of delight spread across Mo Wanyun's face as she yearned to share her joy with the youth. However, she noticed his feet trapped in the mud, his clothes soaked, while his focused, almost obsessive gaze sparked an unprecedented curiosity within her. Her gaze sharpened. From the folds of her sleeve, she retrieved several sheets of paper and pinned them to the wall of the small courtyard. Then took the book that had just been above her head and began to read in silence. Curiously, The text that usually eluded her grasp now seemed intriguing amidst the spring rain and thunder, and she found herself engrossed without a hint of drowsiness. Thus, the youth, wholly dedicated to his sword practice, and the young girl, immersed in her scholarly pursuits, passed the time together in the quaint courtyard. The spring rain shows no signs of abating. Rather, it intensifies. The young lad has finally accomplished his goal for the day and turns to find a pair of eyes fixed upon him from behind a book. "Hey, little loach. Can you read?" Gu Yuxing steps into the wooden cabin to change his clothes. Peeking his head through the window, he earnestly replies, "I recognize some characters." "Is that true?" "Indeed," Gu Yuxing affirms, gesturing toward a small wooden tiger beside the table. "I used to learn characters on that every day." "Is that so?" A smile plays at the corners of Imo Wanyan's lips as she casually places the book in her hand into a lovely storage pouch and retrieves a tattered, yellowed volume. When Gu Yuxing emerges, she opens the first page of the book, points with her finger, and asks, "Do you recognize this character?" Gu Yuxing glances at the aged book, where a vibrant image of rolling waves is depicted, vividly brought to life with just a few strokes. Beneath the illustration lies a script long lost to time. This particular script, Gu Yuxing had encountered in his childhood on an ancient tortoise shell, containing only a few dozen characters. He had once inquired about it from his father, Gu Bai, who taught him those characters but cautioned him never to mention them to anyone. "Humph, I knew you wouldn't recognize it, yet you claim you can read." Imo Wanyan says, a hint of pride in her expression. The characters in this book, she herself knows not a single one, having stumbled upon it by chance within the pages of a renowned scholar's work. In the tender years of Gu Yuxing, the death of Gu Bai loomed like an elongated shadow, casting a profound influence upon him. The young maiden seated upon the wooden tiger, spurred by words, found herself ignited with a competitive spirit as she exclaimed, "This character is pronounced Hu, representing the most primordial sound of the ancient dragon clan, signifying the dragon's breath, akin to the surging of great rivers, unceasing and boundless." "Ah," Imo Wanyan responded, her skepticism evident. Gu Yuxing leaned closer to her, pointing at the illustration within the yellowed tome, and remarked, "Observe, this image encapsulates the essence of the character it seeks to convey." "Oh." Imo Wanyan turned to the second page, where the characters were intricate and composed of numerous dragons, winds, and thunders, nearly 100 strokes, larger than the accompanying illustration. "You do not recognize this character, do you?" Gu Yuxing inquired. "Although it appears complex, its meaning is quite simple. It is pronounced Qian, denoting the transformations of celestial phenomena. The forces of wind and thunder will ultimately converge as one, embodying the notion of concealment." "What about this one?" Imo Wanyan continued to test Gu Yuxing with several characters, all of which he recognized with ease. "This book is quite peculiar," Missouri Wanyan murmured. As she lifted her gaze, she discovered Gu Yuxing observing her with a pair of clear, discerning eyes. In their shared moment of literacy, they had unwittingly drawn close. The youth was innocent and naive, while Imo Wanyan, having begun to perceive the subtlety of emotions, felt her cheeks flush crimson. She snapped the book shut and glared at Gu Yuxing with mock ferocity. "Return what is mine." Feigning ignorance, Gu Yuxing replied, "Miss Imo, I have not taken it." "Surely, you took it." Imo Wanyan dismounted from the small wooden tiger. "If you do not return my belongings today, I shall disturb you daily, preventing you from practicing your swordsmanship in peace." With that, she made to step into the ring. "Wait a moment," Gu Yuxing called out to Imo Wanyan. "What do you want?" Imo Wanyan turned around, only to realize that the rain above her had not fallen. She looked up and saw the young man holding an umbrella for her. "With this, you shall not get wet. If you do not return my item, I shall not return your umbrella." Imo Wanyan stepped into the rain, casting a mischievous glance back at Gu Yuxing. Gu Yuxing found the sight of the girl beneath the umbrella amidst the rain particularly enchanting. He replied nonchalantly, "Then it shall not be returned." Momentarily at a loss for a suitable retort to regain her composure, Imo Wanyan took a few steps forward, feeling a surge of indignation. She hastened to Gu Yuxing's side and stepped on the top of his foot. In the astonished gaze of Gu Yuxing, the girl wore a triumphant expression, her laughter like the sound of wind chimes in the rain, as she dashed into the downpour. Her figure gradually receded into the distance. Gu Yuxing stared for a long while. After a moment, he let out a soft hiss, belatedly realizing that his foot was somewhat sore. A vague sense of loss stirred within him. Turning back, he noticed several pieces of paper hanging on the wall. "Miss Imo, you have left something behind." Gu Yuxing called out, but the mischievous figure had vanished. Concerned that the paper might be blown askew or dampened by the rain, he intended to collect it. As his gaze swept over the illustrations on the paper, a look of astonishment crossed his face. On the parchment, there appeared a series of miniature figures wielding wooden branches. As the wind swept through, the illustrations seemed to spring to life, rapidly resonating in Gu Yuxing's mind. Was this a sword technique? Gu Yuxing inhaled deeply. Disbelief etched on his face. He had no intention of thievery, yet the sword moves depicted on the parchment had been swept into his consciousness by a gust of wind, constantly shifting and coalescing into 9 distinct sword techniques. Each technique was not particularly complex, yet the intricacies concealed within were as boundless as a drop in the ocean, endlessly variable. Upon this realization, Gu Yuxing instinctively grasped his wooden sword and began to practice the sword moves echoing in his mind within the small courtyard. Each movement was akin to inscribing a character. After 3 iterations, he astonishingly discerned numerous subtle variations from each technique, sometimes dozens. This must be the work of Mr. Mo, who had once ascended to the skies through his teachings. Gu Yuxing sheathed his wooden sword and bowed respectfully to the sword techniques depicted on the wall. Having been at a loss for a path to cultivation, he had inadvertently acquired the sword techniques from the parchment. For him, this was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. As dusk fell and rain pelted the banana leaves outside, Gu Yuxing, in his leisure, began to brew peach blossom wine. After attending to his trifles, he removed the wine gourd hanging by his bedside, discreetly uncorked it, and took a gentle whiff. A rich aroma of wine enveloped him, and Gu Yuxing's expression brightened. After several days of sedimentation, the spiritual gourd had absorbed sufficient cosmic energy, imbuing the wine with mysterious power. Gulp, gulp. He drained the wine in one go and was about to refill the gourd when an unprecedented wave of intense heat surged within him. In an instant, his body was engulfed in excruciating pain, akin to being consumed by fierce flames. What? Gu Yuxing's expression was one of horror. Logically, he had understood the cycle through which the spirit gourd accumulated the essence of heaven and earth, typically reaching its most potent state in approximately 7 days. During his last experience, the energy had not been this intense and tumultuous. What is happening? Without the luxury of contemplation, Gu Yuxing sat down and swiftly activated the Tai Ching Yuan Tai Ling Yin technique, attempting to channel this violent force into his dantian to forge the Yuan Tai. Yet, the power was overwhelmingly fierce, recklessly crashing within his body. Gu Yuxing had not yet forged his Yuan Tai and had not opened his meridians. Thus, the terrifying essence of Qi formed 9 silver patterns in his dantian, while the azure aura of Yuan Tai gradually transformed into a flickering light, manifesting the exclusive silver hue of a second-grade Yuan Tai. Despite this, Gu Yuxing was drenched in sweat, unable to harness the force. Crack, crack. He heard the sound of his own bones. The veins in his arms swelled like worms. I was careless. Gu Yuxing felt as though he was inhaling and exhaling searing flames with each breath. He was on the verge of losing control of his own body, his consciousness nearly consumed by the raging power. Just then, a spark of enlightenment struck him. Images from a weathered tome surfaced in his mind, along with ancient characters. In a moment of clarity, Gu Yuxing suddenly comprehended that the dragon characters and illustrations in that book seemed to represent a profound breathing technique, or perhaps an ancient practice of the dragon lineage. Under the compulsion of circumstances, Gu Yuxing had no time to ponder. He gazed at the first character in that book, as being akin to a soaring dragon, inhaling and exhaling as if amidst the vast rivers and seas, where clouds gather and waves surge magnificently. Chapter 14. The enhancement of the quality of the primordial Qi, the second realm of swordsmanship in an instant. Gu Yuxing felt as if his dantian had shattered some form of limiting barrier, transforming abruptly into a vast ocean. The energy surging within him resembled a roaring river, tumultuous and unrestrained. Yet, despite the relentless torrents, the breadth and depth of the ocean were such that no river could ever hope to fill it. Within mere moments, the mysterious force raging in Gu Yuxing's body coalesced within his dantian. He was suddenly beset by an unprecedented sensation of hunger, a gnawing emptiness. Halting his meditation, he took a considerable time to open his eyes, his youthful visage etched with disbelief. His gaze was fixed upon the spirit gourd on the table, yet his mind was preoccupied with pondering the enigmatic dragon script. What a close call. Gu Yuxing exhaled a breath of turbid air, shoveling food into his mouth with abandon. In the brief span of incense burning, he had endured 2 harrowing life and death encounters. One peril stemmed from the terrifying spiritual energy within the spirit gourd, which had nearly caused him to explode. The other danger arose from his desperate attempt to meditate on the image of the azure dragon and the dragon script. In just a few breaths, he had almost been drained dry. Had it not been for that terrifying force residing within him, he would likely have been completely sapped of vitality, reduced to a mere husk. With a sigh, Gu Yuxing consumed a substantial amount of food, gradually assuaging his hunger. Once calmed, he turned his focus inward to his dantian, keenly attuned to the transformation and condensation of the primordial qi. However, upon discerning the state of his dantian, he was left momentarily stunned, for the once abundant azure primordial qi had now entirely transformed into a shimmering silver. However, the refined silver primordial essence was merely a fraction of its original potency, less than 1,000th of what it once was. Furthermore, within his dantian, intricate silver primordial patterns manifested, and the dantian had expanded several-fold compared to its previous size. Gu Yuxing was both astonished and elated. The joy stemmed from his achievement of refining a second-grade primordial essence, while the astonishment arose from the realization that the enhanced quality of the primordial essence implied a necessity to cultivate hundreds of times more primordial energy than before. In other words, he would require significantly more time and effort in his practice. It was no wonder that within the entire Qingyan sect, individuals capable of refining a third-grade primordial essence were exceedingly rare. Gu Yuxing inwardly marveled. The path of cultivation demanded not only talent and perseverance, but also an abundance of resources. Once he regained his composure, Gu Yuxing picked up the spiritual gourd from the table and fell into contemplation. Previously, the alcohol within the gourd, after 7 days of gathering the essence of heaven and earth, was perfectly suited for his primordial essence refinement. Yet today, it had nearly led to his demise due to its terrifying energy. From where did such power emanate? Could it be that the spiritual gourd harbored further secrets? Thunder rumbled outside as rain pattered down, with flashes of lightning illuminating the sky. To his astonishment, Gu Yuxing noticed a barely perceptible pattern on the surface of the gourd shimmer momentarily. Lightning? A force of nature? In disbelief, he pondered for a moment before dashing into the rain, hanging the gourd on the fence while he returned indoors to observe closely. Each bolt of lightning streaked across the heavens, casting a silver glow upon the gourd. Gu Yuxing remained transfixed, sensing with each flash that a strand of formidable primordial energy was being absorbed by the gourd. This cycle continued, endlessly. As the thunder gradually subsided, Gu Yuxing retrieved the spiritual gourd and poured out a few drops of wine. This time, he approached it with heightened caution, daring only to sip a minuscule amount. Yet even so, the terrifying essence contained within the wine swiftly ignited a warm current within his body. Indeed, Gu Yuxing found himself capable of withstanding this surge of power and felt grateful for his prudence. He activated the Ta Qing Yuan Tai Ling induction technique, gradually refining the celestial essence of the wine from the realm of Yun City. Within his parched dantian, the silver essence began to swell. As night passed, Gu Yuxing awoke from his meditative state. He proceeded to the courtyard to freshen up, and upon gazing into the copper mirror, he noticed subtle changes in his disposition. He had also grown slightly taller. With the gourd at his side, it seemed less conspicuous. Armed with a wooden sword, he ventured into the peach blossom grove. As customary, Gu Yuxing thrust his sword forward. The blade moved silently, and a peach blossom petal fell from its tip. Gu Yuxing's pupils constricted. Remarkably, he had not unleashed any sword aura, yet the petal had been severed by an invisible force, cleanly split apart. The momentum of the sword. Have I entered the second realm of swordsmanship? Gu Yuxing pondered, momentarily stunned, before refocusing and executing a second strike. This time, within the arc traced by his sword tip, petals danced and fluttered, stirred by the unseen force. The realm of sword momentum thrives on offense, achieving victory through sheer force. The second realm of swordsmanship. Gu Yuxing murmured to himself. At this moment, he felt that all his efforts were worthwhile. After countless swings of his sword each day, he finally experienced a transformation. He understood that this was undoubtedly related to the changes in his inner energy, yet he had never doubted his own perseverance. Do not become complacent. This is merely a small step on the path of cultivation. Gu Yuxing took a deep breath, constantly reminding himself of the astonishing sword he had witnessed beneath Qingping Mountain. In comparison, the realm of swordsmanship he currently possessed paled in insignificance when juxtaposed with the strike of that enigmatic elder. It was as inconsequential as a grain of rice. This year I have tasted the peach blossom brew. I shall return next year. Gu Yuxing recalled the elder's words. From that moment onward, his pursuit became that singular sword strike executed by the elder. The joy within him turned a new page. As usual, Gu Yuxing held his wooden sword, swinging it with determination. Today's goal, 9,000 strikes. He had set his aim 1,000 strikes lower than before, not out of laziness, but because he sensed that upon entering the second realm of swordsmanship, each thrust would generate a momentum of its own. His comprehension of the force within the sword was an entirely new path. Thus, Gu Yuxing realized he could gradually reduce the number of swings, ultimately needing only to execute one decisive strike. After a night of wind and rain, the peach blossom grove lay scattered with falling petals. Such a splendid scene naturally attracted many disciples of the Qingyan sect, who stood upon the cloud bridge connecting the 6 peaks to admire the view. Among them were the female disciples of Luoqing Peak. They stood upon the cloud bridge, gazing at the peach blossoms stretching for 300 miles. The silhouette of a youth wielding a sword amidst the peach grove rendered the exquisite scenery of Qingping Mountain remarkably romantic. Within the Qingyun sect, numerous companions strolled together, pausing on the cloud bridge or atop solitary peaks to witness the blooming and fading of flowers on Qingping Mountain. It is said that those who are indifferent often inquire about the passionate, and wielding a sword makes scaling Qingping Mountain no easy feat. Gu Yuxing practiced her swordplay tirelessly for a day, and while they mocked her, they subconsciously believed that others could not attain the dream of slaying demons, dismissing the efforts of others. Yet now, that youthful figure continues to swing his wooden sword, still failing to earn their inner acknowledgement. Do you truly think that all this daily sword practice holds any value? Questioned a woman clad in a green silk dress. Her brow furrowed as she posed the inquiry to her companions. Her question was not merely about its merit, rather, it stemmed from her own inability to solidify her primordial essence, her inner turmoil seeking an outlet. She yearned for validation through the words of others. If it were of any use, what need would there be for geniuses? The woman standing at the forefront wore an air of pride, surrounded by her peers. As a newly recruited disciple of the Qingyun sect, she had successfully condensed a wisp of primordial essence within her dantian. Although it was merely a pale shade, slightly superior to the gray primordial essence, the likelihood of condensing a low-grade primordial essence was considerably high. Yet, even so, under the sect's annual limitation, it was enough to evoke envy and jealousy in countless others. Remaining in the Qingyun sect for cultivation was a dream that most could scarcely aspire to attain. The azure-clad woman's expression darkened. She yearned for such an answer. Yet, when others articulated their innermost thoughts, an overwhelming sense of disappointment and resentment enveloped her. She pursed her lips and lamented, "Is effort truly futile? Perhaps you should inquire with him?" Laughter erupted around her, a chorus of suppressed giggles. A seductive woman boldly remarked, "Wielding a sword may not necessarily enhance strength, but if he can strike so many times each day, marrying him could indeed bring one great happiness." Bah! Such brazen words instantly incited uproarious laughter among the crowd. At that moment, at the end of the cloud bridge, a surge of sword energy erupted, its fluctuations stirring the lofty mountains above, as strands of sword rain cascaded like stars. "Oh, someone is practicing swordplay. It is Sister Mo." The onlookers focused intently, witnessing a petite figure on the platform of Falling Dust Peak, vigorously wielding her sword. Wherever her blade traversed, it flowed as effortlessly as water. The sword technique she practiced was none other than the Cloud Water Sword technique, accessible to all disciples of Falling Dust Peak. What a splendid display of skill! Those who had just mocked Gu Yuxing now felt as though they had been struck by an invisible slap, each of them engulfed in shame. Here was a talent whose innate gifts surpassed theirs by several folds, yet her diligence was 100-fold greater. Moments ago, they had ridiculed the young swordsman, dismissing effort as meaningless. The world is not devoid of intelligent individuals. However, many are led astray by their own cleverness. Humph. Sister Mo truly knows how to put on an act. Were I to possess her background, I would undoubtedly surpass her. The woman who had just mocked Gu Yuxing wore a face of envy, her lips uttering words of discontent, while a multitude of voices echoed their agreement behind her. The woman in the blue attire fell into contemplation, her previously bewildered gaze gradually clarifying. She had lagged behind the others, her eyes fixated on the youth amidst the peach blossom grove, and she smiled, remarking, "With effort, it should bear fruit." In a secluded spot, a lean man peered intently at Gu Yuxing's sword practice, his eyes narrowing like those of a mole. He extended a hand from his sleeve, revealing a pouch of powdered medicine nestled within his palm. "Gu Yuxing, if you must blame someone, blame your ill fate," Zhao Ji sneered, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth as his emaciated form slipped into the depths of the forest. In the peach blossom grove, Gu Yuxing wielded his sword with vigor. He had begun to grasp the threshold of wielding his sword's energy and the essence of the blade's force. Yet he refrained from unleashing his sword aura. He lifted his gaze towards the direction of Luochen Peak. Just moments ago, he had felt a surge of sword energy, and, in the haze, glimpsed a familiar figure, Mo Wanyan. If she is striving so hard, I too must exert myself even more, Gu Yuxing mused, casually patting his wine gourd. The gourd contained little wine, as he had previously surrendered a jar for a sect task, leaving scant fruit brew within the barrel. Observing the cascade of peach blossoms, he realized that soon they would wither and require harvesting, prompting him to seek higher ground on Qingping Mountain. I shall gather more today. Gu Yuxing made his way to the small courtyard, picked up a bamboo basket, and dashed through the peach blossom grove, following the stream's path. Unbeknownst to him, he had arrived at a tranquil mountain foot, where the only sound was that of spring rain transforming into a cascading stream. Gu Yuxing raised his gaze to behold a millennia-old peach tree perched at the edge of the waterfall cliff. Its blossoms radiated in extraordinary brilliance, setting them apart from the other peach flowers, flourishing with unparalleled exuberance. The intoxicating fragrance wafted through the air, invigorating Gu Yuxing's weary body, rejuvenating him with each breath. Surely, these blossoms would yield a most exquisite wine. He swiftly navigated through the thickets by the babbling brook. Suddenly, in a moment of reverie, he seemed to perceive a sound. A sense of caution stirred within Gu Yuxing. He recalled his father's words, warning him of lurking beasts in the depths of Qingping Mountain, where true safety was not guaranteed. Chapter 15, The Rampage of the Snow Ape and the Transformation of the Millennium Peach Tree. Deep within the valley, behind a stone, the gaunt figure of Zhao Ji observed the silhouette of Gu Yuxing. A cold smirk crept upon his lips. A person born with a cursed fate often finds their fortune equally bleak. While I feared that the snow ape would consume my narcotic and lose its wits, dragging me into the fray, you have delivered yourself right into my grasp. Zhao Ji's gaze flickered as he cast a glance at the snow ape crouched beneath the peach blossom tree, a glint of caution surfacing in his eyes. He quietly retreated, leaving the depths of the valley. Gu Yuxing was intently surveying the peach tree growing precariously at the edge of the waterfall, his steps gradually slowing. An instinctive sense of impending danger loomed near. He felt an innate urge to turn and flee, yet the haunting echoes of countless voices mocking his father surged within him, the taunts ringing vividly in his ears. Turning away was easy, but what lay beyond that choice? After countless days of relentless sword practice, what had it all been for? To evade? No, that was not an option. Drawing forth the wooden sword from his waist, Gu Yuxing gripped it firmly in his hand. He advanced a step, and suddenly, a snow-white claw emerged from the mist rising from the waterfall, stirring the petals of the peach blossoms and lunging directly at his face. It was a snow ape, towering as tall as an adult, its entire body a striking white, with a rugged visage, sharp fangs protruding, and hair bristling like needles. Its cavernous mouth roared, eyes wide as copper bells, filled with fury. With a deafening roar, one claw reached for Gu Yuxing's face while the other aimed to ensnare him within its grasp. A terrifying gust of wind rushed towards him. Although Gu Yuxing was somewhat prepared, he still found it difficult to evade the impending danger. With no time to ponder, he instinctively thrust his wooden sword forward as he always did. A resonant hum echoed as the wooden sword trembled, the attached sword aura colliding with the fierce wind, producing a sharp clang. In that moment, Gu Yuxing's slight frame appeared minuscule beside the snow ape. Yet the sword energy he unleashed stirred the cascading water curtain of the waterfall. Before the wooden sword made contact, the violent wind from the snow ape's claws had already dissipated. Remarkably agile for its massive size, the snow ape leaped gracefully, soaring over Gu Yuxing's head. Clang, clang, clang. The wooden sword grazed the snow ape's abdomen, sending sparks flying. With a thunderous crash, the snow ape's weighty body landed behind Gu Yuxing. He swiftly rotated the wooden sword and took a few steps back, relying solely on his weapon, as he had yet to learn any lightness or movement techniques from the sect. Once Gu Yuxing steadied himself and glanced around, he saw the snow ape several paces away, baring its fangs, drool cascading down in thin streams, its eyes a blood-red hue, fur bristling, and its massive palms gripping the ground, accumulating power. The long gash left on the snow ape's abdomen from Gu Yuxing's earlier strike was now a vivid trace of blood. With a roar, the snow ape slammed its palms against the earth, the sound of cracking bones reverberating. Its body seemed to swell, with veins protruding like earthworms along its limbs, and deep ridges appearing across its abdomen. Gu Yuxing swallowed hard, a bead of sweat trickling down from his forehead. Before him stood a formidable second-order demon beast, comparable to a practitioner at the meridian opening stage. However, the snow ape, possessing the ancient bloodline of the divine monkey, was inherently robust, endowed with extraordinary self-healing abilities and strength that far surpassed that of ordinary cultivators. Even a practitioner at the meridian opening stage would certainly be no match for it. The snow ape, a primate demon beast, thrived solely in the snow-covered realms of Qingping Mountain. How could it possibly manifest here? A flicker of doubt surfaced in Gu Yuxing's mind. For millennia, the human race had been embroiled in relentless conflict with the demon race, with the latter flourishing and dominating this realm, while humanity barely clung to survival in the corners of existence. Yet, not all demon beasts were deemed part of the demon race. The snow ape before him was a prime example. Those demon beasts capable of submitting to humanity were considered benevolent, spirit beasts, serving not only as guardians of sects but also as loyal companions to practitioners. However, it appeared that this snow ape had lost its sentience. Gu Yuxing furrowed his brow. A second-order snow ape was far beyond his capability to confront. The strike he had just delivered had merely grazed its exterior. Roar! Just as Gu Yuxing pondered this, the snow ape suddenly opened its massive jaws, unleashing a tempestuous gale. The trees before him splintered under the onslaught, and the stream at his feet surged violently. This is disastrous. A sense of shock gripped Gu Yuxing. A second-order snow ape had already acquired the ability to manipulate the elemental energies of the world and cast spells. This indicated that it was, in fact, an intelligent spirit beast, yet it had now succumbed to madness. The only plausible explanation was that someone had provoked this snow ape into a frenzy, intent on taking his life. With no means of escape, Gu Yuxing took a deep breath. Grasping the wooden sword tightly, he gritted his teeth and vowed, "I cannot perish yet." A fervent desire for survival surged within him. Scenes from the past, where he wielded his sword, echoed in his mind. If evasion was not an option, then he would have to counter with the force of his sword. This was the sole path available to him. Gu Yuxing, you have swung your sword thousands upon thousands of times. This one strike must carry the weight of them all. In this critical moment, Gu Yuxing felt an unexpected clarity and calmness within, trusting in his efforts and believing that he could unleash this strike. It was a matter of life or death. The silvery essence from his dantian surged into the wooden sword. The sword's energy no longer lay hidden. His steadfast self-discipline became the finest sheath for his blade. Just as he had encountered the enigmatic elder at the foot of the mountain upon entering the Qingyun sect, the sword was drawn, and the sword energy erupted forth, radiating silver light. The sword energy transformed into a formidable force in its attack. Gu Yuxing, who had merely brushed against the threshold of the second realm of swordsmanship, comprehended the true essence of the sword at that instant. The sword energy coalesced into silver light, colliding once more with the howling gale of the snow ape. In a fleeting moment, it was as if a tempest had swept away the snow. The sword energy swirled like cascading rain, resembling a shower of silver pearls falling onto a jade plate. Gu Yuxing's long hair brushed against his face as his gaze remained fixed on the sword energy ahead. Akin to the winds of Qingping Mountain, once set in motion, it was difficult to halt. Amidst the swirling gales, a vertical wound appeared on the snow ape's abdomen. Faintly, Gu Yuxing could hear the thunderous beating of the snow ape's robust heart, echoing like war drums. With a mighty clap of its massive palms against the ground, the splashing water erupted like a fine rain directed toward Gu Yuxing, each droplet carrying a terrifying force. The drizzle expanded like pearls in Gu Yuxing's pupils. He wielded the wooden sword with rapid precision, executing the nameless sword technique he had gleaned from the paper scrolls that had fallen from Emma Wannen. The wooden sword darted and struck, each droplet of rain defended against with a thrust. Gu Yuxing retreated, the sword growing increasingly heavy in his grasp. A mist of pale white gradually forming above him, the nascent essence dissipating swiftly as it infused the wooden blade. Strictly speaking, he had yet to enter the nascent realm. Yet, he had managed to fend off 3 successive assaults from the snow ape. Alas, the disparity in strength was insurmountable. A single raindrop pierced through the slender frame, embedding itself in his shoulder blade, blood cascading down his arm. The snow ape exhaled a cloud of vapor from its nostrils, pounding its chest with both palms. The wounds Gu Yuxing had inflicted upon it healing once more. With a sigh, Gu Yuxing found himself unconsciously retreating beneath the peach blossom tree, mere steps away from the precipice. From the moment the snow ape had appeared, he understood that with his current strength, escape was unlikely. He was outmatched and had to devise another means of survival. If he could provoke the snow ape into leaping, sending it plummeting into the abyss, that would be his sole path to victory. However, Gu Yuxing had evidently underestimated the creature's intelligence. Despite its bloodshot eyes, upon spotting Gu Yuxing beneath the peach blossom tree, the snow ape unexpectedly paused, its stone-like paws retreating a step. This minute motion sent a jolt of alarm through Gu Yuxing's scalp. No, it had no reason to fear him. The snow ape has long thrived amidst the treacherous cliffs, having unraveled its own stratagem. It merely needed to refrain from leaping off the precipice, thus retreat was unnecessary. What could it possibly fear? Gu Yuxing's heart tightened with sudden alarm. Could it be? Abruptly, Gu Yuxing lifted his gaze, only to behold a millennia-old peach blossom tree growing perilously at the cliff's edge, silently allowing several of its branches to cascade down towards him. A gasp escaped Gu Yuxing, his heart racing in terror. The ancient peach tree had transformed into a malevolent entity. He brandished his wooden sword, striking at the descending branches. Clang! The peachwood sword met the branches with a shower of sparks. Crack! Taken by surprise, Gu Yuxing felt the branches ensnare him. The branches coiled around his waist like tendrils, and he winced as they pierced his skin, rapidly growing like vines, entwining even the gourd that hung from his side. By a cruel twist of fate, the gourd stopper was dislodged by the branches. A stream of azure light burst forth from the gourd, drawing all the blossoms from the branches into its depths with an extraordinary force. Simultaneously, Gu Yuxing sensed a haunting wail emanating from the ancient peach tree within the depths of his consciousness, as the vines constricting him swiftly retracted. The suspended Gu Yuxing fell to the ground with a thud. He stumbled forward for several meters in a rather disheveled manner, only to find a shadow looming over him. Upon looking up, he was confronted by the towering figure of the snow ape, which raised its enormous paw, poised to strike his forehead. The overwhelming sense of dread enveloped Gu Yuxing, plunging him into an abyss of despair hitherto unknown. This sensation was akin to the moment when he was on the verge of losing control during his cultivation. Ah, the ancient dragon language. Gu Yuxing opened his mouth, producing a deep, resonant sound from his throat, while his body struggled to evade the grasp of the snow ape. Suddenly, the earth trembled violently. Gu Yuxing rolled over and swiftly regained his footing, wielding a wooden sword and gasping for breath. As he gazed ahead, he beheld the colossal form of the snow ape, now prostrate upon the ground, trembling incessantly. The bloodshot veins in its eyes faded at a visible pace, returning to their original deep blue hue. Its bristled fur softened, and its forelimbs were raised in an apparent gesture of surrender, its visage reflecting sheer terror as it regarded Gu Yuxing. From its mouth, a peculiar powder was expelled, causing its form to rapidly diminish into that of a somewhat adorable juvenile ape. Ah! Gu Yuxing felt cold sweat trickle down his forehead as he suppressed the tumultuous emotions within him, pointing the wooden sword at the snow ape. You shall submit to me. The snow ape, now smaller, began to pat its chest, nodding in a human-like fashion. It glanced at the wooden sword in Gu Yuxing's hand, extended its paw, and smeared some of its own blood upon its chest, then lay before Gu Yuxing, signaling for him to extend his hand. Gu Yuxing obliged with his left hand, and the snow ape's blood dripped into his palm, awakening a wondrous sensation in his mind. From that moment forth, it seemed as though he could command the very life of this snow ape. The snow ape withdrew its furry fingers and pointed towards a peach blossom tree perched on the cliff behind Gu Yuxing, then leapt across the river. In this manner, it expressed its submission and loyalty to him. Chapter 16. The youth's solitary cultivation and the maiden's hidden aspirations. Very well. Gu Yuxing felt a surge of joy within. He had not anticipated that the mysterious diagrams and dragon characters presented by Miss Mo would possess such enigmatic power. To his astonishment, the snow ape was not only a creature of innate intelligence, but also understood the principles of contract. It is worth noting that among the 6 peaks of the Qingyun sect, only the disciples of the Tianling Peak are permitted to learn the art of beast taming. Even with such knowledge, the true mastery over a spirit beast or a demon beast requires immense fortune. Now, Gu Yuxing had unexpectedly acquired a spirit companion. Amidst his delight, Gu Yuxing swiftly contemplated his circumstances. Since entering the Qingyun sect, he had been cautious and vigilant, yet he still fell victim to other schemes. Now, by a twist of fate, this snow ape had pledged its loyalty to him, becoming a formidable ally and a hidden weapon. As Gu Yuxing pondered, his peripheral vision caught the powder the snow ape had expelled onto the ground. A glimmer of profundity appeared in his gaze as he warily scanned his surroundings. Inquiring of the snow ape, "Who provided you with food?" The snow ape scratched its head and fidgeted, chattering incessantly. Although Gu Yuxing had established a contract with it, His lack of understanding of contract arts left him somewhat perplexed by the snow ape's intentions. However, from its gestures, he could infer that during its foraging, it had ingested a pouch of highly enticing medicinal powder. The individual who had dispensed the powder had a clear objective: to orchestrate his demise at the hands of this snow ape. Gu Yuxing removed the gourd of wine from his waist and took a gentle sip. The once parched essence within his dantian gradually began to swell with vitality. He cast a glance back at the resplendent 1,000-year-old peach tree, now blooming vibrantly. And a flicker of insight illuminated his mind. The enemy who had plotted against him had surely not strayed far. With the snow monkey now submissive to him, alongside the transformed peach tree, there existed a genuine opportunity to eliminate his foe, provided he devised a meticulous plan. Failure to resolve this matter swiftly could lead to unforeseen complications in the future. It is not the thief's stealth that one fears, but rather the thief's intent. Contemplating this, Gu Yuxing slowly closed his eyes, continually analyzing the feasibility of his situation. The fact that the adversary had resorted to drugging the snow monkey revealed their inferiority to it. I must find a place to conceal myself. I require ample strength to restore my vitality. Gu Yuxing glanced at the obedient snow monkey, which seemed to comprehend his thoughts. It pointed towards the waterfall, then leaped into the hidden realm behind it. Gu Yuxing was taken aback. Behind the waterfall lay another world. As he passed through the cascade, he found himself at the entrance of a narrow passage. Had the snow monkey not shrunk its form, it would have been impossible to traverse. The moment Gu Yuxing entered the cave, a piercing chill enveloped him. How cold! He shivered instinctively. After advancing for a brief moment, the cavern finally widened, revealing walls adorned with special moonstone that emitted a faint glow. Above, a natural vent seemed to lead directly to Qingping Mountain, where icicles hung precariously overhead, while beneath lay a natural cold pool, its waters of brilliant azure, chilled to the extreme, yet devoid of ice. At the center of this pool rested a greenish stone bed, from which a mist of ethereal white emanated. Even from a distance, Gu Yuxing could feel the penetrating chill radiating from the stone bed. Guji! The snow ape joyfully beat its chest and leapt onto the stone bed, resembling a stone monkey gazing at the moon. Sizzle! The white mist enveloped the snow ape at a visible pace, causing its fur to lengthen until it transformed into a magnificent ice sculpture. Witnessing this astonishing spectacle, Gu Yuxing felt a jolt of surprise. No wonder the snow ape descended from the snow-covered expanse of Qingping Mountain to reside here. It had chosen this cold bed as its sanctuary for cultivation. The frigid air rising from the cold pool was rich in pure vital energy, continuously flowing into the snow ape's body. The wound inflicted by Gu Yuxing's sword on its abdomen had completely healed, and its strength was rapidly returning, restoring its form to over 2 meters in height. In my current state, I could hardly withstand the chill emanating from that stone bed. Gu Yuxing quickly assessed the situation, his eyes gleaming with an unprecedented brightness. The next 2 realms following the refinement of the primordial embryo were the meridian opening and bone tempering stages. This place was an exceptional location for both, promising immense potential for the future. Though direct cultivation on the stone bed was not feasible, the cave still offered an opportunity to enhance one's physical form, proving immensely beneficial for refining the primordial fetus. Gu Yuxing's gaze shifted away from the snow ape, and as he cast his eyes toward the corner, he was momentarily taken aback. There, at the base of the wall, lay several ancient jars, exuding the delightful aroma of fruit wine. Gu Yuxing swiftly approached, inhaling the scent gently, his expression one of disbelief. Within these jars was, astonishingly, monkey wine. This snow ape possessed the natural ability to brew wine. Could it be that he could employ it as a laborer, ensuring an endless supply of exquisite wine? Just then, with a crack, the icy exterior of the snow ape shattered, and it leapt agilely beside the jars. Despite its robust physique and thick fur, it could not withstand the chill emanating from the stone bed, trembling as it clutched a jar and began to drink voraciously. In an instant, the entire jar of wine was consumed. Gu Yuxing held his forehead in resignation. Well, that was hasty. This creature could drink far better than he could. After indulging in the wine, the snow ape emitted a frosty mist, and before Gu Yuxing's eyes, it collapsed into a slumber. Its form rapidly diminished, transforming into an adorable little snow monkey. This snow ape possessed considerable intelligence. Should it mature, it would undoubtedly become formidable. Although it had signed a blood pact with a drop of its essence, it was influenced by the dragon language he had inadvertently learned. It seemed imperative to devise a method to exchange for a technique of pact formation to reinforce the contract. Gu Yuxing contemplated this in his mind. He sat cross-legged, removed the wine gourd, and savored a small sip. A rich fragrance of peach blossoms nearly intoxicated Gu Yuxing. Immediately, an exceptionally pure energy began to circulate within him. Gu Yuxing hastily employed his incantation to guide this energy into his dantian. In his mind, the image of the spirit gourd absorbing the blooming peach blossoms from the 1,000-year-old peach tree flashed through, and he contemplated. This spirit gourd possesses incredible abilities. I must refine it and ensure that no one discovers its secrets. The cave was filled with an oppressive chill. The energy within Gu Yuxing surged violently. Yet the cold suppressed the tumult, allowing him to refine the essence of heaven and earth in such a peculiar environment. As time passed, the silver primordial energy within him became radiant as moonlight, and amidst the shimmering silver glow, Gu Yuxing keenly detected a golden point. First-grade primordial fetus. Gu Yuxing opened his eyes, disbelief etched on his face. Having endured life and death in this canyon, he had awakened his body's potential, cultivating with vigor and unimpeded progress. Continue to cultivate. Gu Yuxing picked up an aged fruit gathered by the snow ape to satiate his hunger, took another sip from the spirit gourd, and resumed the refinement of his primordial fetus. On this day, the sky was clear and bright. At Dustfall Peak, dressed in a Taoist robe, the peak master He Hongnian completed the morning lesson on refining the primordial fetus. The disciples seized a moment of leisure, chatting in small groups. Among them, the youngest female disciple, Emma Wanyan, stood alone at the edge of Dustfall Peak, gazing out over the expanse of peach blossom woods. For 3 days, she had not laid eyes upon the sword-practicing youth in the peach blossom grove, and inexplicably, a sense of emptiness lingered within her. Due to her identity and age, the other senior sisters were not particularly close to her. Even those few who treated her well did so with ulterior motives, and Emma Wanyan found such sycophantic camaraderie distasteful. In stark contrast, the boy clad in tattered shoes, neglected by the sect, brought her a sense of joy and amusement during their interactions. She had grown accustomed to watching the seemingly dull-witted, yet stubborn youth wield his sword in the peach blossom grove. Yet now, it had been 3 days since she had seen any sign of him. Hey, Sister Xiaofeng, what are you looking at? That sect's outcast practicing swordplay in the peach blossom grove? Stop staring. He hasn't practiced for 3 days. I told you. That fellow must be putting on a show for the elders of the sect to garner sympathy, and now he can no longer maintain the facade. How could you still claim he's diligent? The other female disciples chimed in, their faces betraying a sense of relief. They had no connection with Gu Yuxing yet could not bear to see him thrive. This exemplifies the basest nature of humanity, fearing that someone less fortunate might one day surpass them. Those mired in the muck find a perverse satisfaction in witnessing his struggles, relishing the fleeting moments of benevolence that offer him a glimmer of hope. In the past, they had derided Gu Yuxing daily, but deep down, a flicker of anxiety resided within them. What if hard work truly bore fruit? What if he encountered an unexpected turn of fortune? The young woman clad in blue, named Xiaofeng, murmured softly. What unexpected turn could arise? It is also plausible that he could no longer endure such neglect and chose to descend the mountain on his own. After all, those who enter the Qingyan sect will inevitably venture forth to vanquish demons one day. It is only natural for him to fear death, considering his father was a coward. Ha! The female disciples of Luoqing Peak stifled their laughter. Although this matter had been discussed ad nauseum, it still brought them joy. He is not that kind of person. Amidst the mocking laughter of the disciples, Emma Wanyan stepped forward, her cloud sleeves billowing gracefully. A newfound pride and nobility radiated from her youthful face, and as her gaze swept across the crowd, none dared to meet her eyes. A slight smirk graced her lips as she pointed at several older female disciples. In my eyes, most of you are but a joke. You have no comprehension of what true strength entails. Chimping Mountain Mace are high, yet the Qingyan sect merely resides at the foot of a precipice. Do not let the mountain obscure your vision of the world beyond. It is neither as beautiful nor as cruel as you claim. If effort can be ridiculed in this world, then why not mock me? I, too, am diligent. With a sudden flourish, Emma Wanyan unsheathed a verdant little sword. Before you laugh at others, consider whether you possess the right to do so. Though her stature appeared diminutive, the intensity in her gaze and the trembling spirit sword in her hand instilled fear in all present. Junior Sister Emma, we were merely jesting. How could we dare to speak ill of you? You are a prodigy. Even if we were to endure the hardships of fasting and sleepless nights, we could never match your pace. Ridiculous. How can you claim to surpass me without even attempting? It is merely an excuse for your own cowardice. Mo Wanyan sheathed her sword and coolly strode past the group of women. You are the ones who have lost your true selves. Today, as you stand here gazing at the peach blossom grove at the foot of the mountain, you remain oblivious to the fact that above us, the mountains are adorned with yet-to-bloom peach blossoms. The air on Dusty Peak is shrouded in silence. Once Mo Wanyan departed, one of the women scoffed dismissively at her words. She merely boasts of an impressive grandfather. What is so remarkable about that? Indeed, she mused, pondering who she thought she was. Mo Wanyan's reputation was swiftly crumbling. Meanwhile, the young man training in the cave remained unaware that the girl who called him a little loach would speak up on his behalf. Chapter 17. In a world of the survival of the fittest, one can only brandish a sword against adversaries. Young Master Lu, the matter has been settled. In a secluded area, Zhao Ji spoke to Lu Chun with a sycophantic demeanor. Is that truly the case? Lu Chun exclaimed, his face alight with joy. Has Gu Yuxing really perished? He has not practiced swordplay in the peach blossom forest for 3 days. Zhao Ji rubbed his hands together, recounting the formidable beast, which possessed an ancient bloodline, not only endowed with immense physical strength, but also unparalleled intelligence surpassing other beasts. To incite its fury, I expended considerable effort to procure a potent powder from an elder of beast tamers at Tianling Peak. You promised me. Lu Chun furrowed his brow, replying. One must see the living, and the dead must be witnessed as well. Despite the passage of days, I remain ensnared by the influence of the celestial oath. Do you truly believe that wretched creature could still be alive? The probability is exceedingly slim. Zhao Ji squinted. Young Master Lu, you wouldn't reconsider, would you? It is not a matter of reconsideration. You should personally verify whether he is indeed dead, Lu Chun retorted. Suddenly struck by a thought, he inquired. What was that you mentioned about the beast possessing an ancient bloodline? What kind of beast is it? Zhao Ji's eyes glimmered with mischief as he chuckled. A fierce demon, the kind that is notoriously difficult to tame. I shall venture to the peach blossom forest to ascertain whether that fellow has truly met his end. With that, Zhao Ji turned and departed, a cold smirk gracing his lips. He had long set his sights on the snow ape, yet regrettably, his innate talent was insufficient, and his mastery of beast-taming techniques was still lacking, even should he fail to claim it. He would leverage this critical information to ingratiate himself with the 9th prince of the Xianlong dynasty. This fellow. A trace of skepticism flickered in Lu Chun's eyes. Yet for him, the life or death of Gu Yuxing remained his foremost concern. Within the cold cave behind the waterfall, Gu Yuxing was diligently refining the silver essence of the primordial fetus, gradually transforming it into a golden hue. For the past 3 days, he had refrained from sword practice, instead concentrating on the purification of the primordial essence to elevate its quality. Once all the silver essence was transmuted into gold, he intended to harness his techniques to solidify the primordial fetus and officially enter the realm of the primordial fetus. According to Gu Yuxing's estimation, success would be within reach in no more than 3 to 5 days. At that moment, the snow ape stationed outside quietly stepped in, appearing before Gu Yuxing and gesturing towards the outside. Has it finally arrived? Gu Yuxing exhaled softly, concealing all the primordial essence within his dantian. Grasping a wooden sword, he stealthily exited the cold cave. Several dozen paces away, a figure lurked behind a rock, behaving furtively. Is it him? A glimmer of coldness emerged in Gu Yuxing's eyes. This individual was none other than Lu Zhan's named disciple, who, upon entering the sect, had covetously eyed the funds allocated to newly admitted students. Gu Yuxing had uncovered his petty schemes, and thus, the animosity he harbored was hardly surprising. It was no wonder that this person sought to harm him in secret. Is he at the opening vein stage? Gu Yuxing furrowed his brow. Although he had yet to enter the realm of the primordial fetus, his senses were keen enough to detect the aura emanating from Zhao Ji. This individual possessed a larger frame, yet appeared stooped and emaciated, likely due to a misstep during his cultivation at the opening vein stage, resulting in his current condition. As a disciple of the previous generation of Qinjiamen, who had been recruited 5 years ago, my aptitude in the opening veins realm is not particularly remarkable, yet neither is it lacking. After all, many have yet to even coalesce their primordial forms after 5 years. This individual is cunning. Should I remain concealed, he will undoubtedly slip away. Conversely, should I reveal myself, a direct confrontation with him is highly probable. Gu Yuxing's gaze flickered, and he felt an unexpected surge of excitement coursing through his veins. Perhaps a battle with him would be feasible. With this thought igniting within him, Gu Yuxing's fists instinctively clenched. He cast a glance at the peach tree perched on the cliff's edge, followed by a look at the snow ape nearby. Numerous meticulously devised plans replayed in his mind, including several schemes for stealthy sabotage, yet his singular desire was to prove himself with the sword. "You stay hidden over there." Gu Yuxing instructed the snow ape to remain concealed behind the waterfall. Utilizing the cascading waters as cover, he approached the gorge step by step along the stream. "Come out." Gu Yuxing halted, gazing at a stone ahead of him. "Do you know me?" Zhao Ji unexpectedly emerged from behind the stone, his eyes instinctively darting towards the gorge's mouth to confirm that no other sect members were present. A smirk crept onto his lips as he sauntered closer to Gu Yuxing, his expression tinged with intrigue. "Gu Yuxing, you are quite astute. However, it is a pity that the clever often meet untimely ends. I am merely curious as to how you managed to evade that calamity." Gu Yuxing remained silent, slowly drawing the wooden sword from his waist and pointing it at Zhao Ji, his expression calm as he inquired, "Why do you seek to harm me? Is it truly just because of that single piece of silver? Is my life, indeed, as insignificant as a blade of grass?" Zhao Ji was momentarily taken aback, but then he burst into laughter. "Gu Yuxing, in this world, the strong survive while the weak perish. This immutable truth has stood the test of time. The beast will not spare you simply because you have not yet come of age. Likewise, if someone offers a sufficient price for your life, it becomes worth taking. Do you find it amusing that you ask me these questions?" Gu Yuxing raised his wooden sword once more, stating, "Then I shall slay you without any sense of remorse." With that, Gu Yuxing thrust the wooden sword towards Zhao Ji. His movement resembled the casual thrusting at a peach blossom tree, devoid of any flourish, and his pace was unhurried. To Zhao Ji, this strike appeared utterly mundane. He had once stood atop the heights, mocking Gu Yuxing for engaging in such futile endeavors daily. A mere child who could not even sever a peach blossom now dared to wield a sword against him. In Zhao Ji's eyes, it was akin to an ant struggling valiantly before its demise. Zhao Ji even tilted his chin, watching Gu Yuxing's sword approach him, intending to evoke a sense of despair within the boy, to ensure he met his silent end in this forsaken place. The wooden sword drew nearer, and the mocking smile at the corner of Zhao Ji's mouth grew ever more pronounced. 3 meters, 2 meters, mere inches apart. Suddenly, Zhao Ji's heart tightened, not from sensing the concealed sword energy within Gu Yuxing's thrust, but rather from the instinct of one who had reached the opening vein stage. He had cultivated to the 4th rank of the Yuan, just one step away from entering the 3rd rank. He too had once been a prodigy. Regrettably, his eagerness for immediate success led to a grievous error during the opening of the meridians. Danger loomed. Death approached. Zhao Ji's expression froze. Instinctively he darted to the side. His pride afforded him the arrogance to disdain the use of weapons for defense. In his eyes, Gu Yuxing's sword seemed to accelerate suddenly, appearing as if it had multiplied in speed by several tens of times. The tip of the sword radiated a glimmer, akin to a sudden flash of light piercing through the darkness. The strike arrived with the ferocity of a tempest. Zhao Ji watched helplessly as the blade pierced his abdomen, though he narrowly avoided a fatal blow to his heart. The terrifying sword energy contained within the wooden blade ravaged his insides as if a tempest were turning them upside down. Stumbling back, Zhao Ji was propelled through the air, crashing violently against a stone, which cracked under the impact. The residual sword energy erupted, sparking like stars against the stone. Puff! Zhao Ji stood rigid, his eyes wide with disbelief. Though he was also at the opening of the Meridian's realm, he lacked the robust physique of the snow ape. A slender wound appeared on his abdomen, blood seeping out slowly. "You." Zhao Ji struggled to catch his breath, pain coursing through his chest like 1,000 needles. He glanced down at his wound, a look of horror dawning in his eyes. He had narrowly escaped death by instinct. However, complete healing would require at least several years, if not longer, and such a delay would signify the end of his cultivation journey. Contemplating this, Zhao Ji's expression twisted in anguish as he fixed his gaze on Gu Yuxing, devoid of any trace of disdain, replaced instead by a surging tide of murderous intent. "You lowly wretch, you seek death." Zhao Ji pressed one hand against his wound while the other braced against a stone, leveraging it to support his frail body. The sound of cracking bones echoed around him, and with a sudden surge, a powerful energy erupted from within, causing his garments to shred into tatters, revealing his emaciated form. 8 prominent veins, resembling writhing earthworms, stood out on his limbs and chest, converging at the site of his sword injury, attempting to mend the wound. The clarity of these veins was such that they were visible to the naked eye. He had reached the 8th stage of the opening meridian realm. Gu Yuxing's expression faltered momentarily, quickly replaced by a grave concern, although he had sensed that the gaunt man before him was still within the opening meridian realm. He was astonished to discover that Zhao Ji had already unblocked 8 of his body's meridians. If he were to unblock the 9th, he would ascend to the bone-forging realm, where mere blades and swords would struggle to harm his flesh. "I will kill you," Zhao Ji bellowed upon seeing Gu Yushin's expression, his eyes gradually reddening with fury. Deep within his pupils simmered a profound hatred. In his pursuit of cultivation over the past several years, he had not only exhausted all resources provided by his sect, but had also employed various means to acquire additional resources, sparing no effort to enhance his strength. Yet a year ago, to avoid being dispatched by the sect to slay demons, he had resorted to secret arts to conceal his power. Unfortunately, he had failed to properly control the celestial essence within his meridians, resulting in this dire state, which had drained a significant amount of his vitality. Originally, had he continued his cultivation for a while longer to reach the 9th stage of the opening meridian realm, he would have had the opportunity to become a practitioner of the bone-forging realm. However, he had not anticipated such a setback. I am but a single meridian away from invulnerability to blades and arrows. Yet here I am, grievously injured by your sword. I shall rend your body into 1,000 pieces." Zhao Ji successfully opened his meridians, temporarily suppressing the sword wound. He raised both palms and struck towards Gu Yuxing, unleashing a powerful gust of palm wind that rushed toward him. Within this gust, an unusual chill intertwined. The air seemed to crystallize, as if ice were forming. Gu Yuxing thrust his sword forward. Although the sword aura deflected much of the palm wind, a layer of frost clung to his wooden sword. A bone-chilling cold emanated from the wooden sword, causing Gu Yuxing's arm to grow numb, teetering on the brink of losing sensation. Fortunately, having spent 3 days cultivating in the cold cave, he remained composed in the face of this peculiar cold palm technique. He absorbed the surrounding elemental energy into his body as he would during any ordinary practice, while the energy from within him subtly infused the wooden sword. The frost on his arm quickly dissipated, and the frost on the wooden sword transformed into shards of ice that fell away. Gu Yushin shook the wooden sword, transitioning from defense to offense, and thrust again. "What?" Zhao Ji exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. He could not fathom how Gu Yuxing, who had yet to condense his elemental embryo, was able to withstand his previous shadow erosion palm. 2 years prior, he had secured a commendable position in his sect's tournament using this rare and difficult palm technique. What terrified Zhao Ji even more was that the sword thrust from Gu Yuxing sent chills down his spine once more. He had assumed that the previous strike had caught Gu Yuxing off guard due to his own negligence. Now, it became evident that he had gravely underestimated the young man before him. Chapter 18. Life has no retreat. The sword initially slays the enemy. Zhao Ji, being a practitioner of the 8th stage of the meridian opening realm, had prepared himself. He simultaneously struck with both palms, generating a formidable force that formed a barrier. The gust of his palm cutting through the air, effectively blocking Gu Yuxin's sword energy. With his left hand, he transformed his palm into a finger, executing a swift and flourishing technique to seize the sword from Gu Yuxin's grasp with remarkable speed and agility. In terms of both technique and combat experience, he was far superior to Gu Yuxing. Gu Yuxing felt a powerful gale of palm energy surging towards him, his expression tightening as an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped him, rendering him remarkably calm. At that moment, withdrawing his sword for defense would be futile. Observing his opponent's left hand changing its approach, intent on disarming him, he realized that losing his sword would mean losing his greatest support. After all, his knowledge was scant, and he had yet to learn even the most basic footwork. In this critical juncture, Gu Yuxing decided to gamble everything. He did not retract his sword, but instead channeled the primordial energy from his dantian into the wooden sword. A silvery light erupted from the wooden blade, and at its tip, a golden aura coalesced, infusing the sword with an unstoppable momentum, transforming defense into offense. Despite the absence of any sword technique, Zhao Ji's face betrayed shock as he sensed the imminent threat to his life, igniting a primal instinct for survival within him. In that fleeting moment, the thought of retreat began to take root in his mind. However, as he contemplated retreating, the residual force of his palm strike diminished, and Gu Yuxin's sword decisively severed the 2 fingers that had transformed into sharp points. With a sharp sound, the energies collided. Gu Yuxin's sword advanced relentlessly, yet his cultivation level remained insufficient. The surging aftershocks rendered him unsteady, causing him to stagger backward several meters, yet he was still unable to regain his balance. In a state of disarray, he collided against a tree, and Gu Yuxing's complexion turned pale, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Nevertheless, A hint of unprecedented satisfaction curved his lips. Though he had been defeated, he had also emerged victorious. Zhao Ji bore a gaping wound in his leg, blood gushing forth, while 2 fingers from his left hand were severed, droplets of crimson falling. Although he did not expel blood, he was nonetheless wounded by the golden sword aura, which pierced his skin, causing a multitude of blood beads to surface beneath the surface, presenting a gruesome sight. Silver Yuan Qi? You dare to condense a second-grade Yuan embryo. Shock flickered in Zhao Ji's eyes, and a fleeting glance to the side rendered his body suddenly rigid. No, it is the aura of a golden Yuan embryo? Zhao Ji's expression transformed from astonishment to terror, then to madness. Well, he had not expected that Qingping Mountain would produce a once-in-a-millennium genius. Given time, his prospects would be limitless. Alas, you shall perish at my hands. Ha! Zhao Ji had only just begun to entertain thoughts of retreat, wishing to recuperate before returning to eliminate Gu Yuxing. But he was now overwhelmed by Gu Yuxing's talent, his murderous intent surging wildly. Ignoring the sword wound in his chest and the blood on his leg, his eyes turned a fierce crimson as he raised his hand, unleashing waves of deep green palm winds towards Gu Yuxing. Gu Yuxing took a deep breath, wielding his wooden sword to cleave through the palm winds, gradually retreating until he reached the base of a peach blossom tree. You cannot escape. Zhao Ji cornered Gu Yuxing at the edge of the cliff, a sinister smile creeping across his face as he halted his advance, his breath ragged from the severe injuries inflicted by Gu Yuxing. Escape? Gu Yuxing's expression remained serene. I merely presented you with the most fitting method of demise. Zhao Ji's eyelids twitched. Before he could comprehend the situation, a flash of white light surged at the corner of his eye. Instinctively, he turned to see a diminutive monkey appear behind him, which promptly raised its fist and struck him fiercely in the lower back. With a resounding thud, accompanied by the sound of breaking bones, the snow ape's form rapidly expanded, and it roared, unleashing a gust of wind that sent Zhao Ji hurtling against a millennia-old peach tree. Cough. Zhao Ji spat a mouthful of blood mid-air, his expression one of sheer terror as he beheld the snow ape, which now stood obediently beside Gu Yuxing, exuding an air of submission. How can this be? Zhao Ji's face turned ashen as he grasped a branch of the peach tree. The force of the snow ape's blow had obliterated his internal organs, rendering his cultivation utterly ineffective. The dread of death enveloped him. Zhao Ji shouted towards Gu Yuxing, You audacious fool, colluding with a beast to harm your fellow disciples. If the elders of the sect learn of this, you are doomed. As he spoke, he reached into his clothing and produced a sect token, preparing to crush it. The Qingyan sect's token contained the identity of each disciple. Should they encounter misfortune while slaying demons, it could be used to seek assistance from the sect. Now, Zhao Ji intends to leverage the sect's token to coerce Gu Yuxing. Zhao Ji, noticing Gu Yuxing retreating, reveals a sinister grin. Gu Yuxing, you cannot kill me. You must be acutely aware of your standing within the sect. If you are wise, relinquish the contract with the snow ape and hand it over to me, and I may spare your life. Is that so? Gu Yuxing retreats a few more steps, a smile gradually forming at the corners of his mouth. Even the snow ape beside him steps back, displaying a hint of fear. Zhao Ji, clutching the sect's token, feels his body on the brink of collapse as he prepares to descend from the peach tree. However, as he moves, he senses something entangled around him, an unsettling feeling creeping in, accompanied by a rustling sound in his ears. When Zhao Ji lifts his gaze, he sees countless peach branches transforming into tendrils that snap and crackle, swiftly binding him tightly. Upon the stout trunk, a visage of a tree spirit materializes. A tree spirit? Zhao Ji's face pales, fear coursing through him. Instinctively, he attempts to crush the sect's token, but the vines ensnare his fingers and wrists, their tips piercing his flesh, causing the token to clatter to the ground. Zhao Ji feels his life force rapidly draining away, the essence of his blood being siphoned by the tree spirit. He struggles futilely, realizing the futility of his efforts. Don't. Help me. Zhao Ji gazes at Gu Yuxing with eyes filled with despair. At this moment, he finally comprehended why Gu Yuxing was retreating. The calm and indifferent gaze of the youth instantly illuminated the truth for him. All of this had been meticulously orchestrated by the young man, who had sought his life without leaving any authority to the sect. Every step was calculated, his strength concealed, revealing a profound cunning. Zhao Ji's body was but a mere shell of bones. His hoarse voice echoed in Gu Yuxing's ears. Save me. I know who harmed your father. Gu Yuxing's pupils constricted as he instinctively took a step forward. Yet, the ancient peach tree demon radiated a surge of pink light. assimilating Zhao Zi's bones into its very being. Cackling, Gu Yuxing seemed to hear the excited voice of the tree demon. It brandished its peach blossom branches before him, as if intending to devour both Gu Yuxing and the snow ape. In response, Gu Yuxing swiftly retrieved a gourd of wine from his waist and directed it towards the peach tree. A stream of azure light surged forth from the gourd's mouth. The ancient peach tree's blossoms were drained completely by Gu Yuxing. The enraged voice of the 1,000-year-old peach tree resonated in his ears. Gu Yuxing, however, remained unfazed, stating, "Just collecting some interest." The morning sunlight bathed Gu Yuxing's weary face as he quietly departed the canyon, leaving the snow ape behind. Pushing open the door to the small courtyard, Gu Yuxing leaned against it, his hands trembling slightly. Having just endured a life-and-death ordeal that had exhausted the primordial energy within him. His physique may not be robust, yet within him resides a heart of unwavering determination. With this steadfastness, he has extinguished the joys of his childhood, innocence has fled, and mirth has vanished. In this realm, where peach blossoms bloom amidst desolation, he treads forth in solitude, mastering the art of survival with resolute decisiveness. Draped in sunlight, his gaze grows ever more resolute. Throughout it all, Gu Yuxing clutches a wooden sword tightly in hand. Cough. Leaning against the wall, Gu Yuxing's lips part to reveal a trickle of crimson. Suddenly, sensing something, the youth lifts his gaze, only to behold a proud figure perched atop a small wooden tiger beneath the eaves, bright eyes fixed intently upon him. Instinctively, he clenches his blood-stained hand into a fist and withdraws it into his sleeve, offering the girl an embarrassed smile. "Miss Mo, what brings you here?" "My grandfather mentioned that the peach blossoms are nearing their end and urged me to gather some for brewing." The girl's gaze flitted over the concealed hand within his sleeve as she leaped down from the wooden tiger. From her bosom, she produced a delicate handkerchief, within which lay a beautifully crafted pastry. "Would you like to have some?" As Emma Wanted inquired, she deftly split the pastry in two, holding each half in her hands and pressing them together before extending the slightly larger piece to Gu Yuxing. "You've surely never tasted this. It is made by my grandfather himself, filled with delightful ingredients." The fragrant aroma of the pastry wafted toward Gu Yuxing, prompting his stomach to audibly protest its emptiness. He instinctively raised his hand, hesitated momentarily, and then lowered it, his expression slightly pained. Shaking his head, he said, "Miss Mo, I am not hungry." However, before Gu Yuxing could finish his sentence, Imo Wanyan stuffed half a piece of flaky cake into his mouth. Observing Gu Yuxing's flushed face, Miss Imo clapped her hands in delight and resumed her playful antics on the small wooden tiger, giggling as she leaned back and then toppled onto the ground, landing in a somewhat adorable and awkward manner. "Hey, little loach, don't laugh. If you must, retreat indoors until you're done." Imo lolly pouted, glaring at Gu Yuxing while pointing toward the woodshed. Gu Yuxing thought the girl's fall was somewhat exaggerated. He cautiously made his way around Imo Wanyan, entered the house, and cleaned the blood from his palm. He then retrieved the flaky cake from his mouth, savoring it slowly. Indeed, Gu Yuxing had never tasted such delicious flaky cake. It was not only soft and sweet but also imparted a refreshing sensation in his abdomen after swallowing, alleviating much of the pain from his internal injuries. After a while, Gu Yuxing emerged from the house in a fresh set of clothes, his complexion still somewhat pale. Meanwhile, Imo Wanyan sat atop the small wooden tiger, cradling a book in her hands, her gaze fixed lazily on the words as she stifled a yawn. "Is it delicious?" The young girl shifted the book to her chest, revealing her bright, lively eyes as she smiled at Gu Yuxing. "Very delicious," he replied, moving into the east chamber to bring out a table and placing it before Imo Wanyan. "Miss Imo, it would be better for you to read like this. Have you ever studied?" Imo Wanyan leaned slightly forward, her expression one of mild surprise as she regarded Gu Yuxing. After speaking, she felt it might have been somewhat impolite. So she playfully tugged at the ear of a small wooden tiger, revealing her pearly white teeth. "What I mean is, have you also been compelled to read?" "Indeed." Gu Yuxing nodded, his hand absently wiping the bright surface of the table. Yet, that was an occurrence from a year prior. Imo Wanyan fell into an unexpected silence. She quietly approached the desk, while Gu Yuxing fetched a small grass stool for her and brought another one for himself, a stool positioned at one end of the table, and the other at the opposite end. The boy and girl exchanged glances, their eyes locking. Sunlight bathed the girl's face, illuminating it with a radiant and pristine glow, causing Gu Yuxing to gaze at her with a hint of foolish admiration. Imo Wanyan raised her finger and playfully flicked Gu Yuxing's forehead, issuing a playful warning. Having indulged in my sweet pastries, you must now assist me. I become drowsy whenever I read. You must keep an eye on me. Today, I must commit this article to memory, or else my grandfather will hold me accountable. Hey, are you listening to me? Oh, yes, the boy replied. At that moment, a gentle breeze rustled the peach blossoms, scattering petals across the tranquil courtyard. Chapter 19. The Millennium Tree Demon and Gu Yuxing's underlying crisis. Gu Yuxing had grown accustomed to the solitude of his cultivation. However, the radiant Miss Mo, more vibrant than the peach blossoms, would frequently visit his humble abode, seeking companionship. Occasionally, she would borrow his desk to take a midday nap, and on cheerful days, she would commandeer his small wooden tiger as a makeshift rocking chair, alleviating his loneliness. Yet, the idyllic days, much like the abundant peach blooms, were destined to wither. One day, while practicing his swordplay in the woods, Gu Yuxing noticed the last peach blossom precariously clinging to its branch. Sweating profusely, he hastened back to his courtyard, expecting, as usual, to either find Miss Mo sleeping over her book at the wooden table or showcasing an assortment of peculiar pastries while perched on the wooden tiger, her chin slightly raised in playful pride. To his dismay, the courtyard remained tranquil, devoid of Miss Mo's presence. Gu Yuxing's gaze wandered aimlessly, a sense of inexplicable melancholy settling within him. Solitude does not necessarily find solace amidst a crowd. Gu Yuxing had become adept at living and cultivating alone. Yet, ever since that lively girl had leapt into his life, filling his days with playful banter, he had come to realize that cultivation could be a delightful pursuit as well. He busied himself in the woodshed for a while, cradling a bowl of peach blossom honey brew, lost in thought beneath the eaves. At that moment, a hollow stem crafted from heartsease gracefully descended from above, landing precisely in his bowl, swiftly siphoning away the entire contents of the peach blossom honey brew. Gu Yuxing lifted his head, meeting a pair of crescent-shaped eyes that twinkled with mirth. Miss Mo, clad in a flowing azure robe, was playfully winking at him, her cheeks rosy and round. For reasons unknown, Gu Yuxing grasped the hollow reed in his hand, raised it to his lips, and blew with all his might. Puff! A shower of honeyed rain fell from the clear sky, drenching Gu Yuxing's face. Mo Wanyun's cheeks flushed crimson as peach blossom honey dribbled from the corners of her mouth and nose. With wide eyes, she leapt from the rooftop. Gu Yuxing. This was the first time she had called the boy's name in anger. She had perched herself on the roof, intending to observe what amusement the boy might conjure to brighten her monotonous days of cultivation. However, she hadn't anticipated such a grand jest from Gu Yuxing. Fuming, she snapped the hollow reed in two and stomped on the remnants, still unsatisfied. Clenching her fist, she aimed a punch at Gu Yuxing's face. The force of her blow sent his hair flying wildly backward. Yet, he did not flinch. Instead, he wore a foolish grin, reveling in the moment. Thud. Mo Wanyun's fist transformed into a finger, tapping lightly on Gu Yuxing's forehead. I shall never consume peach blossom honey again, she proclaimed, her face flushed with indignation. Miss Mo, do not be angry. I was merely jesting, he replied. Humph. Mo Wanyun turned her profile away from him, her gaze fixed on the clouds rolling over Qingping Mountain. She was truly upset, beyond the reach of consolation. Gu Yuxing paused, momentarily taken aback, before turning and darting into the peach blossom grove. Mo Wanyun continued to gaze upward, her eyes following the silhouette of Gu Yuxing as he disappeared from view. Moments later, Gu Yuxing approached, cradling a branch adorned with a cluster of blooming peach blossoms, still vibrant and unwithering. Before Mo Wanyun, he gently plucked a blossom and secured it within her hair. Miss Mo, do not be angry. I have bestowed upon you the entirety of spring. A light chuckle escaped Mo Wanyun's lips. I see you should abandon sword practice. You possess the traits of a bookworm. Perhaps you are better off, like my grandfather, engrossed in books all day. On occasion, I do indulge in reading, Gu Yuxing replied, gesturing toward the eastern wing, where rows of shelves brimmed with books. However, Mo Wanyun paid little heed to his words. Instead, she strolled to the well in the small courtyard, leaning down to glimpse her reflection in the water, the peach blossom in her hair adding an exquisite touch. She refrained from removing it, opting instead to smile coyly, arms crossed. Listen, Gu Yuxing, after today, I may not return. Ah, Gu Yuxing responded, momentarily lost in thought, standing still as if entranced. Finally, you shall have no more interruptions, will you? Mo Wanyun teased, striding towards him with a proud demeanor. I am about to enter seclusion to refine my primordial essence. When we next meet, I shall be a true practitioner. With her hands clasped behind her back, fingers intertwined, She leaned slightly forward, her gaze intent upon Gu Yuxing. You should not be too lacking either, little mudfish. A wave of fragrant orchids enveloped him, and her eyes, radiant as the stars, seemed to hold an unreachable distance. He nodded silently in acknowledgement. At this moment, Imo Wanyan suddenly extended a hand from behind, first placing it atop her own head, and then gradually moving it to rest upon Gu Yuxing's head. You are shorter than I am. Eat more. And when we meet next time, I hope you will have grown taller than me. Imo Wanyan took a step back, turned, and walked towards the gate of the small courtyard, waving goodbye to Gu Yuxing over her shoulder. Then, as was her custom, she skipped away with lightheartedness. Gu Yuxing remained rooted in place for quite some time, before finally revealing a wistful smile. In the days that followed, Gu Yuxing indeed did not encounter Miss Imo again. However, he devoted himself to his cultivation with even greater diligence. By day, he practiced swordplay, and by night, he focused on refining his primordial essence. When fatigue set in, he would send the snow ape to the mountains to gather wild fruits and peach blossoms, which he then transformed into jars of peach blossom wine. Before he knew it, a month had flown by. The silvery essence within Gu Yuxing had completely coalesced into a golden form. The 9 primordial engravings in his dantian had also transformed into intricate golden patterns. At last, it was time to refine his first-grade primordial essence. Gu Yuxing ceased his meditative breathing. Under the starlit night, the celestial bodies shone brilliantly over Qingping Mountain. The young man, with a wine gourd slung over his shoulder and a wooden sword in hand, walked along the tranquil path of the peach blossom grove. At the edge of the grove, an elderly man with a face lined with wrinkles gazed at the youth's retreating figure and sighed softly. The starlight rewards those who persevere. This lad is far more tenacious than his father. At that moment, several figures emerged from the shadows, led by the head of the Qinyan sect, Xian Zizi, followed by Lu Zhan and several elders. Greetings, Master Lu, they intoned. Lu Yuan, with deep-set eyes, coldly inquired, what brings you here at such a late hour? Master Lu, the soul tablet of Lu Zhan, his named disciple, has shattered. Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes. Is it that individual who forcibly attempted to reverse the flow of meridians? How long has he been missing? Lu Zhan stepped forward respectfully and replied, Esteemed elder, it has already been over a month. Over a month, and still no outcome? Yet. Such a commotion? Lu Yuan's gaze fell upon the sect leader, Xiao Rang, unless it was during the demon-slaying period. The life and death of every disciple of the Qinyan sect held significant weight, but it should not warrant alarming the leader. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's words, Xiao Rang's expression stiffened. The esteemed elder was reproaching him, the sect leader, for his indecisiveness. At this moment, Lu Zhan interjected, Esteemed elder, we have pursued the investigation into Zhao Zi's disappearance all the way to the canyon at the end of the peach blossom forest, where we discovered some clues. There, a millennium-old peach tree has strangely developed sentience and transformed into a demon tree. Zhao Zi was likely devoured by that tree spirit. However, this matter is rather peculiar, as there are signs of a struggle within the peach blossom forest. Oh, Lu Yuan squinted. In the peach blossom forest, I am the sole inhabitant. Lu Zhan, somewhat anxious, remarked, Esteemed elder, have you forgotten? There was another person. Are you referring to Gu Bai's son? Lu Yuan scoffed coldly, his gaze sweeping over the assembly. Do you not find this utterly absurd? A mere novice, yet to solidify his primordial essence, engaging in combat with someone at the opening meridian stage? The elders exchanged glances. Lu Yuan, with his shrewd eyes, turned his attention back to Lu Zhan. Is there some hidden truth in this matter that you have not disclosed to us? Upon hearing that your son and Gu Bai's son had instigated a heavenly oath while at the foot of the mountain, do you, as a father, harbor ulterior motives? A flicker of panic crossed Lu Zhan's eyes as he shook his head and replied, Esteemed elder, how could I, a mere junior, dare to deceive? I merely mentioned it in passing. In the peach blossom grove, aside from you, only that young lad possesses the freedom to traverse it. As for the heavenly oath between my son Lu Qin and Gu Yuxin, once they reach the age of maturity and hold their coming-of-age ceremony, I implore you, Mr. Mo, to assist in dissolving the oath, should you wish to prevent the disciples of our sect from engaging in a life-and-death struggle. Matters of youth should be resolved by themselves. Regarding the peach blossom grove, there are indeed those who can enter. The young lady from the Imo family can wander freely within. The peach blossom murder array I set up cannot impede her. Are you suggesting that she was responsible for Zhao Zi's demise? Lu Zhan's complexion paled significantly, and he hastily denied the accusation. He might indulge in minor schemes before the sect leader, yet he would never dare offend that esteemed scholar of the sacred academy, who could crush him like an ant with but a thought. Beyond the mountains lies a world rife with formidable individuals. Do not merely seek to assert dominance within the Qingyan sect. Lu Yuan's voice bore a note of admonition as his gaze swept over the assembly. Given your fervor, I take it you are headed to confront that peach blossom demon? Have you succeeded in vanquishing it? The expression on Xian Gizi's face was one of awkwardness. He cleared his throat and spoke. Master Lu, that peach blossom demon has cultivated for a millennium, possessing profound abilities. We cannot discern its realm. Despite our combined efforts, slashes from swords, and the application of spells, our endeavors proved utterly futile. I implore you, Master Lu, to take action and eliminate it, lest we witness such tragedies again. The other elders bowed in agreement. Lu Yuan, stroking his beard, replied with a solemn demeanor, "You overestimate my capabilities. That 1,000-year-old peach tree is beyond my means." What? The elders gasped in astonishment. Lu Zhan, in particular, wore an expression of disbelief. No wonder Zhao Ji had perished without a trace. Otherwise, why do you think I have been guarding this peach blossom grove, forbidding other disciples from entering? Lu Yuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back. The peach trees, abundant across the mountains, could very well be the source of its life. To vanquish it, one would have to eradicate every single peach tree. Pray tell, who among you possesses such power? A profound silence enveloped the group. Disperse, Lu Yuan waved his hand, his gaze settling on Lu Zhan. That young man, Gu Yuxing, has trapped himself within the peach blossom grove. It is wise to show mercy where one can. Do not be overly excessive in one's dealings. Understood, Lu Zhan replied with a respectful bow, departing with a sense of satisfaction. It turned out that although Gu Yuxing was alive, he suffered a fate worse than death. The 1,000-year peach demon would inevitably claim his life. Thus, Lu Yuan need not intervene personally to resolve the matter. As for his 3-year celestial oath of life and death with Lu Chun, could he survive those 3 years? Such thoughts were mere delusions. You remain here, ensuring that no one approaches. Behind the waterfall, in the icy cavern, Gu Yuxing halted his steps, commanding the snow ape, Baba, who was closely following him. In recent days, Gu Yuxing had refined the wine brewed from the wild fruits gathered by the snow ape, resulting in an intoxicating aroma. One day, out of curiosity, he allowed Baba a small sip from the wine gourd, and to his astonishment, the snow ape's fur turned increasingly frost-white, its aura becoming significantly more formidable. Since that moment, the snow ape had been steadfastly at his heels, eagerly awaiting Gu Yuxing's generous offering of wine. With its body slouched beneath the moonlight, the creature's eyes fixated on the wine gourd at Gu Yuxing's waist. Very well, you shall have a taste. Gu Yuxing granted the snow ape a sip of the wine, which sent the creature into a frenzy of excitement, its fur bristling as it fidgeted with glee. It pointed a finger toward the edge of the cliff. Following its gaze, Gu Yuxing furrowed his brow. The ancient peach tree, which had stood for a millennium, was conspicuously absent. The surroundings bore the marks of scorched earth and chiseled stone, suggesting the aftermath of a recent battle. Had the disciples of the sect felled the venerable peach tree? Gu Yuxing's eyes flickered. It had been over a month since the demise of Zhao Ji. During this time, no enforcers from the sect had sought him out, yet this did not allow him to lower his guard entirely. The words Zhao Ji had spoken before his death lingered in his mind. The circumstances surrounding his father's demise appeared to be shrouded in mystery. If all of this were indeed true, it indicated that there were still those within the sect who would conspire against him. It was imperative that he accelerated his cultivation. Gu Yuxing felt the urgency of time pressing upon him. Retracting his gaze, he gently stroked the fluffy ears of the snow monkey before turning and stepping into the cold cave. He had prepared himself for the refinement of the primordial embryo. Deep within the cave, Gu Yuxing settled onto a mound of grass, first centering his thoughts and calming his mind, adjusting his various states to their optimal conditions. He hoped to successfully refine the primordial embryo in one go. With his hands cradled at his dantian, Gu Yuxing gradually activated the Taiching primordial embryo spiritual invocation. At his dantian, the golden aura of the primordial embryo swirled like a golden cloud, ever in motion. The vitality of heaven and earth surged into Gu Yuxing's body. The primordial embryo realm is forged from primordial energy, reconstructing the foundation of the dantian, purging the impurities accumulated from the mundane world, rendering the body flawless. As if birthed from the cosmos itself. The stronger the resonance between the body and the universe, the more solid the foundation for future cultivation. However, merely refining the primordial embryo's energy is but the overture To fully enter the primordial embryo realm, one must transform all the primordial energy into a single droplet of primordial essence, housed within the dantian, akin to a lamp within the body, thus ensuring a perpetual cycle of life. Once the primordial embryo is refined, a person's lifespan can transcend the mortal limit of 120 years, granting an additional 30 years of vitality. Before entering meditation, Gu Yuxing had meticulously rehearsed the refining process. Yet, when the moment of refinement arrived, the turbulent golden primordial energy within him struck against his dantian with excruciating force, causing him immense suffering, beads of sweat rolling down his cheeks. This pain was trivial in comparison. Clenching his teeth, Gu Yuxing persevered as the golden primordial energy in his dantian rapidly converged to a single point, signaling the onset of condensation. At this moment, an unforeseen spectacle unfolded before Gu Yuxing's eyes. The condensed golden primordial energy did not transform into essence as anticipated. Instead, it abruptly shifted from gold to a translucent glaze, manifesting as a resplendent spectrum of colors akin to a rainbow. Before Gu Yuxing could comprehend the situation, the golden primordial energy he had painstakingly cultivated began to dwindle uncontrollably, diminishing by several tens of times in an instant. The aura of the heavens and earth surged like a tempest, drawing in the surrounding chill. Even the millennia-old coldness from the icy pool began to invade Gu Yuxing's body. A chilling sound echoed as a layer of frost enveloped him, threatening to encase him in ice. This is dire, he thought urgently. In desperation, he uncorked a gourd, disregarding everything else, and took several hearty swigs of the spirit contained within. Instantly, a wave of searing warmth surged within his dantian, enveloping his body and preventing his transformation into an ice sculpture. In that moment, Gu Yuxing resembled a parched camel savoring water, as the golden primordial energy coalesced into a cloud of vibrant colors. Did this signify that there existed a higher tier of primordial energy beyond the first grade? Guiding the tumultuous energies of heaven and earth, his sleeves billowed as he clutched the gourd tightly, ready to sip again should the cold intensify. Above the icy pool, a layer of ethereal green energy swirled, originating from the geological veins of Qingping Mountain, now fervently siphoned by Gu Yuxing. That night, beneath the luminous moon and a canopy of twinkling stars, the sect leader, Zuanjizi, who had just emerged from the Qingyun Hall, suddenly sensed something amiss. Halting in his tracks to gaze upward, above the demon-suppressing monument, a colossal vortex of clouds swirled, lingering in the air. What is this? Behind Zuanjizi, the other elders sensed something amiss, halting to gaze upward. One elder exclaimed, "This is an astronomical phenomenon triggered by the condensation of the primordial essence of heaven and earth. Someone is forming a primordial embryo. Is someone attempting to refine a top-tier primordial embryo? Who could it be? It could only be the granddaughter of old Master Mo. She possesses a pure body, having long been refined through the teachings of the sages, making the emergence of a top-tier primordial embryo unsurprising. Yet, this seems rather swift." The elders turned their attention to He Hongnian, the master of Falling Dust Peak. After all, Mo Wanyun had been cultivating in the Qingyun sect, mostly residing at Falling Dust Peak. Congratulations, junior sister He. Despite donning a Taoist robe, He Hongnian's form remained curvaceous and her demeanor graceful, holding considerable allure for the gathered elders. She clasped her hands together, her gaze directed at Zuanjizi and Xiao Rang. As she spoke, "This is indeed a fortuitous event for our Qingyun sect." The elders exchanged glances, sensing an oddity in the air. Zuanjizi, initially in a dismal mood, frustrated by the inability to subdue a 1,000-year-old transformed peach blossom demon, felt slightly uplifted by the news of someone refining a top-tier primordial embryo. He stroked his beard with a smile and instructed, "Be sure to attend to any needs from Elder Mo's side with great care. By the way, where is Junior Brother Lei? If he is present tonight, the peach blossom demon may not escape." At that moment, Lucian inappropriately interjected, "Junior Brother Lei has recently been teaching the Ninth Prince the Heavenly Sword technique. Moreover, I heard that the Ninth Prince is also on the verge of refining a primordial embryo, possibly within these few days." Xiangizi furrowed his brow and lifted his gaze towards the heavens. "Master, the direction of that vortex seems to lead towards Yufeng. Could it be that the one refining the primordial fetus is the Ninth Prince, Chuchen?" A glimmer of understanding flickered in Xiangizi's eyes as he exclaimed, "I comprehend now. Such a significant anomaly in the sky, rivaling even the scale of the soul refinement stage, must indicate that two individuals are simultaneously refining their primordial fetuses. Tonight, with the full moon illuminating the sky, presents the perfect opportunity for this endeavor. Two individuals. The elders were taken aback, their expressions a mix of astonishment and excitement, tinged with a hint of jealousy. The prince of the Qianlong dynasty possessed a profound background, and if he were to become an elite disciple of Qingyun's sect, the sect might have the opportunity to ascend to a second-tier status. Stop dawdling. Prepare 2 sets of sect gifts. Once these 2 have refined their primordial fetuses, I shall personally petition the Mountain Guardian Elder to open the Scripture Pavilion, allowing them to select suitable cultivation methods. The other disciples may also enter the pavilion to choose a technique, thereby inspiring the younger generation. Understood. Upon hearing about the preparations for gifts, the elders' minds began to stir with excitement. Whether it was to curry favor with the prince of the Qianlong dynasty or the esteemed scholar from the Holy Mountain Academy, such opportunities were rare and must be seized. In a lavishly decorated courtyard at Yunfeng, the 9th prince of the Qianlong dynasty was immersed in the refinement of his primordial fetus, surrounded by swirling azure energy. Is it merely a 3rd-grade primordial fetus? A look of discontent crossed Chu Chen's face as a surge of frustration welled up within him. At that moment, from a dimly lit corner, an elderly man with a pale complexion and no beard quietly emerged, gazing intently at Chu Chen with profound eyes. He spoke, "Ninth Prince, you are overly eager. With the current condensation of primordial essence within you, it is premature to enter the primordial realm. Even if you refine the primordial essence, it would merely be of the 3rd grade. In a sect like the Qingyun sect, which guards the tablets, that may be considered commendable, yet in the Qianlong dynasty, it is merely average." Chu Chen's gaze darkened as he retorted, "I am the 9th prince of the Qianlong dynasty, a figure revered by the world. I must excel in all matters. Mo Wanyun has already entered seclusion a month ago, diligently cultivating her essence daily. If I do not refine my primordial essence, I shall forever be unable to catch up. Mo Wanyun belongs to me, mine." His expression twisted with ferocity. "By ascending in strength, if I can secure Mo Wanyun's attention before the prodigies of the 3 sacred lands, I shall have hope to contend for the throne against the crown prince." The old eunuch, shrouded in shadows, fell silent for a moment before producing a box from his sleeve, presenting it to Chu Chen. Upon opening the box, a resplendent golden elixir lay within. "This is the golden yuan pill?" A spark of fervor ignited in Chu Chen's eyes. This golden yuan pill was exceedingly difficult to procure, even for the Qianlong dynasty. "Ninth Prince, while the golden yuan pill is indeed a rare treasure of heaven and earth, it is not without its side effects. The path of cultivation ultimately rests upon oneself." Before the eunuch could finish his warning, Chu Chen swallowed the golden pill in one swift motion. Outside the secluded courtyard, the master of Yufeng, Lei Jiangqing, wore a pleased expression, his demeanor radiating a sense of pride. The other elders of Yufeng stood nearby, offering their compliments. "Brother Lei, after a century, our Yunfeng has finally produced a disciple capable of refining a superior primordial fetus. Indeed, Brother Lei, it is a cause for celebration. I heard that tonight." The sect leader and the elders from other peaks ventured into the peach blossom forest, only to encounter a millennia-old tree demon. After a fierce confrontation, they found themselves at a disadvantage, failing even to ascertain the demon's realm. The sect leader is quite upset about it. Lei Jiangheng scoffed coldly, dismissively stating, "The transformation of an ancient tree into a demon is hardly remarkable in Qingping Mountain. If I were present, wielding the celestial sword, that tree demon wouldn't stand a chance of escape." An elder, eager to ingratiate himself, chimed in, "Naturally, Brother Lei's swordsmanship ranks among the top 3 in our sect." Suddenly, Lei Jiangheng's expression froze. "Top 3? So that makes me 3rd. The words sounded particularly grating to his ears. "Junior Brother Bei, how can you speak so?" he retorted. "With another 20 years of training, Brother Lei's celestial swordsmanship will undoubtedly claim the title of the sect's finest." Silence. Lei Jiangheng's expression turned frigid. He respected the sect's grand elder, Lu Yuan, whose swordsmanship and cultivation were superior to his own, but to suggest that Yu Qingshan surpassed him was absurd. With a sneer, Lei Jiangheng remarked, "Given the 9th prince's talent, he will likely catch up to me in no more than 5 years. However, tonight, the young Lady Mo from the Peach Blossom Peak is also condensing her primordial fetus. They truly make a splendid pair, a match made in heaven. Martial brother, is it truly because of Mr. Mo's granddaughter that the 9th prince has joined our Qingyun sect? Certainly, without such a connection, would one of his stature ever find their way here? You have long dwelled within the confines of Qingyun sect, never having ventured beyond Qingping Prefecture. You remain unaware of the vastness of the world outside and the multitude of formidable beings that traverse this realm. Upon mentioning this, the pride upon Lei Jiangheng's visage dissipated. In comparison to those genuine prodigies and unparalleled powerhouses, we are but mere ants gazing up at the heavens from the depths of a well. Chapter 21. The Celestial Essence of the Original Embryo. The hidden secret in the secluded residence of Peach Blossom Peak, beneath the luminous full moon. The esteemed scholar Mo Fancheng held a sacred text in his hands, reading by candlelight. Around him, a majestic aura coalesced above his head, enveloping the entire abode. Though the journey may be long, persistence will lead to arrival. Though the task may be arduous, action will yield success. Upon encountering this wisdom, Mo Fancheng set aside his book, rose slowly, and gazed out the window at the moon. After a moment, his gaze returned to the tranquil courtyard where his granddaughter, Mo Wanyin, was in seclusion, her own aura gradually fading. Wanyin, he mused, while I can assist you momentarily, I cannot safeguard you for eternity. I often urge you to immerse yourself in literature, yet you frequently succumb to laziness, often dozing off upon your books. Although your talent is remarkable, the cultivation of the original embryo is akin to laying the foundation of a towering edifice. Every small effort must be made by oneself. Without the enveloping aura, Mo Fancheng appeared as an ordinary scholar immersed in his studies, stripped of any celestial presence. He looked up towards Qingping Mountain and reflected, the sage once said. The sea does not reject rivers, thus it becomes vast. The mountain does not spurn soil, thus it rises high. I hope you can harness your own perseverance to cultivate the original embryo. Surely you are not incapable of even forming a superior essence? At that moment, Mo Fancheng sensed something profound, his gaze drifting to the vortex of energy swirling in the starry sky, his eyes gradually deepening in contemplation. The Qingyun sect is indeed intriguing. Mo Fancheng stepped out of the room, his scholarly robe billowing around him, exuding an unparalleled aura of righteousness. His expression suddenly shifted to one of gravity as he murmured, "The sacred texts of the Holy Academy record that in the vastness of the world, dynasties flourish for 5 centuries and then decline for another 5, marking an era of great contention. The demon tribes rampage, asserting dominance, overshadowing even the demonic realms, while celestial beings from the upper realms find themselves unable to suppress the rise of the beast clans. As time ebbs and flows, it seems the era of resurgence for our human race is nigh." Just as he spoke, a surge of golden primordial energy erupted from the adjacent courtyard. Observing this, Mo Fancheng nodded slightly. He was acutely aware that his granddaughter, Mo Wanyin, had always been playful, failing to harness her innate talents and diligently pursue her cultivation, resulting only in the formation of a second-grade primordial essence. To his astonishment, she had managed to condense a first-grade golden primordial essence. Though it did not reach the legendary heavenly grade, achieving a first-grade essence was no small feat. Not too shabby, Mo Fancheng remarked as he moved towards the small courtyard to provide protection for Mo Wanyin. The manifestation of golden primordial energy indicated that significant risks lay ahead. However, as he advanced, he witnessed streams of radiant light emerging from the golden essence. What? Mo Fancheng's pupils constricted, first filled with joy, then realization dawned upon him. With a swift motion, he conjured a sacred tome from his sleeve, which gracefully ascended into the sky, veiling the secrets of the entire Qingyun sect. It was indeed a heavenly grade primordial essence. Mo Fancheng's expression turned contemplative. "Wanyin, I have underestimated you. When did you transform yourself, diligently cultivating in secrecy? It seems the books I showed you were not in vain. You have truly applied yourself. Had it not been for this, the ethereal essence of the heavenly grade Yuan would never have crystallized." At the same moment, at the end of the Peach Blossom Grove, within a cold cave concealed by a waterfall, the air around Gu Yuxing shimmered with a resplendent spectrum of colors. His form resembled that of a luminous glass vase. The ambient vitality of the universe surged like a fierce wind, swirling above him, and he drew it into his being. In the realm of Yuan, this state is also referred to as the treasure vase realm in the great Buddhist sections. When tainted by dust, one becomes akin to a clay vessel. Yet, with a heart akin to a clear mirror, one may transform into a glass treasure vase. At this moment, Gu Yuxing found himself in an enigmatic state. As if his soul had momentarily liberated itself from the bonds of his corporeal form, gently drifting into the heavens. Gradually he ascended, the Qingshan mountain still appearing as a fleeting vision. However, above, as the vital energy coalesced, It seemed as though a rift had been torn in the sky, and from the depths of the firmament, an ancient aura permeated, as if a peculiar eye was piercing through the realms, suddenly fixing its gaze upon him. Gu Yuxing's heart raced with alarm. In an instant, the heavens seemed to collapse, as if the universe was vast and unfathomable, rendering him but a mere ephemeral being. A grain of dust in the boundless sea, his life as insignificant as that of an ant. His soul felt as if it were adrift in a tempest, struggling to return to its vessel. What is happening? Gu Yuxing thought, dread coursing through him. Lowering his gaze, it seemed as though he could penetrate the mountains and locate his corporeal form, yet an enigmatic force tugged at him, preventing his return. Had he fallen into the abyss of madness? Gu Yuxing sensed himself plummeting into darkness. At that moment, a beam of light suddenly ascended in the sky. Upon closer inspection, it revealed a sacred tome brimming with a majestic aura. Though the light was faint, it cast a comforting glow upon his soul. He wandered through the darkness, akin to a soul seeking the solace of a flickering light, finally returning to its corporeal form. Gu Yuxing abruptly opened his eyes. The successful refinement of the primordial embryo should have been a momentous occasion, yet the lingering terror of having traversed life and death clung to him, refusing to dissipate. Listening to the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, Gu Yuxing experienced a profound sense of survival after calamity. Could the terrifying presence that descended upon the world like a deity be connected to the fact that I have refined a primordial embryo surpassing the first grade? It was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, rendering him more composed than ever. Gu Yuxing soon realized that if there were superior qualities beyond the first grade for the primordial embryo, there ought to be records of such in the sect scriptures. After all, the methods for refining primordial embryos at the Qingyun sect were inherited from the three sacred lands, and there would be no reason for them to be shrouded in secrecy, even if passed down through oral tradition without being documented in cultivation manuals. The elders of the sect would surely have spoken of it. The absence of such revelations in both the sect and its texts begs the question, does this imply deliberate concealment, or is it indicative of a monumental secret at play? He resolved to seek opportunities to be vigilant regarding this matter. With determination, Gu Yuxing allowed his fears to gradually dissipate before he resumed his meditative posture, keenly attuning himself to the transformations that accompanied the attainment of the primordial embryo realm. His foremost sensation was one of newfound lightness, as the essence of the world permeated his being. Though invisible to the naked eye, he could sense its presence, much like one cannot see the wind, yet perceives its touch as it dances through the trees and hills, revealing itself in myriad forms before him. This sensation is profoundly extraordinary, akin to a metamorphosis, yet devoid of the ignorance that accompanies infancy. The entire being exists in a transcendent state, capable of perceiving the profound truths of this world. The refinement of the primordial essence signifies that from this moment forth, Gu Yuxing has transcended the realm of mortals, earning the title of cultivator. Gu Yuxing does not indulge in excessive pride. He subtly senses that at the instant of refining his primordial essence, a mysterious door has suddenly opened in what was once an ordinary existence. The path ahead is shrouded in uncertainty, demanding his gradual cultivation and growth. Gu Yuxing gains a deeper understanding. In the land of Qingpingsu, the days when low-level cultivators can perceive this world are significantly fewer than those of ordinary mortals. With greater power comes greater responsibility. This world has never truly known tranquility. It is a realm beset by lurking demon clans and rampant beasts, where the law of the jungle is particularly ruthless for cultivators. Contemplating this, Gu Yuxing's heart gradually finds calm. Reminiscent of his initial practice of the Ta Ching primordial essence spiritual incantation, as he begins anew from the first verse, he seeks to solidify his realm. Gu Yuxing endeavors to cultivate meticulously according to the ancient texts, akin to traversing a familiar path. Upon elevating his perspective and retracing his steps, he notices the once overlooked splendor along the way. Cultivation is indeed this way. No one has approached it as Gu Yuxing has, for in the eyes of others, cultivation resembles scaling a mountain or crossing a bridge. Once passed, they are reluctant to revisit the journey. It was precisely Gu Yuxing's pure and simple thoughts that led him to an astonishing revelation. The once concentrated essence of glazed jade began to radiate brilliance, akin to a river of time flowing against its current, cleansing his very being. The process of solidifying the primordial embryo had been fraught with anguish. Yet, at this moment, Gu Yuxing felt as if he were basking in the warm embrace of sunlight, enveloped in unparalleled comfort. As time progressed, he became acutely aware that within him, certain obstructed meridians remained ununlocked. However, these pathways through which the vital energy coursed during his cultivation were not merely 9 in number, but rather 12. Wasn't the opening of the meridians supposed to consist of only 9 stages? A flicker of doubt surfaced in Gu Yuxing's mind, and the soothing sensation he had been experiencing gradually diminished. The journey of cultivating the primordial embryo had reached a fulfilling conclusion. The next phase of his cultivation would be the opening of the meridians. Chapter 22. The Ninth Prince Shines Brightly. Summoning the library at the martial arts arena in the early morning, gentle sunlight cascaded diagonally over the peach blossom grove. Gu Yuxing, wielding a wooden sword, gradually adapted to the transformations within his body after entering the Yuan Tai realm. He continued to execute his sword thrusts with the same simple and straightforward technique as before. However, the frequency of his practice had diminished from a staggering 10,000 thrusts per day to a mere 1,000. Despite this reduction, each swing of his sword now posed a challenge several times greater than in the past. He needed to ensure that the sword energy remained encapsulated within the wooden sword, while simultaneously manifesting a formidable sword momentum. The intricacies of this endeavor appeared deceptively simple, yet proved to be exceedingly difficult. In moments of solitude, he diligently practiced the 9 nameless sword techniques. The more he trained, the more Gu Yuxing perceived the elegance in simplifying these 9 moves. To truly master them, relentless practice was imperative. After completing his sword drills, he wiped the sweat from his brow and approached the wooden pillar at the eaves, placing his hand atop his head to measure against the notches carved into the wood. Today, he noted with satisfaction that he had grown slightly taller than yesterday. A smile graced the youth's face, as he cherished the memory of the promise the young girl had made to him on that fateful day. Thus, he had been eating well, striving diligently in his training, and practicing his swordsmanship with earnestness. Sunlight filtered through the verdant canopy of the peach trees, casting dappled shadows upon the boy's visage. Shielding his eyes with his hand, he gazed upon the trees, which had begun to bear small peaches, each the size of a pit. Surely, when the mountains were adorned with ripe peaches, Miss Emo would come to visit? The youth pondered this thought. At that moment, the ancient chimes of the Qingyun sect resonated through the air. Gu Yuxing believed it was once again the customary time to pay his respects at the demon-suppressing monument. As he adjusted his garments, he noticed that the bell tolled 3 times more than usual. A sense of urgency gripped his heart. He swiftly took his gourd and secured his wooden sword at his waist before hastening towards the martial arts arena. Upon entering the Yuan Tai realm, although he had yet to cultivate any techniques related to movement, he felt as light as a swallow, capable of leaping several feet into the air with ease. The bell rang 12 times. Was there some significant event occurring within the sect? Doubt clouded Gu Yuxing's mind. His steps were brisk, and he arrived a full incense stick's worth of time earlier than usual. On the cloud bridge connecting the 6 peaks, disciples of the Qingyun sect hurried toward him. Gu Yuxing settled as always beneath the old locust tree, long stripped of its leaves and unable to provide shade for future generations. The martial arts arena of the Qingyun sect sprawled widely, laid out in the shape of the 8 trigrams. The Qian position housed the demon-suppressing monument, while the Kuan position held a great cauldron, symbolizing the enduring incense of the 3 sacred lands. Though a disciple of the Qingyun sect, Gu Yuxing did not belong to any of the 6 peaks. The sect categorized its disciples' cultivation directions through these peaks. Yun Peak primarily focused on sword cultivation. Danxiao Peak excelled in alchemy. Tianling Peak was known for its talent in beast taming and demon controlling, while Luocheng Peak exclusively admitted female disciples, establishing a monastery within its confines. Some of these female disciples were indeed ascetics, vowing lifelong celibacy, while others, although they practiced the path, sought the joys of love and companionship, dedicating their lives to finding partners to slay demons together. The remaining 2 peaks were Tiangong Peak and Lingxiao Peak. The disciples of the 2 peaks are few in number. The Tiangong Peak specializes in the art of refining and forging weapons, while the Lingxiao Peak only allows a select few elite disciples to reside in their caves, entrusted with the significant duty of guarding the Qingyun sect. Within Lingxiao Peak lies the Demon Suppression Tower, which contains countless formidable beasts. The disciples of Qingyun sect can be distinguished by the patterns on their sleeves and the unique designs adorning their garments. As all gathered at the training ground, only 2 individuals were attired differently from the rest. Gu Yuxing donned the Qingyun garment, while the 9th prince of the Xinlong dynasty, Chu Qin, wore a majestic purple robe adorned with serpentine motifs. Gu Yuxing's gaze wandered, searching for the figure of Miss Mo. Alas, she was not present. This is hardly surprising, as she was merely a guest disciple of Qingyun sect, fundamentally different from Chuchun. The masters and elders of the Six Peaks approached slowly. The sect leader, Xuanzi, arrived a little later, yet his presence instantly elevated the atmosphere of the Qingyun sect to a more solemn tone. Xuanzi scanned the surroundings, and his brows slightly furrowed upon noticing Gu Yuxing standing in a rather incongruous position. The purpose of today's gathering was to announce a momentous occasion. The ninth prince of the Qianlong dynasty had successfully condensed his primordial fetus and entered the primordial realm just 7 days prior. Oh, while most newly initiated disciples were already aware of this news, the sect leader's praises still needed to be sung. Some disciples, engrossed in their cultivation, remained oblivious to this development. Primordial realm. How little time has passed since then? In less than 3 months, has he truly succeeded in condensing the primordial fetus? What extraordinary talent! I am still unable to sense the primordial energy of heaven and earth, let alone condense a primordial fetus. Congratulations to the ninth prince. In the martial arts arena, the words of the sect leader struck like thunder amidst the tumultuous crowd. At this moment, Chuchun shone like a star among the multitude. Becoming the center of attention, Xuanzi even approached Chuchun and said, "Chuchun, please demonstrate the primordial fetus you have condensed." Xuanzi had reached the 6th realm of the unity stage. However, the realms of primordial fetus, meridian opening, and bone tempering are rather unique. The practitioners are akin to precious stones nurtured by heaven and earth, impervious to scrutiny, revealing their true strength only through self-manifestation, thereby allowing others to discern their cultivation levels. Certainly, Chuchun, typically arrogant, seldom regarded the elders of the sect with much respect. However, the sect leader of Qingyun sect was appointed through a selection method established by the sages of the 3 great sanctuaries, and thus held a position of great esteem, akin to a disciple of the 3 great sanctuaries. To some extent, Qingyun sect's reputation as a third-tier sect is also attributed to the unique status of its sect leader. Although Chuchun is a prince of the Qianlong dynasty, he dared not act recklessly. Among the crowd, Gu Yuxing's gaze fell upon Chuchun. Coincidentally, he was the one unaware of the celestial phenomenon that transpired that night. Naturally, he was also oblivious to the fact that both Mo Wanyun and Chuchun had successfully condensed their primordial fetuses. Upon hearing about Chuchun's achievement, Gu Yuxing maintained a calm demeanor, merely intrigued by the quality of the primordial fetus this individual had condensed. In recent days, he has meticulously sifted through the tomes left by Gu Bai, yet from the hundreds of volumes, he found no record of a primordial fetus above the 1st rank. Chuchun stepped forward, fingers weaving intricate seals, as a surge of silvery essence radiated from his being. The dazzling silver light, under the blazing sun, was impossible to ignore. A 2nd-rank primordial fetus? Someone gasped, eyes filled with envy. Congratulations, Brother Lei. Several elders addressed Lei Jiangheng with flattering remarks. Lei Jiangheng, wielding a celestial sword upon his back, wore a solemn expression, yet the corners of his mouth betrayed a hint of pride, which he could scarcely conceal. However, Xianjizi's expression bore a trace of disappointment. Was it merely a 2nd-rank primordial fetus? It seemed that Lei Jiangheng had some discord with the sect leader. He stepped forward and said, "Chuchun, cease concealing your true strength. Let everyone witness the true quality of your primordial fetus." I knew some would underestimate me. The silvery radiance enveloping Chuchun suddenly intensified, and in the next moment, the silver glow transformed into a golden halo that enveloped his form from the dantian. Hiss! Gu Yuxing heard the collective intake of breath from countless onlookers, their astonishment reaching unprecedented heights. The last individual capable of manifesting a silver-glowing primordial fetus had done so a century ago, and now, someone had actually cultivated a golden primordial fetus. The vast majority had only heard whispers of such feats, including the elders of the sect and past disciples of the Qingyun sect. They had long known of Chuchun's existence, and many had come to observe, now witnessing the golden 1st-rank primordial fetus with their own eyes. Truly, it stirred a mix of jealousy and admiration. He loathed himself for lacking such innate talent, for not possessing the fortuitous circumstances or the illustrious lineage akin to that of Chuchun. Strange, he murmured amidst the cacophony, a hint of perplexity flickering in his eyes. He had observed that when Chuchun's silver primordial fetus transformed into gold, there was a fleeting imperfection within that radiant light, manifesting a grayish hue. He distinctly recalled that during his own refinement of the primordial fetus energy, no such anomaly had occurred. The grayish primordial fetus energy signified a flaw in its essence. Moreover, though he witnessed the expansive aura of Chu Chen's golden primordial fetus enveloping a considerable area, in reality, if condensed into a singular entity, it would be less than a tenth of his own size. Not to mention, at the final moment, he had elevated the quality of his golden primordial fetus into a precious glaze of primordial essence. Prince Chu is magnificent. Prince Chu is formidable. The chorus of admiration resonated in Gu Yuxin's ears. He silently beheld the spectacle, his heart remaining undisturbed, until an incongruous voice emerged from behind him. Gu Yuxin. Is it only upon witnessing true genius that you realize you are but a jester, akin to a frog at the bottom of a well? Lu Chen, clad in the attire of Yunfeng, strutted towards Gu Yuxin with an air of arrogance, as if he were the one who had condensed the primordial fetus. Although he had no rightful claim to be selected as a core disciple of Yunfeng, his constant proximity to Chu Chun and his father Lu Zhan had propelled him to cultivate under the esteemed peak master Lei Jiang. To this end, Lu Chun deliberately lifted the cloud sword pattern on his garment, anxious that Gu Yuxing might overlook it. Gu Yuxing responded, stating, "Who is a fool and who is a genius is of little consequence. What truly matters is that one of us shall not behold the sun in 3 years hence. That person shall undoubtedly be you." Enraged, Lu Chen flipped his palm and produced a valuable porcelain vial. "Do you see this? The condensation essence pill. With it, I shall refine my Yuan fetus within 2 months. As for you, in a matter of months, you will be cast out of the sect. Even should you be expelled, I shall descend the mountain to fulfill our vow. I will personally take your life." Gu Yuxing gazed at the condensation essence pill, his heart remaining unmoved. At that moment, the earth suddenly trembled, causing Gu Yuxing to frown. He beheld Xian Jizi, who held a sect leader's decree, upon which intricate runes glimmered. In the very center of the training ground, a brilliant light erupted, and as it flickered, an extraordinary hall materialized. In the middle of this hall were inscribed 3 ancient and powerful characters: Library Pavilion. These characters were not of the script used in Qingping Prefecture, but rather carved in the pictographs of the ancient dragon clan. Gu Yuxing felt a jolt of surprise. The Qingyun sect possessed a dedicated location for the compilation of martial arts, situated atop Lingxiao Peak. How could a library pavilion manifest in the training ground? Although it appeared from the training ground, it seemed to be separated by a natural barrier, like a mirage, appearing somewhat unreal, and it bore an ancient aura that loomed like a celestial dragon in flight. Chapter 23. Before the Demon Suppression Monument, the Broken Wooden Sword. "Unworthy of the library, what is this?" Lu Chun exclaimed, his face paling in terror as he instinctively took a step back. For centuries, the Qingyun sect had been plagued by similar incursions from demonic clans, and he feared that a formidable demon had suddenly descended upon them. Silence. Zuanjizi's countenance darkened as he observed the many who retreated in fear. With a swift motion, he raised his hand, summoning a radiant aura that surged forth from his palm. This ethereal light ascended above and hovered over the Demon Suppression Monument, where it was imbued with a spirit of valor, transforming into luminous strands that precisely darted towards each disciple in the training ground. Thud, thud. Those surrounding Gu Yuxing, including Lu Chun, were as if suddenly weighed down by an immense force upon their shoulders, collapsing to their knees, unable to rise. Zuanjizi declared sternly, "Those disciples who retreated just now have forfeited their right to enter the library. You are permitted only to select a technique from the scripture pavilion on Lingxiao Peak. Depart." With a flick of his sleeve, the kneeling individuals felt a wave of relief wash over them as their freedom was restored. "Wait, master." Lu Zhan's expression darkened as he saw his son Lu Chun on the ground. "Do not speak further." Zuanjizi, wielding the sect leader's command, emanated an aura distinctly different from before, his words laced with authority. The other disciples promptly entered the library to select a technique, their fortune determining what they could acquire, and they were forbidden from questioning or pondering anything beyond this. Understood. The numerous disciples were filled with ecstatic joy upon hearing this, and some secretly rejoiced for not having succumbed to fear moments earlier. The library appeared exceedingly enigmatic, clearly not belonging to the Qingyun sect. Now, with fortune so close at hand, none wished to let it slip away. "No," Lu Chen exclaimed, his face etched with unwillingness. "Master, I have not retreated." "Indeed, I have not retreated either." Those who had knelt moments before, marked by the spirit seals of the demon suppression steel, expressed their grievances with faces full of resentment. It was common knowledge that the steel, imbued with the fervent blood of countless souls, would not lie. Xian Gizi, with an impassive countenance, pointed at the sword resting upon the back of the turtle before the steel, and sternly commanded, "Silence! Turn around and behold that sword." The very weapon left behind by cowards who, upon encountering the demon race, dared not draw their blades and instead fled in terror. That sword of shame, which you see daily, has it not taught you any lessons? Remember, the name Gu Bai is synonymous with cowardice. As Xian Gizi spoke, a flicker of remembrance crossed his mind. He scanned the retreating crowd with a furrowed brow, eventually settling his gaze upon a solitary youth beneath the ancient locust tree. Gu Yuxing stood there, markedly out of place, while many gazes were similarly drawn to him, astonished by his refusal to retreat. Xian Gizi's expression was inscrutable as he stepped forward, addressing the solitary youth before all present. "Gu Yuxing, do you recall that sword of shame upon the turtle's back?" The library stood before them, and many were eager to enter. Yet the authority of the sect leader and the sudden mention of Gu Yuxing left a contemplative expression on the faces of numerous disciples of the Qingyan sect. Was the leader attempting to assert his dominance? Under the scrutiny of all present, Gu Yuxing refrained from answering Xuanzi's inquiry and instead spoke with quiet conviction. "Gu Bai, my father, was no coward. When he learned of the great demon outside and resolutely stepped out of the Qingyun sect to confront it, he had already become a hero. His name deserves a place on the demon suppression monument. His sword is a sword of protection." At Gu Yuxing's words, many erupted into laughter. Xuanzi's expression remained frosty as he replied, "Oh, are you suggesting that we have erred in our actions?" "Ha ha." The harsh laughter echoed around him. Gu Yuxing surveyed the crowd and gritted his teeth, declaring, "One day, I shall prove you wrong." "Is that so?" Xuanzi's gaze swept across the mocking disciples of the Qingyun sect, then lingered on the elders who scrutinized Gu Yuxing, as well as the peak masters and several core elders, including Lei Jiangqing, Zhao Sanqian, and Xiao Ziqing. His eyes fell upon the wooden sword at Gu Yuxing's waist, with a flick of his finger. The sword was drawn into his palm. "Is the proof you speak of contained within the sword?" Xuanzi's voice rose sharply as he tightened his grip on Gu Yuxing's wooden sword. He hesitated for a moment, and then with a crack, a fissure appeared in the wooden blade. Observing the anguish and fury reflected in the young man's eyes was a sight to behold. The corner of Xuanzi's mouth twitched slightly as he turned away, facing the numerous elders of the Qingyun sect. He raised a shattered wooden sword high, then flipped his palm, allowing the sword to tumble before him, where it was crushed beneath his foot. The young boy standing beneath the locust tree felt his heart bleed. He had never coveted the precious swords of the Qingyun sect, yet the lofty sect leader, in front of all, seized that worthless wooden sword, broke it, and trampled it underfoot. This was a heartless and indifferent world. Gu Yuxing struggled to suppress his tears. In that moment, the boy truly comprehended the cruelty of this world. From a young age, he had heard tales of demons and monsters running rampant, yet these creatures had never harmed him in the slightest. He faced the world with an optimistic heart, only to be ruthlessly crushed into the dirt by his own kind. No, it should not be this way. Gu Yuxing's voice was hoarse, but now, who could hear his voice? Even the wind had fallen silent. Xuanzi's expression remained icy. "Gu Yuxing, I can offer you a chance. Before everyone, declare that your father is a coward and promise never to emulate him. If you do this, I will permit you to enter the library. A sanctuary coveted by countless talents, containing techniques of earthly, heavenly, and divine grades. Master just one, and you can achieve fame and fortune. What say you?" "He is not." Gu Yuxing's eyes were bloodshot. Qingping Mountain appeared so dim to him now, no longer the verdant paradise it once was. However, the elders regarded him with unwavering indifference, equally attentive to the actions of the sect leader. Humph. Xuanzi's gaze fell upon Gu Yuxing, his weathered eyes deepening with intensity. He stepped forward, anger flaring upon his countenance. A finger pointed at Gu Yuxing. "Very well. May your resolve endure for 1 year, 3 years, 10 years, 30 years. Gu Yuxing of Qingyun sect. You dare to defy authority, and henceforth, you shall." Before Xuanzi could finish his sentence, an ancient voice interrupted. Taking over his words, "Punish him to plant 300 peach trees. For 3 years, he shall not receive the annual contribution points granted by the sect, nor shall he leave Qingping Mountain. Master Lu." Xuanzi offered a respectful bow to a disheveled old man, casting a glance at Gu Yuxing, his raised hand subtly lowered, fingers concealed within his sleeve. Lu Yuan swiftly approached Gu Yuxing and remarked, "What are you dawdling for? Come with me to plant the peach trees. I know what you are pondering, young one. You cannot perceive the color of the sky because you lack the strength to part the clouds. When that day arrives, your words shall be the ultimate truth of the world." With that, Lu Yuan waved his sleeve, and a gentle breeze whisked Gu Yuxing away. Everyone, proceed to the library. Zuanjizi commanded with a sweeping glance, and all, including Chu Chun and others, entered the library. The remaining elders, having never witnessed such fury from the sect leader, dared not utter a word, and even Lu Zhan, who had intended to advocate for Lu Chen, fell silent, each finding a spot to sit in meditation. Awaiting the emergence of the sect's disciples from the library, Senior Brother Xiao. By the edge of the cloud bridge, He Hongnian, clad in a solemn Taoist robe, stood alongside the leader of the Qingyun sect, both gazing at the ethereal mists rising from Qingping Mountain, where the sea of clouds stretched into the distance. Why must one be so harsh on a mere 13-year-old? The faults of Gu Bai should not be placed upon Gu Yuxin. Each matter should be regarded distinctly. In the past, I shared a bond with Gu Bai. At that moment, Zuanjizi suddenly turned, his piercing gaze fixed upon He Hongnian. His expression desolate as he interjected, "Junior sister He, it appears you have never truly departed from that mountain, that grove. Alas, he is gone. And yet you continue to speak on his behalf, defending his son. You ought to align with the other elders. Those who do not conform should only be me." Zuanjizi cast his gaze towards the horizon. Does donning a Taoist robe truly sever the ties to the mortal realm? Let us not forget. When he met that woman in Xinhu Prefecture, he never anticipated that you would wait for him through the storms for so long. These are but remnants of the past, ephemeral as smoke. Brother Xiao, you were not always like this. Your treatment of that child today is far too cruel. He Hongnian sighed softly, turning to face the leader, whose hair was now touched with frost. In those days, both you and Gu Bai were the most illustrious figures within the Qingyun sect. Was your cultivation truly so compelling? I have not forgotten. Once, you and he were. Zuanjizi, with a piercing gaze, interrupted He Hongnian's words. Standing with his hands clasped behind him, he stared into the vast sky, his demeanor gradually turning icy. Junior sister He, I am the leader of the sect. The future of Qingyun rests in my hands. As you have seen, merely the slightest stir from the library of hidden books has led many to instinctively believe it to be an incursion by the demon clan. If I do not take action today, how shall I instill a lasting lesson in the disciples of Qingyun sect? Sister He, you may not be aware, but a month ago, the demon race breached the Shoujia Mountain, resulting in the deaths of tens of thousands of cultivators from the Xianlong dynasty, while countless others fled in the chaos of battle. Now, innumerable demons roam the territories of humanity, and tranquility in Qingping Prefecture is but a fleeting memory. Xuanji tightly clasped his hands together. For the sake of humanity, for the well-being of all living beings, and for the common folk, Qingyun sect cannot afford to lose another Gu Bai. Should a great demon ever invade Qingyun again, I shall unsheath my sword without hesitation, bravely facing death. In this cruel world, where blood and slaughter prevail, can it truly spare Gu Yuxing? He Hongnian's expression was equally grave. Brother, have we truly reached this point? Xuanji remained silent. After a moment of contemplation, He Hongnian added, Yet you should not shatter the young man's sword. It embodies nearly all of his aspirations. With that, He Hongnian turned and set off in search of the broken sword. As she walked, she paused. In the center of the training ground stood a girl clad in white, bending down to carefully pick up the shattered wooden sword. Her bright eyes were fixed upon the broken piece, her lips pursed in apparent anger. Lake Cloud, do not mind me. The girl in white turned around, her face etched with defiance. The world is vast, yet you cannot vanquish demons and bring peace. Instead, you choose to bully one who possesses only a wooden sword. You are the true cowards. He Hongnian's body stiffened, remaining rooted in place for a long while. After a long moment, she let out a soft sigh and turned to depart. In the peach blossom grove, a young man had been sitting under the eaves of a small courtyard for half a day. The disheveled Lu Yuan appeared outside the fence, leaning against a bamboo stalk, and addressed the young man, whose eyes were lost in thought. Have you made up your mind? From today onward, you shall assist me in planting peach trees each day, and I shall impart to you an array of skills. Decades hence, when you possess the power to vanquish demons and accumulate merit, and one day take the helm of the Qingyun sect, all righteousness shall come to pass. When that time arrives, what will today's grievances matter? The young man rose and gazed at the setting sun, replying, Decades is too long. Delayed justice ceases to be justice. 10 years, then. Just 10 years. Lu Yuan gestured with his fingers. Within a decade, I shall bestow upon you the ability to slay demons. Gu Yuxing, with his gaze fixed upon the vast sky, declared, No, from this day forth, I wish to learn the art of killing. I have no desire to plant peach blossoms. One day, I shall eradicate this entire mountain of peach trees. Would you still be willing to teach me?" Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan suddenly burst into uproarious laughter and waved his sleeve as he departed. Those with ambition often exhibit a certain arrogance. You still require refinement. Do not forget, starting tomorrow, you are to plant peach trees, and within 3 years, you must cultivate 300 of them. Chapter 24. In Search of Books Amidst Laughter. Unbeknownst to the youth who hides his aspirations since the day the master of Qingyun sect publicly shattered the young man's wooden sword, the figure of this youth has become increasingly industrious within the peach blossom forest. Each time the disciples of the Six Peaks traverse the cloud bridge, they pause to observe him diligently planting peach trees amidst the verdant landscape of Qingping Mountain. On that fateful day, the disciples of Qingyun sect, having entered the 3 great sacred sites of the martial arts arena, returned from the library of the ancients laden with treasures. Some emerged with heavenly-grade techniques, while rumors swirled that Chu Chan had acquired a divine-grade technique from the library, leaving the entire sect astounded. Within Qingyun sect, only a handful of heavenly-grade techniques exist, and most are deemed inferior. Of course, the disciples did not forget that, apart from Gu Yuxing, whose wooden sword was broken by the master, nearly 100 others lost their qualifications to enter the library due to their own fears. Concurrently, whispers of ferocious beasts prowling the lands of Qingping Prefecture began to circulate. And beneath the seemingly tranquil surface of Qingyun sect, the disciples hurried about, preoccupied with their cultivation and self-improvement, more so than ever before. For the vast majority of newly initiated disciples, their primary aspiration remained the condensation of their primordial spirit. In the process of achieving this, they also sought to enhance their strength, mastering various combat techniques, swordplay, and saber arts. Some even went to great lengths to purchase formidable weapons from the forging workshop on Tiangong Peak at considerable cost. On an ordinary day, a young disciple of Qingyun sect approached the entrance of the scripture pavilion on Lingxiao Peak, still clad in the Qingyun attire he wore upon his initiation. Months have elapsed, and the youth appears to have grown taller, his clothing now somewhat snug. His countenance bears a light tan from the summer sun. Behind the grand entrance of the scripture pavilion, an elder dozes, due to the sect leader's decision to utilize the sacred library. The scripture pavilion of the Qingyun sect stands unusually tranquil, nearly deserted. Indeed, within the pavilion, there are not many precious cultivation manuals to be found. Moss carpets the steps, and the shadows on the walls are mottled. Gu Yuxing steps into the scripture pavilion, holding his sect token in hand, intent on exchanging it for several manuals. His recent quest for exquisite wine garnered him 100 contribution points, and upon joining, the sect bestowed him 10 points. Ordinarily, every 3 months, the sect distributes a certain number of contribution points to each disciple. Alas, Gu Yuxing is unable to receive these complimentary points. Elder, I seek a few cultivation techniques. Gu Yuxing addresses the slumbering elder. The old man stirs, opening his eyes to scrutinize Gu Yuxing with some impatience before waving his sleeve dismissively. The books are over there. Each shelf is marked with the contribution points required for exchange. Find them yourself, and do not disturb my slumber. Also, non-core disciples may only exchange for techniques of the first tier. Thank you. Gu Yuxing responds with a respectful bow. The elder glances at him once more. Gu Bai's son? Indeed. Gu Yuxing nods. Benefiting from his father's reputation, he is regarded as somewhat of a celebrity among the younger disciples of the Qingyun sect. The master has instructed that every contribution point within your sect's token must be verified. The sect will no longer dispense them in a timely manner. Do you understand? Understood. Gu Yuxing had long grown accustomed to such differential treatment. He picked up his sect token and stated, I can undertake tasks to earn contribution points. Of course. The elder replied, a faint smile gracing his lips. It is commendable to possess ambition, yet one must be wary of failing to complete tasks and consequently having points deducted. Thank you for the reminder. Gu Yuxing turned and made his way to the first floor of the scripture pavilion. Inside, wooden shelves were adorned with various classic texts. Although the Qingyun sect is not a large sect, it boasts a rich heritage spanning a millennium, with nearly 10,000 volumes displayed on just the first floor. Gu Yuxing had a clear purpose for his visit, to seek out 3 specific tomes. The first was a text on forming a blood bond with spirit beasts. The second was a guide on the cultivation of the meridian opening and bone forging realms. According to Gu Yuxing's calculations, the 110 contribution points in his sect token should suffice. However, upon glancing at the books on the shelves, The anticipation in his eyes dimmed slightly. It was no wonder that the scripture pavilion of the Qingyun sect was often deserted. Most of the texts were merely excerpts and fragments from ancient sages, and the required contribution points were exceedingly high. For instance, the text for the Yuan realm demanded 20 points, while the tome for the Meridian opening realm required 50 points. And the methods suitable for bone forging cultivation necessitated a minimum of 100 points. As for the assorted martial techniques, sword arts, knife techniques, and fist manuals, they similarly required substantial contribution points. According to Gu Yuxing's calculations, the contribution points required to exchange for these secret manuals precisely align with the quarterly allocation of contribution points by the sect. One can only choose techniques corresponding to their cultivation level and a single martial skill for self-defense. To pursue further learning and cultivation, one must rely solely on their own efforts to earn contribution points. Sunlight streamed through the windows of the scripture repository, illuminating the shelves where ancient tomes, some dust-laden for centuries, rested. The reason these books were gathered on the first floor seemed to be merely for quantity. Their value lay solely in preventing the scripture repository from appearing too desolate. The youth searching for manuals behind the shelf shared a fate akin to that of the majority of the books surrounding him, a destiny marked by a similar plight. The fate of these tomes mirrored Gu Yuxing's own, as if he had been branded with a certain label. Both languished in a quagmire, within a dim and desolate world. No one would take notice, nor would there be any lamentation. Those perched high above, even if filled with sympathy and compassion, often reserved such sentiments for protagonists with gripping tales. Gu Yuxing was but a speck of dust. When he did manage to make his presence felt, it was merely as a cautionary example spoken of by the disciples and elders of the Qingyun sect. Suddenly, the elder, who had been dozing at the desk, appeared to shake off his fatigue, sitting upright as his gaze followed the youth's silhouette. His interest was neither born of curiosity nor sympathy. I simply find the scene before me reminiscent of those transient figures in this mundane world, akin to laborers and merchants, scouring through the forsaken heaps of refuse in dimly lit corners, in search of a few items they deem as treasures. Observing the youth, who intermittently compares several ancient texts with a furrowed brow, while also casting glances at the shelf that requires the exchange of sect contribution points, evokes a sense of intrigue. The elder of the scripture repository, his fingers rhythmically tapping upon the table, watches intently. Under ordinary circumstances, or in the presence of other disciples of the Qingyun sect, he might generously offer a few words of guidance. Shadows dance, and time slips away, as the elder on duty, or the disciples guarding Lingxiao Peak, pass by the scripture repository. They too are captivated by the unfolding scene, pausing to linger outside. For those who are accustomed to their lofty positions, witnessing someone rummaging through a refuse pile for something of worth is indeed a curious spectacle. The youth's nose is dusted with grime, and his Qingyun attire is speckled with the dust that has fallen from the tomes. At last, the young man cradles 3 books in his hands, his eyes alight with determination as he steps forward to the table. "Elder, I have made my selection." "Oh." The elder, who guards the scripture repository, appears somewhat intrigued. "You have chosen? Let me see." He gently nudges aside the 3 tomes placed on the table by Gu Yuxing, revealing their titles: the Spirit Contract Compendium, the Dragon's Pulse Technique, and the Bone Forging Method. The elder seated behind the wooden table appeared on the verge of laughter, yet he made a concerted effort to suppress it. He lifted his gaze, allowing a sliver of the setting sun to illuminate the space, shielding his eyes with his palm as he addressed Gu Yuxing. "After investing so much time selecting these 3 books, do you truly believe it is worthwhile?" Gu Yuxing nodded affirmatively. "Indeed." The elder chuckled. "Do you think that cultivation is merely about choosing a few books corresponding to your current realm and practicing diligently to effortlessly transcend it? Are you planning to pave your future path in advance?" Ha! Outside the scripture pavilion, the elite disciples of the Qingyun sect from previous years could not contain their laughter. The elder pointed to the first book, feigning a serious demeanor as he remarked to Gu Yuxing, "The volume of spirit contracts. Do you truly believe that a peak like Tianling, which specializes in beast taming, possesses no valuable secrets for its disciples? Do you think there genuinely exists a tome capable of summoning spirit beasts? The relics left behind by the 3 great sanctuaries are not necessarily authentic. They are merely designed to deceive naive children like yourself. Or do you suppose that the ferocious beasts outside can be tamed as easily as a household pet? That you can simply subdue one to become your spirit companion?" Gu Yuxing nodded earnestly, replying, "Elder, that is precisely my belief." Ha! This time, Not only the disciples outside were amused, but even the elder on duty could not help but laugh, slapping the wooden table in delight at the thought of acquiring a fierce beast as a spirit companion. After a bout of hearty laughter, the elder's gaze towards Gu Yuxing underwent a transformation akin to that of a fool. He pointed to the cover of the second tome, adorned with peculiar patterns and inscribed with 5 words by a later follower, and meaningfully inquired, "Gu Yuxing, are you familiar with the words above?" Gu Yuxing examined the illustrations on the cover, recognizing it as a fragmented text concerning the ancient dragon clan's cultivation methods, specifically pertaining to the training of juvenile dragons. However, the manuscript was incomplete, and the individual who had inscribed the words Qiu Long Kai Mai Shu evidently lacked an understanding of the dragon language. "I recognize them," Gu Yuxing replied. "Then do you understand that this is a cultivation technique for ethereal beasts that have yet to take form? Can you truly cultivate it?" The elder sneered, gesturing towards the third text, Duan Guju. "Every year, I encounter countless self-important individuals here, each believing they can condense their primordial fetus within 3 months. Enter the Kaimai realm in 1 or 2 years, and effortlessly reach the Duan Gu realm in 3 to 5 years. You, however, are even more amusing. Do you genuinely believe you can attain the Duan Gu realm within this 3-year span? It should not be difficult," Gu Yuxing asserted. The elder, momentarily rendered speechless, snatched the sect token from Gu Yuxing's grasp, expunging all the contribution points contained within. Then, with a mocking tone, he said, "Originally, it would require 120 sect contribution points. Given your naivety, I shall take it upon myself to be generous this once. You may take these 3 tomes. After perusing them, do remember to return the techniques. Off you go. We cannot afford to delay the cultivation of such an extraordinary talent as yourself." With the 3 books cradled in his arms, Gu Yuxing exited the scripture pavilion. In the tranquil air, a sudden burst of laughter erupted, lingering for a while. "Go on. Laugh, laugh." A faint smile of relief appeared at the corners of Gu Yuxing's lips as he tightly clutched 3 books, his footsteps swift and purposeful. Chapter 25. The initial stage of opening the meridians. Encountering the evening clouds in early summer in the small courtyard, the candlelight flickers with a faint yellow glow. The shadow of Gu Yuxing dances upon the wall, while outside, the moon hangs high amidst a sparse assembly of stars. On a meticulously clean table lies a selection of 3 books, painstakingly chosen by Gu Yuxing over the course of half a day. He bears the dust of the sutra repository upon him. At first, he believed he could, like others, gain entry to the sacred repository of scriptures to select his desired techniques. Yet, to his dismay, he was singled out by the sect leader as a typical example, left to gaze longingly at the revered repository without the privilege of entry. His recent visit to Lingxiao Peak felt akin to an orphan scouring a desolate street corner for sustenance, devoid of parental protection. The Qingyan sect, after all, boasts a treasure trove of countless tomes. Alas, his contribution points fell woefully short. Clinging to a glimmer of hope, he sought to unearth hidden gems among the multitude of texts. After much toil, he finally stumbled upon 2 forsaken volumes of cultivation manuals, requiring merely half the contribution points. Under the flickering candlelight, Gu Yuxing carefully placed the books before him and then rose to wash his hands and change his attire, ensuring his hands remained untainted by dust, before once more confronting the 3 chosen tomes. Each of these books had been discarded by the disciples of the sect, regarded as worthless. Certainly, superior manuals were available within the repository, yet it had taken all his effort to obtain these 3. Thus, he held them in particularly high regard. At the top of the stack lay the volume of Spirit Contracting. The sole reason the disciples of Tianling Peak disdain this secret manual is its unique approach to beast mastery. Unlike other methods, the core of the contract spirit scroll lies in preserving the intelligence of the spiritual beasts, awakening their consciousness to a human-like understanding. However, for millennia, the relationship between humans and the demon tribes has been fraught with conflict. Even though beast masters still exist in this realm, most employ brutish tactics that erase the wisdom of the spiritual beasts, rendering them mere tools for their masters. The more crude and straightforward the method, the more effective it tends to be. Given the weakness of humanity contrasted with the strength of the demon tribes, having beast masters control formidable demon beasts to confront their adversaries proves to be a pragmatic strategy. Gu Yuxing skimmed through the contract spirit scroll, committing several of the binding rituals to memory. As for the nuances of communication and the enhancement of mutual understanding and soul fusion with spiritual beasts, these concepts were too obscure for Gu Yuxing to delve into at that moment. He set aside the contract spirit scroll and picked up a second volume, Xiu Long Kai Mai Shu. These 5 characters were added by later generations, obscuring the ancient patterns on the cover with ink stains. Only Gu Yuxing comprehended that the true title of this manual was True Dragon Transformation. The contents of the book were derived from the insights of an ancient sage, based on the archaic patterns that adorned the original text. Although Gu Yuxing was uncertain of the exact results of practicing the techniques described by this sage, he recognized that they would likely not possess the precision of the original dragon language. Drawing from the illustrations within the book, Gu Yuxing contemplated the profound mysteries. The transformation of a dragon begins as a youthful child, utilizing the essence of the true dragon as a foundational spirit, opening the meridians to shape a human form. In other words, this is a tome of ancient techniques. When a true dragon assumes human form, it loses a significant portion of its draconic abilities and must, like a human, undertake the arduous journey of cultivation anew. Before me lies a record detailing the path and methods for cultivating the opening veins realm. It is lamentable that the latter sections of this book, which presumably contained methods for other realms, have been lost to time, leaving only the complete practices for the opening veins realm. Were it not for this fortunate discovery, it is likely that Gu Yuxing would never have unearthed such knowledge amidst the multitude of tomes. By the flickering candlelight, Gu Yuxing meticulously absorbed the teachings. During this time, he replaced 2 candles before quietly closing the book. Although he had stumbled upon a rare gem from the depths of the sea, it remains a technique of the dragon lineage. The transformation from dragon to human endows one with an innate vitality and physical prowess far surpassing that of ordinary humans, rendering the recorded method of opening veins a challenge of an entirely different magnitude. For practitioners of the Yuan Tai realm, one need only convert the Yuan essence within their body into qi, persistently impacting their meridians to unblock significant acupoints, thereby achieving the opening of a single meridian. The opening veins realm is divided into 9 stages. Each time a complete meridian is unblocked, one's strength is elevated by a minor degree. Among the 8 meridians of the human body, the Ren and Du meridians are the most challenging to clear. Yet, even upon clearing the Ren and Du meridians and achieving connectivity among all 8, one merely attains the status of a high-level martial artist in the mortal realm, possessing internal energy and true essence. Reaching the 8th stage of the opening veins realm still confines one within the category of martial practitioners. The most crucial meridian, known as the Yuan meridian, must be unblocked for the internal energy and true essence within the Dantian to transform, allowing the primordial energy of the universe and the Yuan essence within the Yuan Tai to convert into spiritual energy. This delineates the most profound distinction between practitioners and martial artists. In the ancient tome of the True Dragon Transformation, the practice of opening the meridian realm, while fundamentally akin to that of human practitioners, necessitates the establishment of several to dozens of hidden acupoints along each meridian. It emphasizes a seamless flow of energy, ultimately culminating in the independent formation of a distinct circulation for energy manipulation. Gu Yuxing hastened to the eastern chamber, meticulously searching through the volumes arranged by Gu Bai to locate a detailed diagram of the human meridians, which he then compared with the hidden acupoints in the True Dragon Transformation. To his astonishment, Gu Yuxing soon discovered that many of the hidden acupoints within the body were conspicuously absent from the human meridian chart. The True Dragon Transformation offered no explicit guidance on how to unlock these hidden acupoints. However, Gu Yuxing had perused accounts of the dragon lineage from the texts left by his father, revealing that dragons possess the ability to grow large or small, to ascend or conceal themselves, to harness the winds and control the thunder, applying their mystical arts to themselves or utilizing them for offense. Could one harness external forces? Gu Yuxing returned the book to its place, a smile inadvertently gracing his lips. Determined to enhance his prowess, he had resolved to embrace every challenge and hardship that lay ahead. Undoubtedly, the icy cavern behind the waterfall was an exceptional locale for meridian opening. The starry sky gleamed brightly. The candlelight in the small courtyard had persisted for several days. Rather than immediately venturing into the cold cave, Gu Yuxing began by applying the techniques from the True Dragon Transformation to attempt to unblock the first surge meridian. To his surprise, he accomplished this feat in merely 3 days. The ease of this initial success rendered Gu Yuxing cautious, leading him to repeatedly deliberate and verify the authenticity of this technique. On one particular morning, as usual, Gu Yuxing arrived at the small courtyard, picking up a peachwood branch, preparing to practice his swordsmanship as he always did. The wooden sword he cherished most had shattered, leaving a fissure in his heart that time could not mend. He transformed all the malice he felt towards this world into the motivation for his cultivation, resolutely refusing to allow himself any semblance of slackness. Though the wooden sword was broken, the branch could serve as a sword. Gu Yuxing recalled the words of the elder Yuqi Shan, who once told him, "A person with a sword in their heart wields a sword in their hand." Likewise, a seeker of the sword path, even when empty-handed, harbors countless swords in their heart. Gu Yuxing had yet to reach such a realm. Therefore, he wielded the branch as a sword, thrusting it out with each movement stripped to its essence, devoid of superfluous actions. Though they appeared identical, only Gu Yuxing understood the truth. Each thrust he executed now possessed nearly the same force as the fierce strike he delivered during his encounter with Zhao Ji, albeit without revealing his sword intent. With the opening of his meridians, his physical strength surged dramatically, an abrupt increase in power. Although this enhancement multiplied the latent might of his sword strikes several times over, it significantly diminished his control over the sword. Consequently, he was compelled to slow his pace, meticulously absorbing the essence of each thrust and refining his technique. Over the course of a morning, he managed to swing the sword 600 times. Only when his clothes were thoroughly soaked with sweat did he return to the small courtyard, sitting alone upon a wooden stool to rest. Gu Yuxing reached up to wipe the sweat from his brow, gazing at the marks he had carved into the wooden pillar with a piece of wood. He had grown a bit taller. The peaches on the peach tree, too, had reached the size of green plums. At present, Gu Yuxing was immersed in his cultivation. Wishing for time to linger, even as fleeting images of a young girl occasionally danced through his mind. Knock, knock, knock. The sudden sound of a door being rapped upon startled Gu Yuxing. Instinctively, he sprang down from the small wooden stool and hastened to the gate of the courtyard. Opening the door with a swift motion, outside the courtyard stood a radiant young girl, Mo Wanyun. She had arrived just as promised, during Gu Yuxing's darkest hours. With a smile gracing her lips and her hands clasped behind her back, she leaned slightly forward, her eyes gleaming as they fixed upon the boy, both familiar and unfamiliar before her. "Why did it take you so long to open the door?" she playfully chided, stepping lightly as she pressed Gu Yuxing back beneath the eaves of the courtyard. With practiced ease, she leaped onto the small wooden stool, her legs swinging playfully in the air before her feet, clad in dust-repellent shoes, touched the ground. She crossed her arms, a hint of pride in her demeanor. "I've grown taller," she proclaimed. Her words never failed to catch Gu Yuxing off guard, as he struggled to keep pace with her lively and whimsical thoughts. There was much he wished to convey, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Staring at the girl perched upon the stool, he nodded in agreement, blurting out, "Yes, you've grown a bit." The girl, with her bright eyes and radiant smile, had just begun to awaken to the nuances of her feelings. Upon hearing Gu Yuxing's remark, her eyes widened, and her ears turned a deep shade of crimson. Leaping down from the back of the small wooden tiger, she reached out to grasp the boy's collar, threatening, "Repeat that once more." Having grown a little, the boy, rather stubborn, reiterated his previous statement but retreated, circling halfway around the wooden pillar to evade the girl's outstretched hand. "Gu Yuxing, I will dismantle your house. Do you believe me?" The corners of her mouth curled upwards, her fists clenched at her waist, and her neatly tied hair fluttered with her indignant spirit. Gu Yuxing hastily pleaded for mercy. "Miss Mo, I believe you. Please show some restraint. Then extend your forehead." Mo Wanyun, somewhat pleased, curled her fingers into a slingshot shape. With a thud, her fingers struck Gu Yuxing's forehead, prompting her to giggle charmingly, her body slightly leaning backward. "After all, I have grown up," Gu Yuxing murmured softly. Mo Wanyun, her willow-like figure suddenly straightening, swung her small, delicate fists, chasing the boy around the courtyard. "Don't run. I'm not foolish. If you hit me, my head will throb." The two engaged in playful banter, first circling the pillar, then the small wooden tiger, until they arrived at the well, each grasping one half of it. The clear, sweet water reflected the boy's long-lost cheerful smile and the girl's face, as lovely as a peach blossom in spring. For a moment, both ceased their playful antics, staring blankly at each other in the water's reflection. Gu Yuxing leaned against the well, his gaze lost as he looked up at the sky above Qingping Mountain. Mo Wanyun held a pool of clear spring water in her hands, gently sipping a mouthful, releasing a delightful fragrance of orchids. With a haughty hum, she turned away, leaning back against the well, her back to Gu Yuxing. Chapter 26. The onslaught of beasts and the mysterious burial ground. Indeed, it is the nature of youth. Gu Yuxing soon turned his attention to the proud little fairy who had descended into the mortal realm. At that moment, Mo Wanyan also turned her gaze, and as their eyes met, she let out a tinkling laugh, splashing the remnants of her water onto Gu Yuxing's face. Refreshing, isn't it? The sunlight caressed Mo Wanyan's face, and her innocent, radiant smile captivated Gu Yuxing. He extended his hands towards the well, intending to splash water back at her to reclaim his dignity. However, as his hands reached the well's edge, he noticed the reflection of the girl in the water, as if he were cradling her in his palms. In that fleeting moment, the boy, who faced the somber world alone, seemed to possess something truly precious. He stared blankly at the surface of the well, utterly still. Mo Wanyan, curious, leaned in to peer into the well. Her face flushed crimson to the roots of her ears. After stirring the water with her hand, she rose and walked to the peach tree in the courtyard, glancing back to say, "Hey, little Loach, I heard you've been bullied. Is it true that they won't let you into the library of the sacred grounds?" Gu Yuxing looked at Mo Wanyan and nodded. "Are you going to stand up for me?" Mo Wanyan crossed her arms, nodding earnestly. Her gaze shifted slightly as she spoke. "This Qingping mountain isn't all that great. It's merely a bit elevated. The world is vast, and if you're not welcomed here, why endure such hardship? Why not switch to another sect? I can speak to my grandfather and have him write you a letter of recommendation. You could cultivate in any sect across Qingping Prefecture or even the entire Kanglan Kingdom." Upon hearing this, Gu Yuxing rose and adjusted his Qingyan attire, offering a courteous gesture to Mo Wanyan. "My dear Miss Mo, your kindness towards me is evident. Yet I was born at the foot of Qingping Mountain, my roots firmly planted here. My father lost all his glory in this very place, and it is upon me to rectify the misunderstandings and mockery he endured. The world is vast, yet this is the only path I may tread. I have pledged to my father that one day I shall ascend Qingping Mountain and gaze upon this realm from above." Mo Wanyan stood there, momentarily speechless, gazing at the youth in his Qingyan attire. His eyes were filled with unwavering determination, their clarity as profound as ever. She took a few steps forward and playfully reached out to measure his height. "It seems you are taller than I now." Gu Yuxing jested. "This is splendid. Should the heavens ever collapse, I shall shield you, Miss Mo, while you flee with all your might. Surely such a day will never come." Mo Wanyan replied with a hint of amusement. Yet, seeing the earnest expression on the youth's face, she smiled slightly. "I would not run. I would stand with you to face it." Gu Yuxing's gaze returned to the young lady as he dashed into the firewood room, retrieving a jar of peach blossom honey water and hurriedly placing it in Mo Wanyan's arms. He then rushed towards the courtyard, exclaiming, "Miss Mo, I have yet to finish my sword practice today. Enjoy yourself while I fear losing track of time." Mo Wanyan chuckled softly, not taking it to heart. After a moment, she observed the youth diligently wielding a peachwood branch as a sword, practicing earnestly. She carefully stowed away the peach blossom honey water he had given her, clasped her hands behind her back, and sat down in front of him, resting her chin on her hands, her gaze fixed intently upon him. After the young girl had executed over 100 sword strikes, beads of sweat glistened on her forehead. She approached Gu Yuxing, hands behind her back, her expression serious as she said, "I have something to give you." "What is it?" Gu Yuxing took a step back, the delicate fragrance of the girl enveloping him, contrasting with his own sweat-soaked attire. "Extend your hand," Mo Wanyan instructed. Gu Yuxing complied, and with a flourish, she produced a wooden sword, placing it gently in his palm. His hand trembled unexpectedly as he gazed at the meticulously restored wooden sword. A wave of bittersweet emotion washed over him. Memories flooded back, each moment vividly replaying in his mind, particularly the instant when the head of the Qingyun sect had shattered it, erasing all traces of his childhood joy. Yet now, it had been returned to him by Mo Wanyan. Gu Yuxing's lips parted several times, yearning to express his gratitude, but words eluded him. Instead, he tenderly traced the blade of the sword, noticing how the fracture had been painstakingly mended. He could almost envision the girl diligently repairing it. "Thank." He attempted again, but still could not articulate his feelings fully. Mo Wanyan squinted her eyes into crescent shapes, a look of satisfaction on her face. She reached out to pat Gu Yuxing's shoulder before bouncing away, her voice echoing through the peach blossom grove. "Don't let anyone break your sword again." Gu Yuxing remained rooted in place, yet he felt less solitary than before. "I promise," he finally replied, as the summer breeze rustled the verdant leaves. The figure of the young boy dashed joyfully through the forest, embodying unadulterated happiness. A snow monkey, having foraged wild fruits from the mountains, sat beside a young lad. Listening to the boy speak in a language it could not comprehend, the monkey had entered into a pact with the youth, henceforth regarding him as its master. The boy taught the snow monkey the art of brewing, and together they would languish, day after day, in a state of intoxication at the foot of the waterfall. Like loyal guardians. Meanwhile, the boy embarked on a rigorous path of cultivation within a frigid cavern, diligently practicing the techniques of the true dragon transformation, striving to unlock his meridians and hidden acupoints with each passing day. Gu Yuxing made but fleeting appearances during the season when the peaches ripened across the mountains. Those luscious fruits which the other cultivators deemed unworthy of their attention, he transformed into dozens of jars of peach blossom wine. As early autumn approached, Gu Yuxing found himself yearning for the coming year's peach blossoms, anticipating the ethereal beauty of the scenery, the lively serenade of orioles amidst the lush grass, and a reunion with Miss Imo. More significantly, he awaited the arrival of a certain individual, the sword-bearing elder who sought wine from him outside the mountains, for he wished to take this man as his mentor. After several months of arduous training, Gu Yuxing successfully opened several meridians. His cultivation had reached the 5th stage of the meridian opening realm. As the number of unlocked hidden acupoints increased, the pace of his progress began to decelerate. With his advancement in the meridian opening stage, the complexity of sword practice also escalated. Yet, he remained steadfast, piercing the air with his sword 300 times each day, attuning himself to the ebb and flow of sword energy, to the profound weight of sword intent. Whenever he sensed that his swordsmanship was approaching a minor impasse, he would immerse himself in the repetitive practice of the 9 unnamed sword techniques within the cold cavern. Regrettably, despite mastering this set of sword techniques and secretly grasping its variations, Gu Yuxing felt a twinge of disappointment, for there existed no corresponding swordsmanship mindset to accompany these moves. One chilly autumn night, beneath the cold moonlight, the atmosphere was imbued with a serene yet poignant stillness. Gu Yuxing returned from his solitary cultivation, indulging in wine within his modest courtyard. Over the past 6 months, he had immersed himself in the frigid depths of the cave, often resorting to drink to stave off the cold, and had grown accustomed to the taste of liquor, able to consume an entire jug without inebriation. As he gazed vacantly at the cold moon, he observed great wild geese soaring past, heading towards the depths of Qingping Mountain, disappearing from sight. A profound melancholy enveloped his heart. Even the wild geese had a home to return to, while he remained isolated amidst the whispering bamboo and blooming peach blossoms. He lifted the wine jug, intending to sip lightly. In the next moment, a brilliant azure light erupted from the 6 peaks of Qingping Mountain, ascending towards the heavens, accompanied by the urgent clang of ancient bells echoing like raindrops. Enemy attack. Gu Yuxing felt a tingling sensation envelop his scalp as adrenaline surged through his veins. Beneath the cold moonlight, he beheld the elite disciples of Qingyun's sect soaring through the air on their swords. Realizing that the majestic birds he had seen earlier were not mere wild geese, but rather the formidable Qingping birds, creatures of myth. These avian beasts usually resided deep within the sprawling mountains of Qingping and had never clashed with Qingyun's sect. Yet tonight, they had inexplicably gone berserk, hundreds, even thousands of Qingping birds diving downwards, preying upon the disciples of Qingyun's sect. In an instant, anguished cries echoed from all 6 peaks. Several disciples were struck down by the talons of the Qingping birds, impaled through the throat, whisked away into the sky only to be mercilessly discarded. Thud. In the peach blossom grove, muffled thuds resonated. Gu Yuxing witnessed a disciple of Qingyun's sect fall in despair, crashing to the ground and transforming into a pool of crimson mud. Rustle, rustle. In the peach grove, a series of faint sounds emerged. In the depths of autumn, venomous snakes slithered about, an ominous presence amidst the chaos. In the blink of an eye, the pool of blood and mud was completely devoured. Not only that, but Gu Yuxing also witnessed the inexplicable reappearance of the long-lost Millennium Peach Tree within the peach blossom grove. It ensnared the fallen disciples of the Qingyun sect, drawing them into the earth, followed by waves of pink radiance that shimmered and vanished like a wraith. In mere moments, dozens of sect disciples had perished. The azure rock soaring in the sky was merely a first-tier beast, yet it claimed the lives of the newly inducted young disciples of the Qingyun sect with its diving assault. Such a brutal scene unfolded without any forewarning within the Qingyun sect. The stench of blood in the air jolted Gu Yuxing back to reality, causing him to instinctively grip his wooden sword tightly. At that moment, an azure rock locked onto him, extending its sharp claws as it dove toward him. Gu Yuxing's gaze deepened, and with a swift thrust of his wooden sword, a beam of sword light erupted, detonating a burst of crimson brilliance in the air several meters away. He retracted his wooden sword, once more adopting a stance of readiness. Cackling. Yet this time, it was not the azure rock that attacked him. Instead, the entire peach grove emitted a series of eerie sounds. The peach trees in the courtyard seemed to come alive, stretching their branches in an attempt to engulf Gu Yuxian within the small courtyard. "Come forth," he declared, brandishing his wooden sword, unperturbed. At that instant, out of the corner of his eye, Gu Yuxian spotted the snow ape bound to a peach tree, being enveloped in a swirl of pink mist and carried away to the distance. Snow ape. Startled, Gu Yuxian did not hesitate and charged into the peach blossom forest. Following the ethereal glow resembling peach petals, he pursued relentlessly, gradually venturing into uncharted territory, deep within the abyss at the foot of Qingping Mountain. Under the moonlight, the secluded valley lay tranquil. As if in a daze, all the radiant hues dissipated, leaving an unparalleled stillness, broken only by the sound of flowing water from the abyss. Gu Yuxian halted his steps. Suddenly, a crisp sound resonated beneath him. Looking down, he was astonished to find himself surrounded by a dense array of white bones. In the shadows, wisps of ghostly flames flickered within these bones, dancing in the breeze. A burial ground. Gu Yuxian swallowed hard, instinctively tightening his grip on the wooden sword in his hand. Through the secret techniques of the spirit contract, he reached out to the snow ape, realizing it was near yet invisible to his sight. What manner of place is this? The bones beneath him were not only human but also those of demons. Some skeletal remains stretched several feet, even dozens of feet long. Even in death, these bones emanated a formidable demonic aura. In a fleeting moment, Gu Yuxian envisioned hundreds of great demons, their claws bared, rushing towards him. A sense of urgency gripped his heart, reminiscent of a similar feeling he had experienced while ascending the celestial ladder. With clarity in his mind, he bit his tongue sharply, awakening from the terrifying illusion conjured by the gathering demonic energy. Great demons, Gu Yuxian murmured to himself, astonished by the multitude of formidable beings that had perished in this place. The so-called great demons refer to those formidable beasts of the 5th rank and above that cannot transform into human form, possessing unparalleled strength akin to that of human cultivators at the harmonization realm. Gu Yuxian instinctively lifted his foot, intending to turn and leave. However, he gritted his teeth and took a step forward. In this lifetime, he would never look back. He placed his fingers to his lips and blew a whistle. The sound of the snow ape resonated above him. Gu Yuxian glanced up, and in an instant, he was rendered speechless. Chapter 27. The Millennium Peach Demon Unleashed. The mysterious techniques on the wall before him stood an ancient peach tree, its gnarled branches spreading across the entire gorge, countless peach limbs extending outward, adorned with the remains of hundreds, if not thousands, of corpses. Even the snow ape, endowed with the bloodline of primordial divine apes, found itself helplessly struggling. Panic etched upon its face as it gazed at Gu Yuxian. A monkey dangled from the tree, bound by the peach branches. The snow ape's sturdy body could not withstand the relentless encroachment of the limbs. Blood flowed down the branches, staining them crimson, and in the deep autumn, brilliant red peach blossoms bloomed in a most eerie spectacle. This bizarre scene stirred an odd sensation within Gu Yuxian, as though he had trespassed into a realm entirely foreign to him. He even began to question whether he had inadvertently entered the domain of the Millennium Peach Tree. This, it seemed, was its true essence. "Do not move. I shall rescue you," Gu Yuxian declared, raising the wooden sword in his hand. As he lifted the sword, the entire peach tree seemed to awaken as a colossal beast, emitting a chilling roar. It lashed out with its branches, intent on attacking Gu Yuxian. Yet there was a hint of trepidation in its demeanor. Gu Yuxian gripped his wine gourd tightly, aware that it was the nemesis of the Millennium Peach Tree. However, he recognized that while the gourd possessed remarkable powers, it required careful handling. Taking a deep breath, Gu Yuxian prepared to strike with his sword. Just then, he noticed the wooden sword emanating soft pink glimmers, seemingly resisting his will. Gu Yuxian's body felt as though it had been struck by a bolt of lightning. His gaze fell upon the ancient peach tree, where he noticed a branch absent from its sturdy trunk. Could it be that this wooden sword? With disbelief etched upon his face, Gu Yuxian's mind drifted back to a certain morning when his father, Gu Bai, emerged from the peach blossom grove, dew-drenched, dragging a peach branch behind him. That very branch had been meticulously carved into the wooden sword he now held. Just as Gu Yuxian was lost in thought, an ethereal visage materialized from the branch behind him, and an invisible hand stealthily approached the nape of his neck. At that moment, a surge of pink light emanated from the wooden sword in Gu Yuxian's grasp. Startled, he snapped back to reality and instinctively thrust the sword backward with blinding speed. piercing the face with unerring precision, causing a spray of pink blood to erupt. The ground quaked violently, and the air filled with roars of fury. Countless corpses plummeted from above. Quick-witted, Gu Yuxing swung his sword once more, unleashing a powerful wave of sword energy that severed the peach branches binding the snow ape. The snow ape leaped through the air, baring its teeth and roaring in rage at the millennia-old peach tree. Petals cascaded like a pink rain of blood upon the earth. As some of the peach blossoms landed on Gu Yuxing's wooden sword, he observed the cracks on the blade gradually mending. A flicker of realization sparked within him. With a deft twist of his wrist, he swept the sword through the air, transforming countless pink petals into ethereal mist, which the wooden sword absorbed entirely, erasing its broken edge. Gu Yuxing's actions appeared to have thoroughly incensed the ancient tree demon, as countless branches lashed towards him. The snow ape, startled, let out a piercing scream, hoisting Gu Yuxing above its head with its robust arms, its body suddenly expanding before it leaped into the air. In that fleeting moment, Gu Yuxing felt the rush of wind as he rode atop the snow ape, soaring over an abyss of unfathomable depth. Countless peach branches elongated, only to retreat in futility. Under the moonlight, Gu Yuxing glanced around. Not far ahead loomed a steep cliff, and he realized he was situated at the very base of Lingxiao Peak. Looking up, he could see the demon ceiling steel, which emanated an ancient and majestic aura through the serene moonlight, casting shadows upon him. Perhaps this was the reason the ancient tree demon dared not extend its branches further. The snow ape's leap seemed to have unleashed its latent potential, thus. It rapidly shrank in size, transforming into a diminutive snow ape that quietly crouched beside Gu Yuxing. Now, Gu Yuxing found himself trapped on a cliff only several dozen feet wide, with no way to ascend or descend. Across the chasm stood the ancient tree demon, silently looming. The snow ape appeared to notice this as well, lowering its head and tracing circles in the ground with its paws. It seemed we would have to endure the cold wind here. Gu Yuxing quickly regained his composure. That night, the Qingyun sect had been besieged by demonic beasts, and he remained utterly oblivious to the circumstances. The pressing matter at hand was to devise a means of survival. Gu Yuxing cast a vigilant glance at the sky. Due to the presence of the demon suppression steel, those azure-winged birds dared not descend, rendering this spot the safest haven. The winds howled at the abyss, prompting Gu Yuxing to draw closer. The towering cliffs of Lingxiao Peak stood like a blade hewn from stone, their surfaces smooth as a mirror, reflecting the moonlight that danced upon them. Initially, Gu Yuxing sought a sheltered crevice to escape the gusts, but alas, this mountainside was far too formidable. Just as he prepared to settle into a meditative posture, a sudden flutter of his eyelids caught his attention. Patterns and inscriptions emerged on the moonlit wall. With swift steps, he approached, his gaze fixated. The first sight that met his eyes was a series of human figures, intricately chiseled into the stone, each striking a unique pose. Beneath each depiction lay a passage of text, not inscribed with a pen, but rather etched with formidable energy, as if fingers had served as the quill upon the wall. Gu Yuxing's expression grew solemn as he turned his gaze to the far right of the wall, where three robust characters boldly proclaimed, Songlongju. He uttered the name aloud. Momentarily taken aback, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. It seemed familiar. He racked his brain, but for a moment, the memory eluded him. His eyes followed the lines of text, savoring each word. This was a remarkably advanced technique for shifting and traversing the void. Suddenly, realization dawned upon him, and a glimmer of joy illuminated his countenance. He recalled that while deciphering the draconic script on that turtle shell, the Songlongju had indeed been mentioned. To this end, he meticulously searched among the numerous tomes within the chamber for relevant records. Among the three sacred sites that established the Qingyun sect, the Penglai sacred land was situated on the enigmatic Dragon Island. Gazing at the characters and designs adorning the wall, Gu Yuxing forcibly suppressed the elation bubbling within him, focusing intently as he read and committed the information to memory. After this arduous endeavor, he exhaled a sigh of relief and began to review the contents once more, confirming the accuracy of his recollections. In that moment, Gu Yuxing noticed that behind the final illustration lay a line of text. Weathered and blurred, I am the sovereign of Pelai, wandering through the realms of the seven worlds, yet I cannot ascend the pinnacle of Qingping. Is that not a jest? Throughout my life, I have forged countless adversaries, yet I roam freely across the lands, relying solely on the celestial dragon technique of carefree travel. Such divine power shall dissipate with me into the ether. Is it not a pity? Today, I inscribe this for the fated one, in hopes that one day someone may conquer the peak of Qingyun and I shall find contentment. Gu Yuxing stared intently at the inscriptions on the wall, and suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, causing cracks to appear upon the once smooth surface. In an instant, all the images and words vanished from view. Gu Yuxing's heart brimmed with astonishment. For just moments ago, he felt a profound connection as the celestial dragon technique faded, as if his soul soared through the vast expanse of the heavens during his breakthrough to the Yuan body realm. Although invisible, he could faintly sense its presence. Raising his hands in a gesture of reverence, Gu Yuxing vowed, "I shall indeed ascend to the summit of Qingping Mountain." After a gentle exhale, Gu Yuxing found himself beset by a new question. His father's aspiration was to ascend the summit of Qingping Mountain. Yet why had the elders of the three sacred lands also spoken of the need to scale this very peak? Furthermore, from the characters he had left behind, it seemed that it was this endeavor that had led to his demise, to his spirit's extinguishment. Merely a mountain. For an ordinary cultivator, once one enters the harmonization realm, one can soar through the skies on a sword, traversing mountains and perilous terrains as though they were mere flat ground. Could it truly be that Qingping Mountain is insurmountable? What secrets might lie hidden at its pinnacle? At this moment, the seed of exploration took root and began to flourish in Gu Yuxing's youthful heart. I now possess the cultivation method to reach the bone-forging realm, and my swordsmanship has already attained the sword momentum realm. What I lack is a technique of bodily movement, but Songlong art arrives as a timely boon, aligning perfectly with my aspirations. Gu Yuxing settled onto the cold ground, and in his mind began to visualize that Songlong art he had just inscribed. This remarkable technique comprises 9 tiers. The first being the hidden dragon leaps the abyss. Upon mastering this tier, one moves like a swimming dragon, capable of leaping over abysses of 100 zhang. Calculating the distance to the opposite side, Gu Yuxing noted it to be over 10 zhang. However, the terrain at his current location was slightly lower, and with his present level of cultivation, leaping across was utterly impossible. Beside him, the snow ape also gazed at the vast chasm, scratching its head in frustration. Clearly, it could leap over but could not return. I must cultivate swiftly, otherwise, in just over 10 days, I shall perish from starvation here. Only upon entering the harmonization realm can a cultivator truly achieve the art of fasting. Under the moonlight, Gu Yuxing focused intently on comprehending the first level of the Songlongju, a technique of movement. This level comprises 9 illustrations, 6 of which pertain to achieving a meditative state to unlock the acupoints within one's body, while only 3 depict the various postures required to execute this technique. Must I also unblock the hidden acupoints? Gu Yuxing murmured to himself. Within the Qingyan sect, there are numerous techniques of movement, among which the most exquisite is known as Qianbianwanhua. This technique was derived by the second leader of the Qingyan sect after observing the ethereal transformations of clouds on Mount Qingping. To master this technique, one must move as if soaring through the clouds, gliding as if riding the wind. Notably, this technique allows practitioners, once they reach the bone-forging stage and transition into the soul condensation stage, to attain the ability of flight. Although there are limitations in distance, flying several miles is still quite feasible. On a night like this, with a first-tier beast assaulting, most elite disciples of the Qingyan sect, now in the soul condensation stage, could soar through the air, engaging in aerial battles with avian beasts. The first level of the Songlongju requires the unblocking of 6 hidden acupoints in the limbs, which is particularly challenging. A slight worry stirred within Gu Yuxing, yet he swiftly calmed himself, channeling the vital energy from his dantian to guide it towards the first hidden acupoint in his right hand. The Songlongju distinguishes itself from other human cultivation techniques by embodying the form of a dragon. In essence, it stands in stark contrast to the opening techniques of true dragon transformation. One embodies the form of a dragon, while the other transforms the human form into that of a dragon. When one successfully unblocks and opens these unique acupoints, they can emulate a dragon soaring through the skies, traversing the heavens. The vital energy within the dantian coursed through the meridians, gradually infusing into the right hand, which was poised like a dragon's claw. Thus, the concealed acupoint that required unblocking was not situated within the extraordinary meridians of the human body. However, after months of cultivating his meridians, Gu Yuxing had gained invaluable insights, allowing him to manipulate and guide the vital energy, gradually unblocking a hidden channel, which then began to impact the concealed acupoint. Gu Yuxing had mentally prepared himself, yet when he truly urged the vital energy, it flowed remarkably smoothly. The first concealed acupoint opened without any hindrance, achieving success with remarkable ease. Gu Yuxing was taken aback. Could it be that the recent practice of the true dragon transformation had altered his physiology, causing his body to undergo a dragon-like transformation? Chapter 28. The Awakening of Potential. The initial completion of the Songlong technique Gu Yuxing found it somewhat incredible, yet he attributed this phenomenon to the perilous situation he was in, which had awakened the latent potential within his body. There was no time for further contemplation. He followed the first layer of the Songlong technique. The hidden dragon leaps the abyss, continuously channeling the surging vital energy within him to strike at the meridians, unblocking the hidden acupoints. In merely 2 hours, the second hidden acupoint was successfully opened. Gu Yuxing calculated that mastering the first layer of the Songlong technique would prevent him from perishing on this precipice. Although he possessed a sect token for assistance, with the Qingyun sect currently besieged by demonic beasts who would concern themselves with his fate. Beneath the starry sky, the elite disciples of the Qingyun sect had battled the demonic beasts for nearly an entire night. As dawn approached, a surge of sword energy suddenly soared into the heavens from the peach blossom forest. The elder Lu Yuan, who typically oversaw Gu Yuxing's cultivation of peach trees, wielded his hand as a sword, unleashing a formidable sword energy that traversed the entirety of the Qingyun sect, cleaving a fourth-tier Qingpeng demon spirit from the sky. Instantly, a rain of blood fell from the heavens, lingering ominously. Gu Yuxing gazed across the chasm, where an ancient peach tree, having stood for a millennium, unfurled its canopy to absorb the torrents of demonic blood that rained down, causing an extraordinary bloom of peach blossoms throughout the night. Yet, as dawn broke, it transformed into a wisp of pink mist and vanished from sight. Witnessing this spectacle, Gu Yuxing was profoundly astonished. Within the jurisdiction of the Qingyun sect, there stood 3 formidable demon-suppressing monuments erected by the 3 great holy lands, said to be capable of subduing even demon sovereign-level beasts. Yet now, a mere peach tree had transformed into a demon, secretly drawing upon power to augment its own strength. However, Gu Yuxing understood that he was still quite feeble at present. These matters were not yet his to scrutinize. The pressing concern was to cultivate the first layer of the Songlong Sutra and to depart from this place. As dawn gradually broke, the Qingyun sect was enveloped in a shroud of mist, the air still saturated with a pungent stench of blood. Among the 6 peaks, there remained lurking beasts, poised to ambush the disciples of the sect. These creatures were not limited to the flying beasts above. Some were fierce predators that dwelt deep within the Qingping mountain, such as venomous snakes, wild wolves, and leopards. Although most of these beasts lacked intelligence, they were imbued with primal ferocity, exhibiting no fear of humans. The scent of blood triggered their instinct to kill, resulting in numerous disciples of Qingyun sect being stealthily attacked and tragically slain by the claws of these ferocious beasts. Throughout the entirety of the Qingyun sect, only the peach blossom forest and the area beneath the demon suppression monument, where Gu Yuxing resided, remained the safest. The disciples of Qingyun sect soon recognized this fact and converged towards the demon suppression monument, which prevented even greater casualties. 2 days later, tranquility finally returned to the Qingyun sect. Before the demon suppression monument, many newly initiated disciples sat in meditation, reluctant to return to the 6 peaks. The sect leader, Zhuangjizi, along with the peak masters and elders, arrived from various directions, each bearing a grim countenance. This time, the beasts that invaded the Qingyun sect were merely low-tier creatures, lacking even the strength of the first rank, yet they inflicted significant losses upon the disciples. Aside from those who were seized by the Qingpeng birds and dropped from the skies to their demise, the remainder had perished from surprise attacks. In the final analysis, it was the elders of the Qingyun sect who were initially negligent, failing to accord sufficient attention to this matter. After all, the invasion of demonic beasts is a recurrent occurrence at the foot of the mountain. Every few years, 1 or 2 small towns fall victim to their ruthless onslaught. The frailty of humanity and the difficulty of survival have long rendered practitioners accustomed to such horrors. Has the roster of disciples from each peak been compiled? The sect leader, Zhuangjizi, stood with his hands clasped behind his back before the demon suppression monument. A mere yard in front of him lay a divine tortoise, upon which was thrust a sword. Behind that sword stood hundreds of disciples from the Qingyun sect, some bearing injuries, their faces contorted with pain, yet revealing a mixture of relief and bewilderment at having survived the calamity. The elders of the 6 peaks exchanged glances, none daring to speak. Speak. Zhuangjizi's eyes suddenly gleamed with a sharp intensity. How many disciples had they lost? Lei Jiangheng responded calmly, sect leader. The Yun Peak has suffered the loss of only 17 disciples, with 24 injured. Only? Zhuangzi's eyelids twitched as he cast his gaze towards the other peak leaders. At that moment, He Hongnian stepped forward, presenting a compiled list, saying, "Sect leader, this is the tally I have prepared. A total of 177 disciples have perished, most of whom were newly initiated, and 2 elders have also tragically fallen victim to the ambush of the demonic beasts." Gasp! Upon hearing He Hongnian's words, the elders and disciples collectively inhaled sharply. An unprecedented silence and sorrow enveloped the crowd. Zhuangzi extended his hand, but refrained from taking the list. His lips quivered for a moment before he dejectedly remarked, "For the deceased disciples, the affairs hall will contact their relatives and distribute compensation according to past practices. If there are any with promising qualifications within their families, we shall make an exception and admit them into the Qingyan sect for careful cultivation." The elder in charge of the affairs hall remained silent, clasping his hands in acknowledgement. Understood. A brief silence enveloped the air, until He Hongnian spoke again. "Master, what of those among them who have no living relatives?" A contemplative expression crossed Zhuangzi's stern face as his gaze fell upon the sword embedded in the back of the divine turtle. As if recalling something, he added, "In the matter of distributing compensation, it must be ensured that no core disciples or auxiliary disciples are overlooked. Did the son of this individual also perish?" He Hongnian, who had already renounced the world, trembled slightly at Zhuangzi's words, her hands clasped together as her eyes scanned the crowd. A disciple stepped forward, reporting, "Master, today I ventured into the peach blossom forest with several junior brothers, and not far from that small courtyard, we discovered a pool of blood, indicative of a struggle. The courtyard was deserted, which raises concerns." The elder from the affairs hall's gaze flickered, cautiously inquiring, "Master, this child has no living relatives. Death may, perhaps, offer him a form of liberation." Zhuangzi's eyes suddenly deepened with intensity as he swept away with a wave of his sleeve. "Let the soul hall carve a wooden plaque inscribed with his name. As long as he did not flee in the face of the demonic beasts, he shall be considered a qualified disciple of the Qingyan sect." Understood. The remaining elders wore expressions of complexity, seemingly taken aback as they gazed at the departing figure of Zhuangzi. It appeared they had never truly comprehended this master of the Qingyan sect. A year prior, Gu Bai had fled from a demon without a fight, and it was this very master who had personally placed Gu Bai's sword upright before the demon suppression monument, marking it as the sword of shame. Now, a year later, this master intended to establish authority by targeting Gu Bai's son, only to discover that the youth might already be deceased, yet he still had the name of that young man inscribed in the soul hall. Within the sect, there were numerous elders of the same generation whose talents and cultivation surpassed that of this master. Yet he had nonetheless ascended to the position of master of the Qingyan sect, which naturally left many feeling secretly discontented. Lei Jiang, with a stern countenance, swept his gaze over the disciples before the demon suppression monument and admonished them, "Disciples of each peak, return to your peaks at once to cultivate. In 1 month, we shall commence the sect's trials. Do not presume that the protection of the sect renders you invulnerable. This minor calamity faced by the Qingyan sect is but a trifling matter. If you are so easily frightened, it is best for you to leave the mountain sooner rather than later." Only then did the disciples rise, dispersing to their respective 6 peaks, some to cultivate and others to nurse their injuries. "Uncle Lu," Zhuangzi greeted as he approached Lu Yuan, who was planting peach trees at the edge of the peach blossom forest. Lu Yuan, with hands soiled, sat on the ground, took a swig from his wine gourd, and slowly spoke. "Nephew Xiao, you are the master now. The Qingyan sect is under your stewardship. Given the gravity of the situation within the sect, do not come to me without cause. Uncle, the recent invasion of demon beasts upon the Qingyan sect seems rather peculiar. I suspect that there may be someone manipulating events from the shadows." Lu Yuan lifted his murky gaze and cast a glance at Xiao Rang. "Do not make unfounded speculations about matters lacking evidence. I have long advised you that the cultivation of disciples within the sect must be conducted with strictness. We should not raise them as delicate flowers in a greenhouse. A few birds have already claimed the lives of many disciples. In my view, essential trials must not be neglected. As it happens, the late autumn season is fitting for rigorous training. Open the demon hunting grounds at the back mountain and allow the newly initiated disciples to undergo some practical experience." "Yes, Master Uncle," Zhuangzi replied, his gaze falling upon the small courtyard nestled within the depths of the peach blossom forest. He lifted his foot, intending to step forward, only to withdraw once more. Lu Yuan observed this scene and sighed, saying, It must be a bitter experience to have a longtime friend nailed to the pillar of shame. I know you are a sentimental person. Back in Xinhu Prefecture, Gubai once saved your life. Visiting the courtyard where he lived would not be against the rules. It might even be beneficial for you. As Lu Yuan spoke, a veil of mist clouded Xuanji's eyes, yet he quickly adopted a rigid and indifferent demeanor. Disciples of the sect must adhere to the rules. Although I am the sect leader, I too must comply with the sect's regulations. This peach blossom forest I shall not tread upon, not even a single step forward. Xuanji retreated a step, his hands concealed within his sleeves, gathering before him. He glanced once more at the small courtyard and inquired, Master Uncle, that young man, did he truly meet with ill fate and perish? I do not know. At least within the peach blossom forest, there is no sign of him. Understood. Xiao Rang took a step forward, his demeanor hurried. Alas! Lu Yuan gently shook his head, murmuring to himself, this young man possesses a heart as steadfast as rock, wholeheartedly devoted to the art of swordsmanship, a promising candidate for mastering the blade. Yu Qishan has recognized his innate purity, and I too harbor great expectations. Alas! Lu Yuan rose and resumed his work with the hoe, preparing to plant peach blossoms. Yet at that moment, he seemed to sense something. A look of astonishment crossing his face as he gazed towards the southernmost edge of the peach blossom grove, muttering, is the wind rising? At the cliff's edge, Gu Yuxing stood motionless. He beckoned to the snow monkey, who appeared quite pitiful from hunger. Come here, we are leaving. The snow monkey crouched on the ground, pointing at the chasm that spanned several dozen feet, indicating its inability to leap across. Climb up, Gu Yuxing urged, patting its shoulder. The diminutive snow monkey, now merely a foot long, obeyed his command and hopped onto his shoulder. Hold on tight, Gu Yuxing said, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Seizing the moment as mist billowed from the ravine, he clasped his hands before him. A surge of azure light emanated from his body, transforming into a small dragon silhouette. With a powerful leap, he soared into the air like a celestial dragon rising from the depths. Chapter 29, The Sword of the Celestial Firmament in My Heart. Refusing to take a master, a streak of azure light cut through the air above the abyss. In the blink of an eye, Gu Yuxing had descended to the ground. Chirp! The snow ape, startled, leaped from Gu Yuxing's shoulder, glancing back at the cliff opposite, excitedly thumping its chest. In the next moment, it transformed into a snow ape towering over 2 meters, gesturing for Gu Yuxing to sit upon its shoulders. Spare me, you are so large. How much must I feed you? Gu Yuxing, wary, unsheathed his wooden sword and cautiously advanced. The ground was still strewn with countless white bones, making his steps feel somewhat eerie. Fortunately, the ancient tree demon had seemingly fled to an unknown location. As Gu Yuxing navigated through the mist, it felt as though he wandered for a long while before finally arriving at the familiar peach blossom grove, returning to the long-lost cottage nestled among the trees. Gu Yuxing fetched a jar of peach blossom wine from the woodshed, the snow ape cradling the jar. Gulped down more than half in delight before thumping its chest in satisfaction and heading off to the waterfall gorge. In the cottage, Gu Yuxing sat alone beneath the eaves. Looking up, he noticed that the eaves seemed lower than before. He understood that it was due to the unblocking of his body's hidden channels, causing him to grow a bit taller. Grasping the repaired wooden sword, Gu Yuxing fell into a daze, recalling his father's words. One day, the eaves would no longer shield him from the storm, and he must become his own shelter. And now, he had achieved that. In a mere few days, Gu Yuxing not only enhanced his strength but also transformed his mindset. He had survived the relentless pursuit of the Millennium Peach Demon and had encountered peril at the brink of the abyss. By awakening the latent potential within his body, he cultivated a difficult-to-master sword technique. Yet, practice must continue. However, after Gu Yuxing completed a set of sword moves, he noticed Lu Yuan, a disheveled figure, seated beside the small courtyard. Twirling his beard, Lu Yuan remarked, "Young man, you indeed possess a talent for swordsmanship. Yet, if you continue to train in this manner, even after a decade, it would be challenging to transcend into a new realm of the sword path." Gu Yuxing retracted his wooden sword and inquired, then, "According to your esteemed opinion, how should I cultivate?" Lu Yuan tossed his empty wine flask to Gu Yuxing and said, "Young man, take me as your master, and I shall teach you the way of the sword and guide you in your cultivation." Gu Yuxing took a swig from the gourd of wine and shook his head, replying, "Esteemed elder, I already have a mentor." Lu Yuan squinted his eyes. "Who? Yu Qingshan?" Gu Yuxing shook his head. "Elder Yu and I share a half-masterly bond." "Oh, who might that be?" Lu Yuan's gaze flickered, pondering whether it was the grandfather of that little girl. Although Master Mo is a venerable scholar of the world, entry into the Holy Academy requires traversing the sea of learning and surmounting the mountain of books, not to mention facing the trials of the heart. The Holy Academy treats all beings with equality. Would they grant you any special privileges? Gu Yuxing smiled wryly and said, "The name of the Holy Academy is known throughout the realm. I have my own aspirations, which do not lie within the mountain of books of the Holy Academy." Lu Yuan took a hearty gulp of wine and, grinning widely, remarked, "Ah, you little rascal. It seems you believe that with your aspirations set upon the sacred halls of the Academy, entry is assured. Do not overestimate yourself. If you were to take me as your mentor, at least here in Qingping Prefecture, ridding the world of demons and monsters would surely earn you a reputation that source." "Thank you for your kind offer, Elder," Gu Yuxing replied with a respectful bow, his mind still vividly recalling that legendary figure who once cleaved the stars with a single sword strike. He could not bring himself to accept any other as his teacher. "Humph, do not let regret haunt you," Lu Yuan declared as he rose. Within the Qingyan sect, countless aspirants had sought to be his disciples, yet he had turned them all away. Now, it was rather amusing that this lad failed to recognize the opportunity before him. Gu Yuxing, maintaining his silence, acknowledged the sentiment with a bow. Lu Yuan took a few steps, then suddenly halted, spinning around to stand before Gu Yuxing, and spoke rapidly. "I know that the true essence of your swordsmanship lies within that wooden sword. I can sense the sword energy it harbors, and I can feel its formidable presence. Yet, your technique has reached a pivotal juncture. Lift your gaze and tell me, what do you see?" With calm composure, Gu Yuxing replied, "The firmament." Lu Yuan appeared momentarily stunned, his breath seemingly suspended as Gu Yuxing's answer incited a flush of anger upon his face. Standing beside Gu Yuxing, he extended his frail hand to point at Qingping Mountain, exclaiming, "You cannot see, you cannot comprehend, do you understand?" Gu Yuxing resolutely asserted, "One day, I shall see." "Is that not a declaration of your blindness?" "I can see." Gu Yuxing's eyes sparkled with an unprecedented brilliance. He recognized that the disheveled old man was the supreme elder of the Qingyan sect, and he could not divulge to anyone that he had witnessed the brilliance of a sword piercing through the starry river. Even if he were to speak of it, none would believe him. Ha ha ha. Witnessed it? Lu Yuan seemed on the verge of exploding with rage, puffing his cheeks and stamping his feet, exclaiming, "It is Qingping Mountain, shrouded in mist and clouds, obscuring the view, where one can only see towering peaks. The same applies to the sword path. I know that Yu Qingshan must have told you that sword energy lies hidden, and sword might resides in strength and attack. However, I must inform you that sword momentum is a build-up, an accumulation of 1,000 blades force, initiated by thought and manifested at the fingertips. The wind is formless yet can uproot trees, while the spirit is as still as water, yet moves like a tsunami. The potency of sword momentum determines the level of sword intent you can comprehend. The mountains visible to you may not be the highest. You may traverse one peak. Yet it does not signify you have reached the end. Without my guidance, what achievements could one like you, who merely thrusts a sword at peach blossoms each day, possibly attain?" Gu Yuxing gazed at the agitated elder, his eyes still clear, and with a respectful gesture, he inquired, "Have you ever ascended to the summit of Qingping Mountain?" "Senior?" Lu Yuan's lips twitched, and he shook his head, replying, "When the wind stirs the tips of Qingping, the mountain rises 10,000, 8,000 blades high. The Qingyan sect is but a corner of the mountain. That Qingping Mountain is perpetually frigid to the bone, and I have naturally never scaled its heights." Gu Yuxing's gaze remained fixed upon the mist-laden Qingping Mountain as he reminisced. "The year my father first brought me into the peach blossom grove, I was still in my tender years, perched upon his shoulders, blissfully unaware, only knowing to pluck peaches and feel the breeze. I once asked my father to teach me the ways of cultivation and to impart some sword techniques. Yet, my father declined, stating that he had yet to ascend Qingping Mountain and therefore lacked the ability to teach me. He. Lu Yuan inexplicably chuckled upon hearing this, then swept away with a wave of his sleeve. "Indeed, I lacked such prowess. If there truly existed individuals of such remarkable capability in this world, they would likely not take the time to instruct you. One must diligently cultivate the peach blossoms daily, without faltering, for it seems you have become accustomed to the soil of this earthly realm." Lu Yuan appeared genuinely angered, and thereafter, Gu Yuxing never encountered him again in the peach blossom grove. Nevertheless, he continued to leave offerings of wine for the elderly man who tended the peach trees from time to time. As autumn deepened and the dew turned cold, Gu Yuxing completed his sword practice as usual. In recent weeks, he had indeed sensed that his swordsmanship had reached an impasse, unable to discover a path for breakthrough. Additionally, the mist shrouding Qingping Mountain perpetually obscured the heavens, preventing him from glimpsing the stars above. Fortunately, his cultivation in the realms progressed smoothly. He had already opened 6 meridians, becoming a practitioner at the 6th stage of the meridian opening realm. Reflecting on the despair he had felt months prior in the face of Zhao Ji, he realized that he had unwittingly surpassed countless disciples from various sections. However, Gu Yuxing had never regarded these individuals as his goals. Naturally, he had also never underestimated anyone within the sect. As he sheathed his sword and returned to his quarters, the sect token he carried unexpectedly radiated a series of gleaming lights. Gu Yuxing was taken aback by this. Even someone like him, who was not favored within the Qingyan sect, could receive significant information from the sect. All disciples of the 33rd generation of Qingyan sect must, before the hour of the goat, head to Lingxiao Peak to partake in the sect's training, without exception. Training? Gu Yuxing furrowed his brow. After days of arduous cultivation within the cold cave, he felt little inclination towards the sect's trials. However, as participation was mandatory for all, he did not wish to be the outlier. Although he recognized his lack of presence within the sect, he was determined not to provide the sect leader with any justification for expulsion, should he indeed be cast out from Qingyan sect. The desire to avenge his father's humiliation would become achingly elusive. Glancing at the time, Gu Yuxing hastily gathered a few essentials, slinging a bag over his shoulder as he made his way to Lingxiao Peak. In truth, disciples like Gu Yuxing, burdened with a pack, were quite rare among the sect. Within the sect, one could exchange half a year's worth of contribution points for a storage ring. Though the space it provided was limited, it sufficed for daily needs. As he journeyed, many onlookers couldn't help but whisper or gossip about Gu Yuxing's disheveled appearance. Most were oblivious to the fact that the forthcoming training would be exceedingly brutal for them. The prevailing atmosphere of camaraderie made them believe they were still sheltered under the sect's protection, free to cultivate without worry. Simultaneously, in a secluded courtyard on Taohua Peak, a young girl clad in white, sword at her side, prepared to stealthily slip out. Wan Yun, a stern voice called from behind her. Grandfather. Mo Wan Yun replied with a hint of exasperation as she turned around. Are you planning to participate in the training? Mo Wan Yun nodded in response. Grandfather, you witnessed the invasion of the demon beasts half a month ago, and so many lives were lost. I cannot remain under your protection forever. If that were the case, what significance would growing up hold? Mr. Mo, with one hand resting behind him and the other cradling a book, gazed affectionately at his granddaughter over the pages. Wan Yun, you have not slept well for several days following that demon beast attack. I assumed you were frightened by them. However, it seems I was mistaken. Tell me, who occupies your thoughts? What do you mean? Mo Wan Yun instinctively glanced toward the grove of peach trees, now stripped bare, their leaves fallen, exuding an air of desolation. Mo Fanshin placed the book behind him and spoke earnestly. Regarding your experiences, I shall not impede you. Yet, there are matters I must caution you about. Our stay at Qingping Mountain will not be prolonged. In 3 years, you are to return with me to the Sacred Academy for your studies. Everything here can be regarded as your final moments of joy. You are still young, and the intricacies of human relationships may prove too profound for you. Refrain from forming deep connections. Otherwise, when the time comes to depart, the lingering emotions may hinder your path of cultivation. Grandfather, I understand. Mo Wan Yun pouted slightly. Her fingers entwined as she twisted a red string meant for tying hair around her fingers. Come here. Mo Fanshin beckoned to Mo Wan Yun once more. With a flick of his finger, a character for guard emerged from the book and settled upon her. Remember, keep your distance from the prince of the Qianlong dynasty. I understand. Mo Wan Yun wore an expression of distaste. Moreover, as for that youth in the peach blossom grove, it is permissible to feel some sympathy for him. Sharing your food with him does not displease your grandfather. However, you must maintain your distance from him. Grandfather, did you not often teach me to read the sacred texts, proclaiming that all beings possess the path of learning and should be treated with equality? Mo Fanching nodded solemnly, responding, the wisdom of the sages is indeed sound, and your inquiry is not misplaced. Yet, you have forgotten that you are the granddaughter of Mo Fanching. In a few years, you shall come to understand that while there are countless beings in existence, the true practitioners are but a handful. Among the myriad of novice cultivators, how many truly attain enlightenment? Most are merely ordinary mortals, lost in dreams. In this earthly realm, your grandfather, despite having perused myriad tomes, remains but a mundane being. My only hope is for you to have a bright future and to encounter virtuous individuals. Alas, it is likely that such individuals are scarce on the Qingping Mountain. Chapter 30. The Moment of Trial. A conflict between Miss Mo and the ninth Prince Lingxiao Peak, the highest summit of the Qingyan sect. Connects to the mountain range of Qingping Mountain, stretching for thousands of miles, desolate and uninhabited, beyond the well-known demon suppression stele. The Qingyun sect is also recognized for its illustrious demon suppression tower, constructed later by the sect and inaccessible to other sections. Even among its own disciples, only the most elite are permitted to enter for the purpose of training. Due to the presence of the demon suppression tower, the surrounding area spans hundreds of miles. Designated as a forbidden zone, it has long served as a prison for various demon beasts, which are kept for tamers to train. Inevitably, some of these beasts escape from the tower. Over time, the region around the back of Lingxiao Peak has transformed into a natural hunting ground for demons. Every few years, the Qingyan sect opens this forbidden zone, allowing its disciples to undergo trials and grow. Regrettably, last year, a great demon emerged on the borders of Qingping Prefecture, leading to the near-total annihilation of hundreds of elite disciples sent to slay it. More than a year has passed, and the new disciples, having trained for less than a year, find themselves in a state of uncertainty. Recently, they faced a sudden invasion by demon beasts, resulting in the loss of over 100 lives. In response, the elders of the Qingyun sect convened a meeting, dividing into two factions. One faction argued that the sect should dispatch specialized elite disciples to protect the new initiates during their training. In contrast, the opposing elders contended that rather than nurturing the new disciples as fragile flowers in a greenhouse, it would be more beneficial for them to confront the harsh realities of the world sooner. Thus, an unprecedented opportunity for trial has been presented to those disciples who have been within the sect for less than a year. Among them, many have yet to refine their primordial essence and must confront the harsh reality. By the time Gu Yuxing arrived at Lingxiao Peak, several hundred disciples had already gathered before the narrow canyon known as the One-Line Sky. Most of these individuals appeared to be in good spirits and had procured suitable weapons from Tiangong Peak. It is hardly surprising. Those without any ability would have perished during the last invasion of the demonic beasts. The fortunate survivors, aside from luck, possessed considerable strength, and the vast majority had commenced their cultivation prior to joining the Qingyun sect or had previously practiced martial arts, boasting robust physiques. Individuals like Gu Yuxing, who are relatively young, are but a minority. His arrival stirred only a slight commotion, for rumors had circulated that he had perished that night. Yet, after a few days, they discovered that he was indeed still alive. This lad was remarkably fortunate. He had somehow escaped being pecked to death by the Qingping bird. The terrain of the peach blossom forest was intricate, offering numerous hiding places. He must have merely concealed himself to preserve his life. That's true, one remarked. But surely he cannot be so fortunate this time. Is the demon hunt truly as perilous as the legends suggest? Among the many disciples of Yinfeng, Lu Chun was accompanied by two former disciples of the Qingyun sect. This was due to Lu Zhanxing's concern for his safety. He did not hesitate to wield his privileges as an elder to ensure that his two named disciples provided close protection. Rest assured, young Master Lu, with the two of us here, nothing will go awry. The two speakers had already reached the open meridian realm. In Yinfeng, their talents were considered unremarkable. However, in this trial for newcomers, the prowess of the two was undeniably overwhelming. Lu Chun wore a smug smile, his gaze flitting about. Exuding an air of sycophancy, the ninth prince has arrived. As he spoke, he approached the prince of the Qianlong dynasty, and as he passed by Gu Yuxing, he did not forget to advise, when we enter the training grounds, find a place to hide and play the coward. Annoying, Gu Yuxing replied, his eyes suddenly sharp. Lu Chun felt an invisible blade of sharpness pierce him, instinctively retreating as his gaze flickered before he departed. Ninth prince, I am here. The once arrogant Lu Chun had swiftly transformed into a figure of deference, leaving Gu Yuxing with an inexplicable feeling. At that moment, a commotion arose from the crowd, with many rising or craning their necks. It turned out that Hong Yin from the falling dust peak was leading a group of female disciples, gracefully approaching. Along the way, these young women, in their prime, were filled with youthful exuberance, and many were naturally inclined to seek partners, whistling, waving, or deliberately showcasing their prized weapons. These gestures elicited giggles from the female disciples of Falling Dust Peak, who seemed entirely oblivious to the impending seriousness of the trial, instead gathering together to seek amusement. Gu Yuxing, still in his youth, found the cacophony of their chatter somewhat grating, and the heavy scent of perfume in the air was rather overwhelming. Yet, his gaze remained fixed on these female disciples, as he too searched, hoping to catch sight of a particular figure. The group of elegant young ladies, tall and strikingly beautiful, exuded a captivating charm. Gu Yuxing felt that their height obstructed his view of the person he wished to see, so he stood quietly, observing the bustling crowd around him. Contemplating how long it had been since he last laid eyes on Miss Imo. Suddenly, a chorus of cheers erupted, mingled with a blend of boldness and shyness. There stood Chu Chen on the broad avenue, clad in a dragon robe, adorned with several fragrance pouches and a jade pendant at his waist, holding a fan in his hand. His smile, though present, bore a hint of stiffness. Beside him, 2 attendants stood guard, preventing the female disciples from approaching their master. Miss Wan Yun. Chu Chen's eyes narrowed suddenly as he stepped forward. With a swift motion, he unfurled his fan, causing the female disciples before him to part and glance back. Among the group, Imo Wanyan appeared in a simple white garment, lacking any ostentatious adornment. Her hair was casually braided into several small plaits, swaying gently with the breeze, tied with a humble red ribbon. Yet, in her prime youth, she resembled a bud poised to bloom, with bright eyes and pearly teeth, hailing from a scholarly family, exuding an indescribable elegance with every gesture. Unlike the aloofness of the 9th prince, she appeared more like a charming neighbor girl, radiating beauty and innocence, unfazed by the gazes of the crowd. Her lively eyes sparkled with mischief. Suddenly, a proud smile graced her face as she skipped forward with joyful exuberance. Standing on the broad avenue, Chu Chun wore a slight smirk of pride. He began to speak. Miss Wan Yun, I am Chu Chun. Before he could finish his sentence, Imo Wan Yun had already dashed past him, entirely oblivious to his words. Like a gentle breeze, she swept in front of Gu Yusheng, playfully stepping on his foot. Then, she raised her hand, intending to flick his forehead, only to realize that Gu Yusheng had grown significantly taller, requiring her to slightly tilt her head to meet his clear gaze. Little Loach, you are here too. Ha, you've grown. Gu Yusheng's eyes fell upon Mo Wan Yun's pristine face, his gaze inexplicably drifting downwards as he replied, Miss Mo, you have also matured. Mo Wan Yun's ears immediately flushed a vivid red. She hastily swept her hair to the side, playfully stepping on Gu Yusheng's foot once more. Her expression mischievous and her eyes glimmering with a hint of mischievous retribution. They're all waiting to see you make a fool of yourself. Don't embarrass yourself. Rest assured. Miss Mo, he replied. Satisfied, Mo Wan Yun clasped her hands behind her back and approached Chu Chun, her face now devoid of warmth. In a brusque tone, she inquired, Did you speak to me just now? Chu Chun cast a deep, piercing glance at Gu Yusheng before retracting his gaze, wearing a broad smile and feigning nonchalance. Miss Wan Yun, we have met before. Have we? Mo Wan Yun questioned, her expression one of confusion. And you are? Chu Chen's lips twitched slightly. At that moment, a nearby servant piped up, This is my master, the 9th prince of the Xianlong dynasty. Ah, the Su and Eling dynasty, I have heard of it. But the 9th prince, I am unfamiliar with. Mo Wan lightly tapped her charming dimple, apologetically stating, I must confess, my memory has never been particularly sharp. I often find myself drowsy while studying. What was your name again? No name at all. Chu Chun, the 9th prince gritted his teeth. Miss Wanyan, have you forgotten? 3 years ago, during our pilgrimage to the Sacred Institute's mountain of books and the incense offering ceremony, we crossed paths. That year, my father even sought to orchestrate a union between us. Stop. Mo Wanyun waved her sleeve with irritation. That was merely your father's unilateral desire. It has nothing to do with me. Chu Chun narrowed his eyes, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he replied, Miss Wanyun, I understand your reluctance to acknowledge it. Yet 3 years ago, my father, to demonstrate his sincerity, dispatched over 30,000 demon slayers from our dynasty to repel the invasion of the demon clan at the Boundary Mountain. This is well known among the scholars of the Sacred Institute. Had it not been for the demon slayers of the Su and Eling dynasty, even the Sacred Institute would have witnessed the fall of many scholars. If we had not intervened, the likes of the Qingyun sect, a third-rate faction, would have been annihilated in an instant by the demon clan. Though the earlier remarks of Chu Chen instilled a sense of awe regarding the profound heritage of the Su and Eling dynasty, his final words seemed to belittle the Qingyun sect. Several disciples and elders of the Qingyun sect exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they felt a wave of humiliation wash over them. At that moment, a figure descended from the sky. Upon landing, Xuanzi waved his sleeve, silencing the surroundings. His gaze fell upon Chu Chen, then glanced at Mo Wanyan, and spoke. Chu Chen, today marks the commencement of the trial. It would be prudent to refrain from discussing personal matters in such a public setting. Wanyan, please come here. Ihongyan also beckoned to Imo Wanyan. With a hint of displeasure, Imo Wanyun returned to the group of female disciples at Luoqing Peak, feeling disheartened by Chu Chen's words. A sense of grievance washed over her. Yet she seemed to sense something, her gaze shifting to meet Gu Yuxing's calm and watchful eyes, which held a flicker of concern. Humph! Imo Wanyun's mood, initially sour, inexplicably brightened. Surrounded by many, she noticed that some were ostentatious, while others wore flattering expressions. Yet, the youth amidst the peach blossom grove, clad in azure garments, with a jug of wine and a wooden sword, appeared utterly distinct from the crowd. Strangely, to Imo Wanyun, he was remarkably captivating. Though she felt that Gu Yuxing walked alone in solitude, he exuded a radiant warmth as if basking in sunlight. His serene smile and tranquil eyes soothed her restless heart. Such subtle gestures were not meant for the eyes of others. Imo Wanyun felt her cheeks flush, avoiding Gu Yuxing's gaze and casting her eyes down to her shoes. Acutely aware of her blushing countenance, fearful of revealing her unusual sentiments. Meanwhile, Gu Yuxing remained oblivious to the myriad thoughts and emotions that swirled within the young girl, captivating and poignant in their essence. I merely observed that Miss Imo has indeed blossomed further, surpassing even the beauty of peach blossoms. She carries a delightful fragrance. And as I watch her bow her head, my mind wanders. Miss Imo consistently treads upon the back of my shoes. Next time, I must procure a sturdier pair to prevent her from truly vexing me and damaging my footwear. Chapter 31. Entering the Beast Hunting Grounds. The youth observes the starry river and comprehends the sword intent. On the back mountain of Lingxiao Peak, as the rusted lock and runes were personally removed by the sect leader, the younger generation of Qingyun sect disciples surged into the hunting grounds, anxious that any delay might result in the beasts being hunted to extinction. Just moments ago, the sect leader, Zuanjizi, had informed them that although the hunting grounds were inhabited by beasts, most lacked intelligence, merely qualifying as ferocious creatures or wild animals. All who succeeded in this trial would earn contribution points for the sect, and those who excelled would receive additional rewards, including elixirs, weapons, and cultivation manuals, among other treasures. In preparation for this trial, the elders of Tiangong Workshop had specially modified the sect tokens of the Qingyun disciples, inscribing a temporary formation on them. Should they encounter uncontrollable danger, the tokens would enable a return to the sect's secure territory. Furthermore, the tokens bore the imprinted sealing runes from the demon-suppressing steel, capable of capturing a fragment of the essence of the beasts. Upon the conclusion of the trial, the top 100 disciples who collected the most beast essences would be granted the status of core disciples within the Qingyun sect, along with generous rewards and an additional opportunity to take the sect's peak masters and elders as mentors. Naturally, this trial would span 3 months. Within the hunting grounds, numerous provisions for food had been erected by the sect's elders, with designated elders responsible for patrolling the area. Should any uncontrollable incidents arise, assistance would be readily available. Under such a grand premise, the youthful disciples of the new generation appear as if invigorated, eagerly rushing into the demon hunting grounds. Thousands of sect disciples have infiltrated this area spanning several hundred miles, creating a somewhat congested atmosphere for practitioners. Many are driven by a yearning for freedom, having long been confined within the peaks and valleys of their sections. Over time, this confinement inevitably breeds a desire to wander the world and explore its wonders. As the sun sets, the new disciples have already been in the demon hunting grounds for quite some time, while the elders and previous disciples of the Qingyun sect have mostly departed. The sect leader, Zuanjizi, stands with his hands clasped behind him before a rusted ceiling gate, lingering in contemplation. The golden hues of late autumn filter through the lofty clouds of Qingping Mountain, casting a warm light upon his visage. It is amidst this dappled illumination that the marks of time are revealed on Zuanjizi, who, despite being in his 40s, appears youthful in the context of practitioners who typically boast lifespans of 2 to 3 centuries. Yet, strands of gray pepper his hair, and his eyes are imbued with the weight of deep experience, tinged with a subtle hint of concern at their corners. Brother, are you worried about this trial? Behind him, Ihongyan approaches silently, her hand holding a silk dusting whisk. Zuanjizi remains silent, standing still as he gazes at every blade of grass and tree of the Qingyun sect. Rest assured, the elders and core disciples within the sect will patrol the demon hunting grounds day and night, preventing any significant disturbances. Zuanjizi turns to glance at the Taoist-clad Ihongyan, his thoughts momentarily adrift as he replies, "Sister, it has been several years since you broke through to the Unity realm, hasn't it?" He Hongyan could not comprehend why his senior brother posed such a question, and he merely nodded in silence. "My talents are rather ordinary. In our sect, those who can aspire to the golden pill path are exceedingly few, and you are certainly among them. Alas, although you don the green robe, you remain ensnared by emotions, unable to break through." Zhuangzi sighed. Even in the state of unity, one should possess a lifespan of 300 years. Upon reflection, during these 3 centuries, thousands of predecessors in the Qingyan sect have cultivated to the state of unity. Yet, those who attain the golden pill path are few and far between. It is not due to their lack of talent, but rather the rampant demon race. How many esteemed predecessors have ventured forth with swords drawn only to return in eternal slumber upon Qingping Mountain? Presently, in our Qingyan sect, besides Master Lu, there is no other cultivator at the Golden Pill realm. Today, 1,000 disciples of Qingyan sect have entered the demon hunting grounds. Even if they manage to return, how many among them will survive in the years to come? When you and I first joined the Qingyan sect, we were among thousands of passionate youths, all eager to slay demons and establish our names. At this point, Zhuangzi fell silent once more. He Hongyan, surprised, remarked, "All these years, I have never seen through my senior brother. Why do you appear so melancholic today?" After a long pause, Zhuangzi finally spoke. "In recent years, I have been cultivating a profound technique of our sect. While it does not enhance my combat prowess, it allows me to sense fortune and misfortune. Recently, I have felt a sense of unease, as if a great event is imminent. Junior sister, I hope you will take special care in your trials. Do not worry. Senior brother, the granddaughter of the esteemed scholar Mo is also partaking in this trial, and the prince of the Qianlong dynasty is involved as well. The elders of the sect will not be negligent. It is precisely for this reason that a sense of unease lingers within me. As the sun descends towards the horizon, Gu Yuxing stands in an expansive location, observing the misty mountains. The ethereal clouds, cascading like celestial essence upon the earth, create a breathtaking spectacle. Surrounding him are dense and towering forests. The so-called demon hunting grounds are merely a stretch of territory seldom trodden by human feet. Coupled with the presence of the demon suppression tower, this vast expanse of forest and the undulating mountain range are imbued with an aura of mystery and peril. Many newly initiated disciples share this sentiment. However, Gu Yuxing holds a different perspective. On that fateful night, when the monstrous beasts invaded the Qingyan sect, he witnessed firsthand that the direction from which the Qingping monster bird initially soared was deep within these very woods. Moreover, the sect's decree for all disciples, regardless of their cultivation level, to partake in the trial holds profound implications. It suggests that the Qingyan sect may no longer be a sanctuary, always at risk of beastly incursions. If even the sect is not secure, can it be assumed that this demon hunting ground is merely home to wild and ferocious beasts? Thus, Gu Yuxing remains vigilant as he retrieves the map bestowed upon him by the elder of Tiangong Peak, scrutinizing it with care. Although the map offers only a rough outline, Gu Yuxing has long cultivated the habit of committing such details to memory since his childhood, when he first learned to read. As the disciples from various peaks are mostly acquainted with one another, they often form small groups of 3 to 5 or teams of 10 for their endeavors. Consequently, Gu Yuxing finds himself naturally isolated. Despite the yearning in his heart, he believed that living alongside Miss Mo in these mountains for 3 months would undoubtedly be an unforgettable experience. However, Miss Mo was exceedingly proud and preferred to journey alone. Showing no intention of companionship, Gu Yuxing remained unperturbed. This world was vast yet intimate. Within 3 months, fate would surely bring them together if it were meant to be. As for the matter of hunting demons in the mountains, he felt no urgency. According to his thoughts, even if there were no demonic beasts in these woods, surviving in the wilderness for 3 months at his age would be quite the challenge. The first resupply point marked on the map was 30 miles away, implying that in order to avoid hunger, all disciples would need to venture 50 miles deeper into the forest. Of course, the elders of the sect might have ulterior motives. Should the disciples linger near the entrance of the demon-hunting forest, it would create an awkward situation for everyone involved. With wine and a sword, Gu Yuxing felt no anxiety. He initially considered summoning the snow ape to accompany him, for with its strength and lineage, it could traverse the demon-hunting grounds with ease. Yet he worried that the snow ape might attract the attention of hunters. The journey was one he had to undertake alone. As he wandered deeper into the mountain forest, he could initially see shadows and winding paths, But gradually, as darkness fell and mist enveloped the area, he found himself devoid of any familiar company. Gu Yuxing's pack contained enough food for 3 days. Thus, he proceeded at a leisurely pace. Before darkness enveloped the sky, Gu Yuxing discovered a cave perched on the edge of a precipice. After meticulously surveying the surrounding environment and assuring himself of its safety, he moved a massive stone to seal off the cave's entrance partially. In the realm of opening meridians, one experiences a significant leap in both strength and speed, acquiring the power akin to that of a dragon and tiger. Each meridian unblocked grants an additional measure of tiger strength, enabling the lifting of stones weighing thousands of pounds. Upon reaching the bone forging stage, one attains the strength of an elephant. Under normal circumstances, Gu Yuxing, being at the 6th stage of opening meridians, could lift stones weighing 6,000 pounds. However, just moments ago, he did not physically relocate the stone. Instead, he invoked the Azure Dragon technique, channeling his energy into the boulder. Employing the Azure Dragon technique, he employed an incredibly swift movement, effortlessly lifting the stone, which weighed as much as 10,000 pounds. As if it were mere childish play. Within the cave, shadows danced in the dim light. Gu Yuxing sat cross-legged upon a bed of dry grass. He did not immediately plunge into his cultivation. Rather, he gradually activated his inner breath, allowing it to meander through the meridians of his body, calming his mind while remaining acutely aware of the sounds surrounding him. Gazing at the immense stone at the cave's entrance, a faint smile graced Gu Yuxing's lips. In the kingdom of Kanglan, adulthood is reached at 15, yet he was merely 13 and already possessed the strength of both dragon and tiger. Had he not borne such burdens, returning to Qingyan Town would have allowed him to live out his days in peace. Such thoughts flickered through Gu Yuxing's mind before dissipating, for he beheld the stars in the sky outside the cave, shining with resplendent brilliance. In his mind, the image of a sword flickered across his thoughts once more. Taking a deep breath, Gu Yuxing acknowledged that while he could not wield a sword at present, the essence of that singular strike lingered vividly in his memory. Refusing to take Lu Yuan as his master was not merely a manifestation of Gu Yuxing's obstinacy. On the contrary, the desire to learn from that enigmatic elder had long since penetrated his very soul. The essence of the sword. Gu Yuxing stared blankly at the starry sky. Yu Qishan had once told him that before Lu Yuan urged him to become his disciple, he had also cautioned him that his understanding of the sword had reached a crucial juncture. Both Yu Qishan and Lu Yuan possessed distinct interpretations of swordsmanship. On this tranquil night, within the confines of the cave, Gu Yuxing held a wooden sword, lost in contemplation. The essence of the sword lies in aggression, as Yu Qishan had imparted to him. The essence of the sword lies in restraint, as Lu Yuan had conveyed. As the galaxy shimmered and the heavens sparkled with countless stars, a sudden realization ignited within Gu Yuxing. He sprang to his feet and exclaimed, "No, it has been wrong from the very beginning. That is their sword essence, not mine. Thus, the sword essence of that senior who cleaved through the galaxy is not mine either. What then is the essence of the sword that belongs to me? How should I comprehend it?" With this awakening, Gu Yuxing once again plunged into deep reflection. Thus, he gazed at the celestial expanse, remaining seated throughout the night. He gained insights, yet it felt as though he had attained nothing. The dawn had yet to break. After sitting in silence for an extended period, Gu Yuxing stirred his stiffened arms, withdrawing his gaze from the heavens. After a night of contemplation, he remained perplexed about the true essence of the sword. What is the path of the sword? His confusion deepened, akin to the myriad stars in the sky, unsure of which represented his destiny and which signified his future. A faint, ethereal glow began to emerge outside the cave. Upon witnessing the scene, Gu Yuxing smiled faintly and murmured, "The fireflies of the forest ultimately pale in comparison to the resplendent stars, and the blazing sun, with its fierce heat, may obscure those very stars. Perhaps what we perceive with our eyes is not the ultimate truth. The same can be said for the path of the sword." He resolved to step outside for a breath of fresh air to clear his mind. Drip! Something fell upon his forehead. Suddenly, a deep, guttural roar echoed in his ears. A sharp claw emerged from the crevice of a massive boulder, nearly tearing Gu Yuxing asunder. With instinctive reflex, he swung the wooden sword in his grasp. The gleam of the sword resembled a silvery flash, momentarily piercing through the inky darkness of the night. The boulder that obstructed his path was cleaved cleanly in two by the sword aura emanating from his wooden blade. With a resounding crash, the split boulder tumbled down the cliffside, accompanied by a cloud of crimson mist and the mournful howls of the spectral wolves. The air became saturated with the acrid scent of blood. Gu Yuxing focused intently and soon realized that the flickering lights outside were not mere fireflies, but rather a pack of phantom wolves, numbering in the dozens, a veritable wolf pack. Their original dwelling was the very cave in which Gu Yuxing now found himself. These spectral wolves were capable of moving with the wind, their footfalls silent. Though they lacked the strength of a first-tier beast, their swiftness was unparalleled, marking them as true pack hunters. Gu Yuxing's earlier strike not only severed the boulder, but also inflicted grievous wounds upon the spectral wolf king, cleaving its claws in twain. With a sudden howl, the pack was roused, their primal instincts ignited, and they surged towards the cave with fierce intent. Gu Yuxing took a deep breath, wielding his wooden sword with precision, thrusting and slashing as the blade illuminated the cave with flickering light. The howls of wolves gradually diminished, and as daybreak approached, Gu Yuxing had concluded his battle. The essence of the Wolf King had been absorbed by the sect's decree, granting him points for demon hunting. Yet, Gu Yuxing remained indifferent to such accolades. In the struggle against the wolves, he had maintained an undeniable advantage. Nevertheless, he sensed a significant drain on his stamina. His body stained with wolf blood, and an unsettling stir among the beasts of the forest. Gazing at the sword marks etched into the cave's edge by his blade's energy, Gu Yuxing's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of contemplation. Although he had cultivated his swordsmanship to the second level, infusing his techniques with a formidable sword intent, he mused that under normal circumstances, he could never have unleashed such a powerful strike. A stone of considerable size would certainly not have been cleaved so neatly. Reflecting on the intricacies of that singular blow, clarity suddenly washed over him. Gripping the wooden sword firmly, he calmly ventured deeper into the forest. The nature of sword intent was inconsequential. What mattered was the act of wielding the sword and persistently seeking knowledge. With sufficient experience gained from combat, perhaps the ultimate truths would eventually reveal themselves. Within the forest, the figure of the young man quickened, encountering a myriad of beasts along the way, some lurking in the shadows, others viciously baring their fangs in an attempt to tear him apart. Yet, he steadfastly clutched his sword, vanquishing numerous formidable wild creatures and first-tier demons throughout his journey. In the wake of Gu Yuxing's passage, a cohort of disciples from the Qingyun sect followed closely behind. They observed the sword marks at the entrance of a cave and pursued the trail, noting the dozens of demonic beasts that had been swiftly dispatched by a single strike. At last, when they beheld a blue leopard pierced through the throat by a sword, they could no longer contain themselves and instinctively halted in unison. Such swiftness in swordplay. The blue leopard had been struck mid-leap, its throat penetrated, and the overwhelming sword energy had shattered its innards. The sharpness of this sword's aura left them wondering which newly initiated disciple of Yunfeng wielded such prowess. One of the patrolling disciples wore a grave expression, casting a glance at the man standing foremost among them, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. "Senior Brother Qi, it appears that among this new intake of disciples, there are quite a few prodigies." The leader of the patrol, Qi Ming, was the very individual who had guided the young initiates during their entrance examinations at the Qingyun ladder. As the captain of this demon-hunting expedition, Qi Ming had ascended to the bone refinement realm in merely a decade, having cultivated a physique of copper skin and iron bones. Though not among the elite disciples, he was certainly recognized for his rapid progress in cultivation. It was not uncommon for each cohort to produce some exceptionally talented individuals and geniuses. Despite his verbal acknowledgement, Qi Ming's gaze lingered on the man beside him, who bore a sword upon his back. This man, approximately in his 30s, carried a 4-foot-wide sword, embodying the essence of a pure swordsman within Yunfeng. "Junior Brother Fong, having practiced the sword for many years, do you perceive any insights?" The man named Fong Jin did not, as others might, meticulously examine the wounds of the slain beasts. Instead, his gaze was fixed upon the distant horizon. The beasts he had dispatched along the way fell victim to his straight sword, targeting their vital points without revealing any discernible technique. However, one fact was unmistakable. His vitality was profoundly robust, and the sword's energy emanated beyond the blade itself. I could scarcely discern the width or length of his sword. Within the entirety of Yufeng, only one individual came to mind who walked the pure path of the sword. "Who?" "Uncle Yu." The other 4 disciples exchanged glances, one of them wearing an expression of incredulity. "Are you referring to Uncle Yu, who once dueled the Peak Master with a sword?" Fong Jin replied coldly. "Is there a second Uncle Yu in Yufeng?" "The one-character sword technique," Qi Ming interjected, his expression suddenly grave. Could it be the ninth prince of the Qianlong dynasty? I heard that upon entering Yufeng, he sought to master this celestial sword technique. At this juncture, a more composed patrolling disciple spoke up. Chuchen? If it were him. It would not be surprising, for he is indeed a prince of the Qianlong dynasty, and his entourage of attendants and sword servants far surpasses our own. It would be wise to steer clear of this individual, as he has always been haughty. We should not invite unnecessary trouble. Let us depart, Qi Ming commanded, gesturing to change direction. He then addressed the other four. Have you all received the gifts from Elder Lu? Apart from Fang Jin, who exhibited a hint of surprise. The remaining three nodded in agreement. Having taken possession of another's belongings, one must diligently fulfill their responsibilities. Brother Lu's innate talents are indeed commendable. However, it is unfortunate that he was unable to gain access to the library last time, which renders him prone to impulsive actions when faced with challenges. Should he encounter formidable beasts, it could lead to perilous situations. Naturally, the personal grievances between him and Gu Yusheng must be addressed and guided when necessary. Understood. The other three replied with subtle smiles, sharing a tacit understanding amongst themselves. Fang Jin narrowed his eyes and slowly spoke. When did the atmosphere of our sect transform into this? Is it possible that the prince of the Qianlong dynasty has frequently bestowed favors upon you, leading you to grow accustomed to such a demeanor? A hint of embarrassment flickered across the faces of the four. Qi Ming cleared his throat and remarked, Brother Fang, while you are wholly devoted to swordsmanship, it is essential to learn the intricacies of human relationships. I do not comprehend such matters. I only know that to grow stronger, I must rely solely on the sword in my hand. If one day, a powerful demon clan were to present you with irresistible advantages, would you then consider betraying humanity? Fang Jin's gaze suddenly sharpened, causing a chill to sweep over the four. They hastily waved their hands, exclaiming, Absolutely not. We hold firm to our principles. Humph. Those who do not share the same path shall not collaborate. In the forest, the patrolling team surprisingly encountered a divergence on the very first day, each opting to pursue their own paths in the hunt for demons. Brother Qi, do you think Brother Fang will divulge our matters? Qi Ming let out a cold laugh and said, What of it if he does? You are unaware that Fang Jin initially intended to apprentice under Gu Bai. Unfortunately, Gu Bai has never revealed his true strength in public and, citing insufficient capability, declined to accept him as a disciple. In the present day, Gu Bai has become a disgrace to the sect, yet he remains obstinately unwavering, finding it utterly laughable that anyone would seek to protect Gu Bai's son. The expressions on the faces of the four individuals were laden with derision as they traversed the forest. Unbeknownst to them, a peculiar visage manifested upon the bark of a tree behind them, as the trees gradually transformed into creeping vines, silently slithering across the ground like ethereal serpents. 3 days later, deep within the heart of the demon hunter forest, a slender figure darted through the underbrush. Before him loomed a remarkable beast, a serpent of rare Qi-Long bloodline, a crowned snake stretching dozens of feet in length. Though its tail had been severed, its speed remained astonishingly swift, leaving a wake of shattered trees and swirling gusts of withered leaves in its path. Occasionally, it glanced back, expelling venom from its jaws. The vile liquid, upon contact with the trees, rendered them charred and blackened. This crowned snake possessed the strength of a first-tier demon beast, unlike others. It could not condense its essence into a demon spirit, but instead conceal the essence of its demon blood within its gallbladder. Despite its lethal poison, the gallbladder was a rare tonic, capable of augmenting internal vitality by several decades and providing resistance to the toxins of most demon beasts. It was for this reason that Gu Yusheng pursued it relentlessly. From the moment Gu Yusheng discovered it in the marshes, he had spent half a day in relentless pursuit. Initially, the crowned snake regarded him as prey, but after a fierce battle, it lost its tail to Gu Yusheng and, weakened, was forced to seek an opportunity to flee. Although it had shed its tail, it would only require a few days to regenerate a new one. He initially believed he could easily escape, yet unexpectedly, Gu Yusheng deftly maneuvered through the forest, occasionally transforming into the shadow of an azure dragon. Although merely a silhouette, it seemed to impose a natural bloodline suppression upon the crowned serpent, compelling it to flee in a state of panic. You cannot escape. With a delicate push of his toes, Gu Yusheng morphed into the form of a blue dragon, silently appearing before the crowned serpent. His wooden sword thrust forward, piercing through the gaping mouth of the serpent, accompanied by a flash of sword light. The crowned serpent, already possessing the strength of a first-tier demon beast, was slain by Gu Yusheng. With a flick of his left fingertip, a stream of sword energy penetrated the serpent's vital point, and with a swift motion, He extracted a colorful serpent's gallbladder. A fine treasure, Gu Yuxing mused, nodding in satisfaction. He leapt lightly, drifting away like Nie Yun treading upon the moonlit waters. Stopping by a tranquil stream, Gu Yuxing meticulously cleaned the gallbladder before placing it into the wine gourd at his waist, allowing its medicinal properties to infuse the liquor. Under the sun, Gu Yuxing splashed water upon his face, standing upon a stone by the stream, and slowly exhaled a breath of murky air. In just 3 days, Gu Yuxing appeared noticeably more composed. His attire was devoid of the beastly blood that had stained it on the first day, and he bore no moss, remaining impeccably clean. Yet, an invisible malevolent aura coalesced around him, a manifestation of the bloodlust accumulated from his numerous slayings. The wild beasts in the nearby forest, upon sensing his presence, instinctively retreated in fear. The water reflected Gu Yuxing's face, which was gradually shedding its youthful innocence. He raised his hand, and once more, a stream of sword energy gathered at his fingertip. He displayed a satisfied smile. Indeed, the most rapid path to progress lies not solely in arduous training within the cold caverns, but rather in engaging in fierce battles with demonic beasts. It is through the trials of life and death that one undergoes swift transformation and growth. At this moment, Gu Yuxing was no longer entangled in the question of what constituted the way of the sword. He understood only that any technique capable of slaying a demonic beast was a worthy technique. After 3 days of hunting, a faint trace of fatigue appeared on Gu Yuxing's face. He had intended to rest beneath a tree for half a day, but suddenly recalled the ancient peach demon, causing a tightening sensation in his heart. For the sake of safety, he followed the brook for a while longer until he discovered a treeless gorge, where he could temporarily rest. He used a stick to poke a few fat fish from the brook, roasting them by the water's edge, sipping a small amount of wine while gnawing on the fish to restore his strength. Suddenly, a searing warmth surged in Gu Yuxing's abdomen, the powerful vital energy coursing wildly through his meridians. What is happening? Gu Yuxing was taken aback. Over the past few days, he had grown accustomed to the celestial energy contained within the wine from the gourd. Under normal circumstances, he could consume 3 sips in a day. And even with the addition of a serpent's gallbladder, such a violent surge of energy was unexpected. Sensing the tumultuous vital energy, Gu Yuxing's mind stirred, and he activated the Azure Dragon's secret art, swiftly traversing the mountains and forests. Ever since he acquired this remarkable technique, he dedicated 2 hours each day to its practice, enhancing his speed. Although he had not yet achieved true flight, he could remain airborne for approximately 10 breaths, and during this time, if he leveraged his strength, he could cover a distance of 100 meters. However, although this technique significantly enhances speed, it also demands a considerable amount of vital energy. With his vital energy surging within, Gu Yuxing seized the opportunity to diligently practice this technique. In the canyon, he executed the Songlong technique, leaping and darting with the swiftness of the wind. After 2 hours, he landed gracefully, exhaling a breath of stale air and gently wiping the sweat from his brow. A peculiar glint appeared in his eyes as he glanced at the spirit gourd in his hand. How could the energy within this snake gallbladder be so potent? Having learned from previous experience, Gu Yuxing refrained from recklessly consuming it. Instead, he sought a secure location to sit down slowly, gradually dissipating the violent energy of the spirit wine. To his surprise, he successfully unblocked the acupoints that had remained stagnant for several days and achieved a breakthrough to the 7th stage of the meridian opening realm. After unblocking 7 meridians, Gu Yuxing distinctly felt an immense surge in both strength and speed, as if a continuous stream of power was flowing within him. The vital energy from the world around him assimilated into his body at an accelerated pace. At this rate, in no more than 2 months, I shall reach the 9th stage of the meridian opening realm. Clenching his fists in excitement, Gu Yuxing stealthily opened the spirit gourd under the cover of night, drawing in the mysterious energies of the world from the mouth of the cave. Chapter 33. Unexpected Gains. Danger approaches in the dead of night. A furious roar reverberated through the surroundings. Who has slain my spirit companion? In the heart of the forest, a gaunt old man clad in black, his eyes wide with rage, trembled as he caressed the lifeless form of the crowned serpent before him. Not far away stood another man, similarly attired, his expression one of cold indifference. Under the moonlight, a long, narrow scar bisected his face along the bridge of his nose, rendering him a figure both fearsome and grotesque. Draped over his shoulder was an unusually shaped, crescent-bladed sword, striking in its design. The aura of these 2 individuals was subtle yet formidable. The moonlight illuminated their forms, casting their bones in a faint silvery hue. Beneath their feet, A veil of spiritual energy formed a barrier that encompassed several miles around them. It was evident that their cultivation had transcended the realm of martial arts, placing them at the very least within the realm of soul condensation. Upon witnessing the old man's fury, the scarred man retorted with a mocking tone, "I warned you long ago that this creature possesses the bloodline of an ancient ferocious beast. Untamable by nature, it is currently in a vulnerable shedding phase, possessing no more than the strength of a second-tier demon beast. Did you truly believe you could release it to hunt freely? Your decades of effort have now come to naught. Silence, Gao Sha! Do you dare to challenge me? I will twist your head off." The old man abruptly turned, his sleeves sweeping dramatically as a long whip lashed out like a striking serpent, aimed directly at the scarred man. Unmoved, the scarred man effortlessly seized the whip, a sinister grin spreading across his face. "Very well, Sangjing, it is merely a spiritual pet. Within the Qingping Mountains, there exists an abundance of superior spiritual creatures. For the sake of this mission, the higher-ups have not hesitated to deploy an essential piece hidden within the Qingyun sect, inciting a beast invasion upon the sect, thus luring individuals to the demon-hunting forest. Our task this time is of immense difficulty, especially since she is the granddaughter of a great sage. Such a formidable undertaking. To experience it once in a lifetime is indeed worthwhile." Upon hearing this, the old man's expression shifted several times, his fury still palpable. Taking a deep breath, he spoke. "We have ample time to act. Gao Sha, you shall venture alone to gather intelligence. I intend to uncover and exact vengeance on those who harmed my spiritual pet. Can you locate the culprit? If not, I shall eliminate every disciple of the Qingyun sect." The old man extended his hand, drawing an eerie blood circle upon the ground, mixing a drop of his own blood into it. With a swift hand gesture, he transformed into a swirl of dark light, soaring deep into the forest. The scarred man remained standing for a moment after the elder's departure. Shortly thereafter, he approached the python that had fallen to Gu Yuxing's blade, his gaze sweeping over the wound, revealing a flicker of surprise in his eyes. The one who hunted this python possesses limited cultivation, yet exhibits a unique swordsmanship. This strike, with its condensed sword aura, harbors an undercurrent of surging energy, having reached the realm of sword intent. Could it be the 9th prince of the Qianlong dynasty? If so, the situation becomes even more intriguing. With a glint in his eye, the scarred man rotated the broad sword on his shoulder and strode confidently through the forest. Unperturbed by the prospect of encountering the trial disciples of the Qingyun sect or the patrolling elders, the night gradually enveloped the forest. In a certain part of the hunting ground for demons, a temporary dwelling stood resplendent, its floor adorned with carpets. The 9th prince, Chu Chun, reclined comfortably upon a golden chair. Surrounding him were several attendants, their cultivation levels all surpassing the bone-forging realm. For an ordinary person, it would be implausible to bring attendants when joining a sect. However, due to Chu Chun's noble status as the ruler of the Qingyun sect, the potential risks to his safety were deemed unacceptable, thus permitting the presence of these attendants. In addition to the attendants, a number of disciples from the Qingyun sect were also present, including Lu Chun. Their intentions were straightforward. This outing for training represented a prime opportunity to align themselves with the 9th prince. Consequently, they were willing to shoulder greater risks and take on additional tasks, all to closely follow Chu Chun. In the interplay of light and shadow, Chu Chun toyed with the sect token, his gaze flickering. He addressed one of the sword attendants. "Have you deciphered the runes inscribed upon it? Is there a way to transfer the contribution points of others onto my sect token?" "Your Highness, I have roughly grasped the methods of the runes depicted. It is possible to transfer the demon hunting points from other sect tokens. However, there remains the peril of being discovered. Should anyone speak carelessly and the matter be leaked, it would tarnish your reputation." Upon hearing this, Chu Chen's expression brightened, and with a hint of arrogance, he remarked, "After all, it is merely a small sect. Those rune masters possess insufficient cultivation and a shallow understanding of the art of runes, incomparable to the rune masters of my great Xian Empire." With a glance at the disciples of Qingyun's sect outside, Chu Chun let out a cold laugh. "They follow me daily without a hint of danger. Surely, they must contribute something in return. Inform them that starting tomorrow, they are required to submit 30% of their demon hunting points to me each day, or they may no longer accompany me." A servant's eyes flickered as he responded, "Your Highness, while their submission is manageable, I fear that once they realize you possess the ability to alter their demon hunting points, some may entertain nefarious thoughts, opting to refrain from hunting and instead turning against their fellow disciples." Chu Chen's eyes sparkled with intrigue. a smug smile curling upon his lips. You have indeed reminded me. This trial lasts for 3 months, enduring the hardships of the deep mountains. Who can withstand such torment? Engaging in some thrilling endeavors could serve to pass the time. However, I cannot reveal myself directly. Let Lu Chen venture forth to scout the terrain and ascertain Qing Yun's sect's attitude towards me. Those old fogies mistakenly believe that guarding a mere stone tablet grants them dignity. In truth, they are but forgotten stone-guarding slaves of the sacred land. In the following 2 days, a portion of the Qing Yun disciples within the demon hunting grounds seemed to suddenly grow lethargic. They gathered in small groups along the mapped routes, lying in wait for isolated Qing Yun disciples, demanding they surrender their sect tokens and forcibly appropriating a portion of their demon hunting points. Initially, there was some restraint among them. Gradually, the disciples of the Qing Yun sect surrounding Chu Chen began to notice that the patrolling elders and disciples of the sect paid no heed to this matter. Their audacity grew, and they brazenly appropriated all the points allotted for demon hunting in the sect's edict, demanding that these be submitted every few days. Otherwise, they would face severe beatings and threats. Some, however, remained defiant. In response, Lu Chen devised a cunning plan. They confined the demon beasts in the forest and subsequently released them to hunt down the disciples of the Qing Yun sect. At critical moments, they feigned heroism to rescue the disciples, playing both the savior and the orchestrator of significant events. Unbeknownst to Gu Yuxing, who was wholly focused on hunting demons, these nefarious deeds were unfolding. After half a month, he had completely adapted to the survival rules within the demon hunting grounds. By day, he sought a safe place to cultivate, and by night, he emerged to hunt the demon beasts. Although he faced numerous dangers during this time, he gradually mastered the unnamed sword technique, refining it according to his own preferences and transforming it into his unique method of slaying demons. What delighted Gu Yuxing even more was that during this period, he consumed 3 sips of snake gallbladder wine each day. Not only had the vital energy in his dantian doubled, but he also managed to open the 8 meridians in his body nearly a month ahead of schedule, elevating his cultivation to the 8th stage of the meridian opening realm, a speed so astonishing that even he found it hard to believe. The vital energy contained within the snake gallbladder was indeed extraordinary. In the cave, having just completed his training in the true dragon transformation, Gu Yuxing wore a contemplative expression. In recent days, he has hunted numerous, acquiring many precious cores and blood, which he has utilized for his cultivation. On one occasion, he even managed to slay a second-tier wind wolf, obtaining a valuable inner dan. However, none of these yielded results comparable to that of the serpent's gall. Regrettably, within Qingping Mountain, he has not encountered another creature resembling that remarkable crowned serpent. A trace of wistfulness crossed Gu Yuxing's face. If only he could hunt down another crowned serpent and procure its gall, he was confident that within the next few days, he could elevate his cultivation to the 9th level of the opening meridian's realm. The liquor brewed from the serpent's gall had nearly been consumed. After Gu Yuxing advanced to the 8th level of the opening meridian's realm, the 12 meridians he had initially sensed while refining his primordial embryo became increasingly distinct. Yet, throughout his studies of the sect's scriptures and the teachings from the elders of the Qing Yun sect, it was emphasized repeatedly that the 9th level of the opening meridian's realm is the final stage, with the next realm being the bone-forging realm. Once I open the 9th meridian, I shall understand the nature of it, Gu Yuxing pondered. According to the teachings on cultivation, the 9th meridian, known as the Yuan meridian, once opened, allows the essence of heaven and earth to flow into the dantian, gradually transforming the internal essence into primordial spirit, as the primordial energy transmutes into spiritual energy. Once he perfected his cultivation in the bone-forging realm, he could condense his soul, breaking free from the shackles of the mundane body and becoming a true practitioner. The Yuan meridian serves as the conduit connecting the previous 8 meridians. In the days to come, he would seek the safest sanctuary to immerse himself in cultivation. Ensuring he would not be disturbed, Gu Yuxing had already devised a plan in his heart. He retrieved a map, intending to journey to the nearest patrol point to replenish his daily necessities of food. Furthermore, reporting to the patrol point would inform the elder responsible for the sect-esh trials that he had encountered no mishaps. Although Gu Yuxing understood that his presence would evoke no concern from anyone, the fundamental need for sustenance remained. One could not resort to hunting demonic beasts for food every day. An occasional meal of such nature was tolerable, but a daily diet would become intolerable. Qingsong Ridge. Gu Yuxing glanced at his current location. The closest sect patrol station was merely 30 miles away. With his present speed, he would not require much time to reach it. Thus, he sealed the secret cave where he had been residing for the past 2 days, preparing to return after replenishing his supplies to continue his cultivation. With a wine gourd in hand, he set off, indulging in sips along the way. However, he had not traveled far when he sensed an inexplicable aura of danger approaching. Instinctively, Gu Yuxing halted, plugging the gourd's mouth with his hand. He turned back to gaze intently, only to find that the ominous presence had mysteriously vanished. How peculiar. Gu Yuxing mused to himself, resuming his journey with the wine gourd slung over his shoulder. Chapter 34. Ambush in the Canyon. Gu Yuxing's sword has grown cold not long after Gu Yuxing departed. The ground he had just vacated began to ripple, as if it were a swamp. Bubbles emerging from the earth. Moments later, a figure made of mud surfaced, transforming into a gaunt silhouette. It was the mysterious elder, Song Jing. His gaze was deep and contemplative as he scanned his surroundings before gradually rising from the ground. Once again, he has vanished. Who could this individual be? Possessing such capabilities to completely seal away the residual blood essence of my spiritual companion? A pensive expression crossed the elder's face, his eyes sharpening with suspicion. Could it be that someone from the Qingyun sect has discovered my presence? That seems implausible. At that moment, a patrolling elder appeared behind him, wearing a wary expression. Which peak do you represent, elder? You appear rather unfamiliar. Song Jing clasped his hands in greeting. I hail from Yun Peak. Yun Peak? Although the patrolling elder still bore some skepticism, his demeanor visibly relaxed. He descended from the sky, drawing closer to the elder. What is your name? I am Song Jing. And you are? I am Ruan Ji of the Affairs Hall. As the patrolling elder finished his introduction, a sudden realization struck him. His pupils dilated in alarm. No, you are not one of the Qingyun sect. Even if a long-secluded elder were to emerge, they would not fail to recognize me. Who are you? Ruan Ji raised his hand, a short sword gleaming from his sleeve, a flash of sword light erupting as he thrust it forward. However, his sword merely shattered a fleeting shadow, and the enigmatic Song Jing appeared behind him. A hand emerged from Ruan Ji's chest, its 5 fingers resembling the talons of a hawk, clasping a still-beating heart. How absurd it was. As a guardian of the monument, he hesitated in his actions. Your heart. I shall take, Song Jing declared. A wave of purple light emanated from Song Jing as he pressed the heart of the patrolling elder against his own chest, gradually integrating it within himself. In the blink of an eye, his aura transformed, taking on the guise of Ruan Ji. Although Ruan Ji had lost his heart, he did not perish immediately. He turned to gaze at the elder who now resembled him, attempting to crush the elder's token. Yet, an eerie whip ensnared him tightly. Disguise technique. You are a wicked cultivator of the blood fiend sect of the Qianlong dynasty. Ruan Ji's eyes widened, the divine light within them gradually fading. Disbelief etched upon his face as he helplessly watched the sect token fall into the hands of his adversary. Haha. Who would have thought that even in this remote corner, my reputation precedes me? With your identity, future endeavors shall be much more convenient, Song Jing sneered, raising his palm as a greenish poison light flickered to life, transforming the elder of the Qingyun sect into a mere skeleton. Once, when Gu Yuxing first arrived at the Hall of Affairs, this elder had shown him some kindness, capable of lifting heavy wine vases and soaring through the air. Now, however, he had fallen victim to the malevolent assault of Song Jing, the demon-hunting forest. Gu Yuxing traversed a canyon leading to Qing-Songgang, flanked by steep cliffs on either side. The dark crows soared above, occasionally emitting a chilling cry. The sunlight scarcely penetrated the depths of the gorge, and as Gu Yuxing walked through it, he felt a shiver creep down his spine. He remained vigilant, subtly quickening his pace. Suddenly, several nets were abruptly hurled from behind a boulder. Gu Yuxing swiftly drew his sword, the sharp aura of his blade effortlessly tearing through the nets. Come out, he commanded. Having sensed 3 presences lurking behind the stone, he halted, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. The trio, initially startled, emerged from their concealment, and upon recognizing Gu Yuxing, they collectively let out a sigh of relief. It was merely the son of a coward. They chuckled mockingly, positioning themselves to block both his path forward and his retreat, while the leader stepped closer to Gu Yuxing. Realizing their intentions, Gu Yuxing calmly remarked, I recognize you. Disciples under Lu Zhan, the 3 hounds by Lu Chen's side. Presumptuous. The leader of the disciples exclaimed in fury, halting about a meter away from Gu Yuxing. He looked down at him, crossing his arms, and arrogantly declared, Listen, boy, hand over your sect token, crawl through my legs, and bark like a dog 3 times, and I shall spare your life. The disciple blocking the way sneered, I am not so generous. You must make me comfortable with your barking before I consider letting you go. and I still intend to break one of your legs." Before Gu Yuxing could utter a word, a disciple of the Qingyun sect approached, drawing a sword from his bosom and pressing it against the back of Gu Yuxing's head. Laughing maliciously, "Kneel before me at once." A flicker of an unfamiliar smile graced Gu Yuxing's lips as he deftly shifted his wrist, transforming his into, and reversed the grip on his wooden sword. Without moving his body, the sword inexplicably pierced the heart of the disciple behind him. In a swift flash, the sword seemed untouched, yet blood gushed forth suddenly. The disciple, still brandishing his sword, widened his eyes in shock as he glanced down at his heart. He seemed to want to utter something, but his body slowly crumpled forward, collapsing lifelessly at Gu Yuxing's feet. The scent of blood instantly filled the air. The two remaining disciples felt a chill rise from their feet to the crown of their heads. Zhao Zhuo, standing before Gu Yuxing, instinctively took a step back. After a moment of terror, clarity dawned upon him. Gu Yuxing was merely a youth, still unripe for adulthood. That previous strike was nothing more than an assassination. With this realization, he regained his composure, adopting an expression of cunning triumph. "Gu Yuxing, you have slain Ling Qing. You have murdered your fellow sect members. You are finished. Do you understand? You are done for." Continuing to emphasize Gu Yuxing's fratricide, he instinctively unsheathed his sword. Yet, Zhao Zhuo could hardly comprehend how Gu Yuxing had acted. Before entering Qingyun's sect, he had spent years as a bodyguard in the mundane world, had crossed swords with bandits, and had escaped death on numerous occasions. The brutal tempest of bloodshed typical of the martial world had never intimidated him. Yet now, he could only perceive the frigid air that enveloped him. Gu Yuxing offered no response. Instead, a faint smile graced his lips as he tenderly caressed the wooden sword in his grasp. With a swift motion, he lunged towards Zhao Zhuang, executing a strike akin to those practiced in their training sessions. It was neither a technique nor a display of skill, merely an unremarkable thrust. Zhao Zhuang parted his lips, intending to reprimand Gu Yuxing, only to find himself rendered speechless. Despite Gu Yuxing's diminutive stature, the wooden sword in his hands bore down upon him with the weight of a mountain. He attempted to raise his own sword to defend himself, yet found his arm burdened with an insurmountable heaviness, unable even to maintain his grip. The sword's brilliance surged forth as it pierced through his dantian. Blood once more flowed freely. "You." Zhao Zhuang's eyes widened in terror, his formidable frame gradually succumbing, collapsing to his knees as he watched his own lifeblood seep away. Acutely aware of his dwindling existence, the essence of his primordial spirit, a pale green hue, began to dissipate into the ether. He had successfully condensed his primordial spirit. Among the newly initiated disciples, he was considered to possess considerable talent and a promising future. Yet he never anticipated that the path he had chosen would lead to his demise at the hands of a mere youth wielding a sword. "It is impossible." Zhao Zhuang suddenly lifted his head, his gaze fixed intently upon Gu Yuxing, pressing his hand against his dantian in a futile attempt to reverse his fate. "I have witnessed your swordplay from a position of advantage. It cannot be." "No." With a desperate push against the ground, Zhao Zhuang endeavored to rise once more. But with a resounding thud, he sank back to his knees before Gu Yuxing, filled with regret and resentment, his eyes wide with disbelief. Gu Yuxing merely raised his eyelids. The disciple from the Qingyun sect at the forefront was already pale with fear, his body trembling as if shaken by a sieve. Gazing at Gu Yuxing with an expression akin to that of a monster. "Please, do not kill me. It was all Lu Qin's idea. He instructed us to block the road and rob our fellow disciples for the sect's decree, demanding that we surrender the demon hunting points from the decree. Stay back." With a thud, the man collapsed to his knees before Gu Yuxing. He retrieved several pieces of the sect's decree from his bosom, cradling them in his hands. "Take them all. They are yours." Gu Yuxing's gaze gradually shifted to the decrees in the man's hands, a mocking smile creeping onto his face. "So, this demon hunting trial has become your pretext for robbery?" "I was coerced." The man hastily waved his hands, absolving himself of all blame. Gu Yuxing's eyes grew colder. According to the 120th rule of Qingyun sect, when facing the demon race, disciples must stand united, facing the enemy together. When surrounded by demons and trapped in peril, one should entrust their back to their fellow disciples, confronting the demons until their last breath. Gu Yuxing meticulously wiped the wooden sword in his hands and presented it before the man. "Do you see this? This is the blood of a fellow disciple. Cold, colder than the blood of any beast." The man pressed his hands to the ground, bowing fervently. "I was wrong, Gu Yuxing. Spare me. And I swear I will not speak of today's events. I shall never commit such acts again." Slowly, Gu Yuxing raised the wooden sword and walked past the man. Step by step. 1 step. 2 steps. The kneeling man, with a sinister grin, suddenly rose, brandishing a knife with both hands, poised to strike at Gu Yuxing. However, his slicing motion abruptly halted midway. The man lowered his head, his eyes widening in disbelief. For the wooden sword in Gu Yuxing's grasp was now reduced to a mere half, the other half impaling his throat. Gu Yuxing's expression remained tranquil as he slowly withdrew the wooden sword and spoke. I have never placed my faith in your words. Yet I sought to ascertain whether that which the spirits etched upon the demon-suppressing steel have guarded through the ages has indeed deteriorated. What say you, brother? The man could no longer hear Gu Yuxing's words, collapsing thunderously to the ground. Gu Yuxing did not glance back. He traversed the canyon. With only circling black crows descending in search of sustenance behind him, sunlight cascaded upon Gu Yuxing, casting an elongated shadow. By the time he reached the green pine ridge, dusk had begun to descend. Within a stone cottage nestled in the forest, the previous generation's disciple, Zhu Chang, dozed behind a window. Surrounded by provisions necessary for the training disciples and the daily needs of the sect, Gu Yuxing presented his sect token and stated, Brother, I have come to collect a month's provisions. Oh, Zhu Chang, seated in the stone cottage, cast a glance at Gu Yuxing, inspecting the sect token in his hand, turning it over with evident surprise in his eyes. Always kept close. Quite fortunate, I must say. Zhu Chang regarded Gu Yuxing with a knowing look. Without a storage ring, what purpose do you have for such a large quantity of items? Gu Yuxing replied, Senior brother, the sect does not stipulate the amount of supplies that disciples on missions can receive. This has not been the case in the past, but it has only recently changed. Zhu Chang cast a glance at Gu Yuxing, noting that many disciples within the sect had received supplies and concealed them in various locations. Do you think this is a viable strategy? If you wish to claim supplies for a month, you must wait for Uncle Ruan to arrive and give his approval. Are you willing to wait? Gu Yuxing nodded slightly, retrieving his sect token. What? Are you afraid I will take it from you? Zhu Chang fixed his gaze on Gu Yuxing, his expression a blend of mockery and amusement. Gu Yuxing, with a serious demeanor, met his gaze and asked, Would you actually do that? The other did not respond immediately, but his eyes sharpened. After a few moments, Zhu Chang burst into laughter. Junior brother Gu, I was merely jesting. I did not frighten you, did I? Senior brother, what do you think? Gu Yuxing silently moved to sit cross-legged beneath a tree. Zhu Chang stared at Gu Yuxing, who was 10 meters away. He leaned back, nearly toppling over the table, feeling a sudden stiffness in his body, as if ants were crawling on his back. What a tedious task this is. He twisted his stiff neck, withdrawing his hand only to find his palm inexplicably slick with cold sweat. Chapter 35. The elder seems unusual as twilight descended. Qingsong Ridge resembled a slumbering lion nestled within the verdant, cheeping mountain range, the wind howling through the air. Numerous disciples engaged in trials lingered beside the stone dwellings, most of them staying for a day or two under the pretense of resupplying. After all, the temporary outpost established by the elders and elite disciples of the Qingyun sect offered greater security than other locations, and those weary from their toils seized the opportunity for a restful slumber. Not every disciple of the Qingyun sect encountered formidable demon beasts within this demon-hunting forest. However, they exchanged intelligence amongst themselves, and over the course of a month, the casualties had become significant. Some disciples had lost hands or feet during their confrontations with the demon beasts. The guards stationed at these outposts initially turned a blind eye to these occurrences but gradually sensed potential gains. As long as the trial disciples were willing to offer certain benefits, they could remain near the sentry for 3 days. This demon-hunting forest lay at the rear of the Qingyun sect's domain, though still at the foot of the Cheeping mountain range. It abounded with precious herbs and medicinal plants. During their trials, disciples from the 6 peaks could collect these valuable resources and turn them in at designated supply points to the elders of their sect, thereby earning corresponding contribution points or circulating silver and gold within the secular realm. Gu Yuxing had also gathered some herbs along his journey. However, he had largely used them to infuse his wine gourd. The surrounding trial disciples were engaged in conversation, and through their discussions, Gu Yuxing gleaned insights into the circumstances of other disciples within the sect. Indeed, in recent days, numerous disciples have had their sect tokens plundered, becoming nothing more than laborers for certain individuals. Regrettably, they can only communicate in hushed tones, lest the elders of the sect become aware. Gu Yuxing surmised that this matter must be intricately linked to the prince of the Qianlong dynasty. The thought that the adversary could decipher the runes inscribed on the sect tokens filled Gu Yuxing with a sense of urgency. Lacking any background, he found himself traversing this path alone, relying solely on his own perseverance to forge ahead step by step. Gu Yuxing rose, intending to collect provisions for 3 days before departing. However, just as he stood, he noticed a figure approaching from the direction of the canyon he had come from. It was the patrolling elder. In the dim light, Gu Yuxing recognized the familiar figure. Was it not Elder Ruan Ji from the Hall of Affairs? Uncle Ruan. Zhu Chang greeted the returning elder with utmost respect. Elder Ruan Ji halted before the stone dwelling, his gaze sweeping over the disciples of Qingyun's sect. Gather everyone here. Understood. Zhu Chang signaled for Gu Yuxing and the others to come forth. As Gu Yuxing approached the stone dwelling, he found himself at a disadvantage due to his shorter stature and poor standing among his peers. The others showed no inclination to form an orderly line, each eager to demonstrate their own capabilities, believing they were entitled to claim their share of provisions. Concealed behind the stone dwelling, the impostor masquerading as Elder Ruan Ji instructed Zhu Chang. Go, summon all disciples within a radius of 50 miles. Those who fail to arrive within 3 days shall forfeit their right to receive supplies henceforth. Zhu Chang paused momentarily, hesitating as he addressed Master Ruan. Shall we depart now? What is it? Are you reluctant? No, I shall go at once, replied the junior with a reluctant expression as he stepped outside. Given his current cultivation level, he was unable to traverse the skies, leaving him pondering how to notify the surrounding disciples. Moreover, such matters could be efficiently communicated by someone of the elder's stature using their elder's command to relay messages to the disciples nearby. Why must he be the one to run errands? Was it possible that he had inadvertently offended Elder Ruan in some way? The mere thought of Elder Ruan's esteemed position within the affairs hall dissuaded Zhu Chang from any acts of defiance, leading him to seek a path to dutifully summon the other disciples of the Qingyun sect. Standing in line, Gu Yuxing could only gaze at the shoulders of those ahead of him, occasionally catching glimpses of Elder Ruan's visage through the gaps between the figures. For reasons unknown, Gu Yuxing felt an unsettling sense of dissonance. Though he had only met the elder twice, the impression left upon him was profound. When he had previously approached to undertake a sect mission, Elder Ruan had never made things difficult for him, fostering a favorable perception of this elder. Amidst the flickering candlelight, Elder Ruan was distributing supplies to each disciple. Gu Yuxing, having witnessed this process multiple times over the past month during his own collections of sect training provisions, found it to be a rather mundane affair. However, as he observed, he began to notice something peculiar. Elder Ruan was not verifying the identities of the sect disciples. When accepting each Qingyun sect disciple's command token, he would press 2 fingers of his right hand upon the token, while his left hand remained concealed in the shadows. Gu Yuxing, unfamiliar with the secret patterns inscribed on the sect token, could not discern the significance of this behavior. However, he sensed the subtle fluctuations of the runes emanating from the sect token, which, in essence, were manifestations of vital energy. Although faint, he cultivated a vital embryo of at least the first rank. The vital energy of the world manifests in various forms, and the rune fluctuations on the sect token appeared a dark gray, likely controlled by the creator's manipulation of vital energy attributes. However, Gu Yuxing keenly noticed a flash of blood-red light emerging from the left sleeve of Elder Ruan Ji, intertwining with the dark gray vital energy of the sect token. Seemingly inspecting something. Bloodlight. Gu Yuxing pondered. Whenever that blood light surged, he felt as though his heart would leap suddenly. What could this possibly mean? Gu Yuxing was deep in thought when Elder Ruan Ji's voice interrupted his reverie. What are you dawdling for? Where is your sect token? Gu Yuxing snapped back to reality, meeting the piercing and profound gaze of the elder, which felt strangely unfamiliar. Feeling an odd sensation, as their eyes locked for a fleeting moment, his mind went blank. Something was amiss. The elder's gaze was scrutinizing and unfamiliar. Gu Yuxing could not fathom the intricacies of the situation. Yet, instinctively, he activated the true dragon transformation, sealing all the meridians he had opened within his body, allowing the vital energy to retreat into his dantian. Although he did not understand the methods of concealing one's presence, he had cultivated the true dragon transformation, which inherently mimicked the form of a dragon, capable of both ascending and concealing, naturally able to alter its aura. I am here. Gu Yuxing feigned nonchalance as he searched at his waist, and only when that inexplicable sensation of a rapid heartbeat subsided did he present the sect token. As soon as the token reached the other party's hand, Gu Yuxing keenly sensed a subtle aura clinging to the token, probing into his essence. Could it be that the sect elders were secretly assessing everyone's cultivation and true capabilities? Gu Yuxing remained vigilant. After a brief moment, that peculiar feeling dissipated. He maintained an expression of confusion, while the other's gaze remained incisive, scrutinizing the sect token further, inquiring, "What is your name? And why does your sect token bear an additional seal of restriction?" Gu Yuxing, he replied. Before he could elaborate, a nearby disciple, reveling in misfortune, interjected, "Elder Ruan, have you forgotten? The sect master has decreed that for 3 years he cannot accrue fixed contribution points." "Ah, so that was it." Elder Ruan tossed the sect token back to Gu Yuxing and lightly tapped the table with his hand, a flicker of impatience crossing his face. Gu Yuxing silently stowed away the token and, like the other disciples, registered to collect the supplies needed for daily sustenance. Once the other disciples received their provisions, they sought a comfortable spot near the stone dwelling to rest for the night. Gu Yuxing, however, clutched his supply bag and pretended to meander around the resting area, only to be met with disdainful remarks from several disciples urging him to leave. Left with no choice, Gu Yuxing wandered alone through the darkness, burdened by his pack. His footsteps appeared indistinguishable from those of an ordinary person, yet, in reality, he quickened his pace. In the blink of an eye, he had returned to the canyon traversed during the day. Gu Yuxing, casting a sidelong glance at the 3 skeletal remains by the roadside, suddenly inhaled deeply and activated the Azure Dragon technique, his figure slicing through the darkness like a fleeting shadow before vanishing entirely. An hour later, within a concealed cave halfway up a mountain, Gu Yuxing came to a halt. He turned back and thoroughly sealed the cave entrance with stone, leaving no respite even for himself to catch his breath. After accomplishing this task, he finally exhaled a long breath, inhaling deeply and rhythmically. In the absolute darkness, he wiped the sweat from his brow. Thud, thud, thud. His heart pounded violently, not merely from the swift exertion of the Azure Dragon technique, but from an uncontrollable surge of vital energy coursing through his body. What is happening? Gu Yuxing felt a surge of panic. Instinctively, he reached for the wine gourd at his waist, intending to take a sip to calm his nerves. Suddenly, he realized something and halted the motion of uncorking the gourd. "Something is amiss," he murmured to himself. At this moment, his mind was clearer than ever, replaying the scene of submitting the sect's order. The barely perceptible aura that entered his body was strikingly similar to the symptoms he had experienced from the snake gall wine in recent days. He was not Elder Ruan. In the depths of darkness, Gu Yuxing involuntarily uttered a gasp, a chill running from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. He was startled by his own conjecture, struggling to believe it. With one hand, he pressed his fingers into the flesh of his palm, allowing the pain to sharpen his thoughts. The crimson mark on his left hand was the emblem of a spirit-beast contract. Could it be that the serpent I hunted that day was secretly nurtured by Elder Ruan as his spirit companion? Gu Yuxing inhaled sharply. The crowned serpent, unlike the snow ape, was a true monstrosity, a fierce beast, though it bore the ancient bloodline of a dragon. Its excessive malice and demonic aura rendered it incapable of awakening intelligence, making it one of the beasts that humanity must annihilate. With this realization, everything began to fall into place. Elder Ruan, as a sect elder, had violated prohibitions by clandestinely forging a contract with a fierce beast, and I had unwittingly slain his cherished spirit companion. Thus, he sought to leverage this opportunity to utilize the bloodline of the counter-contract to uncover the identity of the one who had slain the crowned serpent. No wonder, Gu Yuxing murmured, suppressing the shock within him. After a moment's contemplation, he recalled a secret technique from the contract's spirit tome, known as the Murky Spirit Technique, capable of entirely negating another's contract. I shall give it a try. Gu Yuxing settled into a meditative position, forming seals with his hands to guide the flow of blood energy within him, allowing a drop of essence blood to seep from his fingertip. He then uncorked a wine gourd and let this drop of blood fall into the liquid. A barely perceptible crimson gleam erupted from the spirit gourd, coalescing into the ethereal form of the crowned serpent. Upon witnessing this, Gu Yuxing hesitated not for a moment. A surge of sword energy erupted from his fingertip, obliterating the phantom of the crowned serpent before him. Indeed, my suspicions were not unfounded. Gu Yuxing displayed a look of trepidation. The inexplicable sensation that had caused his heart to race violently had finally dissipated, leaving him feeling considerably more at ease. Given Ruan Ji's cultivation, there was no reason to take such a significant risk in forging a pact with such a feeble serpent. Gu Yuxing murmured to himself, recalling the fleeting remnants of blood essence that had emerged from the spiritual gourd. Only beasts of the fourth tier and above could condense such strands of life soul essence, akin to the soul-condensing realm of human cultivators. Should death occur, a sliver of obsession may still endure. Was the crowned serpent in a state of weakness? Could it be that it was in the midst of shedding its skin when I happened upon it? No wonder its gall contained such terrifying energy. Chapter 36. The bottleneck of cultivation. The peril of the night in the ensuing days, Gu Yushin refrained from venturing out to hunt monsters, instead choosing to cultivate the ninth meridian within a secluded cave. He consumed the entirety of the snake gall liquor contained within the spiritual gourd, and at long last, Gu Yushin achieved his aspiration of entering the ninth stage of meridian opening. In terms of his pace, he was regarded as one of the fastest practitioners within the Qingyan sect. However, as Gu Yushin had anticipated, despite having successfully opened the 9 meridians within his body, the vital energy did not transform into spiritual energy as he had hoped. The vital energy from the heavens and earth flowed into his meridians and coalesced in his dantian, forming a luminescent essence akin to stars. He absorbed the vital energy of the cosmos, which was once again refined and entirely contained within his dantian. Simultaneously, the pure essence in the dantian, upon flowing into the meridians, autonomously began to open 3 additional meridians. 2 of these extended towards the Qi Sea and the Shin Sea, while the final one led to the most enigmatic purple palace within the brain. Initially, Gu Yushin attempted to focus on unblocking 1 meridian at a time. However, these 3 meridians were interlinked, necessitating simultaneous progress. With no other recourse, Gu Yushin paused, delving into silent contemplation of the meridian opening techniques from the true dragon transformation. The transformation of a dragon into human form requires the opening of hidden points within the meridians to accommodate essence, energy, and spirit. As a practitioner of the human race, he inherently possessed these 3 elements and, in theory, should not require cultivation. Could it be that the essence, energy, and spirit of the human body are dormant from birth? A contemplative expression crossed Gu Yushin's face as he recalled the numerous tomes collected by Gu Bai in the Peach Blossom Grove. Although devoid of any cultivation techniques, the vast expanse of the world is replete with myriad recorded information. Gu Yushin, influenced by his surroundings, has retained numerous insights from the ancient texts. Essence, qi, and spirit refer to the refinement of essence into qi, the transformation of qi into spirit, and the return of spirit to the void. In the Taoist scriptures, they are associated with heaven, earth, and humanity. Why do other practitioners not need to open these 3 meridians? Is it because my body is distinct from others? Gu Yushin harbored a vague suspicion that perhaps other practitioners refine their essence, qi, and spirit only in their subsequent realms. However, due to the exceptional quality of his primordial embryo, he must open these 3 meridians to ascend to the next level, refining essence into qi. Gu Yushin murmured, his eyes gradually brightening. Sitting cross-legged, he began to guide the primordial essence within him, allowing it to traverse his body gradually. The process of opening these 3 meridians felt akin to exploring in darkness for Gu Yushin. Within the cave, a golden dragon silhouette began to emerge around Gu Yushin's form. These dragon figures were refined from the primordial energy of heaven and earth, manifesting in the shape of a dragon as he inhaled and exhaled. In the dead of night, a resounding dragon's roar echoed within the cave. This sound, though not loud, startled every creature within 100 miles of the demon hunter forest. Whether lurking in the shadows or deep in slumber, all beasts seemed to awaken abruptly, as if encountering a formidable foe, scattering in a frantic escape. On Ching Song Ridge, countless vultures and crows emitted eerie cries, soaring into the sky in frantic groups. The air was thick with the stench of decay and rot. Atop the stone house, the malevolent figure masquerading as Elder Wan Jichang of the Qingyan sect, Zhangjing, gazed at the surrounding carrion birds soaring into the sky, his dark, foreboding eyes revealing a flicker of astonishment. He lowered his gaze upon the stone dwelling, where numerous disciples of the Qingyan sect lay, their bodies ravaged by the relentless pecking of the birds. There were dozens in total. Despite the massacre of so many disciples, there was still no hint of satisfaction in Zhangjing's eyes. Days had passed, yet he had failed to locate the perpetrator who had slain his spiritual companion. At that moment, a voice echoed through the night. It belonged to another of Zhangjing's associates, the scarred man, Gao Sha. He descended before the stone house, wielding a broadsword, and surveyed the chaos strewn about, his skin twitching slightly. "Did you do this?" Zhangjing responded with a cold smile, his hands clasped behind his back. "Only in this manner can I alleviate the hatred in my heart." What brings you here? Is everything prepared? Gao Sha frowned, stating, so many disciples have perished. It will surely attract the elders' attention. Do you not comprehend the gravity of the task? Should we fail, there will be no place for us to rest. We are but ants before that individual. Eliminating inconsequential targets will make our true objective much easier to attain. Will it not? Where is that girl? The scarred man chuckled inexplicably and replied, that girl is remarkable. She has been refining her pulse and forging her bones in the Yunshui Gorge these past few days. Ah, the Sacred Academy, a place steeped in profound heritage. How we toiled for many years, striving to successfully cultivate our meridians and refine our bones. Had we known of such shortcuts, we need not have squandered so many years in this relentless pursuit. But what purpose does lamentation serve? The myriad arcane tomes of the world are securely housed within the Sacred Academy, yet none dare to pilfer or seize them. No one is a fool. The gaze of the Zhongjing is icy, intent on extracting the Sacred Academy's techniques from that young girl before her demise. After being ensnared at the pinnacle of the soul condensation realm for so long, it is high time we sought a breakthrough. The figures of the two vanished into the verdant pines. At the Qingyun sect, a disciple hurriedly burst into the grand hall, where the sect leader, Xuanzi, was engaged in a game of chess with Elder He from the falling dust peak. Master, a calamity has befallen us. Xuanzi and Elder He exchanged puzzled glances. What has occurred? The spirit beasts of the Tianling Peak have inexplicably become agitated, and the sealing talismans of the Lingshao Peak's demon suppression tower have just grown exceedingly radiant. The surrounding demon suppression talismans and formations have also been activated. Spirit beasts? Xuanzi's brow furrowed, perplexed. Just then, another disciple from the Yinghan Hall, pale-faced, rushed in. Master, it is dire. Elder Ruan's nameplate in the affairs hall has shattered. The elders of Yinghan Hall attempted to communicate with him, but received no response. I just visited the affairs hall, and the elder on duty mentioned that Uncle Ruan has not returned to submit the sect's accounts for 10 days. What? In an instant, Xuanzi's figure flickered, appearing outside the grand hall. At that moment, the demon suppression tower on Lingshao Peak erupted with a surge of demonic energy. As countless suppressed beasts radiated formidable malevolence, seemingly on the verge of breaking free from their confines. This is dire. Zuan Jizi's expression turned grave. And with a flicker of spiritual light beneath his feet, he soared into the air towards Lingshao Peak. His voice echoed in Yihong Nian's ears, Junior sister. Immediately summon the elders of the 6 peaks to reinforce the seal on the demon suppression tower. Understood. Yihong Nian produced a talisman, which multiplied into 6, dispersing in various directions. Although she intended to assist in sealing the tower, a sudden thought crossed her mind, and a contemplative expression emerged on her face. She conjured a mist beneath her feet and made her way to Luoqing Peak. Master, a beautiful female disciple bowed respectfully. She was Yihong Nian's direct apprentice, named Xiao Muqing. Yihong Nian waved her hand and instructed Xiao Muqing. Qing'er, you must personally visit the training forest at the back mountain. Inform the patrolling elders and disciples, and advise the newly initiated disciples not to wander about these days. They should remain at the supply points. There seems to be unusual activity with the beasts in the demon suppression tower, and I have an unsettling feeling about it. Additionally, you must locate Mo1 and ensure her safety. She must not come to harm. Yes. Xiao Muqing formed a hand seal with her right hand, stepped onto her flying sword, and descended into the air. She had evidently reached the soul condensation realm, marking her as an exceptionally gifted member of the younger generation of disciples. Near the demon suppression tower in Lingshao Peak, Lu Zhan, clad in dark gray attire, felt a surge of powerful demonic energy emanating from within the tower, causing beads of cold sweat to trickle down his brow, concealing his hands within his sleeves. He crumpled a piece of paper into nothingness, murmuring, how could there be such a commotion? It makes no sense. Was it not said that the potion would only awaken a portion of the beast's souls? At this rate, the seal of the demon suppression tower will be forcefully broken, leading to the annihilation of the Qingyun sect. Just then, a figure landed beside him. It was the solemn-faced sect leader, Xin Jizi. Junior brother Lu. Why are you standing there in a daze? Hurry and help reinforce the seal. Yes, sect leader. Lu Zhan discreetly wiped the sweat from his forehead. Night enveloped Qingping Mountain. In the training forest, several figures traversed the darkness, with the foremost being Chu Qin of the Xinlong dynasty, followed by a few sword servants in the sycophantic Lu Qin, who constantly sought to curry favor. Your Highness, please slow down. The beasts in this forest seem rather unusual tonight, one pale-faced attendant suggested obsequiously. Humph. A bunch of useless fools. I tasked you to find someone, yet after so many days, You still have not located her. Where on earth is she? Your Highness, if you continue southward, there lies the Jiutian River flowing down from Qingping Mountain. The young lady Mo should be cultivating at the Yunsui Gorge marked on the map. Jiutian River? Is it the river capable of refining the soul? A flicker of ecstasy crossed Chu Chen's face, quickly followed by anger. Why was I not informed sooner? Your Highness, the map of Qingyun sect does not clearly indicate it. Then how did you come to know? Chu Chun cast a glance at the servant beside him, who this time lowered his head and remained silent. Are you concealing something from me? And no, it was only today that Master Lin informed me. The servant stammered. Master Lin, you say? Upon hearing this name, the arrogance on Chu Chen's face diminished somewhat. His gaze flickered as he grasped the servant's ear and whispered, I am aware that you are a pawn placed beside me by the Crown Prince. Yet, I remain indifferent. Should you dare to act with duplicity towards this prince again, I shall take your life with my own hands. A wise man knows how to adapt. Should you assist me in winning Miss Mo's favor, you shall undoubtedly reap the rewards. Why, yes, understood. A smug smile crept across Chu Chen's lips as he quickened his pace, a lewd glint flashing in his eyes. Yunshui Gorge, truly a splendid location. Miss Wan Yun, you have an exquisite taste in choosing places. Huff. Stepping out of the cave, Gu Yuxing exhaled a long breath of stale air. He had been attempting to open 3 meridians over the past few days, and recently he had made significant progress. He recalled the ancient scroll that Miss Mo had shown him, which depicted a soaring dragon harmonizing with the heavens and earth, from which he derived inspiration to embody the dragon. Just moments ago, as he endeavored to connect the 3 meridians, a shadow of a true dragon emerged around him, accompanied by a series of dragon roars that resonated with the earth, spreading across the forest. Just a little more, and I shall succeed. Gu Yuxing murmured to himself, retrieving his wine gourd from his waist. He tilted it to his lips, only to find a few drops trickling out. No more remained. Is that all? A hint of regret flickered in Gu Yuxing's eyes. He had not anticipated that the energy from heaven and earth required to open the remaining 3 meridians would be so immense, surpassing by several folds the energy expended in unlocking the initial 9. Although he possessed a spiritual gourd capable of absorbing the essence of the universe, it was still insufficient for his needs. Gu Yuxing gazed into the distance beneath the vast sky. The spiritual gourd lacked wine, but could be substituted with fine spring water. However, he needed to find a location rich in the essence of heaven and earth, utilizing the gourd to absorb more energy to assist him in unlocking the final 3 meridians. Under the cloak of night, the distant Qingping Mountains appeared to be shrouded in a delicate veil. Was that a river cascading down from the peak of Qingping Mountain? Gu Yuxing's eyes sparkled with brightness. He secured the spiritual gourd at his waist and employed an exceptionally skilled technique to navigate through the forest. Chapter 37. The remaining life draws the sword to rescue Wan Yun. The senior brother's soul severed at Qingping Mountain moonlight cascaded upon the silver waterfall tumbling down Qingping Mountain, the swirling white mist enveloping it like a delicate veil upon a maiden's visage, concealing a hint of shyness. Beneath the starlit sky, a traveling youth came to a halt, captivated by the rare beauty of Qingping. Having entered the Qingyun sect nearly a year ago, he had witnessed the mountains adorned with blooming peach blossoms, experienced the summer rains cascading from eaves in a slanting wind, and observed the autumn leaves fall into the mortal realm. Now, under the frost-laden cloak of winter's night, the moon shone with an immaculate purity, and the gentle sound of flowing water was a balm to the spirit. There, amidst the mountains and the waterfall, a graceful figure glided past, causing Gu Yuxing's pupils to involuntarily constrict, rendering him momentarily frozen in place. It was the proud little girl he had first encountered at the foot of Qingping Mountain, the headstrong maiden he had chanced upon in the peach blossom grove. Now, he beheld her dancing upon the waves, leaping and twisting amidst the surging torrents of the waterfall. Ethereal and graceful, as if she were a celestial being, wielding a 3-foot azure blade that sent sprays of water soaring. To the disciples of the sect, she was a prodigy, tirelessly striving to ascend in her cultivation. Witnessing this scene, a foolish smile crept across Gu Yuxing's somewhat youthful face as he watched in serene admiration. Yet, an incongruous sound of footsteps disrupted the tranquility. Gu Yuxing's brow furrowed slightly. He sensed an ominous presence drawing near. However, the first figure to emerge was none other than the 9th prince of the Qianlong dynasty, Chu Chen. With a flick of his fan and a deft step, he appeared beside the waterfall's precipice, dramatically unfurling his fan. Miss Wan Yun, I extend my greetings, he proclaimed. Mo Wan Yun, stepping lightly on the waves, turned her head and cast a faint glance at Chu Chun, choosing to disregard him. Chu Chen's expression stiffened. He clenched the fan in his hand and, with a swift leap, soared into the air, laughing maniacally. "Miss Wanyan, why must you avoid me? Though you are exceptionally gifted, I am not to be underestimated." The Confucians speak of soaring to great heights, while in the Qianlong dynasty, we speak of the dragon leaping into the sea. This splendid scenery exists solely for us. What do you think? Mo Wanyan frowned slightly and suddenly shouted, "Stand aside." With the tip of her toes on the waterfall, she gracefully ascended, her 3-foot sword tracing an arc in the air, its brilliance reminiscent of moonlight, shimmering like overlapping peaks. Chu Chen's countenance changed, and he said solemnly, "Miss Wanyan, do you wish to compete with me? I fear you are still no match for me." "Ridiculous." Mo Wanyan pressed her toes against the water's surface once more, thrusting her sword forward in a series of intricate, entwining strikes. The sharp, clanging sounds rang out like a clarion call. In an instant, the tranquil waterfall erupted into towering waves. The terrifying aftermath surged outward, and before Chu Chun could react, he was knocked down by the torrent, falling helplessly into the waterfall. "Your Highness, be careful." Swish, swish, swish. 2 figures soared into the air. Just before reaching the waterfall, a flash of sword light, like silver threads, streaked across the sky, scattering blood mist that was blown away by the mountain winds. Ah! A sudden scream pierced the air. A scarred man hoisted his sword back onto his shoulder. A mocking grin etched across his face. At that moment, the remnants of the 2 attendants plummeted to the ground, and the stench of blood permeated the surroundings. Emerging from the water, Chu Chun initially intended to express his ire, but upon discerning the presence of the gaunt elder and the menacing scarred man, his expression froze. "Who are you?" Chu Chen's voice quavered slightly. In response, the elder's icy gaze met him. "Spare this fellow's life for now. The rest shall be met with merciless slaughter." "Hey!" The scarred man swung his broad sword with a single hand, executing a downward strike. The group, including Lu Chun, promptly dodged. Yet one individual, caught off guard, was instantly cleaved in 2. "How dare you? Do you know who we are?" One of the sword slaves bellowed. Clang. The response to the sword slave was another ruthless sword strike. Lu Chun, pale with fear, cowered behind a rock, trembling uncontrollably. Meanwhile, the gaunt elder grinned sinisterly, his gaze fixated on Mo Wanyan. A sinister aura of bloodlust emanated from him, flowing upstream against the waterfall. Mo Wanyan, her brows furrowed, pointed her sword forward and declared, "2 clowns who can't survive in the bloodlust sect have resorted to trading lives like others. Miss Mo, someone has offered an irresistible price." Song Jing said, his hand emerging from his sleeve, a long whip coiling like a serpent, aimed directly at Mo Wanyan's vital points. Mo Wanyan bit her lip lightly, the tip of her sword gleaming brilliantly under the moonlight. The cascading waterfall transformed into a myriad of descending sword rains, delicate as silk and falling like pearls. This was the Weiqing morning rain technique from the Yunshui sword art of the Qingyan sect. Merely a trivial skill. A fierce glint flickered in Zhang Jing's eyes as the long whip in his hand moved with an urgency that belied its apparent slowness, coiling like a serpent poised to strike. Not only did it deflect the torrential rain of swords surrounding him, but its residual force also surged toward Mo Wanyan. With an advantage of 2 major realms in cultivation, the act of extinguishing a life for him was scarcely more challenging than crushing an ant beneath his heel. Mo Wanyan's complexion paled, transforming clouds and shattering rain. At that critical juncture, a familiar voice resonated in her ear. Mo Wanyan executed a sword technique she had practiced countless times, flowing with grace akin to a flowing stream. The tip of her sword condensed clouds, poised to devastate cities. A hint of astonishment flickered in Zhang Jing's gaze, yet it was merely a fleeting sentiment. Should they have been of equal standing? He would have retreated at such a display. However, his intent to kill was resolute. The long whip morphed into a sword, aimed directly at her vital points. Amidst the curtain of rain, a figure soared, wielding a sword in silence. With astonishing speed, he stirred the rain veil. The youth, appearing as though he descended from the heavens, wore a grave expression. His wooden sword pierced the opponent's back. Yet, as the blade penetrated a mere third of the way, it was met with an overwhelming surge of spiritual power that rebounded violently. The youth spat blood, but his gaze remained fixated on the maiden. "Flee!" he finally shouted, his figure plummeting as water dragons surged beneath him, rising from the mist. In an instant, he was by Mo Wanyan's side, grasping her delicate hand firmly with one. while the other wielded the sword in a decisive slash, parting the cascading waterfall as if cleaved by an invisible force. Jia jia jia. The crimson aura emanating from Zongjing surged as he struck the air with a powerful palm, causing the waterfall to flow backward. He instinctively touched his back, finding his withered palm stained red with blood. Focusing his gaze, he was startled to discover that the assailant was an unadorned youth. How audacious! Zongjing's eyes shimmered with remnants of sword energy. His eyelids twitched, and a malevolent aura enveloped him entirely. So it is you, brat. His bloodshot eyes filled with rage as he raised his hand, forming a fist, and struck down fiercely along the path the youth had traversed. A massive blood-red palm, several meters wide, stirred the turbulent waves around it. Gu Yuxing's pupils constricted. He would never forget those eyes. His mind went blank, and at that moment, it felt as though the sky was collapsing. The elder Wan Jichang from that night was none other than the old man before him. Did this not imply that the other disciples of the Qingyan sect might have already fallen victim to his malice? With the gravity of the situation weighing heavily upon him, Gu Yuxing's will to survive intensified. He glanced at the girl beside him. The impending palm strike was drawing nearer, clenching the wooden sword in his hand. His knuckles turned white as he braced himself to strike with all his might. However, before he could act, the girl, whom he was holding, suddenly smiled at him. In the next moment, an unprecedented radiance burst forth from Mo Wanyun, and a powerful aura of righteousness coalesced into a protective beam of light, effortlessly extinguishing the blood palm. Zongjing, startled, hastily retreated in fear. Gu Yuxing found himself momentarily entranced by the astonishing scene before him. The frail voice of Mo Wanyun urged him softly in his ear. "Little catfish, do not dawdle. Take me away, ascend, and continue until you can no longer move." Understood. Gu Yuxing grasped Mo Wanyun's wrist firmly. At that moment, his insides churned violently. His earlier ambush had been met with a formidable rebound from the opponent's protective aura, inflicting grave injuries upon him. It was this encounter that made him acutely aware of the terrifying prowess of his adversary, a force that was entirely beyond his comprehension. Such an enemy was not singular, but twofold. He had unwittingly stumbled into a meticulously crafted trap, initially of no concern to him, yet now regret was futile as the gaunt elder had recognized him. With urgency, Gu Yuxing summoned his agility, pushing against the current. He was uncertain how long he could endure, but just then, a commanding voice resonated from behind him. Who dares to wreak havoc on the territory of the Qingyan sect? The speaker was a woman in her 20s, Xiaomuqing, who soared through the air. Although her technique appeared somewhat unrefined, the sword in her hand was already aimed at the emaciated elder. The clash of steel rang out. The brilliance of the sword illuminated the surroundings. Xiaomuqing staggered backwards several paces, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth as she exclaimed, "You are not a cultivator from Qingping Prefecture." The gaunt elder's face twisted in fury. "Gao Sha, cease your games. That brat has absconded with the target and has even slain my spirit pet." Oh, the scarred man suddenly pivoted, raising a crescent-shaped sword high into the air. Though Gu Yuxing had already fled with Mo Wanyun for quite some distance, that blade continued to soar menacingly towards them. Gu Yuxing turned back to gaze at the increasingly radiant sword light. "Junior brother, do not be afraid." At that moment, a figure swept through the air. A paragon of righteousness, it was the patrolling disciple, Fang Jin. Without uttering a word, he drew his sword and struck forward with fierce intent. With a clang, the crescent-shaped broadsword was sent flying. "Junior brother, run." Gu Yuxing sensed an unsettling tone in his senior brother's voice. Thus, he grasped Mo Wanyun's hand, ascending the mountain range, while his senior brother unleashed his flying sword several more times. Eventually, Gu Yuxing no longer felt the ominous presence of the aerial blades. After traversing several mountain peaks, they came to a halt by a waterfall cascading from the heavens. Fang Jin, who had steadfastly protected him, collapsed into a pool of blood, his towering figure trembling, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. Gu Yuxing knelt beside him, grasping his senior brother's hand tightly. Fang Jin, his vision already blurred, struggled to focus on Gu Yuxing's face. He forced a smile, as if, in that fleeting moment, he had reclaimed his strength, his gaze sparkling with vitality. He extended his blood-stained hand, clutching the young man's garment gently, tears inexplicably cascading from the corners of his eyes. Suddenly, as if finding peace, he spoke to Gu Yuxing. "I am Fang Jin, your senior brother, a named disciple under your father. I have not brought shame upon him, have I?" Fang Jin's hand trembled as he lifted his sword, and with a crack, the blade he had held tightly began to splinter. The once vibrant Fang Jin seemed to have lost all his spiritual support in an instant. His throat convulsed violently, and blood once again seeped from the corners of his mouth. Disciple, do not feel remorse. Everything is the result of cause and effect. Do not inquire as to why. If I must speak, I suppose I have been perpetually chasing the shadow of your father. Fong Jin gradually released the young man's collar, striving to draw breath. Yet his gaze began to wane, and his smile became increasingly carefree as he murmured, "This is my first time ascending to such great heights. Master, you were right. Qingping Mountain is indeed extraordinarily lofty. Alas, I shall never have the chance to behold it. Bury me here." Gu Yuxing gazed at his once unfamiliar, now intimately known senior brother, feeling his body grow increasingly cold. A layer of frost forming upon him, and his eyes reddening. "Brother Fong," the young man said, clasping his hands together in a deep bow. Beside him, the young woman bowed her head in silence. "We must survive." She grasped the young man's hand and continued their ascent. Chapter 38. Beneath the moon, against the dusk clouds. I walked towards the green reeds. The moonlight illuminated the snow-laden mountains and forests as a young man and woman struggled to ascend. The higher they climbed, the more frigid the air became, the rugged path obscured by eternal ice. Gu Yuxing pressed forward, occasionally casting glances behind him. Below the mountain, two formidable presences drew near. Taking a deep breath, Gu Yuxing halted and said, "Miss Mo, you should continue upwards. I will stay behind. They are likely cultivators of the soul condensation realm or higher. When they fly in, we will have no chance of escape. You would perish." The cold wind tousled Mo Wanyun's hair, her face rendered pale by the biting chill. It was at this moment that Gu Yuxing noticed something amiss with her breath. "Are you injured?" Mo Wanyun gently shook her head, stubbornly pressing onward, reminding Gu Yuxing, "In this place, they cannot fly. We must hurry to the frozen waterfall. There lies our chance of survival." "Very well," Gu Yuxing replied, taking strides forward. Though his internal organs bore the brunt of the impact, his robust physique allowed the vital energy within his dantian to circulate through the 9 meridians he had opened. Even in such an extreme climate, he could endure. After a few steps, he noticed that Mo Wanyun, who had been ahead, was gradually falling behind. Her expression remained resolute. Yet silence enveloped her. Her steps had become unsteady, teetering on the frost, on the brink of a perilous descent into the abyss. Gu Yuxing knelt, choosing to remain silent, merely turning to look at Mo Wanyun with his gaze. She paused momentarily. "I will not," she resolutely shook her head. As soon as the words left her lips, she felt a pair of hands grasp her from behind, lifting her effortlessly. The adolescent before her trembled slightly, and she sensed herself being raised even higher. Her still youthful brows furrowed subtly, and an inexplicable flush crept onto her pallid face. What was this fellow doing with his hands? "Hold on tight." Gu Yuxing's words emerged as if forced through clenched teeth. The earlier rustling footsteps grew subdued, and the imprints on the ground deepened. Mo Wanyun's hands initially found themselves at a loss, her entire being imbued with a sense of resistance and confusion as the moonlight danced across the young man's silhouette. She suddenly realized that the boy, who had been slightly more slender than her 6 months prior, had now grown significantly taller. She could hear the rhythmic thumping of Gu Yuxing's heart and the weighty cadence of his breaths. The frost-kissed leaves on either side seemed to retreat. Mo Wanyun rested her hand on Gu Yuxing's shoulder. Typically lively and headstrong, she rarely found herself in silence. Yet now, words eluded her. Behind them, 2 figures soared through the air, only to be repelled by an unseen force, tumbling clumsily down the cliffside. Witnessing this, Mo Wanyun finally exhaled deeply. "Hey, could you set me down?" Gu Yuxing leaned slightly forward and, in the brief interlude of breaths, suggested, "Let me carry you. My back is quite warm. What do you think?" Upon hearing his words, Mo Wanyun, who had been leaning back, tilted slightly forward. Under the moon's glow, she quietly clenched her small fist, preparing to strike Gu Yuxing's back. Yet she saw the breath exhaled by Gu Yuxing condense into a white mist, like frost flowers in the air. The youth's nape was soaked with cold sweat, and she pouted slightly. "I'm fine," Mo Wanyun mumbled, her hand instinctively moving to her waist where she retrieved a pill from a porcelain vial. Just as she was about to place it in her mouth, she instead extended her hand before Gu Yuxing. "Open your mouth." "What is this?" Gulp. The pill was swallowed by Gu Yuxing, and soon a warm sensation rose within him, soothing the fiery heat that had consumed his insides, while his limbs began to feel less rigid. "You've gained," Mo Wanyun remarked, pouting as she gazed at the pill in her hand, appearing somewhat reluctant, yet ultimately swallowing it herself. We must seek a sheltered place, one that leaves no trace, lest they eventually come looking for us. Miss Mo, you are not my wife. I have expended my strength and cannot gain much. Gu Yuxing paused, taking a deep breath. Just as Mo Wanyun was about to descend, she suddenly saw Gu Yuxing propel himself off the ground with a deft push of his toes, soaring into the air, and using the treetops for another boost. He traversed the frost-covered forest. However, after flying just a few dozen feet, he descended, leaning back with a sigh. Miss Mo, it seems that Qingping Mountain possesses a mysterious force. I cannot ascend. Upon finishing his words, Gu Yuxing noticed Mo Wanyun's lack of response. Suddenly recalling something, he turned around to find Mo Wanyun gazing at him with her round, sparkling eyes. Is it soft? Gu Yuxing nodded, then quickly shook his head, retracting his hand with an expression of regret. Miss Mo, did you hurt yourself? Mo Wanyun swiftly sprang to her feet, supporting herself with her hands, and deftly stepped on the back of Gu Yuxing's foot. Humph. Mo Wanyun adjusted her clothing, discreetly rubbing her sore backside, and upon recalling Gu Yuxing's presence behind her, she shot him a glare. She noticed he was gazing at the stars above, displaying a semblance of awareness. Come here, Mo Wanyun beckoned. Gu Yuxing, looking apologetic, tiptoed towards her. Miss, it's understandable if you are upset, but please refrain from striking me. Who would hit you? Mo Wanyun pouted. Let me see your sect's token. I cannot reach my sect. A hint of peculiarity flickered in Gu Yuxing's eyes as he produced his sect token, attempting to contact his sect, but to no avail. It must be interference from the barrier, he mused. Mo Wanyun sighed, her gaze wandering. The trees over there are not frozen. Let us investigate. All right, Gu Yuxing nodded. Mo Wanyun pointed at him, saying, No carrying. I can walk. I never intended to carry you. You are quite heavy. What? Mo Wanyun raised an eyebrow. Gu Yuxing quickly waved his hands, glancing back nervously. Will they come after us? They probably cannot ascend here. However, we cannot descend either, Mo Wanyun lamented softly, casting a glance at Gu Yuxing, whose attire was rather inadequate for the cold. You carry me. Huh. Reluctant? Miss Mo, did you not just assert your ability to walk? Quickly, Mo Wanyun extended her hands, signaling Gu Yuxing to crouch down. Gu Yuxing once more hoisted Mo Wanyun onto his back, traversing the forest. Time slipped away unnoticed. Gu Yuxing eventually came to a halt, panting as he spoke. Miss Mo, there lies a cave ahead where we might find temporary refuge, though it is also possible that those two may track us down. Mo Wanyun detached a red string from her hair and retrieved a silver bell from the pouch at her waist, fastening it securely. She allowed the silver bell to dangle in the air. It emitted a deep, resonant tone, creating ripples that conjured visible runes, dispersing into the surrounding space. Mo Wanyun exhaled softly, whispering, This should be safe. By the way, where is your hand resting? Suddenly, Mo Wanyun flipped off Gu Yuxing's back, casting him a glare once more. However, she noticed his unsteady form, clearly on the verge of exhaustion. Her initially raised hand swiftly grasped Gu Yuxing's arm, and with a determined pull, she guided him towards the cave. This place is quite satisfactory. Gu Yuxing nodded, drawing out a wooden sword. With swift motions, he unleashed a series of sword strikes, sending forth waves of energy that transformed several ice shards into makeshift stones, effectively sealing the cave entrance. Now it is no longer cold. Gu Yuxing turned back, unfastening the burden from his shoulder, producing a garment, which he draped over Mo Wanyun's shoulders as she cradled her arms. He then retrieved another piece to lay upon the ground. Miss, please make do for now. Mo Wanyun nodded slightly, retrieving a piece of flatbread from her storage pouch, breaking it in half, and silently offering one half to Gu Yuxing, while she herself began to gnaw on her portion, not uttering a word. Gu Yuxing brought the half of the flatbread to his lips, poised to savor its flavor. But he was suddenly met with a sweetness in his throat, as a mouthful of blood, long suppressed, escaped from the corner of his mouth, staining the bread. Mo Wanyun turned back, her eyes brimming with concern. Chapter 39. The naive young man. Unaware of a young girl's intentions, Gu Yuxing sat cross-legged on the ground, taking a moment to regulate his breath. As he gradually opened his eyes, he discovered Mo Wanyun gazing at him with keen interest. He spoke, I am unharmed. It was merely the backlash from that person's protective aura. Alas, had my sword been swifter and stronger, I might have taken him by surprise. Mo Wanyun divided her remaining half of a cake once more, offering a portion to Gu Yuxing. Those two are malevolent cultivators from the Bloodslaughter sect, notorious for their murderous deeds. Although their cultivation is not particularly high, they are adept in various stealth techniques and are rather formidable. The fact that you managed to approach him from behind is quite impressive. I had thought myself quite capable as well. Resting her chin on her hand, Emma Wanyan observed Gu Yuxing as he finished the cake. She retrieved a large tiger skin from her storage pouch and spread it on the ground, beckoning him over. This will keep you warm. Gu Yuxing eyed the expansive tiger skin with a hint of envy for Emma Wanyan's storage capabilities. The chill of the cave entrance was palpable, and he indeed felt a sense of cold creeping in. He shifted closer, wrapping himself in the tiger skin as they settled on opposite sides. Under the serene moonlight, their gazes met. You should sleep first. I will keep watch, Gu Yuxing insisted. Emma Wanyan hesitated briefly before nodding and whispered, be honest. What? Gu Yuxing replied, perplexed. Nothing. Emma Wanyan smirked, recognizing the boy's innocence. He was still in a state of youthful oblivion. She, too, had only grasped a fragment of understanding, not much more. After enduring a harrowing encounter, both were weary and fatigued. Outside the cave, the cold wind howled, and the night was silent, making it all too easy to succumb to slumber. Gu Yuxing remained vigilant for a while before succumbing to fatigue and drifting into a quiet slumber. The following morning, he awoke as usual, finding Miss Emo still peacefully asleep before him. He gently extricated himself from the warm tiger skin and carefully maneuvered around Miss Mo's outstretched arm, making his way outside the cave. Before long, the sound of sword practice resonated in the air. Emma Wanyan's head emerged from a block of snow, and she remarked to Gu Yuxing, practicing swordsmanship now is of no use. Gu Yuxing turned back, smiling as he replied, it has become a habit, Miss Emo. Are you feeling any better? Emma Wanyan nodded in affirmation. Gu Yuxing then sheathed his wooden sword and approached Emma Wanyan, retrieving the sect token from his waist. He infused it with a stream of vital energy, intending to establish communication with the sect. The token shimmered with radiant light, but was abruptly halted by Emma Wanyan's outstretched hand. Miss Emo, what is the matter? He inquired. A glint of intelligence sparkled in her eyes as she explained, last night, when those two individuals were pursuing us, the sect token failed to contact the elders of the sect. Now that those two have not located us, the token appears to be functioning properly. Who knows if this is a ruse? Upon hearing this, Gu Yuxing immediately grasped the implication. He withdrew the sect token and whispered, are you suggesting that there is a traitor within the sect? Emma Wanyan was taken aback by Gu Yuxing's perceptiveness. She had assumed that someone who had long been trapped in the peach blossom forest would exhibit some cognitive sluggishness, yet he had discerned the underlying intricacies in an instant. Miss Emo, they have targeted you. Do you perhaps have formidable enemies? Emma Wanyan spread her hands and sighed deeply. I am quite unsure. Typically, I study alongside my grandfather and have not offended anyone. Furthermore, my visit to Qingping Mountain has been relatively unnoticed. If I must point to someone I may have wronged, it would be the ninth prince, Chuchen. However, judging by the actions of those two last night, it does not seem that he orchestrated it. Gu Yuxing pondered for a moment before inquiring. It appears that the ninth prince has taken a keen interest in Miss Emo and chuckled lightly. Do you understand what it means to take an interest? Gu Yuxing nodded in affirmation. Emma Wanyan scoffed. It is merely a matter of adults weighing their interests. Gu Yuxing continued. But what if someone wishes to prevent this ninth prince from getting too close to Miss Emo? Could that not invite danger? Emma Wanyan fell silent. Indeed, at her age, she could still roam freely, exploring mountains and rivers. But what about 2 or 3 years hence? Some matters would indeed require careful consideration, and those figures of the Qianlong dynasty may well have already set their sights upon her. Chuchen was indeed quite favored. Emma Wanyan felt a wave of irritation and kicked at the icy ground beneath her feet. At that moment, Gu Yuxing spoke. If you do not like it, I shall ensure he keeps his distance from you. Emma Wanyan let out a soft laugh, somewhat incredulous of Gu Yuxing's words. Perhaps she doubted his ability to fulfill such a promise. Yet as she observed the clarity in his gaze, unwavering and sincere, her smile faded. She asked again, are you serious, Gu Yuxing? Absolutely serious, Gu Yuxing replied, raising the wooden sword in his hand. Turning to continue her sword practice, Emma Wanyan gazed at Gu Yuxing's retreating figure, lost in thought. After a while, she seemed to recall something. Pulling out a piece of special yellow paper and folding it into the shape of 1,000 origami cranes, she blew gently on the crane, which fluttered momentarily before falling to the ground. Emma Wanyan hurried to pick it up and tried several times, each attempt ending in failure, her lips pouting in frustration. If only she had put in more effort. Now she couldn't descend the mountain and had lost contact with her grandfather. Hey, Gu Yuxing, do you understand talismans? Gu Yuxing did not turn around, continuing his swordplay, and replied, No. Mo Wanyun appeared somewhat disheartened. After a while, Gu Yuxing approached her and said, I can learn. Miss Mo, can you teach me? Me? I haven't even mastered it myself. Mo Wanyun rested her chin on her hand, contemplating. The safest course of action was to contact her grandfather. This was 1,000 origami cranes. If she inscribed runes upon it, it could establish communication with him. Gu Yuxing replied calmly, actually, being here isn't so bad. I just noticed there's a small stream over there, flowing from the mountain gorge, with fish inside. We 1T starve, and we can consider this a form of cultivation. Who is cultivating with you? Mo Wanyun retorted, somewhat disdainfully, placing her hand on her stomach. Suddenly, her eyes brightened. Are there really fish? I'll go catch some and familiarize myself with the surroundings. In case those two come up, we'll be in danger. Mo Wanyun fastened the silver bell at the entrance and remarked, only during the first night of the month does the barrier of Qingping Mountain weaken. The higher one's cultivation, the more arduous it becomes to ascend Qingping Mountain. Gu Yuxing, seemingly enlightened, approached the brook, caught a few fish, and on his way back, a thought struck him. He hastened to confront Mo Wanyun, questioning, Miss Mo, is it true that the higher one's cultivation, the more difficult it is to reach Qingping Mountain? Mo Wanyun showed little interest in Gu Yuxing's catch, casually replied, Indeed, it is true. It is documented in the extraordinary texts of the Holy Academy's library. Over the centuries, countless individuals have aspired to ascend Qingping Mountain, yet none have succeeded. By the way, Gu Yuxing, why are you dawdling? How shall we prepare these fish? I find myself rather hungry. Oh, let's have them sashimi style. Gu Yuxing gazed up at Qingping Mountain, lost in thought for an extended period. The words his father had once spoken echoed in his mind. Ascend the mountain. Go see the summit of Qingping Mountain. He had initially believed it to be merely a straightforward directive. However, upon reflection, it was evidently more than a simple piece of advice. Perhaps at the pinnacle of Qingping Mountain, there truly lies a different vista, a distinct realm. Chapter 40. A carefully orchestrated scheme. Who is the chess master? At the Qingyan sect, the demon suppression tower, besieged by a horde of demons, was finally subdued and sealed by the combined efforts of dozens of elders. Each elder appeared pale, clearly having exhausted considerable spiritual energy to reinforce the seal. Under normal circumstances, this would be a cause for celebration. However, an ominous atmosphere enveloped the entire Qingyun sect as the elders struggled to contain their emotions. The sect leader, Zhuangjizi, cast a sweeping glance over the assembly and spoke. Esteemed elders, your efforts are commendable. Please return to your duties. In the coming days, ensure that our disciples remain restrained and refrain from venturing beyond the confines of the Qingyun sect. Yes, sect leader, the elders dispersed in small groups, engaging in hushed whispers among familiar faces. With a mere glance from Zhuangjizi, He Hongnian ceased her murmuring. Once in a secluded area, Zhuangjizi inquired, He junior sister, have all the disciples out in the field been recalled? What is the extent of our losses? Most have returned, though several disciples remain in the demon-hunting forest. I have already dispatched teams within the sect to search for them, she replied. Zhuangjizi, while lacking specific details regarding the casualties among the newly initiated disciples, had a foreboding sense of the scale of the losses, one that was too immense for He Hongnian to articulate. Before he could fully process this grim news, He Hongnian glanced around cautiously and whispered, Senior brother, Mr. Mo's granddaughter has yet to return. Zhuangjizi's expression turned contemplative. Have we informed Mr. Mo? He Hongnian responded, Senior brother. The Peach Blossom Peak is obstructed by a peculiar surge of righteous energy. Mr. Mo must be in a state of meditation, engaged with the sacred text, rendering him unable to convey any messages. However, I have left a message using a sound transmission talisman, and he should receive it upon awakening. Xian Gizi's eyelids twitched, and a grave expression settled upon his face as he pondered, how could such a coincidence occur? The demon beasts in the demon suppression tower have gone berserk. The sect's orders have become ineffective, and the malevolent cultivators of the Blood Fiend sect have infiltrated Qingping Mountain. I intended to request Mr. Mo to strengthen the ceiling of the demon suppression tower, yet he too is in seclusion. Junior sister, do you not find this to resemble a meticulously orchestrated scheme? We are not even qualified to be mere pawns in this game. Wisdom and tranquility, born of the passage of time, flickered in He Hongnian's eyes as she replied. Throughout the years, the disciples of the Qingyun sect have vanquished demons generation after generation, and few who have lived to understand their fate remain. Many traditions have nearly been severed. Those who can scheme against Mr. Mo's granddaughter are figures we cannot afford to offend. It seems we are caught in the crossfire of a greater conflict. When the ninth prince of the Qianlong dynasty came to us, I opposed his joining the sect. Yet Lei Jiangheng favored his talents. Xian Gizi appeared to awaken from a reverie, but he soon murmured, "Junior sister, I understand your concerns. Yet the decline of the Qingyun sect is a reality we must face. We must strive for self-improvement to move forward. Such divisive sentiments should not be expressed. Senior brother, you may not yet be aware, but one of the attendants of this ninth prince is, in fact, a talisman master. He clandestinely unraveled the array talisman inscribed by Elder Ji of the Tiangong Peak on the sect's orders, wantonly seizing the demon-hunting points of the trial disciples, leading to discord among our own. The matter at hand requires your contemplation as the leader. The utmost priority is to ensure the survival of Mr. Mo's granddaughter. Should any misfortune befall her, the existence of the Qingyun sect would be in jeopardy. Alas, sighed Xianjizi, I shall personally make the journey. With that, he prepared to soar into the skies despite his weariness. At that moment, He Hongyan interjected, Senior brother, I have summoned junior brother Yu from Yunfeng to seek the whereabouts of the two individuals. Given his usual approach, I have no doubt he will succeed. His cultivation is undoubtedly adequate. However, he will still be unable to ascend Qingping Mountain. What if? Rest assured, Wan Yun is a clever child. If the two of them head towards Qingping Mountain, the sinister practitioners of the Blood Fiend sect shall surely not be able to follow. Xianjizi's expression momentarily faltered. Two individuals? There is also Gu Yuxing, He Hongyan added. Xianjizi glanced at He Hongyan's face and murmured, No wonder you care so deeply, junior sister. He Hongyan waved her dust brush thoughtfully, gazing at the towering peak of Qingping Mountain, and sighed, Years ago, when you, I, and Gu Bai were still youthful, our mentor imparted a lesson. Human prejudices are akin to a great mountain, one even taller than Qingping Mountain. At that time, I did not grasp its significance. But over the years, I have come to understand it somewhat. Senior brother, Gu Bai is Gu Bai, and Gu Yuxing is Gu Yuxing. Can he truly be considered a disciple of the Qingyun sect in your eyes? I have heard that on that fateful night, the young Gu Yuxing stealthily attacked the malevolent cultivator of the Blood Fiend sect with a wooden sword from behind. While many were fleeing for their lives, he alone wielded his sword. Is that not a mark of excellence? He often stands before the demon suppression steel, gazing at that sword, regardless of whether it rains or the winds howl. Brother, he is not even as tall as that sword. Must he bear such burdens? How long do you intend to leave that sword before the demon suppression steel? Xuanji did not respond, his hands tucked within his sleeves as he continued to walk, growing ever more distant. At Yinshui Gorge, a lofty waterfall cascaded from the heavens. In a shadowy corner, the malevolent cultivators of the Blood Fiend sect, Gao Sha and Song Jing, gazed upon the falling waters. Beside them lay 5 disciples of the Qingyun sect, lifeless. Gao Sha wiped his crescent-shaped sword, his irritation palpable as he exclaimed, Damn it! What kind of barrier does this Qinshan possess? With our cultivation, we cannot ascend, let alone soar through the skies. This is the 3rd day. Must we continue to endure this? The disciples sent by the Qingyun sect are becoming increasingly troublesome, he added. And yet, what of it? They merely serve to provide meager sustenance for the old man, Song Jing replied, his fingers emanating a faint blood aura as he drew strength from the deceased bodies. With their prowess, they had faced the 5 elite disciples of the Qingyun sect without suffering any injuries. Gao Sha, his scarred face twisted in a menacing glare, remarked, Had those 5 been the same disciples who resisted my flying sword that night, we would surely have been gravely wounded. If not for that individual, we would have nearly succeeded. The scarred man smirked at this point, a hint of irritation creeping into his voice as he added, Truly, you are something else. I have told you time and again that precision in technique is paramount. Do not be overly eclectic. That wretched serpent wasted so much of your effort and time. A mere neophyte could silently appear behind you and plunge a sword into your body. Had his skills been greater and his blade sharper, you might have found yourself in dire straits. If you had not been injured, we would have secured our prize long ago. Upon hearing this, Songjing's facial muscles twitched momentarily before he responded with a cynical laugh. Gao Sha, should we fail this mission, neither of us will escape unscathed. We cannot afford to linger here any longer. Gao Sha wiped the blood from the crescent-shaped sword, the sheen reflecting his icy demeanor. I knew it all along. The one truly anxious here is you. Do not rush. During last year's battle in Qingping Prefecture, half of the capable members of the Qingyun sect perished. Those who now scrape by in the Qingyun sect are mostly insignificant. Few pose a genuine threat to us, although that eminent scholar possesses vast knowledge. He has devoted his life to the study of classical texts, making him quite easy to deal with. He has likely been immersed in Confucian classics, seeking to ascend to the status of a semi-saint. Were it otherwise, we would not only be contemplating an attack on his granddaughter, but even harboring murderous intent would alert him. Furthermore, I have already conceived a method to ascend the mountain. Sanjing's gaze deepened. What method? Are you capable of deciphering this enigmatic barrier that even the great scholar cannot penetrate? If I possess such an ability, would I engage in this perilous endeavor? Early on, we sought to eliminate the blood demon sect. And now our immediate course of action is to devise a means to deplete our own cultivation, thereby lowering our realms. In doing so, we shall not be constrained by this invisible barrier. With our capabilities, even at the mere yuan stage, we could effectively hunt our target. As Gao Sha spoke, a sinister smile crept across his face. However, it is crucial to acknowledge that self-depleting our cultivation carries significant risks, especially with the elders of the Qingyun sect lurking with intent. Therefore, it is imperative that one among us retains their strength while the other ascends the mountain alone. Sanjing's gaze was laced with treachery. So, shall it be you who goes, or shall it be I? Chapter 41. At that time, the blue shirt was thin. Unfathomable are the feelings of youth in the lush expanse of the Qingping mountain forest. A crystalline stream, blanketed in snow, meandered gently. Within its waters, resilient ice fish glided gracefully. Among the towering trees, the seeds of snow pines lay scattered, and winter mushrooms thrived under a canopy of needle-like foliage, complemented by the various rare treasures that Mo Wanyun had foraged from the woods in recent days. Rather than succumbing to hunger, Gu Yushin and Mo Wanyan found solace in their makeshift domesticity, evading the perils that pursued them. They fashioned pots from hard stone, crafted bowls from wood, and whittled snow bamboo into utensils, roasting them gently over a fire to create a rudimentary set of living implements. As winter's chill enveloped the land, the sky unleashed a flurry of snowflakes reminiscent of goose feathers. United in their efforts, Gu Yuxing and Mo Wanyan successfully hunted a robust bear, which not only provided new carpets and warm blankets, but also an exquisite feast. The bear's blood, a potent tonic, flushed Mo Wanyan's cheeks with vitality after she partook of it. Standing at the mouth of their cave, she called out to Gu Yuxing, who was practicing his swordplay amidst the swirling snow. Hey, little loach, the water is boiling. Quickly add the fish. Without turning, Gu Yuxing replied, Miss Mo, I have already prepared the fish. You need only to place it in. I've gathered some salt from the rocks. Please sprinkle a bit in. I have 100 more sword strikes to complete before I join you. Amidst the howling wind and snow, Gu Yuxing thrust his sword forward, the surrounding snowflakes remaining undisturbed. Yet, where his wooden blade pierced, the snow shattered into a flurry of fragments. The warmth of his breath crystallized into icy beads upon his brows and hair. His gaze singularly fixated, as if the sword were the sole focus of his world. Yet he struck twice more with his sword, the blade exuding a palpable aura. Gu Yuxing offered a slight smile, shaking his head enigmatically as he hastened toward the cave. There, Mo Wanyan was crouched before the fire pit, diligently cooking fish. Despite her somewhat clumsy movements, she remained utterly focused. I shall take over, Gu Yuxing said as he knelt beside her. Mo Wanyan, however, lifted her head, her eyes sparkling with life, her voice like the chime of silver bells. I was merely teasing you earlier. Do not worry, the taste may be slightly lacking at worst. Just because I have never devoted much thought to what I eat does not imply I have not traversed this world. At this, Mo Wanyan rose and walked to Gu Yuxing's side, using a bamboo stick to gently tap his back, dislodging the frost and snow that clung to him. Do you know, Gu Yuxing? I have witnessed the suffering of those displaced by the demon race, their bodies caked in mud, desperately seeking sustenance to survive. They crawl upon the ground, persevering until they perish from hunger. I once saw a mother, clutching a broken bowl, feeding her emaciated daughter with half a bowl of thin soup. The mother's eyes gleamed with hunger, yet she uttered the words, "Mother is not hungry." It was then that I realized the greatest lie in this world may very well be embodied in that statement of motherhood. Gu Yuxing originally intended to continue his sword practice, but suddenly noticed that Mo Wanyan seemed to choke up at this point in her speech. She turned away, desperately tugging at the icicles clinging to him. Gu Yuxing set aside his wooden sword and sat by the fire pit, gently stirring the fish in the pot with a bamboo stick. The bright flames illuminated his gradually unfolding visage, and the flicker of firelight danced in his eyes. Pressing down on the bamboo stick, he raised his head and smiled, saying, Miss Mo, I do not even know what my mother looked like. Sometimes I ponder that my father was somewhat of a scholar, possessing a vast collection of books, occasionally playing the flute, strumming the zither, or painting peach blossoms. Yet, he has never painted a single portrait of my mother. Tell me, should I blame my father? Emma paused for a moment before responding. I am quite young and do not fully understand matters of the heart, but my grandfather once said that when one person deeply loves another, the world in their eyes loses all its vibrancy and colors, quietly concealed within the heart, something that cannot be etched or sculpted with ink and brush. I think your father might be such a person. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuxing's face brightened with a sunlit smile. He rubbed his nose, which bore a smudge of ash, and maintained a serene smile as he replied, Miss Mo, I share your sentiment. I merely feared you would mock me. Mock you? Whatever for? Emma had said, picking up a wooden spoon to serve Gu Yuxing a bowl of fresh fish soup. Her gaze fell upon the azure garment he wore daily, and she pointed to the bare skin, declaring, from today onward, I shall learn the art of needlework. What do you think about transforming it into several garments? It is certainly warm. Gu Yuxing dared not meet the gaze of Mo and S bright eyes for too long, and instead looked outside the cave. Miss Mo, over the past 3 days, I feel as though I have grasped some of the principles of the talismans you have taught me. Would you be so kind as to provide me with 2 sheets of paper so that I might attempt to draw them? Mo Wanyan shot him a sidelong glance and replied, It is not so simple. You must study for a few more days. Gu Yuxing then inquired, Miss Mo, do you not fear that your grandfather will worry? Propping her chin on her hand, Mo Wanyan observed Gu Yuxing's face, flushed from the scalding fish soup, and found his embarrassment amusing. He could not bring himself to spit out the soup in her presence, and she thought it rather entertaining. With a hint of mischief on her face, she remarked, If my grandfather were to learn of such a significant event, he would undoubtedly come looking for me immediately. The fact that he has not sought me out in so many days suggests he has become engrossed in his studies, drifting away in thought. Unaware of Mo Wanyan's true sentiments, Gu Yuxing naively accepted her words as fact. He curiously asked, Miss Mo, can studying also be a form of cultivation? Of course, she replied. In this vast world, there exist myriad paths, much like dandelion seeds dispersed by the wind, each finding its own way. Studying, too, is a form of cultivation. Moreover, this particular path is not one that just anyone can tread. Do not be deceived by my grandfather's youthful appearance. He is, in fact, 120 years old. On his 100th birthday, he comprehended the words of the sages and transcended 7 realms in a single day, becoming a great scholar of his time, capable of wielding his pen as a sword, quite formidable indeed. Gu Yuxing counted on one hand, realizing he couldn't even reach 7. His gaze fell upon Mo Wanyan's fair hands, and, almost unconsciously, he tapped her thumb and index finger, exclaiming, Then your grandfather must be akin to the legendary figure of the nascent soul realm. Mo Wanyan lifted her chin with a touch of pride. Gu Yuxing, as if discovering a new continent, murmured, So your grandfather is quite vigorous for his age. Your father must be no spring chicken either, right? Miss Mo, could it be that you are actually a venerable lady past her 60th year, who has cultivated the art of agelessness, thus rejuvenating into this youthful form? Get lost. Mo Wanyan was baffled by Gu Yuxing's bizarre line of thought. She flicked his forehead with the finger he had just touched, exasperated. What are you thinking all day? You had to borrow someone else's fingers to count, yet you have managed to elucidate the matter of lineage so clearly. I can only feel pity for whichever girl you may end up marrying in the future. Gu Yuxing gazed intently at Mo Wanyan, then softly declared, I have no intention of seeking another girl. I might not pursue anyone in this lifetime. Ah? Mo Wanyan's eyes sparkled with curiosity. She was about to inquire further when Gu Yuxing abruptly stood, sweeping his sleeve to extinguish the fire pit, positioning himself protectively in front of her. Miss Mo, you should leave first. We may be encountering trouble soon. Before Mo Wanyan could utter a word, a figure had already appeared at the entrance of the cave. The shadow gradually crept into the cavern, revealing a man with a face marred by scars, standing ominously and silent. The curved sword resting on his shoulder emanated a chilling and sharp glint. This is a significant predicament, Gao Sha remarked, his gaze fixated on Mo Wanyan, who was concealed behind Gu Yuxing. A faint smile curled upon his lips as he diverted his attention to the upright young man before him. Observing that the youth clutched a wooden sword, Gao Sha noted the boy's slender frame, yet his eyes betrayed no hint of fear. This sight elicited a hearty laugh from him. Little one, the wooden sword you wield may embolden you, but it is futile. The disparity in our strengths is akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. The sword in your hand cannot protect yourself, nor can it shield others. Gu Yuxing gritted his teeth and declared, "I wish to give it a try." Chapter 42. With a sword. I shall vanquish injustice across the world. Gu Yuxing tightened his grip on the sword in his hand, glancing back at Mo Wanyun, who was gazing intently at him. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though the wooden sword had gained newfound strength. Despite their previous conversations, Gu Yuxing sensed an abundance of unspoken words lingering between them. He yearned to articulate his thoughts, yet found himself at a loss for words. The unresolved obsessions within his heart compelled him to take a step forward. He had yet to avenge his father against those who had insulted him. He had not yet drawn the sword before the demon-suppressing monument. He had not yet ascended Qingping Mountain to behold its splendor. Furthermore, Mo, the only individual from the sect who had shared the experience of viewing the peach blossoms with him, lingered in his thoughts. That alone sufficed. The weight of his motive to wield the sword was profound. Buzz. The wooden sword in Gu Yuxing's grasp emitted a resonant tremor. Gao Sha's contemptuous gaze sharpened. He hastily grasped his crescent blade, acutely sensing the impending threat. He intended to strike first, yet Gu Yuxing's sword was swifter. So swift that he perceived only a fleeting glimmer of sword light, which illuminated the entire cavern in an instant. In that moment, it seemed as though Gao Sha had lost all color in the world. He was hurled backward by an overwhelming sword energy, shattering several cedar trees before barely regaining his balance. The sword in his hand wailed mournfully. His complexion turned ashen, and blood spilled from his lips. How can this be possible? Gao Sha exclaimed incredulously, scanning Gu Yuxing with his spiritual perception. The opening veins realm. There could be no mistake. Even though he had sealed his own cultivation, he remained a practitioner of the bone-forging realm. Thus, while his level had diminished, his prowess was indeed significantly compromised. However, this did not imply that he had lost his combat experience. Yet, the outcome was that he nearly perished beneath a single strike. At the mouth of the cave, Gu Yuxing once again raised the wooden sword in his hand, his gaze focused, channeling all the elemental energy of heaven and earth into the wooden blade. Mo Wanyun's silhouette also emerged, drawing forth a 3-foot azure blade. Casting a sidelong glance at Gu Yuxing, she whispered, "He must be employing some method to suppress his realm." Gu Yuxing nodded, then thrust his sword forward. Mo Wanyun, with a graceful flourish of her sword, executed a set of cloud water sword techniques, transforming snow into water, creating a flurry of countless snowflakes. The two advanced in tandem, both initiating their attacks. Gao Sha let out a sinister smile. He had discerned that Gu Yuxing's sword strike was still, much like before, devoid of any change in technique. I have been underestimated. With a violent tremor of his great sword, the sword energy surged forth, and before it even arrived, Gu Yuxing felt an overwhelming sense of pressure rushing towards him. Such sharp sword intent. Gu Yuxing was taken aback. He was acutely aware of the danger posed by the opponent's strike, yet he had not considered a retreating strike. Ultimately, his current swordsmanship was still in a phase of self-exploration. He had grasped the essence of sword intent, but remained uncertain of the form it should take. The two swords clashed in midair. The surging sword energy dispersed, stirring up a whirlwind of snowflakes that obscured Gu Yuxing's vision. And he could only sense the sword energy suddenly wailing, an intangible force enveloping him. Not only did it obliterate his sword energy, but it also seemed to penetrate the depths of his inner confusion. The residual force of that single strike surged towards Gu Yuxing like a relentless tide. In that critical moment, Mo Wanyun executed the cloud water sword technique, employing the technique twilight clouds and evening rain as a barrier to withstand the aftermath of the blow. Nevertheless, Gu Yuxing was still propelled backwards by the shockwave, retreating several meters alongside Mo Wanyun. Casting a fleeting glance at the bewildered Gu Yuxing, Mo Wanyun remained silent. Gripping her 3-foot azure blade, with her left hand, she formed a seal, infusing runes into her sword, and through the brilliance of the runes, she matched the formidable Gao Sha in a fierce duel. Yet, Gu Yuxing understood that this was merely a temporary reprieve. Observing Mo Wanyun gracefully navigating the snowy forest, occasionally confronting perilous challenges, he once again fixed his gaze upon the wooden sword in his hand. Drawing a deep breath, he pressed his lips together and admonished himself. Gu Yuxing, what are you hesitating for? Is your preoccupation with the sword's momentum hindering your mastery over the sword within your heart? If so, then all of this is mere idle talk, a complete farce. The lofty aspirations of youth and the notion of being the foremost in the realm would be buried within these snow-covered mountains and dense forests. The biting wind struck his face, and Gao Sha's sword energy carved a crimson line upon his cheek. Gu Yuxing took another step forward. He lifted his gaze towards Qingping Mountain, its towering peak shrouded in thick clouds, obscuring the eyes of the world. He raised the wooden sword in his hand, seemingly insignificant. Yet his eyes began to shine ever brighter. From the very beginning, he had comprehended that this sword was not merely a challenge from the myriad demon clans, nor was it solely a reflection of the world's cold indifference. It encompassed all the myriad affairs of existence. If one could cleave the heavens with a single sword stroke, then surely the clouds would part to reveal the sun. In those years, he had heard his father speak on numerous occasions of the sword upon his back as a guardian's blade. Yet, in the end, whom did it truly protect? Aside from his own life, had the world ever regarded him with anything but disdain? Gu Yuxing too harbored a conviction worth safeguarding, along with cherished individuals to protect. Yet he felt that it should not be a defense, but rather a resolute wielding of the sword without regret. This blade, capable of bringing peace to the realm, would allow him to behold the vastness of the world. He yearned to sever the filth that plagued it. This was the path of the sword he sought. Concepts of sword energy, sword intent, and sword momentum were all cast aside. Miss Mo, step back, he commanded. Gu Yuxing advanced a single step, his figure flickering several meters, his movements accelerating. Once again, he executed a seemingly ordinary sword strike. But Gu Yuxing was no longer merely thrusting. He was delivering a decisive slash. For the first time, he understood how to wield his sword with clarity. Gao Sha noticed Gu Yuxing's swift approach, recognizing that his target had always been Mo Wanyun, regarding Gu Yuxing with indifference. Now, observing Gu Yuxing raise a wooden sword above his head, his diminutive figure gripping the blade as if to shatter mountains and part seas, he instinctively felt the urge to laugh. He too was a swordsman, having comprehended the essence of murderous intent, and in the realm of swordsmanship, he held dominion over Gu Yuxing. Even though his own cultivation was suppressed, he still towered over Gu Yuxing by a significant margin. Yet now, he found himself unable to fathom the mysteries of Gu Yuxing's sword strike. He could not afford to stumble in the mire. The scar on Gao Sha's face glimmered faintly with a hint of red, while the bones within his body creaked ominously, retaining the prowess of the bone refinement realm. He possessed the formidable strength akin to that of a dragon or an elephant. He infused this power into the broadsword clutched in his hand. Although he felt this was somewhat excessive, the gravity of the task at hand brooked no failure. The youth before him was destined to perish. To die by my sword would be a testament to your life's glory. Like Gu Yuxing, Gao Sha prepared to strike. His target was none other than the troublesome little brat, Gu Yuxing. Conversely, Gu Yuxing had staked everything on this encounter. In the split second the sword descended, Gu Yuxing felt as though all his strength was being siphoned away by the wooden sword. Even the vital energy concealed within the 3 meridians he had opened was thoroughly stripped away. He felt utterly empty. Yet, his spiritual core shone with an unprecedented brilliance. He could clearly perceive the form he assumed as he unleashed this strike. Gao Sha's sword shadow dissipated amidst the interplay of light and shadow, soon followed by his body being engulfed, transforming into a swirling mist of blood, with only the tempered copper bones remaining unshattered in that instant. His eyes were filled with terror. At the last moment, he sought to unshackle the deliberately suppressed realm, but it was too late. The spiritual energy within his dantian was ensnared by the sword's aura, igniting with the ferocity of a torch cast into a cauldron of oil, flames surging violently. The rampant energy consumed his copper bones, sending them flying in a tumult of sword energy. Hiss! Gu Yuxing's strike had yet to reach its conclusion. The tumultuous shadows of swords pierced through the dense forest, severing a colossal ice shard from the waterfall that hung above the mountains. With a thunderous crash, the falling ice triggered an avalanche, causing the earth to tremble violently. The entire forest was blanketed in a cascade of white snowflakes. Mo Wanyun glanced at Gu Yuxing, who stood frozen in place, and seized his hand, urging him into the cave. Time seemed to stretch endlessly before the cacophony of the outside world finally subsided. The cave was shrouded in darkness. Mo Wanyun produced a luminous gem, cradling it in her palm, casting a glance at Gu Yuxing beside her. His bright, glimmering eyes were fixed upon her. The sound of their breaths and heartbeats resonated distinctly within the stillness. After a considerable pause, Gu Yuxing weakly murmured, "Are we alive?" Mo Wanyun nodded. "How could we not be? Your sword startled me." Gu Yuxing collapsed onto the ground. "Miss Mo, I currently lack the strength to move even a finger." Mo Wanyun retorted, "Really have no strength? Then why were you gripping my thighs so tightly?" Gu Yuxing released his grip, reclining on the tiger skin. "I was nervous." Mo Wanyun reached for a bell, probing the cave's interior, and remarked, "There is a crevice at the back of this cave. The wind is seeping in. So we are not destined to perish just yet. But are we not trapped?" Mo Wanyun's eyes glimmered as she regarded Gu Yuxing. "Is this not satisfactory?" "Satisfactory?" Gu Yuxing looked utterly perplexed. Mo Wanyun pouted slightly, initially intending to utter a youthful remark lacking in subtlety. However, upon witnessing Gu Yuxing's expression of survival, lying there as if it were the greatest fortune, she stifled her words. "Gu Yuxing, you are terribly dull. My journey into the Qingyun sect has been fraught with challenges, and I possess no friends to share in the intrigue." Gu Yuxing lay languidly, gasping for air, as if cherishing every breath. "Miss Mo, the sensation of being alive is truly delightful. Just moments ago, I believed I was on the brink of death." Mo Wanyun remained silent, her brow furrowed in concern. Suddenly, Gu Yuxing detected a faint metallic scent of blood. Struggling to rise, he noticed that Mo Wanyun's white attire was stained with blood, marred by several sword wounds, which she bore in silence. With a rip, Gu Yuxing tore a strip from his garment, quietly tending to the wounds on Mo Wanyun's arm. Casting a furtive glance ahead, Mo Wanyun, sensing something amiss, turned back and gently tapped the top of Gu Yuxing's head, directing his gaze away. "I'll handle the rest myself." "Oh," Gu Yuxing replied, retrieving a glowing stone and holding it before Mo Wanyun's face. As she was in the midst of unfastening her clothing, the sudden illumination caught her by surprise, her cheeks flushing crimson as she stared wide-eyed at Gu Yuxing. "What are you doing?" "I'm merely providing some light." "It's too dim to see," he said. Mo Wanyun retorted with irritation, "Do you feed yourself with your nose while eating?" "Turn around." Gu Yuxing, feeling awkward, responded, "I can't see anything. Why are you in such a hurry?" "Who is in a hurry?" Mo Wanyun shifted her position, still feeling uneasy. She decided to conceal the illuminated stone, and in the darkness, only the soft rustling of her movements could be heard. Gu Yuxing, on the other hand, found himself intrigued. Worrying silently, he thought, could it be that Miss Mo is gravely injured, fearing my concern upon seeing her? With this thought, Gu Yuxing suppressed his fatigue and said, "Miss Mo, I have some wine here. Though it is a rather inferior brew made from mountain water and fruit, a sip or two might alleviate your pain. I assure you, I do not wish to drink alone with you." Mo Wanyun declined Gu Yuxing's kind offer, though she had not yet reached maturity. She possessed a nascent understanding of matters between men and women, and she knew when to refuse. She took out a piece of talisman paper and handed it to Gu Yuxing. "Once you have recovered, see if you can draw a sound transmission talisman. I do not wish to linger in this place." Gu Yuxing took a few sips of the subpar wine and gradually regained some vitality. He retrieved the talisman and, using his finger as a brush, successfully drew upon the paper before handing it back to Mo Wanyun. "Miss Mo, do give it a try." Mo Wanyun placed the talisman beneath the glowing stone and scrutinized Gu Yuxing closely. "I shall give it a try." With a flick of her hands, the talisman emitted a green radiance, transforming into a paper kite that soared through the crevice of the cave. Suddenly, a thunderous sound echoed from above the Yunshui Gorge near the Nine Heavens waterfall. Hidden in the shadows, Song Jing's pupils constricted as he soared into the sky. Once he reached a secure location, he gazed at the towering peaks, frowning with a chilling expression. What is that rascal Gao Sha up to? Such a commotion will surely lead to trouble. Song Jing's eyes flickered with cunning as he cunningly employed a few tricks to best Gao Sha in their competition for dominance over the mountain's realm. However, in doing so, he inadvertently relinquished the lion's share of the credit for the task to Gao Sha. Song Jing, known for his treacherous and devious ways, was acutely aware that the individual who had ruthlessly slain the Grand Scholar's granddaughter would undoubtedly face fervent retribution. After all, allowing the granddaughter of a Grand Scholar to venture out alone for trials undoubtedly meant she possessed several life-saving trump cards. Now, as he gazed upon the cascading avalanche on the mountain, an unsettling premonition began to stir within him. He felt the seeds of retreat germinating in his heart. Remaining here was perilous. Just as he turned to leave, his pupils suddenly constricted sharply. Not far away, a gaunt, sword-bearing elder had appeared, watching him with an unsettling calmness. Upon merely casting a glance at the figure, Song Jing sensed the gravity of the situation. How could such a formidable expert exist within the Qingyun sect? Although he presumed the elder was at the harmonization realm, the oppressive aura emanating from the sword on his back was overwhelming. A swordsman. This was a pure swordsman. Far more formidable than Gao Sha. Song Jing quickly assessed the situation. Concealed within his sleeve, his hand discreetly formed a seal, preparing to unleash a secret technique for escape. At that moment, Yu Qingshan leisurely remarked, You may flee at will. I shall only unleash a single sword. Song Jing was momentarily stunned, exclaiming in astonishment. You are Yu Shan of the Qingyun sect, the practitioner of the one-character sword technique. You are alive? The wind caressed Yu Shan's face as he spoke softly. It is hardly surprising. It seems that during the trial of swords in Xinhu Prefecture all those years ago, your bloodslaughter sect had already plotted against the Qingyun sect. Given this, your fate is sealed. Upon hearing this, Song Jing clasped his fists and replied, I am uncertain of what you speak. I am no longer a member of the bloodslaughter sect. I am merely passing through. Yu Shan paid no heed to the explanation and slowly raised his hand to touch the hilt of the sword behind him. Song Jing's gaze flickered, and suddenly, a surge of sanguine energy erupted from his clasped hands. In an instant, the surrounding area was enveloped in a thick aura of blood, and he had long since laid intricate barriers and formations at this very spot. Waves of crimson light, sharp as blades, transformed into countless skeletal warriors wielding swords, their chilling presence mingling with the stench of decay as they charged toward Yu Shan. Meanwhile, Song Jing's form suddenly lowered, the ground beneath him bubbling with blood-colored mud, and his body vanished into the earth. At that moment, Yu Shan's sword was drawn. He thrust the blade forward, and the myriad skeletal soldiers, formed from concentrated blood energy, disintegrated into nothingness beneath his strike. The blood mist parted under the force of his sword's aura, revealing a clarity that seemed to rain down like a tempest of swords from the heavens, each blade crashing to the ground. From the red, muddy earth, a pool of blood slowly seeped forth, accompanied by Song Jing's anguished cries. Yu Shan sheathed his sword and gazed at the mountains, altered by an avalanche, his brow furrowed. After a lengthy pause, he finally murmured, Junior brother Gu, with all your prowess, why have you not bestowed it upon your son? Now, you ask me to save him. Should he perish, do you not feel a pang of regret? Do you believe that the bonds forged over a few cups of wine can surpass the ties of brotherhood? Alas, this journey must be taken. After uttering these words, Yu Shan, with a sudden resolve, pierced himself under the rib with his finger as though it were a sword. His vitality swiftly waned, and he fell 2 realms in strength, ascending the Qingping mountain with the sword on his back. However, he had yet to reach the hiding place of Gu Yushin and Mo Wanyan. From the skies above the Qingyun sect, an ethereal and sacred aura materialized, transforming into a tome of wisdom. This book appeared to contain countless profound characters, stretching across the heavens, tearing open a rift, and descending to the mountainside of Qingping. Moments later, Mo Fanqing arrived, stepping upon the pages of the book. With his hands clasped behind his back and his garments flowing elegantly, he merely raised a hand, and the ancient ice and snow, which had stubbornly altered the landscape for millennia, melted away as if scorched by the fervent sun, disappearing in an instant. Whoever dares to scheme against my granddaughter, Mo Wanyan, stands against the entire Holy Academy. Mo Fanqing, typically a cultured scholar, now spoke with a voice that resonated like thunder, dark clouds gathering ominously, lightning flashing. The entire Qingping mountain trembled under the weight of his proclamation. Senior, Yu Shan dared not advance further, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Fortunately, amidst that sacred light, the figure of Mo Wanyan emerged, standing atop a paper kite. Bathed in the resplendent aura, she soared into the sky, swiftly making her way towards the Qingyun sect. Seeing this, Yu Shan let out a faint sigh of relief. Yet, a hint of melancholy soon appeared in his eyes. He stood there, murmuring to himself, is it over? With a sense of desolation, Yu Shan turned away. He had scarcely taken a few steps when he heard footsteps approaching from behind. Elder Yu, came the voice of Gu Yuxing. Yu Shan halted and turned to regard the young man he had guided for half a day at the martial arts arena 6 months prior. In that time, the lad had indeed grown taller. And what of the other adversary? He inquired. Deceased, Gu Yuxing replied with a serene expression, his gaze drifting toward the desolate valley, his demeanor darkening as he silently made his way forward. In just a few days, the grave had taken on an icy form, melding seamlessly with the surrounding mountains. Yu Shan remained stationary, awaiting his return. After Gu Yuxing had paid his respects, Yu Shan spoke. You are a disciple of the Tower Guardian from Lingxia Peak. Are you not? Gu Yuxing affirmed. His name is Fong Jin, my senior brother. He withstood 5 swords from the enemy. A remarkable individual indeed, Yu Shan remarked. Usually reticent but now generous in his praise. He glanced at the youth trailing behind Gu Yuxing and inquired, Has Master Lu taught you the sword arts? Gu Yuxing shook his head. Yu Shan's curiosity regarding the young man intensified. Why do you not learn? Master Lu's mastery of swordsmanship surpasses mine. My intention in not instructing you was to ensure someone would teach you. What a pity. Gu Yuxing remained silent, feeling no sense of regret. However, he was reluctant to contradict Yu Qingshan, who had imparted his wisdom for a brief moment. Never mind, living is indeed a blessing. The trials have concluded, and upon returning to the sect, you must cherish life even more. You must understand that once a person passes away, they are left with either a cold grave or a solitary sword. After Yu Qingshan spoke, he did not spare a glance at Gu Yuxing. Soaring into the sky with his sword and drifting away. Alone, Gu Yuxing descended the mountain, walking until he halted before a patch of blood-stained red clay. Suddenly, he drew the wooden sword from his waist and thrust it fiercely into the clay. Bubbles erupted from the crimson earth. Moments later, the clay began to transform into a tangible form, revealing a feeble yet furious Zanjing, who glared at Gu Yuxing with a sinister grin. You little brat. How did you know I wasn't dead? Gu Yuxing offered no reply, his grip tightening around the wooden sword as his figure morphed into a soaring azure dragon, piercing through Zanjing's body and coming to a halt behind him. It was only then that Gu Yuxing retracted his sword and spoke. I have witnessed your cunning. Thus I saw confirmation. I would find greater peace knowing you perished by my blade rather than at the hands of another. Poof! Zanjing, who was already on the brink of death, widened his eyes and looked down at the tip of the sword before him, exclaiming in disbelief. Gao Sha died at your hands. Gu Yuxing turned back, cautiously advancing toward Zanjing with deliberate steps, and inquired, Tell me, who sent you to kill Miss Mo? Miss Mo? Upon hearing Gu Yuxing's words, Zanjing's body convulsed violently, and he threw back his head, laughing heartily. With that wooden sword in your hand, do you think you can protect someone who is already in the heavens? Is that even possible? With a sharp thrust, Gu Yuxing drove the wooden sword once more into Zanjing's abdomen, pressing down forcefully. His expression remained remarkably composed. Zanjing's eyes widened once more. Initially, he believed there was a glimmer of escape, but he had not anticipated the youth before him, whose meticulous thoughts far surpassed those of his peers, and whose timing in action was ruthless. I underestimated you. It turns out that the 3 disciples of the Qingyun sect before Qingsong Ridge were indeed slain by you. Zanjing sneered, suddenly extending his slender, withered hand to grasp the hilt of Gu Yuxing's sword. His form transformed into wisps of blood, seeking to flee once again. Yet, Gu Yuxing merely smiled enigmatically, his voice resonating within the blood mist. Are you aware of the terrifying Millennium Peach demon residing in Qingsong Mountain? Zanjing was bewildered by his words. But in the next moment, the blood mist he had previously scattered through secret techniques seemed to be devoured by a strange force. In an instant, his life force began to drain away rapidly, as if some mysterious power were seizing it from him. In his horror-stricken gaze, he vaguely perceived the wooden sword in the youth's hand greedily absorbing his remaining vitality. The Qingsong Peach demon, Zanjing whispered, his breath finally fading, leaving only his garments crumpled upon the ground and a ring emitting a faint glow. Gu Yuxing lowered his head, picked up the ring, exhaled softly, and cradled it in his palm, murmuring to himself, This is what I rightfully deserve. Chapter 44. In the depths of winter, warm garments. Gu Yuxing begins to understand affection. The trials of experience were abruptly interrupted due to the treachery of the Blood Slaughter sect, which had infiltrated their ranks. Initially, the higher-ups of the Qingyun sect had initiated this trial to help the newly admitted disciples acclimate to the harsh realities of the world. Yet they could not have anticipated the dire consequences. This endeavor resulted in the tragic loss of over 100 new disciples. Consequently, a pall of gloom enveloped the entire Qingyun sect. In the depths of winter, the sect announced a 2-year closure to other sects in Qingping Prefecture, forbidding its new disciples from leaving the mountain. Nevertheless, on one particular day, a paper kite soared from Qingping Mountain to the distant Shuyuan of the Sacred Academy. The 36 disciples of the Sacred Academy emerged from their gates, nearly annihilating the Blood Slaughter sect. This astounding act sent shockwaves through the nearby Kanglan Kingdom, astonishing many cultivators, and even elicited a response from the mighty Xuanlong dynasty, which dispatched ministers to the Qingyun sect to pay their respects and present a plethora of cultivation resources. From that moment onward, the cultivators of the Qingyun sect came to realize that the so-called 9th prince of the Xuanlong dynasty was merely a figure to be revered in the presence of Mo Wanyun. Upon his return from the trials, Gu Yuxing remained unaffected by the changes within the Qingyun sect. It seemed as though the transformations around him held no significance. Of course, his act of bravery in rescuing Mo Wanyun at Yunshui Gorge had garnered the attention of the elders within the sect. However, among the disciples, his courageous actions did not alter their perception of him. On the contrary, jealousy brewed among many, who considered him merely fortunate, especially since he had spent several days in solitude with the young lady Mo Wanyun amidst the peaks of Qingping Mountain. Such an opportunity is the longing of countless individuals. However, in order to safeguard the reputation of Mo Wanyun, the sect has strictly prohibited its disciples from discussing the matter. As for the disciples who underwent the trials, those who survived were granted a reward in the form of cultivation resources, while the promised points for demon hunting remained unfulfilled. On this particular day, Gu Yuxing found himself alone in a quaint courtyard amidst the peach blossom forest, leisurely brewing wine, and attempting to erase the personal imprint from the storage ring of the malevolent cultivator Cang Jing from the Bloodslaughter sect. Perhaps due to Mo Wanyun imparting to him the fundamentals of talisman crafting, he effortlessly removed the residual mark from the storage ring. As a wisp of divine consciousness penetrated, the contents of the ring spilled forth with a clatter. To his astonishment, the first sight to greet him was a multitude of gold ingots and a considerable array of precious jewels, all of considerable worth. Although Gu Yuxing found himself in need of financial resources, he remained largely unmoved by the sight of the gold and silver. Beyond the wealth, the remaining contents comprised various poisons and materials, many of which Gu Yuxing did not recognize. Yet, they were meticulously housed within boxes, suggesting they could be exchanged for a substantial amount. In truth, what Gu Yuxing yearned for most was to obtain some cultivation manuals from Cang Jing. However, after rummaging for quite some time, he could only uncover a manual for the soul condensing realm and another for beast taming. This beast taming manual bore similarities to the spirit contracting volume he had already acquired, albeit with additional methods for unlocking the potential of spirit pets. However, these techniques required a significant amount of resources, and given Gu Yuxing's current circumstances, he found himself in a phase of resource scarcity, leaving him with neither the means to nurture a spirit pet nor the ability to focus on his own cultivation. Yet, when he picked up and gazed at a tome capable of guiding one to the realm of soul condensation, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. This volume, titled Blood Refinement Incantation, belonged to the Blood Fiend sect and delineated a method for swiftly enhancing one's cultivation level. It spoke of harnessing the potent bloodlines of spiritual pets to establish a form of symbiosis, ultimately utilizing their bloodlines to augment one's own prowess. Not only could this technique fortify one's inherent bloodline, but it also promised to bestow upon the practitioner ancient memories and legacies inherited from the spiritual pet's lineage. This approach was somewhat sinister. Gu Yuxing had merely contracted with the snow ape out of a sense of affinity, intending only to have it gather fruits for brewing, with no ulterior motives. Of course, should the snow ape grow formidable, it could serve as a means of self-preservation in critical moments. Initially, Gu Yuxing paid little heed to this dark art, yet a sudden thought struck him, while he could choose to ignore it. What if an opportunity arose to encounter formidable beasts such as the Qiulong or the Jiaolong? Might he then have the chance to learn the ancient legacies of the dragon lineage? After all, he was currently cultivating the true dragon transformation in the Meridian Opening realm, and his movement technique was the Azure Dragon formula. Since realizing the lofty and unattainable nature of Qingping Mountain, Gu Yuxing had begun to sense that his father's decision not to teach him cultivation held a profound significance. Moreover, the dragon inscriptions and language on that mysterious turtle shell fragment must possess considerable historical weight. After meticulously cataloging his spoils, Gu Yuxing felt a sense of satisfaction. At the very least, he would not have to worry about cultivation resources for the next 2 to 3 years. Furthermore, the storage ring obtained in Sangjing boasted a substantial capacity. If one were to exchange at the Qingyun Sect's Affairs Hall, it would require at least 1,000 contribution points. In the future, one would no longer need to bear the burden of a heavy pack upon their shoulders. Regrettably, it was another person's storage ring. Gu Yuxing felt a twinge of regret at that moment. He began to comprehend why so many disciples resorted to preying upon their fellow sect members during this round of sect training. Once one tasted the sweetness of success, it became impossible to stop. Although this training session was set to conclude in a month, it had been quite fruitful for him, particularly in terms of combat experience. Gu Yuxing glanced at the wooden sword at his waist. After absorbing the blood essence from the hidden capital, the cracks on the sword had completely vanished. This development caused him a certain degree of unease. The 1,000-year-old peach demon, lurking within the Qingyun sect, had been stealthily hunting numerous demon beasts and disciples of the sect. He wondered if it too had sustained injuries, silently gathering strength to restore its power. If that were the case, this peachwood sword, having been severed from the peach demon, would inevitably bring him into its crosshairs, allowing it to strike at him with impunity. A 1,000-year-old peach demon that had developed sentience would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to act. He must, before spring arrives, open the remaining 3 meridians. Gu Yuxing murmured to himself, filling his spiritual gourd with wine, preparing to retreat into the icy caverns of the gorge for cultivation. At that moment, he sensed someone approaching outside the small courtyard. Gu Yuxing stepped out to find a young woman in her 20s standing at the entrance, Xiao Muqing, a disciple of Yi Hongyan from Falling Dust Peak. At the Yushui stream, Gu Yuxing observed her engaging in combat with Gao Sha. Although she was defeated in a matter of exchanges, her ability to soar through the air indicated that she was at least an elite disciple within her sect. Junior brother Gu, I present my respects. I am Xiao Muqing from the Falling Dust Peak, a disciple from the previous generation. You may address me as Senior Sister Xiao. Senior Sister Xiao, Gu Yuxing replied, cupping his hands in greeting. Noticing that Gu Yuxing did not invite her into the small courtyard, Xiao Muqing paid it no mind. She appeared somewhat intrigued by him. Surveying him with a curious gaze before speaking, Junior brother Gu, I have come to deliver the sect's cultivation resources. Will you not invite me in for a moment? I have heard that Junior Sister Mo frequently visits this peach blossom grove, so I assume she often seeks you out for companionship, given that you are of similar age. Senior Sister, please, Gu Yuxing urged. Once inside the courtyard, Xiao Muqing took a closer look at the surroundings and then presented him with a wooden storage ring, saying, this contains 3 sets of garments provided by the sect, several cultivation elixirs, and a few manuals summarizing the insights of our esteemed elders. There is also some gold and silver, which can be used to acquire daily necessities from the sect's affairs hall. Additionally, junior brother, you must hand over your sect token to me, as the elders wish to amend it. Upon finishing her explanation, Xiao Muqing seemed to sense that Gu Yuxing might harbor doubts, so she produced her own sect token for him to see. Gu Yuxing quickly expressed his gratitude, saying, I naturally trust you, senior sister, given your righteous intervention at Yunshui stream that evening. He then handed over his sect token to Xiao Muqing. Xiao Muqing received the sect's decree and glanced at Gu Yuxing with an inexplicable smile. No wonder so many in our sect, Mo Shimi only enjoys playing with you. Gu Shidi, you possess a chivalrous heart and are brave with your sword. As for me, I am merely fulfilling my masteress' orders. Alas, my talents are mediocre, and I cannot compare to Mo Shimi's extraordinary intellect. At this point, Xiao Muqing retrieved a bundle from her possession and placed it on the table, gently patting it. This is a gift from Miss Mo for you, which I have been entrusted to deliver. Thank you, senior sister, Gu Yuxing replied. Xiao Muqing nodded, refraining from further conversation. However, as she reached the doorway, she turned back to Gu Yuxing and said, when the peach blossoms bloom next year, please bring me a jar of wine. I wish to pay my respects to Brother Fong. Though he was often taciturn, he had a fondness for wine. Gu Yuxing perceived the sorrow concealed in Xiao Muqing's gaze, and he faintly grasped the sentiment. He turned and hurried into the inner chamber, returning with a jar of wine, which he presented to Xiao Muqing while bowing respectfully. Senior sister, this is the peach blossom wine I brewed this spring, and I wish to offer you a jar as well. Xiao Muqing accepted the peach blossom wine in a daze, lost in thought for a long moment before turning to Gu Yuxing and saying, Shidi, you must cultivate diligently. A young lady like Mo Shimi will blossom into a striking beauty in a few years. Indeed, Gu Yuxing responded earnestly, committing her words to memory. He gazed at Xiao Muqing's forlorn silhouette, standing silently in the small courtyard. In that instant, he seemed to gain a deeper understanding of the innocence and yearning associated with love. Perhaps it was the lingering sorrow and reluctance of a widow's heart. Gu Yuxing did not seek the resources distributed by the sect. Instead, he gently unwrapped his bundle, revealing a bearskin coat. In the midst of winter, donning such a garment would undoubtedly provide warmth. Gu Yuxing donned the coat, grasped a wooden sword, and took a flask of wine, embarking on his arduous journey of cultivation. Chapter 45. Gu Yuxing's astonishment at the sect leader, the 12th stage of the opening meridian realm, Tiangong Peak. Within a secluded chamber designed for crafting sect tokens, an elderly man with a gaunt visage meticulously wielded a rune engraving knife, his expression absorbed as he altered the intricate runes on the sect token. On the shelves hung the tokens submitted by newly initiated disciples, the majority of which had already undergone registration and modification. Outside the chamber, several elite disciples stood guard, ensuring that no one could enter without permission. At the side door of the chamber, A surge of azure light emerged as the sect leader, Xianjizi, donned in garments of blue, entered with his hands clasped behind him. The rune master, still holding the knife, merely offered a slight bow and continued his work on the token. Xianjizi, eschewing any display of authority befitting a sect leader, casually picked up a sect token for closer inspection and remarked, "Brotherwin, you have worked diligently these past days. Junior brother Xiao, as the sect leader. Such words from you would surely cause my old face to fall to the ground," replied the rune master. "Ultimately, the source of this error lies with me. I must find a means to rectify it." Wenzong's eyes, somewhat clouded, bore the marks of fatigue, possibly from his relentless task of engraving runes. The blood vessels in his eyes prominent. He handed the sect token he had been working on to Xianjizi, stating that it belonged to Lu Zhan's son. Xianjizi accepted it, infusing a strand of spiritual energy into the token. A faint frown creased his otherwise calm features, betraying no discernible emotion as he remarked, "The son of Elder Lu quite impressive." Wenzong cast a deep glance at Xianjizi, then retrieved another sect token from his waist. Offering it with a twist of his beard, "Take a look at this one belonging to the ninth prince. It is rather intriguing." "Is that so?" The enigmatic figure held the sect token firmly in his grasp, infusing it with a surge of spiritual energy. To his astonishment, intricate runes began to pulsate within the token, their vibrant hues swirling in a chaotic dance. The accumulated points for slaying demons reached an astounding total of several thousand. When translated into sect contribution value, it equated to an impressive sum. Even as the leader of a sect, he had never amassed such wealth in a year's offerings. Yet, gazing upon this vast reservoir of contribution points, his expression remained eerily tranquil. He murmured softly to himself, "The Qingyun sect has indeed secured a formidable offering." However, considering that the Qianlong dynasty recently paid their respects, would it be wise for us to remove the incense altar so soon thereafter? The literary elder cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Rang, refraining from offering any counsel. Changing the subject, he inquired, "Are you not concerned about the others?" To this, the enigmatic figure responded with surprise, "Brother, do you truly understand my intentions?" The elder unfastened a sect token from his waist and handed it to the enigmatic figure, stating, "You mustn't always fixate on those in high places. It's essential to occasionally pay attention to the disciples who dwell at the bottom. This token belongs to the child residing in the Peach Blossom Grove. I have verified that his sect token remains untampered. Examine it, but do not be alarmed." The enigmatic figure chuckled softly, "Brother, you possess a sense of humor." He infused the sect token with spiritual energy, and to his astonishment, the token belonging to Gu Yuxin radiated with a violet luminescence. The accumulated demon spirits contained within began to coalesce into pure primordial energy. His pupils narrowed in realization as he swiftly summoned a spiritual treasure designed to absorb the essence of demon beasts, gathering the spirits from within the sect token. This time, even the elder Wenzong, who bore the engraved runes, felt a flicker of surprise and exclaimed, "Is this the essence of a fourth-tier beast? This young man has hunted such a formidable creature?" Zhuangzizi's hand trembled slightly. After a moment, he spoke. "It is rumored that the traitorous cultivator of Blood Fiend sect once tamed a Qi dragon-crowned serpent, which, at the height of its power, could devour even those of the soul-nurturing realm in a single gulp. This individual invested immense effort in nurturing the beast. Judging by the essence of this demon beast, it appears to be in a weakened state, fortuitously hunted and sealed within this sect's token. That young man likely has no inkling that this serpent has garnered him a substantial amount of sect contribution points. Even without this demon beast essence, the points he has accumulated from hunting demons would rival those of the ninth prince. My dear junior, do you comprehend the significance of this?" Zhuangzizi's brow furrowed in contemplation. "Senior brother, let us keep this matter confidential for the time being." Wenzong narrowed his eyes and replied, "Do you intend to usurp the achievements of your junior? Or is it because he is Gu Bai's son that you wish to treat him with special consideration?" Zhuangzizi refrained from elaboration, carefully placing Gu Yuxin's sect token on the shelf, folding his hands into his sleeves. He then shifted the topic, saying, "Brotherwin, on the day the demon suppression tower was sealed, were there any other elders present before I arrived, aside from Lu Zhan? This matter requires thorough investigation. Junior brother, are you suggesting that the tower's rampage was orchestrated by someone in the shadows?" Wenzong's expression grew serious as he activated the room's runes, meticulously examining them time and again. Several days later, the master of the Qingyun sect summoned the elders and peak leaders, redistributing the sect's disciples' tokens and announcing a significant decision in the presence of the elders. In 2 years, The Qingyun sect will host a competition that welcomes not only this year's newly recruited disciples, but also those from previous years. Outstanding participants under the age of 30 will have the opportunity to be recommended for training in the 3 great sanctuaries. Upon this announcement, the disciples of the 6 peaks were invigorated, and even the elders and peak leaders exhibited signs of excitement. This proclamation by Zhuangzizi carried profound implications. The Qingyun sect had lost contact with the sanctuaries a century ago. Now, the possibility of recommending disciples to the 3 great sanctuaries raises the question, does this signify that the Qingyun sect is on the brink of reclaiming its former glory? If it reestablishes connections with the 3 great sanctuaries, the sect's status among the various sects will undoubtedly rise. No wonder the Qingyun sect has chosen to close its mountains for 2 years. It is to allow its disciples to focus intently on their cultivation. At Yufeng, within a specially designated cave, Prince Chuchen, the 9th prince of the Qianlong dynasty, clutched a Qianlong sword, his gaze proud yet tinged with coldness. In his other hand, he held a modified sect token, the hunting points replaced by contribution points. However, instead of several thousand points, he found only 250. This figure caused his fingertips to turn pale as he grasped the token. Could this be a subtle warning from the elders of the Qingyun sect? What does the Qingyun sect take me, Chu Chun, for? A beggar? Chu Chun forcefully cast aside the sect's token, only for a pale hand to grasp it out of thin air. An elderly eunuch with a white beard entered, respectfully presenting the sect's token. Is the 9th prince still brooding over the trials? Lin Gonggong. Chu Chun refrained from adopting an arrogant demeanor towards the white-bearded eunuch. With a mere glance, he ordered all the attendants in the cave to exit before coldly articulating, the leader of the Qingyun sect truly possesses a unique style. He smiles broadly when accepting the tribute from my Qianlong dynasty, yet issues warnings to this prince in such a manner. Does he genuinely believe that my cultivation at Qingyun sect transforms me into one of their disciples, subject to his control? The eunuch spoke earnestly. 9th prince, it would be prudent for you to maintain a calm disposition. After all, the Qingyun sect has suffered considerable losses among its disciples during the trials. You are well aware of your actions. Had it been anyone else, they would have been expelled from the sect long ago. Please refrain from engaging in these futile tests. Even if you were to ascend within the Qingyun sect and one day grasp its reins, what substantial benefit would it yield you? Have you given thought to the recent incident involving the traitors of the Blood Fiend sect and the assassination of Master Mo's granddaughter? Chu Chen's expression shifted, astonished. Are you implying, Lin Gonggong, that I too have been ensnared in this scheme? No wonder those 2 fellows did not act against me that day. Among His Majesty's numerous princes, there are many who are equally exceptional as you. 9th prince. The eunuch raised his eyelids and bowed respectfully. Though the Qingyun sect may be a modest border faction, it holds extraordinary significance, especially with the recent announcement by the enigmatic Xuanji regarding the sect competition. It is imperative that you secure the top position. You must understand that ascending through the Qingyun sect to become a disciple of the 3 great sanctuaries carries a vastly different status compared to those directly recruited by the emissaries of the sanctuaries. In its prime, the Qingyun sect also basked in glory, as many formidable figures among the 3 great sanctuaries once commenced their journeys from Qingping Mountain. Upon hearing this, Chu Chun wore a faintly smug smile. Lin Gonggong's reminder was indeed timely. As long as I obtain this coveted spot, I shall employ my father's authority to exert pressure on the Holy Academy. No matter how elevated Mo Wanyun may be, she will ultimately have no choice but to marry me. You are aware of this. Additionally, I must caution you about Lu Zhan. From my observations, he is excessively active among the elders of the Qingyun sect, harboring deep-seated schemes, and is no ordinary character. You must also be wary of his son, Lu Chun. Understood, Chu Chin replied, waving his hand with impatience. Lin Gonggong, I have now opened 3 meridians, but my progress is too slow. Are there any swift methods for enhancement? In the peach blossom forest, within the icy cave, Gu Yuxing was enveloped by 3 distinct auras of vitality, which intertwined harmoniously around him, resonating through his meridians like streams converging into a mighty river. Suddenly, Gu Yuxing opened his eyes, and the 3 auras surged into his body. Boom! A torrent of vigorous vitality erupted from within him, causing the water of the cold pool to surge several meters high. Gu Yuxing exhaled a breath of turbid air. He opened his eyes, and within his gaze shone a brilliant light. The 12th stage of the meridian opening realm. The pinnacle of existence. It truly exists. After a month of arduous effort, he finally achieved a seamless connection. At the moment when the 12 meridians were harmoniously linked, Gu Yuxing felt the vital energy within him surge forth like a roaring torrent, joyfully flowing and converging into his dantian, akin to the vast ocean gathering the rivers. An inexhaustible source of natural energy, abundant beyond measure, impossible to quantify. Chapter 46. Gu Yuxing's speculations on the distinctions of bone forging grades. Is this the pinnacle of the opening meridian realm? Gu Yuxing sensed the transformation of his vital essence. As the primordial energy of the universe surged into him, the energy coursed through his meridians, while the essence within his dantian gradually illuminated, shimmering in a spectrum akin to that of exquisite glass. Yet, before Gu Yuxing could fully comprehend this phenomenon, he was astounded to discover a deep blue energy emanating from the depths of the heavens as the universal energy flooded into his dantian. Initially, he paid little heed to this gentle energy, but as it accumulated within his dantian, a vibrant azure energy began to undulate and fill the spaces between his dantian, purple mansion, and divine sea. Is this the ethereal spirit of the universe? A jolt of realization struck Gu Yuxing. Warriors cultivate their internal energy to fill the dantian, gradually transforming it into true essence. In contrast, practitioners replace true essence with the primordial energy of the cosmos to forge their original body, ultimately transcending the limitations of lifespan and the constraints of the physical form. However, for practitioners, the realms of original body, opening meridian, and bone forging remain tethered to the martial domain. The reason for this lies in the soul and spirit of the body, which cannot undergo further refinement, leading to inevitable decay within the corporeal vessel. The sole path to transcendence lies in entering the soul condensation realm, an apex of martial arts, where one can soar through the skies, transforming the primordial energy of the universe into spiritual essence to refine the 3 souls and 7 spirits within. Ultimately, this leads to the harmonization realm, where one transcends the mundane and surpasses mortality. In essence, within the confines of the soul condensation realm, practitioners and warriors alike cannot directly absorb the ethereal spirit of the universe. They can only gradually convert it, accumulating spiritual essence through their cultivation. Yet now, Gu Yuxing has not yet begun the process of bone tempering, yet he is already capable of absorbing the ethereal energies of heaven and earth. Upon keenly noticing this, Gu Yuxing directed his consciousness towards his primordial embryo. His ability to open 3 meridians surpasses that of others, undoubtedly due to the unique method of the true dragon's meridian opening. However, the crux lies in the fact that the quality of his primordial embryo exceeds the 1st grade at the moment of its condensation. As Gu Yuxing probed the primordial embryo within his dantian with his consciousness, he indeed discovered a distinction from other practitioners. His embryo, while drawing upon the vital energy of heaven and earth, simultaneously absorbs the spiritual energy of the universe. This spiritual energy is a purer existence than the basic vital energy. Gu Yuxing, having perused numerous texts, noted that they all assert that spiritual energy flows only in realms above, while the human realm possesses it only in exceedingly scant amounts, seeping through the rifts of the higher realms. Among the many tomes left by Gu Bai, one entitled Tianhuang Bitten offers a rough account of the historical conflicts between humans and monsters. Millennia ago, a transformation in the world led to the emergence of spatial rifts deep within the wilderness, allowing spiritual energy to cascade into the wilds, awakening the intelligence of numerous demon races, thus igniting their proliferation. Conversely, humanity subsequently entered a period of decline. As Gu Yuxing examined the anomalous primordial embryo within him, he pondered. It is said that the demon race of Tianyao City, upon transformation, closely resembles humans. Nowadays, the cultivation systems and techniques of both humans and demons exhibit numerous similarities. Is this a result of human cultivation imitating that of demons, or the other way around? That night, while refining my primordial embryo, I sensed a mysterious force descending from the depths of the firmament. Could this be the legendary seepage of spiritual energy? Yet, why did a wave of perilous aura subsequently emerge? Could it be that the beings from the upper realm are suppressing humanity? The thought startled Gu Yuxing, prompting him to hastily shake his head and cast aside such absurd notions. If deities existed in the upper realm, the two were once human. Thus there would be no reason for such actions. However, the current circumstance revealed to Gu Yuxing that his primordial essence could absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This most enigmatic force of the cosmos was traditionally within the grasp solely of those in the harmonization realm. This matter was one he absolutely could not consult the elders of his sect about. The risk was far too great. Should there be any taboos involved, he would face irreversible consequences. Gu Yuxing gradually ceased his cultivation, refraining from actively drawing in the spiritual energy of the world. With a sigh, Gu Yuxing rose to his feet. At this moment, he realized that the chill in the cavern was no longer so piercing. Casting a glance at the mist rising above the cold pool, his heart skipped a beat, and he stood in a daze once more. For he discerned that the essence above the cold pool was not merely frigid air, but rather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth emanating from the earth's veins. At that moment, the snow ape sat immobile upon the stone in the center of the cold pool, resembling a statue of ice. However, its palms were raised as if to support the heavens, akin to a stone monkey gazing at the moon. The spiritual energy within the cold pool was continuously being absorbed by the snow ape, despite being in its juvenile stage and seemingly frozen. Gu Yuxing could sense its rhythm of breath through the sound of its heartbeat. It was drawing in the spiritual energy to replace its own breath. Is this not precisely the ancient cultivation method inherited through the bloodline, as mentioned in the blood refinement spell manuscript left by the sinister sect of Bloodslaughter? I wonder if I can, like the snow ape, absorb the spiritual essence of heaven and earth into my body to refine my bones. Gu Yuxing murmured to himself. He chose not to disturb the snow ape's meditation, instead making his way to the peach blossom courtyard, where he diligently searched for the bone refinement technique he had previously exchanged for. This technique is commonly practiced by the bone refinement practitioners of the Qingyan sect and is the complete method passed down from the sacred land of Baiyu Jing among the three great sanctuaries. The bone refinement technique meticulously details the process. A common human possesses 206 bones, while ancient shamanic beings had 207, and the giants of the northern wilderness possessed 208. The essence of cultivation within the bone refinement realm lies in utilizing the 9 open meridians to guide the primordial energy, allowing the bones of the body to be reinforced once more. According to the sequence of cultivation, practitioners should first focus on the bones of the limbs, then the ribs, followed by the spine, and ultimately the skull. However, due to the intricate complexity of human meridians and bones, as well as the unique talents of individuals, it is impossible to reinforce every single bone. Hence, the distinction within the bone refinement realm is not based on the stages of early, mid, or late, but rather on the degree of bone refinement, with the theoretical notion that the greater the number of bone segments refined by the practitioner, the more significant the enhancement of their strength. This is also reflected in the color of the bones, which can generally be categorized as white bones of the 5th grade, iron bones of the 4th grade, copper bones of the 3rd grade, silver bones of the 2nd grade, and golden bones of the 1st grade. By refining the limbs, one can condense 5-grade white bones. If one continues to refine the rib bones, it is possible to ascend to 4-grade iron bones. To attain 3-grade copper bones, however, one must fortify the vertebrae. Overall, the probability of cultivating 3-grade copper bones and entering the soul condensation realm stands at an impressive 60%. Should one succeed in refining the cranial bone, even if it is but a single piece, one can reach 2-grade silver bones. Upon breaking through to the soul condensation realm, a robust physical constitution will endow the practitioner with a more stable spirit, enhancing the synergy between body and soul. As for the legendary 1-grade golden bones, the path is fraught with immense suffering from bone tempering, necessitating an array of rare materials and elixirs for assistance. Even with such preparations, the endeavor demands considerable fortune and opportunity. It is said that only a select few practitioners endowed with potent innate bloodlines can achieve the refinement of golden bones. For ordinary individuals, it requires either the extensive heritage of a millennia-old family to amass sufficient resources or extraordinary luck to even entertain the slightest possibility. Unlike other realms, practitioners in the bone tempering stage may initially succeed in refining exceptionally high-quality bones, yet, over time, without rigorous cultivation and the sustenance of rare materials, they risk regression in their mastery. In other words, a practitioner who dedicates 10 years to attaining 2-grade silver bones may find their bone quality deteriorating due to complacency and the ravages of time. This is a primary reason why many practitioners find themselves stagnating at this stage, advancing 3 steps only to retreat 2. The bone tempering technique of the Qingyun sect specifically addresses this concern, hence the optimal duration for bone tempering is 2 years. 2 years hence, should there be no additional resources allocated, One can only endeavor to consolidate one's spirit and transcend to the next realm, subsequently returning to refine one's bones post-breakthrough. This signifies a compromise that the majority of practitioners must reluctantly accept. 2 years, is it? Gu Yuxing's countenance betrayed a contemplative expression. He lacked external resources to assist him, indicating that his forthcoming transition into the bone refinement stage would rely solely on his arduous self-cultivation. No one could lend him aid in this endeavor. Nevertheless, Gu Yuxing aspired to prepare himself as thoroughly as possible. Casting a glance at the wine gourd at his waist, he contemplated allowing the spirit gourd to absorb sufficient natural essence it might prove invaluable in a critical moment. As Gu Yuxing pondered, his peripheral vision caught sight of the sect token hanging on the outer courtyard wall. The elders of the sect had returned the token to him, though the individual delivering it had not shown their face, merely hanging the token outside. He was unsure how many sect contribution points could be exchanged for the points accrued during the last demon hunting expedition. Gu Yuxing retrieved the sect token and made his way toward the Hall of Affairs. Although he had no free sect contribution points to claim, he reasoned that since others had acquired contribution points from the demon hunting forest trial, he too should be entitled to some. Given that the bone refinement stage necessitated a substantial amount of medicinal materials as resources, he sought to procure some valuable resources for himself. Chapter 47. Scarcity of Cultivation Resources. Secret competition among the peaks in the corner, a few solitary plum blossoms bloom in the cold. The disciples of the Qingyun sect pass by in haste, their minds preoccupied, indifferent to the scenery. Too many lives have been lost among the demon-hunting forests during their trials. The Qingyun sect has closed its doors. Even the laziest among them must now devote themselves to cultivation as the deadline approaches. Those who fail to condense their yuan tai will be mercilessly expelled from the sect, which, in a certain sense, may serve as a form of liberation for these disciples. Wrapped in a bear fur coat, Gu Yuxing entered the Hall of Affairs. The elder seated behind the counter, once Ruanji, had been replaced by an unfamiliar face. This elderly man, slender and clear-eyed, held a beautifully crafted rune pen in his hand, deeply engrossed in his studies. Unbeknownst to Gu Yuxing, this elder was none other than the illustrious rune master, Wenzong, from the Tiangong Peak. Although he was not the peak's leader, his seniority within the Qingyun sect was notable. He had never ventured down the mountain to slay demons, thus remaining relatively obscure within the sect. Greetings, elder, Gu Yuxing bowed respectfully. Half a year ago, he had found the counter towering before him. Now, he could discern the layout behind it with clarity. Wenzong replied without lifting his gaze. There are no new tasks issued by the sect. The resources required for the cultivation stages of new disciples are listed on the table behind me. Please help yourselves to a token corresponding to your needs. For daily necessities, proceed to the side hall. You are fortunate. Your situation is far better than ours was in our time. Gu Yuxing neither spoke nor departed. He silently placed his sect token upon the counter and requested, "Might I trouble the elder to inquire whether I possess any contribution points?" He himself was uncertain of his contributions to the sect. The elder, Wenzong, shifted his gaze from the rune paper before him to the youthful figure standing nearby. This boy, younger than the other disciples and clad in distinctly different attire, possessed a clear and resolute demeanor, standing with neither subservience nor arrogance. And he did not attempt to defend himself against the elder's scrutiny. Wenzong weighed Gu Yuxing's sect token in his hands, a mysterious smile gracing his features as he casually tossed the token back to him, inquiring, "Are you the lad residing in the Peach Blossom Grove?" Gu Yuxing nodded, quietly retrieved his sect token, and turned away, a hint of despondency shadowing his expression. Indeed, there appeared to be no contribution points to be found. What he had hoped for was merely a modicum within the bounds of regulation. Yet, was even that elusive? A flicker of dissatisfaction stirred within Gu Yuxing, but he quickly regained his composure. Life is a solitary journey. The more arduous the path ahead, the more resolutely he must tread. When no one offers support, he must stand firm. When assistance is lacking, he must strive with all his might. Regardless of the circumstances, he must forge ahead. As Gu Yuxing's foot was about to cross the threshold of the Grand Hall, the elder's voice echoed behind him. "From your last experience in the Demon Hunter Forest, you still have resources unclaimed. Do not leave them with me. I have no time to safeguard your belongings." Gu Yuxing turned back as the elder casually tossed a bundle towards him. "Take it back and examine it at your leisure." Gu Yuxing accepted the bundle, clasped his hands in gratitude, and departed. The elderly man at the table picked up a brush and began to sketch on the talisman paper, only to waste a sheet in no time. Clad in a simple Taoist robe, He Hongyan slowly approached from the side door, pausing before the table. She spoke, "Brother One, you have been crafting these talismans at your end for years. What has caused you to falter today?" When Zong set down his brush and replied, "Ah, it is the matter of Xiao Shidi. A fortnight ago, I prepared resources for that child's cultivation over the past 2 years, yet they have remained here with me. As the sect leader, one is perpetually occupied." He Hongyan, twirling her whisk, momentarily paused before responding, "Brother One, has that child condensed their primordial fetus?" When Zong lifted his gaze to behold the elegant figure of his junior sister, who, despite her youthful grace, donned the Taoist robe, severing ties with the mundane world. He sighed, "Sister, understanding others is the most elusive endeavor, particularly on the path of cultivation. Condensing the primordial fetus, while merely the first step, proves insurmountable for many. Tell me, can Xiao Shidi's preparations of a meridian opening manual and bone-forging herbs truly be of use to that child?" Upon hearing this, He Hongyan shook her head, "Brother One, you do not comprehend. Perhaps he sees that child as a genius akin to Gubai. Yet, how many prodigies exist in this world? Ah, by the way, brother, I have come to seek some herbs for Mo Yadu. She is about to undertake bone forging." When Zong sprang to his feet, his eyes widening in surprise. "So soon?" "Indeed," He Hongyan replied, her expression also reflecting concern. "Establishing a connection with the esteemed Mo from the Sacred Academy would be beneficial for Qingyun's sect. Brother, do not be stingy with the materials for bone forging. Please wait a moment, junior sister. I shall visit the backyard." A few days ago, the elders from outside sent a batch of precious medicinal herbs. Zong ventured into the courtyard, but emerged moments later with a troubled expression. "When Shixiang, what troubles you?" Zong whispered, "The herbs were taken by Lei Jiang from Yunfeng. The ninth prince? Is he also preparing to enter the bone-forging realm?" He Hongyan furrowed her brow. "Does the sect leader know?" Zong chuckled lightly, attempting to soothe the visibly agitated He Hongyan. "You are well aware of Lei Shidi's temperament. Last time, Chu Chun discovered a supreme cultivation manual in the sacred library, which allows for simultaneous cultivation of the meridian opening and bone-forging realms. Thus, he utilized the Peak Master's order to requisition those precious herbs without my involvement." He Hongyan fell silent for a moment, then remarked with profound significance, "It seems the ninth prince intends to compete for the title of champion in the sect competition 2 years hence. Who can say? While Qingyun's sect may have declined, there are still several promising talents among the former disciples. As for the newly admitted students, it may be quite challenging to find a rival for him. The resources the ninth prince has expended in his cultivation nearly rival those possessed by all the disciples of Qingyun's sect combined. The emperor of the Qianlong dynasty truly dotes on his son. In Yunfeng, the ninth prince of the Qianlong dynasty immersed himself in a massive vat of medicinal concoction, attended by a dozen or so individuals catering to his every need. Even the enigmatic eunuch Lin waited outside the training chamber, anxious to prevent any mishaps. Dressed in the thundercloud garb, Lei Jiang stood resolutely in the courtyard, his brows sharp as swords, cheekbones slightly pronounced. His gaze fixed intently upon the direction of the Qingyun sect's master practicing in the Qingyun palace, his eyes seemingly concealing hidden blades within. "Master Lin, starting next month, I shall personally instruct Chu Chun in the celestial sword technique. I am aware that your Qianlong dynasty possesses numerous commendable sword techniques. However, this particular technique has been passed down from a sword immortal of the sacred land, making it most suitable for Chu Chun to cultivate." The elderly eunuch clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Your dedication to the ninth prince is duly noted by this old servant. When the day comes that the ninth prince masters the sword and has the opportunity to govern the Qianlong dynasty, he will undoubtedly honor Mr. Lei as the guardian sword master." Lei Zhang's eyelid flickered, and he feigned modesty, replying, "The title of guardian sword master is beyond my humble cultivation. I merely hope that should the Qingyun sect face an unprecedented calamity one day, the ninth prince will remember the grace of my teachings and extend his assistance." The elderly eunuch spoke with a sinister undertone. Should that day truly arrive, the Qianlong dynasty will certainly dispatch elite demon slayers to provide aid from afar. The question remains whether the master of the Qingyun sect would be willing to accept it. Lei Jiang scoffed lightly. Senior brother Xiao is notoriously obstinate and inflexible, lacking the ability to adapt. In these times of rampant demonic calamities, the Qingyun sect remains secluded, refusing to engage, and if this continues, their resources will inevitably dwindle. At that moment, the elderly eunuch seemed to recall something, saying, "Mr. Lei, I remember that not long ago, A batch of bone-forging medicinal materials was sent from Xinhu Prefecture to the Qingyan sect, among which were 2 exceptionally precious Bodhi fruits. If it were possible to procure them for the 9th prince to refine his meridians and bones, it would significantly accelerate his cultivation speed. Lei Jiangheng, with an awkward expression, remarked, "Lord Lin, you may not be aware, but I had attempted to request them. However, those 2 Bodhi fruits have already been taken by the sect master beforehand, and their whereabouts remain unknown." Chapter 48. The Snowstorm and That Person in the Quaint Residence of Peach Blossom Peak, Emma Wanyan. Clad in a white garment adorned with mink fur, sat gracefully by the window, her feet dangling over the chair, chin resting upon her hands. Her delicate visage, framed by rosy cheeks, was illuminated by her bright eyes as they gazed out into the swirling frost and snow. A solitary winter plum quietly blossomed in the corner, its fragrance wafting gently through the air. The warmth from a fragrant charcoal stove enveloped the elegant room, which was suffused with the scent of books. In the serene ambience, the esteemed scholar Mo Fancheng held a revered tome, a cup of steaming tea resting before him, his focus unwavering. Mo Wanyun extended her hand to catch the falling snow, allowing it to melt in her palm. She had never paid much attention to the shapes of snowflakes, yet today, she found herself contemplating them intently. It was neither the wind nor the snow that occupied her thoughts, but rather a profound sense of ennui. A gentle breeze swept through, causing snowflakes to alight upon her hair. With a delicate flick of her fingertips, she sent the snow spiraling away. Indeed, the snowy landscape of Qingping Mountain was remarkably beautiful. She mused. However, she could not shake the feeling that this world, draped in silver, was somehow lacking. Her gaze drifted to the peach blossom grove beneath Peach Blossom Peak, where the rooftops of a small courtyard were dusted with frost, appearing as if they were isolated from the rest of the world. At long last, Mo Wanyun spotted a youthful figure emerging through the snowstorm along the distant path. Her eyes sparkled with newfound brightness. She opened the window, yearning to ride out to greet him, yet hesitated, fearing she might disturb her grandfather, who was engrossed in his reading. Instead, she rose quietly, stretching her head towards the window to catch a glimpse of him. In the eyes of Mo Wanyun, the bare fur coat worn by Gu Yuxing appeared somewhat bulky, restricting his feet and arms as he walked. The young man, amidst the swirling snow, bore a certain clumsiness, devoid of any grace. Occasionally, as flakes of snow cascaded from the bent bamboo joints onto his head, Mo Wanyun felt an urge to stifle her laughter, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. Mo Wanyun seemed to find this reaction inappropriate and lifted her sleeve to shield her face. However, she had always been rather carefree and had never exhibited any demureness in front of the young man. The complexities of a young girl's heart were lost on her, and she clenched her fist, concocting a reason as she muttered to herself, "Such a splendid bear fur coat, yet he does not cherish it. I shall find the time to give him a good thrashing." Imagining the scene of reprimanding Gu Yuxin, a proud smile returned to her face. At that moment, a hand with slightly grayish frost hair extended through the window, gently rapping a book upon Mo Wanyun's head. "Wanyun, I asked you to read. Why are you daydreaming?" Mo Wanyun pouted. "Grandfather, I am indeed reading." Mo Fancheng stood at the threshold with his hands clasped behind him, observing a solitary winter plum blossom. "Then recite it for me to hear." Mo Wanyun collected her thoughts and recited quietly. The winter plum blossoms in the secluded courtyard, unappreciated yet fragrant in solitude. A gentleman cultivates virtue, undeterred by poverty to alter his resolve. Mo Fancheng stroked his beard as he listened, then inquired, "Wanyun, do you grasp the fundamental truths found within the sage's book?" Mo Wanyun nodded, though a hint of confusion lingered. With rare humility, she replied, "Grandfather, I did not understand before, but now I might comprehend a little." Mo Fancheng spoke meaningfully, "Wanyun, you need not gaze out the window every day at that young man, nor should you feel that he suffers from the unfairness and neglect of the Qingyan sect. Many matters possess dual aspects. The path of life relies on individual effort. A temporary detour may not truly obscure the beauty along the journey. Your grandfather knows that the lad from the Peach Blossom Grove saved your life. You may wonder why I, as your grandfather, have not expressed my gratitude. Do not rush. The most challenging debts to repay in life are those of human kindness. From this day forth, you must devote yourself to your cultivation." Mo Fancheng turned and retrieved a bundle from the bookshelf, placing it upon the tea table. Within lay a precious Bodhi fruit acquired from Xian Hozu. "A remarkable treasure that will greatly assist your cultivation. Do not squander it lightly." Mo Wanyun's eyes sparkled. "Grandfather, I shall accept it. Go and cultivate." Do not disturb me while I read. Your father inquired about your training through a letter sent yesterday. Should you falter in your practice at Qingping Mountain, you must return to the Holy Academy at once. Mo Wanyun's eyes gleamed like jade as she nodded silently. Grandfather, I will strive diligently in my cultivation. In the peach blossom grove, a small courtyard flickered with the dim light of a candle. Outside, the frost and snow were desolate. Gu Yuxing sat alone at the wooden table, meticulously examining the items provided by his sect within the bundle, several cultivation notes detailing insights from the Yuan Tai to the bone refinement realm. As Gu Yuxing read through these notes, he found their contents immensely beneficial, particularly the meticulous elaborations on daily cultivation practices, which compensated for the aspects he had previously overlooked in his regimen. He is not a disciple of the Six Peaks. Instead, he relies on the guidance of elders and his instructors, relying solely on his self-cultivation. Now, with these notebooks in hand, he can focus more intently on his training and allocate his time more judiciously. After perusing several of the notebooks, Gu Yuxing twisted the wick of his lamp and exhaled quietly. Although he was unable to ascertain the number of contribution points he had accrued at the affairs hall today, he felt immensely satisfied with the rewards bestowed upon him by the sect during the recent trial in the demon-slaying forest. While these notebooks may not be cultivation manuals, their value is commensurate with that of true scriptures. After all, the path of cultivation is a solitary journey, and few are willing to share the experiences they have traversed. Reflecting on this, Gu Yuxing silently expressed his gratitude to the senior of the sect who compiled these notebooks. Since his arrival at the Qingyan sect, his cultivation journey had felt akin to navigating a tumultuous sea without a compass. Now, the insights contained within these notebooks have illuminated a guiding light in his darkness. Rising from his seat, Gu Yuxing gazed out at the bamboo grove, bent under the weight of frost and snow, and inwardly vowed, Gu Yuxing, you must cherish every treasure you acquire. Do not betray yourself, and do not squander time. Beside the notebooks lay two boxes. One contained dozens of herbs, which, while not particularly rare, had been meticulously prepared for bathing and cleansing the body of impurities. Though they offer no direct aid in cultivation, they can invigorate the spirit and sharpen the mind. Gu Yuxing paid little heed to them, as his daily practice in the frigid cave rendered such herbs of minimal assistance. Casually picking up another box, he discovered several spirit fruits nestled within. These fruits possess the same capability of extracting essence as the I Ching's marrow extraction. Within the Hall of Affairs, they could be exchanged for sect contribution points. Gu Yuxing carefully placed each fruit into his wine gourd. Just as he was about to insert the last one, he paused slightly. What was this fruit? He picked up a dark red fruit and gently inhaled its aroma, a captivating fragrance invigorating his senses. How delightful! Gu Yuxing felt a vague familiarity with this fruit, yet he could not place it at that moment. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, amidst the frost and snow, a sound echoed from the small courtyard. Gu Yuxing opened the door, and in the dim candlelight, he beheld the striking figure of Mo Wanyun, elegant and radiant, holding an oiled paper umbrella. Miss Mo, how did you come here in such heavy snow? Gu Yuxing was taken aback. Instinctively, he grasped Mo Wanyun's wrist and turned to lead her inside. Come in quickly, the snow will chill you to the bone. After taking a few steps, he felt a resistance in his hand, which made him realize something. He halted beneath the eaves, and in the flickering candlelight, Mo Wanyun was staring at him with a gaze that was difficult to decipher. Was it anger or something else? Miss Mo, I forgot. Gu Yuxing quickly withdrew his hand, sheepishly scratching his head. This was no longer a cave to seek refuge in. Humph. Mo Wanyun hung her oiled paper umbrella on the wall, and, as usual, stepped firmly on Gu Yuxing's instep. I happened to pass by and stopped here to see if you have been frozen into a wild bear by this frigid day. Chapter 49. The silent confession of a young girl. Gu Yuxing observed that although Mo Wanyun arrived with an oiled paper umbrella, her shoulders were still dusted with frost and snow. He entered the room to fetch a clean cloth to drape over her shoulders, busily adjusting the wick of the lamp to brighten it, and shifting the brazier slightly. He then placed the most exquisite wooden chair in the cabin before Miss Mo. Miss Mo, please take a seat. Gu Yuxing, feeling somewhat awkward, began to tidy the items on the table. In contrast, Mo Wanyun appeared quite at ease. Once seated, she surveyed the modest little abode. Despite the heavy frost and snow outside, the corners of the room had been mended, preventing any draft from seeping in. The charcoal crackled, and the interior was exceptionally warm. Hey, little Loach, I seem to be a bit hungry, Mo Wanyun remarked, gesturing toward the earthen jar suspended over the brazier. Just in time. I haven't eaten either, Gu Yuxing replied, rising to enter the wood shed, his figure bustling with activity. A slight smile graced Mo Wanyun's lips. Her delicate hand brushed gently over the brazier, and her lively eyes scanned the cloth on her shoulders, lightly flicking off the snowflakes. She glanced at the box Gu Yuxing had placed on the table, recognizing the medicinal herbs within. A smile blossomed on her face as she reached to her waist. Retrieving an intricately embroidered sachet. From it, she extracted 2 pieces of winter cake wrapped in paper, placing one on the table and taking a bite of the other. Before long, Gu Yuxing returned, holding a few dishes to place into the earthen jar. The two sat facing the jar, while a candle hung on the wall near the window, occasionally emitting a faint crackle. Soon, a delightful aroma wafted from the jar. Mo Wanyun exclaimed in astonishment at this time of year. Where did you find the fish? Gu Yuxing chuckled softly, gesturing towards the small stream beside the courtyard. I just dug a hole, and the fish jumped right up. I managed to catch a couple of plump ones, along with some winter mushrooms I gathered during our last expedition in the forest. Miss Mo, please savor the taste. If you find it to your liking, feel free to indulge. He handed her the bowl and chopsticks. Mo Wanyun, unreserved, took a few sips of the soup. A subtle smile gracing her lips. She pointed to the winter cake resting on the table and remarked, Gu Yuxing. This was crafted from 18 varieties of literary fruits collected by the students of the Holy Academy during the Laba Festival, with a unique juju placed at the center. You should give it a try. Literary fruit? Is there such a thing? Gu Yuxing inquired. His curiosity piqued as he picked up a square piece of cake. Noticing the intriguing fruit nestled within, exuding a delightful aroma that seemed oddly familiar, Mo Wanyun chuckled softly, saying, the world is vast and full of wonders. There are all sorts of strange things. Don't just sniff it. Taste it. Are you afraid I might poison you? Not at all. It's simply too precious. Gu Yuxing hesitated, glancing at Mo Wanyun, who was also enjoying a piece of cake, though hers appeared to lack the peculiar fruit. He dismissed the thought and took a bite, savoring the flavor that was entirely new to him. Particularly, the fruit in the center melted in his mouth. Its enchanting fragrance mingled with an extraordinary energy as it slid down into his stomach. As Mo Wanyun observed Gu Yuxing indulging in her pastries, her eyes narrowed slightly. After sipping some fish soup, she rose to her feet, stating, I must take my leave, lest my grandfather discovers my absence and I incur his ire. Are you leaving already? Gu Yuxing gazed at the unfinished dishes and fish in the earthen jar, momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, Mo Wanyun had retrieved an oiled paper umbrella from the wall and unfurled it in the small courtyard, allowing the snowflakes to cascade softly upon its surface. Surely, she could not linger any longer. With a soft chuckle, Mo Wanyun glided forward, pausing to glance back. My grandfather wishes to guide me in my cultivation. I must enter seclusion for several months. By the time the peach blossoms bloom next year, you may not even catch a glimpse of me. At her words, a strange emptiness enveloped Gu Yuxing's heart. It dawned on him that she was not merely passing by. Miss Mo, please wait a moment. He turned and stepped into the side chamber. This young woman, who had braved the wind and snow to share delicacies with him, left him with nothing worthy to offer in return. He glanced around, finally pouring a bowl of peach blossom brew. Though fragrant, it still felt lacking. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to blend in the single Bodhi fruit he possessed into the brew. Miss Mo, this is the peach blossom brew you adore. Mo Wanyun lifted the cup and drained it in one gulp, a faint dimple appearing on her cheek. It's sweeter than last time. Gu Yuxing accepted the bowl she handed back, watching as she turned to depart. Miss Mo, the red string you used to tie your hair has indeed fallen into my possession. I have kept it safe for you. Please remember to retrieve it upon your next visit. With that, Mo Wanyun walked away under her umbrella, leaving the courtyard enveloped in tranquility once more. Gu Yuxing gazed at the delicacies within the earthen jar, indulging in several bites alone while sipping from a jug of wine. He found the flavor lacking, a far cry from the earlier enjoyment. After a short while, he sensed a continuous surge of energy blossoming within him, as if it were coursing through his very bones. Alarmed, he settled into a meditative position in the small courtyard and began to practice the bone-forging technique. The vital energy from his dantian, mingled with ethereal spiritual essence, was incessantly guided into his limbs. He could feel the subtle transformation taking place within his skeletal structure. On the following morning, Gu Yuxing opened his eyes and stretched his arms and legs, a glimmer of astonishment illuminating his gaze. In the span of a single night, he discerned a glistening layer of bone membrane forming over his limbs, the pace of the bone refinement exceeding his expectations. Even more astonishing was the enigmatic force within his dantian, which continued to emerge in an unending stream. How peculiar, mused Gu Yuxing, his curiosity piqued. After preparing his daily necessities, he made his way to the cold cave to pursue his training. He resolved to complete the bone tempering of his limbs before the arrival of spring. Time flew swiftly. A month passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, at Peach Blossom Peak, in a cozy pavilion of the secluded estate, Mo Wanyun emerged. She appeared slightly taller than a month prior, her figure graceful, akin to tender willow branches unfurling in spring. In the foreign academy, the esteemed scholar Mo Fanching stroked his beard and remarked, "Indeed, within just a month, you have not only established a distinct meridian but also refined a layer of jade-like essence upon your skeletal structure. It is no wonder that over the years, disciples of the Holy Academy have sought to travel to Xianhu Prefecture in pursuit of the Bodhi fruit, hoping to uncover a fortuitous opportunity. Clearly, the effects of the Bodhi fruit are extraordinary." Bodhi fruit? Mo Wanyun's eyes flickered, concealing the fact that she had stealthily gifted that precious fruit to another. "Grandfather, it is my innate brilliance and diligent efforts that have led me here." Mo Fanching shook his head in response. "Certainly, you are industrious, however. One cannot overlook the significance of the Bodhi fruit. Residing on Qingping Mountain while studying at the Qingyan sect, you have been treated quite favorably by the elders there. It is important to note that the entire Qingyan sect has managed to acquire only 2 Bodhi fruits, and even the 9th prince of the Xianlong dynasty was unable to obtain one. Wanyun, the energy contained within the Bodhi fruit is exceptionally unique. You might consider circulating your inner breath through the Xinguan, Tianqiao, Jingmin, and Xinkei points. It will generate a surge of scorching energy that nourishes your spirit, making it less susceptible to demonic interference, and it also possesses rejuvenating properties." Oh, Mo Wanyun felt a twinge of anxiety within her. Under the watchful gaze of Mo Fanching, she had no choice but to channel her inner energy, attempting to guide the energy into these acupoints. Moments later, she indeed sensed a surge of energy rising from her dantian, even perceiving a faint phantom of a Bodhi tree appearing between her brows. Mo Fanching burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Wanyun, I never imagined that you would derive such a profound opportunity from the Bodhi fruit, known as the illumination of wisdom. It is said that only through meditation beneath the Bodhi tree can one attain enlightenment, yet you possess such enlightened essence. Your future cultivation will undoubtedly yield remarkable results with half the effort." At that moment, Mo Wanyun's eyes widened in astonishment. "Grandfather, I consume the Bodhi fruit? Why do you ask such a question? As one who embodies the Bodhi tree, it is evident that you have indeed experienced the effects of consuming the Bodhi fruit." Mo Fanching, in good spirits, failed to notice the peculiarity in his granddaughter's expression. Mo Wanyun turned away, pondering for a while, until a spark ignited in her eyes, followed by an inexplicable blush. That fellow, could he have secretly taken that fruit and mixed it into the peach blossom brew? But that doesn't seem right. Where would he have procured a Bodhi fruit? Could it be that the sect elder mistakenly provided him with one? Did he surreptitiously dissolve that fruit into water for me, just to enhance its sweetness? As these thoughts crossed her mind, a complex expression emerged on Mo Wanyun's face, and she stood rooted in place for an extended period. To verify her suspicions, she even inquired about the whereabouts of another Bodhi fruit, but its fate remained a mystery. Gu Yuxing, Mo Wanyun sat by the window. Her cheeks flushed like blossoms. The breeze caressed her face, carrying the breath of early spring. "You foolish big spender," she murmured to the wind. Yet, as she recalled how she had secretly offered her own Bodhi fruit to Gu Yuxing, a smile involuntarily graced her lips. "Round and round it goes. One for you, one for me. It's like indulging in sweets." Chapter 50. Once again, the peach blossoms bloom. Gu Yuxing finally becomes a disciple to learn the sword as February arrives. The border between Xianhu Prefecture and Qingping Mountain is adorned with verdant willows. It is the season when grasses grow and orioles take flight. The countryside fields exude the fragrant aroma of rich soil. The generations of guardians who protect the borders remain largely indifferent to the ravages of fierce demons and wild beasts. Their aspirations lie in the cultivation of vegetables, fruits, seeds, and the fragrant rice that will grace their tables in the months to come. The ethereal practitioners soaring through the skies, the legendary immortals passed down through the ages, and the demon slayers safeguarding their realms seem a distant reality to the common folk. Beneath the willows stands an antiquated tea shed, offering only coarse bowls of bitter tea. The elderly proprietor, his face a tapestry of wrinkles etched by the passage of time, wears a patched garment that has faded to a pale hue. Hanging in disarray are several aged wine gourds. while the only pristine spot in the tea shed is a wooden shelf displaying a travel chest, within which lie a few tomes. On the official road between Qingping Prefecture and Xinhu Prefecture, the occasional rumble of horse-drawn carts can be heard. This humble tea house cannot retain the gallant heroes of the martial world, let alone the airborne practitioners. As dusk descends, a venerable swordsman appears on the narrow, winding path leading to the tea shed. He settles onto a weathered wooden chair and places several pieces of broken silver on the table. "One bowl of Xianyan tea, please." The tea seller had initially lifted the scalding iron kettle, but upon hearing the words of the elder with the burdened sword, he replaced it with another vessel. He retrieved a large bowl, adorned with crimson patterns, and approached the spot where the book box lay. From an inconspicuous crevice in the wall, he took out a few leaves of tea and placed them into the bowl, pouring boiling water over them. The elder sipped lightly from the tea and sighed. The peach blossom wine from Qingping Mountain, the celestial cloud tea from Xinhu Prefecture. Each sip and peck seems to hasten time. The tea seller, leaning against the wooden pillar that displayed the tea flag, tucked his hands within his sleeves and replied, "For the people here, a year is not a trivial span. Mr. Qin has safeguarded the peace of 2 prefectures. Thus, I shall not charge for this bowl of tea." The elder, with utmost seriousness, insisted. "What should be collected must indeed be collected. I am averse to complications. The debt of a bowl of tea weighs heavily on my heart, and it must be repaid. That scholar from years past, he cost me a year of toiling for just a jug of wine, and ultimately, he allowed that great demon to escape. In this confined space, I wish not to be ensnared for eternity. You must accept this payment." The tea seller gazed with murky eyes towards the direction of Qingping Mountain and said, "I will not accept your payment. Instead, you shall assist me in repaying a favor. I have heard that scholar has perished, his name etched upon a sword. I know he was not of that ilk. I once heard him speak of the hardships on the path of vanquishing demons. Thus, when he fathered a child, he named him Yuxing, hoping for a life of peace, free from calamity. With his passing, has he not left his child an orphan?" The elder, burdened by his sword, shook his head and replied, "Last year, during my time among mortals, I gifted him a glimpse of the winds on the path to the Qingyan sect. He has his own journey to undertake. As for Qingping Mountain, I have no desire to visit. This past year, I have vanquished demons and am weary. Perhaps I shall impart upon him a few techniques." Suddenly, the tea merchant withdrew his hand from his sleeve and gestured towards the sword case on the elder's back. "Should the day come when you, too, depart this world, it would be prudent to ensure the continuity of your legacy. Would it not be beneficial to have a disciple?" The elder remained silent, neither consenting nor rejecting the notion. The tea merchant, receiving no answer, hastily approached the table, overturned the tea bowl, and spilled the elder's unfinished tea onto the ground. "Then do not partake of my tea. Be gone. I shall take my leave." The elder wore a bittersweet smile, fearing that he might not teach well. "Your teaching is your own affair. If he fails to learn, that is his responsibility." "Understood," the elder replied, gesturing into the void before his form gracefully vanished. At Qingyan sect, within the frigid cave, Gu Yushin, having endured over 2 months of grueling training, finally attempted to meditate upon the stone slab situated in the center of the cold pool. Yet, he still could not remain as motionless as the snow ape for several hours. After all, the snow ape possessed the bloodline of ancient divine apes, granting it an innate resilience to the cold. Although Gu Yushin could only endure for the duration of a single incense stick, this was immensely beneficial to his cultivation. In the span of 2 months, he had successfully tempered the bones of his limbs, and their membranes now gleamed with a silvery sheen. In other words, he was capable of refining the second-grade silver bones. Once the other bones of his body were fully tempered, he could achieve a qualitative leap. After more than 2 months of arduous training, with only the snow ape for companionship, one day, as Gu Yuxing finished the wine from his gourd and stepped out of the cold cave, he suddenly caught a whiff of the fragrance of peach blossoms. It felt as if awakening from a dream, as he had not realized that early spring had arrived. Breathing in the delicate floral scent and the earthy aroma of spring, Gu Yuxing wandered through the peach blossom grove. A stream flowed gently from the canyon, its waters babbling melodiously, with fish shimmering and butterflies fluttering about. The bright and warm sunlight illuminated Gu Yuxing's face as he approached a small courtyard in the woods. There, he cupped a handful of refreshing water to wash his face. Gazing at his reflection in the water, time flew swiftly. It had been a year since he entered the Qingyan sect. Gu Yuxing felt a wave of emotion swell within him, and before he knew it, he pushed open the door. In the solitude of his cultivation, this small courtyard was the warmest place in his heart. The peach blossoms had yet to bloom, But beneath the peach tree stood a tall, straight figure. This silhouette was so unfamiliar, yet simultaneously so familiar. Gu Yuxing instinctively rubbed his eyes. The figure turned around, revealing an elderly man with a sword sheath on his back, the light reflecting in Gu Yuxing's pupils. The old man stroked his beard and smiled, his eyes sizing up Gu Yuxing. "Sir," Gu Yuxing exclaimed, his eyes widening with joy. He hurried forward, dropping to his knees before the elderly swordsman. "I have awaited you for a year." The old man nodded in acknowledgement. Gu Yuxing's eyes sparkled brightly as he clasped his hands in a bow, inquiring, "Might you teach me the art of swordsmanship, sir?" The elderly swordsman, burdened with his sword, spoke slowly, "Do not rush. First, indulge me with 2 jars of peach blossom wine, one from last year to satiate my cravings, and one from this year to savor the novelty." "Certainly," Gu Yuxing replied, brimming with joy. He hastily entered the adjoining room and emerged with a large jar of wine, placing it reverently before the elder. "Sir, please enjoy the peach blossom wine from last year while I fetch this year's blossoms to brew the exquisite drink." The youth darted through the peach blossom grove like a gust of wind. Initially, the aged figure maintained a stern demeanor, but upon witnessing the boy gathering blossoms and placing them into a bamboo basket, he released his grasp on his beard and allowed a smile to grace his features. "How delightful it is to be young. In my own youth, I never experienced such beauty, in a world overrun with wild grass. This grove of peach blossoms stands as a rare sanctuary." Gu Yuxing collected a basket filled with blossoms, cleansing them before placing them into the wine jar. The elderly swordsman sat upright on a wooden chair beneath the eaves, his hands resting on his thighs. Gu Yuxing raised 3 bowls of wine, offering them one by one to the elder. Once the 3 bowls were consumed, the elder rose and assisted Gu Yuxing to his feet. With a twig, the elder inscribed his name, Qin Jiu, upon the ground. "Master," Gu Yuxing bowed deeply, his eyes gleaming with admiration. "Call me Mr. Qin," the elderly swordsman replied, smoothing the creases of his attire as he resumed his austere demeanor. He casually picked up a bamboo stick to use as a cane, appearing less imposing than before, yet far more approachable. "Our bond as master and disciple spans merely a year. Should you seek knowledge in Xingyan Town, this fleeting year will afford you only a glimpse of the written word. In the span of a year, you may glean but a superficial understanding of the sword arts. Thus, the title of master is not to be taken lightly. Since you possess a fondness for the sword, I shall first observe whether your heart truly harbors the spirit of the blade during this year." Qin Jiu casually tossed a peach branch to Gu Yuxing. "Show me your thrust." Gu Yuxing took hold of the branch and, as was customary, executed a thrust forward. In that moment, he felt he had achieved the pinnacle of his abilities over the past year, embodying his finest state. Yet, the elderly man standing beneath the eaves let out a faint sigh. "Not quite satisfactory," Qin Jiu remarked. "You possess a modicum of talent, yet it is scarce. Begin anew." "Understood," Gu Yuxing replied, standing resolutely in place, undeterred by the critique. Chapter 51. The Triple Realms of Life. And the sword is no different when the peach blossoms of Qingping Mountain first bloom. They are a deep crimson, gradually transforming into a delicate pink. Gu Yuxing once heard an elder of the Qingyun sect casually mention that the land was stained with the blood of the demon race, and safeguarded by the blood of countless cultivators. Yet, he harbors a distaste for the color of these blossoms, as they remind him of the day he lost his father amidst their vibrant display. Now, the rains of Qingping Mountain have begun to scatter the petals, blanketing the ground. Standing before the demon suppression steel of the Qingyun sect, Gu Yuxing gazes at the sword embedded in the back of a turtle, allowing a handful of yellow paper to slip from his fingertips. He wonders if the peach blossoms at the foot of the mountain are also blooming near that solitary grave. Having spent a year in the Qingyun sect, the young man's reminiscence of his father has become notably more subdued than before. A few drops of wine spill from the gourd, mingling with the rainwater, infusing the air with a fragrant aroma. Gu Yuxing sits upon the damp, cool stone tiles, his expression a blend of sorrow and the steadiness acquired through a year of growth. A faint smile graces his lips as he pours a sip of wine, reminiscent of an adult, and softly confides, "Father, I have taken a master. He treats me well, teaching me the art of the sword. The first lesson was how to grip the sword, much like you once taught me to hold a brush. Father, just now is the last time I shall address you as Papa. The other day, while measuring my height beneath the wooden cabin, I realized I have grown to your shoulder's height. I believe I have reached the age of maturity. I intend to tuck away the little wooden tiger you crafted. Yet there is a girl who loves to clamber upon it and laugh, so I shall leave it out a while longer. In that small courtyard. It seems she has a particular fondness for that little wooden tiger. Since your departure, I have been diligent in my meals. I have learned to fish, to cook, and even to brew wine. Whenever I find a moment of leisure, I peruse the books you left behind. However, I fear that in the future, I shall have little time for such pursuits. Mr. Qin is a stern man. He instructs me in the art of swordsmanship and insists that I maintain a singular focus. Free from distractions. I shall leave, but I will surely return for the sword you left here. Gu Yuxing stood up, brushing the peach blossoms from his shoulders. He did not return to the peach blossom grove, but instead ascended Qingping Mountain. A day prior, Mr. Qin had informed Gu Yuxing that he would only teach him the sword technique in the places where clouds and mist gathered upon Qingping Mountain. Gu Yuxing understood this as a test from Mr. Qin. Moreover, Mr. Qin is not a disciple of the Qingyun sect. He is undoubtedly an unparalleled recluse. Wishing to avoid the gaze of others, Gu Yuxing traversed the narrow path of Lingxiao Peak. Although the trail was steep, it was not arduous. The Demon Suppression Tower stood as the most prominent structure of Lingxiao Peak. Gu Yuxing could not approach it, yet fortunately, there were many paths leading up the mountain. The clouds and mist of Qingping Mountain lingered high above the Demon Suppression Tower. As the sun rose, he ascended the mountain, inhaling the essence of heaven and earth. Every step Gu Yuxing takes is a form of cultivation. Yet, he can always see the clouds in the sky, but can never quite reach them. By the time the sun begins to set, Gu Yuxing feels somewhat exhausted. Qin Xiao, bearing the weight of his sword, has been waiting for quite some time. He holds no resentment towards Gu Yuxing. Instead, he gestures towards him like a kindly neighbor, inviting him to sit and rest. Instinctively, Gu Yuxing removes the wine gourd from his waist, yearning to take a sip, but steals a furtive glance at Mr. Qin. Feeling a bit bashful as he scratches his head, Qin Zhou uncorks his own wine gourd and takes a sip before casually remarking, "There is no fault in a person, nor in wine. Yuxing, in your youth, you should embrace the spirit of youth without excessive concern. A person burdened with too many worries finds it difficult to firmly grasp the sword in hand. The day has not yet darkened. Yesterday, I taught you how to wield a sword, and today, let us discuss what a sword truly is." Upon hearing this, Gu Yuxing straightens his posture, his eyes bright and eager for knowledge. Qin Zhou solemnly retrieves the sword case from behind him, gently caressing it with his aged hands, assessing it as he asks, "Yuxing, as you journeyed up the mountain, what did you observe?" Gu Yuxing ponders for a moment before responding earnestly, "Sir, when I first ascended the mountain, I beheld the blossoms of peach trees in full bloom. As the path became rugged, my focus narrowed solely to the ground beneath my feet. During my occasional rests, I could only gaze at the clouds overhead and the lofty Qingping Mountain, thinking of you waiting for me at the summit. I am determined to reach you as soon as possible." Qin Zhou smiles with satisfaction, the winds of Qingping Mountain brushing against his weathered face, his graying hair dancing in the breeze. To the youth seated before him, he earnestly imparted wisdom. "When you mature a little more, you shall comprehend the profound truth that a mountain is merely a mountain and water is simply water. This represents a certain realm of existence. As the Buddha teaches, life encompasses three profound stages, discernible only by those with pure hearts, either the innocent youth, the sagacious Confucian, or the wandering monk who perceives the essence of all beings. The path of swordsmanship mirrors this journey." Qin Zhou gestured towards the wooden sword at Gu Yuxing's waist, his expression solemn. "Bear in mind, a sword is fundamentally a sword. If such thoughts do not reside in your heart, even if the sword's energy is as vibrant as a rainbow and its force as formidable as a mountain, it remains devoid of spirit. The sword is primarily a tool wielded by man, and only thereafter does it become a companion of the heart. Before you practice the sword, you must understand the reason behind drawing it. Without such conviction, you cannot even be deemed a basic swordsman." As Qin Zhou spoke, concerned that his words might be overly cryptic, he revealed a hint of a smile and addressed Gu Yuxing. "Of course, you will grasp these principles in due time as you tread further along your path. With a sword in hand, and as my disciple, I shall impart all that I know unto you. Yet, you must also remember, mountains vary in height, and so do people. The sword, too, has its nuances. What I teach you may not encompass all truths. Learn diligently, and when the day comes that your mastery of the sword surpasses mine, you shall learn to correct yourself." Upon hearing this, Gu Yuxing promptly bowed and replied, "Master, your disciple shall remember. Commencing today, I shall impart to you the essence of swordsmanship across 2 time intervals. ensuring that your daily cultivation remains unimpeded. Herein lies a foundation comprising 14 fundamental sword techniques, encompassing thrusts, slashes, chops, hooks, intercepts, guards, lifts, and more. Initially, I shall demonstrate the first 3 foundational forms, urging you to assimilate and internalize them. Remember, the essence of initial sword practice resides not in sheer strength nor in breath control, but in the purity of intent. While you may have executed countless thrusts in the past, it is the perseverance that fosters your growth, not the singularity of those thrusts. Qinjie retrieved a wooden stick to serve as a sword, demonstrating the thrust, chop, and slash for Gu Yuxing to observe. He then gestured for Gu Yuxing to replicate his movements. Once Gu Yuxing managed to synchronize with his rhythm, Qinjie stepped aside. Focusing intently on every action and nuance of Gu Yuxing's practice, providing timely corrections. As adjustments were made repeatedly, Gu Yuxing gradually began to appreciate the significance of mastering even the simplest of techniques. As dusk fell, Qinjie signaled Gu Yuxing to cease, advising him, "Night has fallen. It is time to descend the mountain. The path is treacherous, and one must tread carefully, just as one ascends." "Understood," Gu Yuxing replied, feeling an abundance of energy still within him for further practice. Yet, he adhered to Mr. Qin's counsel, ensuring each step down was as deliberate as the ascent. Upon returning to the Peach Blossom Cottage, Gu Yuxing immersed himself in a wooden tub, reflecting on every detail imparted by his teacher throughout the day, feeling reassured that nothing had escaped his memory before succumbing to slumber. At dawn, though Gu Yuxing yearned to ascend the mountain early to see Mr. Qin, he restrained his eagerness and proceeded to the cold cave for bone tempering. In contrast to previous days, he remained steadfast in his resolve. Gu Yuxing approached this bone tempering session with a serene composure, his heart imbued with tranquility. As he cultivated his inner energy, he meticulously contemplated the subtle transformations occurring within his bones during the refinement process. It was not that he had become more attentive than before, rather, the steadfast teachings and patience of Mr. Qin had guided him to adopt a more measured pace. The youthful spirit within him naturally inclined toward haste, for he was acutely aware that time was not an abundant luxury he could afford to squander. Yet, the presence of Mr. Qin afforded Gu Yuxing a rare sense of reassurance. He consciously slowed his breathing and moderated the tempo of his true essence cultivation. To his astonishment, he discovered that the speed of his bone refinement remained unaffected by his deliberate relaxation. The bone-chilling cold that rose from the frigid pool was perceived through his careful introspection, revealing that within the icy aura lay a latent warmth, a trace of invigorating energy. It was this essence that prevented him from succumbing entirely to the frost. Upon recognizing this subtle detail, Gu Yuxing further decelerated his cultivation, endeavoring to channel and absorb the invigorating warmth concealed within the extreme cold. Gradually, a gentle warmth began to rise within his primordial spirit, flowing from his dantian to his extremities. A radiant glow, reminiscent of crimson flames, enveloped his entire skeletal structure, dispelling the previous pallor of icy silver. Chapter 52. The Teachings of Dun Dun. Walking one's own path of the sword since the inception of his sword training. Gu Yuxing has arrived at the mist-laden Qingping Mountain half an hour earlier than the previous day. Mr. Qin, bearing the weight of a sword sheath, is invariably seated upon a stone in the clearing, awaiting his arrival. A man of few words, Qinjie remains silent for the most part, only breaking his silence to guide Gu Yuxing in his practice, while often gazing contemplatively at the vast sky above. Qinjie exhibits an almost rigorous approach towards Gu Yuxing's swordsmanship, permitting no discrepancies or flaws in the foundational sword techniques. His keen eyes follow the movements of Gu Yuxing's wooden sword ceaselessly. In response, Gu Yuxing has never entertained thoughts of idleness, diligently practicing and meditating each day with unwavering dedication. It was not until a fortnight had passed that Gu Yuxing completed the foundational 14 forms, prompting Qinjie to signal him to pause. As spring yields to summer, the days lengthen gradually. Since your first day of sword practice, the duration of your training has increased daily. Have you noticed that the peach blossoms in the mountains are now in full bloom? He inquired. Gu Yuxing replied, "Indeed, master. I have observed it. After a fortnight of arduous training, it is essential to allow for some relaxation. Let us conclude today's practice here. At your age, you should naturally take delight in the beauty of these mountains and waters. Take a half-day's rest." With hands clasped in a respectful gesture, Gu Yuxing responded, "Master, the Green Mountains endure year after year, and spring returns anew. Though the mountains remain ever youthful, I myself am growing each day, and I dare not exhibit even the slightest negligence. I implore you to continue imparting your sword teachings to me." Qin Jiu gazed at Gu Yuxing for quite a while before speaking. Indeed, youthful spirit is vibrant and full of energy. "If you wish to learn more, I shall teach you abundantly. I will impart to you a technique of intuitive understanding, enabling you to grasp the true essence of the sword swiftly. Whenever you find leisure, sit and observe the sword. Remember, the mountain is a sword, and the water is also a sword. Do not allow the world before your eyes to confine you, nor should you neglect the world you perceive." Qin Jiu retrieved a bamboo stick and inscribed the technique one character at a time upon the ground. Once Gu Yuxing had memorized it, he would erase what he had previously written. This technique comprised only a few hundred characters, and Gu Yuxing quickly committed it to memory. Qin Jiu was quite pleased with Gu Yuxing's retention and comprehension. Rising from his seated position, he stood at the edge of the cliff and said, "I have observed your sword practice recently. You have mastered the control of sword energy to a remarkable degree, and your sword's momentum is as solid as a mountain. With time and perseverance, you will surely succeed. Given your pace of cultivation, you are progressing exceptionally well. However, there remains a considerable distance to traverse before you truly comprehend the path of the sword. Once the sword's momentum is established, the next step is to discern the sword's intent. You must understand the sword, and the sword must resonate with your spirit." Gu Yuxing listened attentively, and when the moment to inquire arose, he asked, "Master, must I start anew on the path of the sword?" Qin Jiu replied patiently, "In all matters, let nature take its course. The practice of swordsmanship, too, relies on the principle of natural progression. Effort will not go unrewarded. I am merely reinforcing your foundation. In the realm of swordsmanship, one can encompass not only the fierce contest of the common folk, but also the grandeur of traversing 1,000 miles to vanquish foes. Practitioners of the art, whether they train in martial techniques or in the mastery of the sword, all aspire to conquer adversaries through sheer strength or sharpness. There is no inherent distinction between these pursuits. Once one reaches the profound realm of soul condensation, the victor among practitioners is often determined by their level of attainment. Mastery of one or two extraordinary techniques can enable one to slay demons or emerge victorious in various encounters. Yet, the path of the sword is distinct. To embrace the sword as one's way is not merely a technique, and the journey one undertakes may not necessarily be the true path. In this world, there are myriad arts and disciplines, with swordsmanship being but one among them. The multitude of practitioners is vast, but how many are truly capable of grasping the essence of the way? Upon hearing this, Gu Yuxing instinctively straightened his posture. His eyes gradually brightened as he tightly gripped the wooden sword in his hand, for the first time feeling its weight and profundity. His gaze was filled with a thirst for knowledge as he earnestly implored, "Sir, please teach me." Sunlight cascaded upon Qin Jiu's visage, rendering his features increasingly distinct, illuminated, and sharply defined. As Qin Jiu led Gu Yuxing step by step up Qingping Mountain, he spoke, "In this world, there exists a multitude of sword practitioners, many of whom wield their swords based on their level of cultivation, employing sword energy to injure and sword momentum to intimidate. However, those who can comprehend the essence of the sword are exceedingly rare. They mistakenly believe that the sharpness of their sword is a direct result of their profound cultivation. In truth, this notion stands in stark contrast to the true path of swordsmanship. At the outset of one's sword training, the pursuit of sharpness is entirely natural. Yet, you must remember that if you wish to cultivate the way of the sword, you must forge your own path and grasp your own sword intent." At this juncture, Qin Jiu let out a soft sigh, his eyes reflecting nostalgia, and his demeanor grew somewhat forlorn. The human race is frail. I too once sought survival beneath the claws of monstrous beasts. In my youth, I aspired to wield my sword with precision to vanquish demons. Yet, as my cultivation deepened and I comprehended the underlying truths, I found there was no turning back. Gu Yuxing could sense the regret in Qin Jiu's words, but he was at a loss for how to console the elder before him. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke, "Perhaps without your valiant efforts, sir, to carve a path through the thorns with your sword, we would not witness the continuance of our human lineage today. Your sword has once saved countless lives." Upon hearing Gu Yuxing's words, Qin Jiu halted, his expression turning solemn. "Child, I am not as grand as you perceive. Remember, in life and actions, it is paramount to adhere to one's true essence. Never entertain the lofty notion of saving all living beings. In life, one is judged by deeds rather than intentions. As your power expands, so too will your burdens. One day, they may well overwhelm you. The dichotomy of good and evil within a person is not to be measured by the sword they wield. To live authentically is the essence of existence. With a gentle motion, Shinjo lifted his hand, and a peach blossom alighted upon his palm. He extended his hand towards Guyushin, kindly remarking, "What do you think? Isn't it beautiful?" Guyushin nodded in agreement. Shinjo then turned his palm, letting the blossom fall to the ground, saying, "People admire the peach blossom for its inherent beauty and fragrance, often unconsciously disregarding the wild grass and brambles nearby. They equate the peach blossom with goodness. However, should a day arise when you find yourself in need of wild grass and brambles as healing remedies, you will come to regard them as valuable. Thus, the perceptions of good and evil within the human heart are subject to change over time and circumstance." Guyushin listened intently, pondering deeply. Yet his youthful years hindered complete understanding. Shinjo, undeterred, continued to carry his sword sheath forward, imparting wisdom to Guyushin as if discussing the most mundane matters. "Earlier, you claimed that I wield my sword to vanquish demons for the benefit of humanity. However, you must comprehend that in the eyes of the demon race, I am merely a villain who slaughters their kin. As cultivators, it is our duty to wield our swords against the powerful and aid the weak. Yet we must never allow ourselves to be shackled by notions of righteousness. Whether demon or human, the turmoil of this world has never truly ceased. Demons feed upon their own kind as well as humans. Do they discern between good and evil? Countless individuals in this realm pride themselves on their noble lineage or their accolades in slaying demons. Yet how many of those demons perished beneath their blades had never caused harm? Likewise, how often do members of the same race betray one another, engaging in despicable acts for mere trifles? If one day this world is devoid of great demons wreaking havoc, would peace truly reign?" Shinjo spoke with earnestness. Thus, at all times and in all places, one must maintain their true intentions in the art of the sword. When the blade is unsheathed, it must heed the heart. Strike down what must be struck, never showing mercy. Yet, when the sword returns to its sheath, allow a fraction of kindness to remain, gifting this frigid world a touch of warmth. I understand the burdens you carry, but I hope you can embrace a purer path in your journey of swordsmanship. Chapter 53. The Testing of the Yuan and the Divine Retribution. Concealing malicious intent, Guyushin had been trailing behind Mr. Qin from the afternoon until dusk. It was only when he noticed the demon-suppressing monument within the Qingyun sect appearing diminutive that he suddenly realized the gravity of their journey. At that moment, an unusual force bore down upon his shoulders like a colossal mountain, nearly rendering him breathless. "Sir," Guyushin's face turned ashen, teeth clenched in determination. It was at this juncture that he truly understood the perils of ascending Qingping Mountain. Observing his distress, Qingjio raised his sleeve and with a gentle wave, the oppressive weight on Guyushin's shoulders vanished in an instant. Nevertheless, he remained unable to endure, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for air. "Let us descend," Qingjio said with an untroubled expression, extending his hand to assist Guyushin to his feet. This time, he allowed Guyushin to lead the way, while he provided protection from behind. "If you do not look back, you should still be able to proceed for a while." Once Guyushin's breathing stabilized somewhat, Mr. Qin addressed him. Guyushin was perplexed. Despite having reached his limits, Qingping Mountain still loomed high above. He could hardly believe his eyes. "Sir, no matter how towering a mountain may be, it must eventually have a summit, does it not? What force could this possibly be?" Instead of directly answering Guyushin's inquiry, Qingjio continued, "In truth, your ascent is akin to gathering the momentum of a sword. It requires an invisible accumulation, layer upon layer, to strike in an instant. The height of Qingping Mountain is formidable indeed, not merely in your sight, but also within your heart. After descending the mountain, you must deeply contemplate and apply this understanding to the path of the sword. Remember, although the way of the sword may appear ethereal, the study of swordsmanship is not a nebulous endeavor. It demands pragmatism, truth-seeking, and knowledge, which should be seamlessly integrated into every move and stance." The disciple took heed of this wisdom. Qingjio silently nodded, and once he had safely escorted Guyushin, his figure faded away, vanishing into thin air. Guyushin had long since grown accustomed to Mr. Qin's elusive nature. Today's sword training had granted him the most profound insights. As he returned from Lingxiao Peak to Taohua Forest, he noticed an unusually high number of disciples along the way, piquing his curiosity. Listening to the casual conversations among the sect's disciples, he learned that the sect was conducting evaluations of last year's disciples' primordial embryos. Those who had failed to coalesce their primordial embryo would be ruthlessly expelled from Qingyun sect. Gu Yuxing. Just as Gu Yuxing was about to pay his respects before the demon suppression monument after crossing the cloud bridge, a sharp voice called out from behind him. He turned to find Elder Lu Zhan of Qingyun sect standing not far away, his icy gaze fixed upon him. Elder Lu. Gu Yuxing maintained his composure. Yet his demeanor was cool. In truth, he had once referred to this elder as Uncle Lu, back when the latter was not yet a sect elder. However, the Lu Zhan before him had now amassed considerable power within Qingyun sect. Due to the personal grievances between him and Lu Chun, they were destined to be adversaries. Ever since the incident where Zhao Zi's underhanded scheme against him failed, coupled with the ominous mention of his father's suspicious death, Gu Yuxing had been cautiously wary of this elder Lu. Many matters remained unproven, merely shrouded in shadows. A year has passed. Have you successfully condensed your primordial fetus? Gu Yuxing replied earnestly, I have condensed it. Oh, Lu Zhan's gaze was profound. You must be aware that lying incurs a greater penalty. In the past, remaining in the Qingyun sect was indeed quite simple. However, last year, the sect leader established a rule, and rules are rules. Do you understand? Gu Yuxing responded, I understand. Lu Zhan scoffed coldly and turned to the man beside him, saying, Zhao Shidi, take him for the primordial fetus assessment. Yes. Zhao Jing stepped forward, casting a cold glance at Gu Yuxing. Follow me to the condensation hall. Gu Yuxing trailed behind Zhao Jing. After a short distance, Zhao Jing suddenly halted and remarked, You ought to have condensed your primordial fetus, correct? Gu Yuxing felt a surge of caution. He neither confirmed nor denied it. Zhao Jing, wearing a smile, continued, I am merely guessing. That night, someone witnessed you wielding your sword at the Yunshui Gorge. A person without a condensed primordial fetus would not possess such capability. Logically, having condensed your primordial fetus should allow you to remain in the Qingyun sect. However, you must understand that every step you take henceforth will be exceedingly arduous. Your youth is both an advantage and a disadvantage. My Zhao family operates an escort agency in Qingyun town. Are you considering descending the mountain to seek some endeavors? Gu Yuxing finally grasped the underlying intention of Zhao Jing's words and replied, I will remain in the Qingyun sect and have no intention of descending the mountain. I will provide you with ample silver, ensuring your lifetime of prosperity, Zhao Jing coaxed gently. Gu Yuxing ceased to respond and resolutely proceeded towards the condensation hall. Zhao Jing was left to the side, initially expressionless, but soon a hint of coldness flickered in his eyes. This junior brother must be here to assess his primordial fetus. Right? A young disciple noticed Gu Yuxing entering and politely led him to a dark stone tablet. Kindly register my sect token, junior brother. Gu Yuxing handed over the sect token. After the other party verified it, the smile on his face turned a bit peculiar. So it is you, Gu Shidi. I've heard you practice swordsmanship in the Peach Blossom Forest for a year. I wonder if your cultivation has been hindered? Not too bad, Gu Yuxing replied, fully aware of the underlying meaning behind the other's smile. Recently, having studied swordsmanship with Mr. Qin, his heart had become one with the blade, rendering him impervious to disturbances. Should he fail to condense his primordial fetus, he would be expelled from the mountain. Of course, if he were only a step or two short, there might still be room for negotiation. The young disciple chuckled, lowering his voice. The decisions here in the condensing Yuan Hall are made by Elder Lu and Elder Zhao. If you happen to possess something of value, you understand my meaning, don't you? However, considering your past with Elder Lu's son, this connection may be hard to navigate. I am somewhat acquainted with Elder Zhao and could perhaps speak a few good words on your behalf. The young disciple formed his hands in a gesture of supplication, partially concealed in his sleeves, his smile becoming more approachable. Gu Yuxing sighed inwardly. No wonder Mr. Qin remarked that in this world, there are demons devouring demons and humans consuming one another. Such occurrences are hardly surprising. The disciples of Qingyun sect have always been devoted to slaying demons, yet they are not immune to worldly affairs. In truth, it bears no difference from the small town. Gu Yuxing silently approached the stone tablet, placing his hand upon it. In an instant, the tablet radiated a brilliant azure light. The disciple, who had just moments ago been smiling, now wore an expression of anger and astonishment. After a brief pause, he questioned, Are you certain there was no foul play? Gu Yuxing placed his hand on the tablet once more. The disciple circled around the stone, then summoned Zhao Jing, who had been standing outside. Third grade Yuan Tai? Zhao Jing squinted. Uncle Zhao. Zhao Jing dismissed himself with a wave of his hand as he exited. The disciple, begrudgingly, inscribed third grade Yuan Tai on Gu Yuxing's sect token. The jealousy in his eyes was palpable as he remarked with a hint of sarcasm, "Junior brother, it seems your year of sword practice has not been in vain. Place your hand upon it again. I must verify once more." Gu Yuxing shook his head, declining. "Senior brother, one can allow for a second chance, but not a third." "Gu Yuxing, are you afraid? Have you resorted to trickery?" Gu Yuxing smiled serenely, extending his hand to retrieve his sect token, then quietly made his way towards the door. Just as he reached the threshold, the stone tablet behind him abruptly transformed from azure to silver, and then from silver to gold. The dazzling beam of light emanating from the tablet blinded the disciple. "This is impossible." He stared in disbelief, hastily closing the door with a wave of his hand. The skepticism in his eyes had morphed into intense jealousy. If it were indeed a first-grade Yuan Tai, would he not then be elevated above me? He rushed to the stone tablet, extending his hand to press against the enigmatic surface, attempting to obscure its radiant glow. At that very moment, a beam of light surged from above the tablet, piercing the heavens. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, unleashing a cataclysmic force that struck down the disciple, leaving him lifeless, blood streaming from his 7 orifices. Moreover, the entire hall of condensation was torn asunder by this mysterious energy, while the demon suppression tablet of the Qingyun sect emanated an ancient light, counteracting much of the formidable power from the depths of the sky. In a swift flurry, the sect leader, Zuanjizi, arrived, prompting Lu Zhan and Zhao Jing to exchange glances. Perplexed, "What transpired?" Zuanjizi inquired, his brow furrowed in concern. Zhao Jing remained silent. Lu Zhan forced a smile and explained, "Master, I am at a loss." An inexplicable force suddenly obliterated the Tianyuan stone used for testing the primordial fetus. Zuanjizi stepped into the hall of condensation, his gaze shifting as he approached the registration ledger. He perused the pages until his eyes settled on the name Gu Yuxing, noting the inscription of a third-grade primordial fetus. His eyelids drooped, and a hand, previously hidden within his sleeve, emerged to casually flip through the pages before fixing a penetrating gaze upon Lu Zhan. "Elder Lu, it seems that many disciples from your Yuanfeng prefecture have come to seek your favor these days, have they not?" Lu Zhan's expression shifted slightly, and he quickly denied, "Master, that is not the case, absolutely not." "Very well," Zuanjizi replied, setting down the ledger and strolling toward the temple's exit. The Qingyun sect had already suffered significant losses among its disciples. Those who performed inadequately in their tests would be retained for the time being, granted an additional 2 years to prove themselves. Indeed, the sect has closed its doors for a year, and there are insufficient financial resources to undertake repairs here. "Elder Lu, I entrust this matter to you." Although Lu Zhang wished to decline, the sect leader had already moved on, and he understood that this was not a discussion, but rather a command. It appeared that the leader was aware of his opportunistic gains and sought to admonish him subtly. Now, the repairs to the Ningyuan Hall would require a substantial amount of talismanic materials. Furthermore, those disciples who were originally slated for expulsion have been allowed to remain. While this in itself was not problematic, the issue lay with those on the cusp of remaining or departing, who had accepted benefits but soon discovered that their circumstances were no different from others. Once received, these benefits were difficult to return. Ironically, he had accepted them, and many disciples were related to the sect elders, resulting in an intricate web of intrigue among the elders themselves. Consequently, his attempts to gain advantage were laid bare under the scrutiny of the sect leader's few pointed remarks. "Elder Lu, I have other matters to attend to. I shall take my leave," Zhao Jing said as he hastily departed, fearful of incurring Lu Zhang's wrath. "Humph." Lu Zhang's face darkened with fury, yet soon a glint of cold amusement flickered in his eyes. "Xiaorang, you cunning old fox, your time is running short." Lu Zhang's gaze fell upon a dark stone tablet, his brow furrowing as he murmured, "Strange, this Tianyuan divine stone is a sacred object of the demon clan, and it serves as a soul stone for the celestial envoys to oversee practitioners across the realms. It should not have shattered, unless someone has angered the celestial envoys' established rules. Gu Yuxing? Could it be this young man? In those years, Gu Bai audaciously exchanged barbs with the banished immortal in Xinhu Prefecture, displaying an unparalleled arrogance. This offspring, born of such a lineage, possesses such remarkable abilities? Lu Zhan picked up the tome and scrutinized it, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. A third-grade primordial embryo? One must not underestimate him. This implies he has already reached the meridian opening stage. I wonder how many meridians he has unblocked. Such a pace of cultivation rivals that of most prodigies. Despite my painstaking efforts, I have merely managed to assist Lu Qin in refining a fourth-grade primordial embryo. He was originally intended to be a stepping stone for my son. However, it seems this stepping stone is rather elevated. I must tread carefully to avoid stumbling. Thus, preparations must be made. Chapter 54. The celestial firmament descends with golden claws. Gu Yuxing comprehends the essence of the sword on this night. The starry sky shimmered brilliantly. Above the clouds that enveloped Qingping Mountain, Qinjiao stood gracefully with his sword sheath, his gaze fixed upon the swirling heavens, his form perfectly still. Suddenly, a lightning-like beam surged forth from the depths of the vortex, a golden dragon claw seemingly shattering the celestial nebula as it breached the boundary into the mortal realm. Silence reigned over Qingping Mountain, and all within the Qingyun sect remained unchanged. Yet, deep within the cosmos, turmoil brewed, thunder rumbled, and the orb of light gathered amidst the claw radiated an aura of destruction. In the profound depths of the sky, a colossal eye gradually opened, and beneath the darkened firmament, a frigid visage began to materialize. Buzz, the sword sheath upon Qinjiao's back emanated a resplendent azure light. The ancient sword rang out with a resonant clarity. One stroke vanished into the firmament. Moments later, a beam of sword light appeared from that distant place, causing the not yet fully formed face to crack open with a widening fissure, twisting into a mask of fury, its eye glowing fiercely like a dark red star. The golden dragon claw dissipated into the depths of the cosmos. The breathtaking nightscape cascaded like the Milky Way, lingering in the air. How audacious for the guardian of chaos to disrupt the order. A whisper echoed through the heavens, only to fade into nothingness. The sword returned to the sheath of Qinjiao. Shortly thereafter, his figure reappeared on Qingping Mountain, seated in meditation, his posture upright. Yet his countenance bore the marks of age. On this night, Gu Yuxing found his slumber somewhat restless, stirred by an inexplicable restlessness within his heart. It was not merely the trivial troubles encountered during the sect's test of the primordial fetus that plagued his mind, but rather an ineffable sense of unease. Sleepless in the dead of night, Gu Yuxing resolved to forego slumber entirely. He made his way to the peach blossom courtyard, where he sat alone beneath the eaves, gazing vacantly at the starry sky. The words spoken to him by Mr. Qin during the day reverberated in his mind, becoming increasingly vivid. The clouds beneath the starry expanse obscured his vision, yet the demon suppression steel remained strikingly clear in his eyes. As he gazed intently, he perceived the steel as a sword, a sharp blade piercing the heavens. Though towering, it seemed diminutive in comparison to the vast sky, and he felt infinitely smaller beside this monument. What is a sword? Gu Yuxing mused silently, as if posing the question to the stars themselves. Instinctively, he grasped the wooden sword at his waist. With the sword in hand, the ephemeral feeling that had pervaded his heart became considerably more grounded. Slowly, Gu Yuxing lifted the wooden sword, reflecting on the days it had faithfully accompanied him. It was so unremarkable that the headmaster of the Qingyun sect had publicly broken it and trampled it underfoot. Yet, it was also extraordinary, having been fashioned from the branches severed by his father to vanquish a peach demon. Recalling the years spent wielding the wooden sword within the Qingyun sect, days and nights filled with practice, trials, and peril, it had once been cherished by Miss Mo, who returned it to him, rekindling his spirit during his darkest days. Gradually, in Gu Yuxing's eyes, a glimmer of light began to emerge. Suddenly, he comprehended something profound. What is a sword? There is no need to question the heavens. It is simply a sword. He had once harbored a quiet resentment towards his father's unsheathed sword and had secretly vowed to draw it forth to reclaim his honor. He had repeatedly pondered whether that sword, meant to protect, had ever truly safeguarded him. Now, Gu Yuxing understood. Yes, it had always been there, silently accompanying him. He had never cast aside the wooden sword in his grasp. Thus, it was indeed the protective sword his father had spoken of. It had long since been unsheathed. Akin to the demon-suppressing monument, standing silently against the skies, Gu Yuxing gradually rose to his feet, clutching the wooden sword, lifting it with purpose. In his eyes, an unprecedented brilliance blossomed. In that moment, he was no longer lost. He grasped the true essence of the wooden sword. It embodied the protective spirit he had sought, not to shield the masses, nor to defend the great path. It was neither profound nor grand. It represented the heavy bond of blood passed from father to son. What has passed is forever gone. It was about safeguarding what his heart truly wished to protect, and bravely unsheathing the sword. This is the significance of his wielding the sword. A smile gradually graced Gu Yuxing's face. In this lifetime, he vowed to live well, to seek the meaning of existence, unchained by worldly constraints, and unconfined within a narrow space. Residing in this peach blossom grove, his heart yearned for the vastness of the world. Should there exist injustice in this world, let it be confronted with the sword. Should there be demons lurking, let them be vanquished with a single strike. If there are still individuals worthy of cherishing, then they shall be treasured with utmost sincerity. Gu Yuxing no longer gazed at the vast sky. Instead, he hurried to the humble abode, kneeling by the wooden bed. Secretly clutching the red string and hairpin in his palm, whispering to himself, "Qingping Mountain, Miss Mo has treated me kindly, and my master has also shown me great care. I am no longer an orphan, neglected, and alone." The youth stood there, lost in thought, his eyes unwittingly glistening with unshed tears. The following noon, Gu Yuxing carried a newly brewed peach blossom wine, strolling through the mountain stream, buoyed by a gentle breeze. His steps were light, and the ascent felt effortless as he arrived at the familiar, flat training ground. He ran towards the stone, offering a full flask of wine with both hands. "Master, this year's peach blossom wine has just been uncorked. Please have some." As he spoke, he retrieved several pieces of peach blossom cake from the basket slung over his shoulder. "Master, I made these myself, adding a touch of honey. I believe the flavor is delightful." Miss Mo has tasted them and praised them highly. Qingjiu, seated atop the stone, slowly opened his eyes. Extending his hand, he accepted the wine from Gu Yuxing, taking a hearty swig before savoring a piece of the cake. "The wine is splendid, and the cake is delightful, albeit a tad sweet. Young girls tend to favor such flavors. As for an old man like me, I merely partake for the taste." Qingjiu spoke in a somewhat hoarse voice, expressing that as long as Gu Yuxing did not wield his sword in practice. His gaze towards Gu Yuxing remained gentle, devoid of any pretentiousness. Gu Yuxing sat on the ground, leaning against a stone, feeling as though he were nestled beside Mr. Qin, his heart at ease. He chewed on a piece of peach cake, while gently sipping from his spiritual gourd. However, a glance at Qingjiu's face brought Gu Yuxing's hand, holding the peach cake, to an abrupt halt. His eyes widened in shock as he turned around sharply. His mentor. In a single night, his hair had turned frosty white, and his visage appeared aged. "Master," Gu Yuxing's voice trembled. His eyes filled with a myriad of emotions as he set down the gourd and the now tasteless peach cake. "I am fine." Qingjiu softly patted Gu Yuxing's shoulder. "Everyone ages, and I am no exception. The winds of Qingping Mountain are indeed fierce. Thus, this change has come overnight." Rising from the stone, Qingjiu took a few steps forward and stroked his beard, saying, "Child, I sense the wooden sword at your waist humming softly. You must have found your path. And that is commendable." A smile graced Qingjiu's face. Gu Yuxing drew the wooden sword from his waist, grasping it firmly in his hand, and bowed respectfully to Qingjiu. Qingjiu accepted Gu Yuxing's gesture with tranquility and pondered, "You possess a sword now, a sharp instrument by your side. When I have the opportunity, I shall find you a scabbard. A sword, though it can harm others, can also inflict injury upon its wielder. As your cultivation deepens, you will come to understand this. For today, you need not practice your sword techniques. Sit down, and I shall teach you the art of concealing your sword within yourself." Chapter 55. The first sword technique of Gu Yuxing's cultivation. The winds of Qingping Mountain often rise subtly, stirring the skies into a tempest. The peach blossoms, having reached their zenith, seemed to wither overnight, leaving the hills lush and the mountains verdant. On a patch of level ground, the azure stone, the elder with the sword resting on his back, and the youthful boy, who never falters in his daily practice, bear witness to the arrival of spring blossoms and the tumult of storms. As autumn descends, painting the hills with crimson frost, Gu Yuxing realizes that Mr. Qin's garments are woefully inadequate against the biting chill of the season. Qingjiu's brow is etched with the lines of time, his figure slightly hunched, and his eyes sunken within their sockets. His long, pale hands remain calloused, still thick with the marks of labor. He is accustomed to teaching the boy, who moves like the wind, day after day, as traces of their efforts mar the stone beneath them, evidence of the boy's growth as he stretches ever upward. On the flat ground and the walls, one can find numerous sword marks. These are the daily imprints of the boy's persistent training. The once rough azure stone has now become smooth from the passage of time. Yet, the elder remains steadfast, sitting tirelessly, day in and day out. On an autumn afternoon, as the winds howl mournfully, the boy strides forth on the steep path of Qingping Mountain. Qingjiu uncorks a bottle, savoring a sip of wine, a faint smile gracing his features. Gu Yuxing approaches gradually, slowing his pace to adjust his attire and hairstyle, ensuring he presents no hint of disrespect. In the span of half a year, Gu Yuxing has grown taller, his presence more robust and spirited, with eyes that shine brightly with vitality. The youth hurried towards the stone, refraining from drawing his sword as he had done in the past. Instead, he retrieved a cerulean cloak and meticulously draped it around the elderly gentleman who bore the sword. Qin Jiu tightened his grip on the cloak, gently caressing the fabric. Inside, this cloth is of exceptional quality. The Raimi from Qingping Prefecture cannot compare. It must be finely woven from the cotton and linen of Xianhu Prefecture. Delicately stripped and sewn together, enhanced with silk, such a delightful texture. Standing tall, the youth aimed to shield his teacher from the wind. Yet, the gusts were relentless, ruffling the silver strands of the old man's frost-kissed hair as the biting chill seeped into their bones. The youth hesitated, pursed his lips, and then summoned the courage to speak. "Sir, I shall not come tomorrow." Mr. Qin, who had been gently smoothing the cloak repeatedly, slowly raised his gaze. The young man indeed appeared to have grown significantly taller, surpassing the seated figure before him. "Is it because of the cold?" Gu Yuxing nodded, then shook his head, replying, "Sir, I fear not the cold. I worry for your comfort. I do not wish to come anymore. Look at the mountaintop. It is already dusted with fresh snow." Qin Jiu turned his attention to the summit of Qingping Mountain, contemplating for a while before exclaiming, "Indeed, how swiftly time passes. The peach blossoms seem but a memory of yesterday. Yuxing, you have grown considerably in these past 6 months. However, your swordsmanship is still lacking. You must continue to come every day. I will be here waiting." Yu Yuxing fell silent, his clear eyes fixed upon the elderly gentleman. "Then I shall bring you some warmer clothing tomorrow." Qin Jiu, stroking his beard, remarked, "Throughout my life of wandering, I have grown accustomed to the tempests of this world. Be it sunny or snowy, it matters little to me. Yet today, I sense a subtle difference, perhaps a consequence of aging, for my body indeed feels frail. This cloak draped upon me provides a touch of warmth. Stand firm, for I have something to convey to you." Gu Yuxing stood upright. As Qin Jiu circled the stone, he finally raised his hand upon reaching Gu Yuxing, retrieving a sword sheath from his ample sleeve and presenting it to him. "Try it. See if it fits with your wooden sword." Gu Yuxing accepted it with both hands, scrutinizing the sheath, which too was crafted from wood, smooth to perfection and pleasantly tactile, adorned with several peculiar runes. A few days prior, Gu Yuxing had witnessed the old gentleman meticulously carving a small sword while seated upon the stone. He unsheathed the wooden sword from his waist and aligned it with the sheath. The wooden sword felt somewhat heavier in his grasp, and Gu Yuxing found himself quite enamored. "Thank you, sir." Delighted to hear that, Qin Jiu responded with a gentle smile, gesturing towards the hilt of Gu Yuxing's wooden sword, adding with a hint of regret, "It merely lacks a decorative tassel. Young man, one must possess a certain flair." At these words, Gu Yuxing paused momentarily, instinctively touching the red cord at his chest before hesitantly lowering his hand, casting a furtive glance at the old gentleman. Fearful of reproach, his gaze momentarily lost in thought. That night of wind and snow marked a farewell. Now, once more, snowflakes began to descend. Reflecting on it, it had been nearly a year since he last saw Miss Imo. Qin Jiu observed the youth's momentary daze and disheartenment, yet he paid it no mind. When the boy regained his composure, Qin Jiu spoke, "Over the past 6 months, you have nearly grasped the essence of the swordsmanship. With winter approaching, it is time to impart to you a valuable sword technique." Gu Yuxing exclaimed with delight, "Are you going to teach me a sword technique, master? What level is it?" "Quite elevated," Qin Jiu remarked, retrieving a scroll from his sleeve. With a flick of his finger, the scroll gradually unfurled in his hand. Gu Yuxing focused intently, and within the scroll, he beheld a figure bearing a sword. Though only the silhouette was visible, an overwhelming sense of ancient profundity enveloped him, as if he were instantly drawn into the world depicted within the painting. It was reminiscent of the countless times he had followed in his father's footsteps. That towering figure similarly grand. However, Gu Yuxing could see only the silhouette of the sword-bearer, yet not the sword technique itself, leaving him in perplexity. Qin Jiu slowly rolled up the scroll and handed it to Gu Yuxing, explaining, "This is a work left behind by the sage of the Book Mountain at the Holy Academy, known as the Human Back. It has existed for a millennium. In the past, when the demon race ravaged the world, countless individuals like this one ventured forth with their swords. Thus, this painting has been revered by many generations. Some say it contains the supreme essence of swordsmanship, yet I, being rather dull-witted, could not fathom its depths. 60 years ago, I personally journeyed to the Book Mountain in search of its truths, but alas, I did not find the answers I sought. Fortunately, I did not return empty-handed." Upon hearing this, Gu Gu Yuxing's impression of the Holy Academy's book mountain deepened. What manner of place could it be, seemingly more enigmatic than the three great sanctuaries? Gu Yuxing once again heard the venerable elders speak. In the sacred academy of literature, I have discovered a sword technique known as the Futianju, consisting of a total of 9 swords. I shall first impart to you the sword moves, followed by the mental incantations. Pay close attention. With a casual flick of his wrist, Qin Jiu transformed a simple wooden stick into a sword. In an instant, his posture became upright and commanding, his movements flowing like water. Each gesture, employing the wooden stick as a sword, was executed with grace and deliberation, embodying the foundational 14 sword forms while subtly incorporating the art of sword control and concealment. At that moment, the aged visage of Mr. Qin bestowed upon the wooden stick a lifetime of glory, transforming it into a formidable blade, each move intricate and sublime. Gu Yuxing stood rooted in place, his eyes wide with astonishment and comprehension. His lips moved several times, attempting to articulate his thoughts, yet the words eluded him. For the 9 sword techniques that Qin Jiu had just taught him were familiar. They were the very techniques that Miss Mo had casually brought forth in the form of illustrations. However, when Gu Yuxing initially practiced those sword moves, he had not grasped their true essence, which was now vividly apparent. He had lacked the core element, the heart of the sword technique. Yuxing, do you see it clearly now? Gu Yuxing nodded in affirmation. Qin Jiu set the wooden stick aside and resumed his seat, saying, I shall now impart to you the heart method of the Futian sword technique. You must commit it to memory and refrain from sharing it lightly with others, for it is not merely a trivial matter. The disciple shall remember, came Gu Yuxing's earnest reply. Chapter 56. Late Autumn's First Snow. Miss Mo presents a cloak in the late autumn twilight. Gu Yuxing returned from his evening training amidst the rain and wind. This path through the peach blossom grove was one he traversed daily, with the lush vegetation and dewdrops clinging to his garments. The gate to the small courtyard was tightly shut. With a gentle push, he opened it, and a wave of familiarity washed over him. Inside, a pot of earthly warmth awaited him as he sat alone, gazing out at the incessant rain. Gu Yuxing's expression was tinged with solitude. Over the past 6 months, aside from his interactions with Mr. Qin, he had spent his days and nights in the company of his sword. Whether returning from sword practice or taking a brief respite, he would soon find himself in the cold cave, honing his skills, a rather monotonous existence. Silently, Gu Yuxing retrieved his wooden sword. After some contemplation, he decided against tying the red cord, which he had kept close to his heart, to the sword sheath. Instead, he fetched several strands of red cord and, in the dimming light, crafted a somewhat rudimentary sword tassel. In the small courtyard, Gu Yuxing twirled the wooden sword, creating a flourish, and nodded in satisfaction. Suddenly, amidst the pattering rain and gusty winds, a melodic laugh resonated from beyond the gate. Startled, Gu Yuxing instinctively rushed to the courtyard's wooden door, flinging it open, only to find the space outside empty. Had he misheard? He stood momentarily in surprise, turning back as a gentle fragrance enveloped him. To his astonishment, Miss Mo, whom he had not seen in nearly a year, stood before him, beaming, clad in a white muslin dress, with a snow-white shawl cascading down her waist, and her hair adorned with delicate tassels. 2 strands of dark hair danced around her exquisite face. Her sparkling eyes, a straight nose, a gently curved mouth, and slightly arched brows completed her enchanting visage. The familiar tsundere demeanor, the well-known laughter and countenance. Over the past year, Miss Mo has become increasingly striking, her figure elongated, her delicate frame enchanting, with a visage as fair as snow. She has adorned herself with neither heavy cosmetics nor ostentation. Yet an elusive fragrance lingers about her, causing Gu Yuxing's heart to race with longing and confusion. While Miss Mo displays no sign of embarrassment, he finds himself blushing with youthful awkwardness, unable to meet her gaze. Miss Mo, Gu Yuxing stumbles back a step, his footing faltering, nearly toppling over, and hastily grasps the doorframe to steady himself, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as he rubs his nose. Do not appear so suddenly in the courtyard. You startled me. Seeing Gu Yuxing's unsteady stance, Mo Wanyun, though aware that he has grown taller than her, finds him swaying like a bewildered goose. And she can't help but stifle a laugh. Gu Yuxing, after a year apart, you remain just the same. Instinctively, Mo Wanyun lifts her foot, intending to step on Gu Yuxing's shoe, but upon noticing how much more defined his features have become in the past year, and how his eyes, though still carrying a hint of youthfulness, shine like the purest stars, she refrains from executing her playful intent. Her heart quickens in response, and she hurriedly rises onto her toes, concealing her foot beneath her flowing skirt. She pretends to step forward, placing her hand atop her own head before gently resting it on Gu Yuxing's forehead, withdrawing her touch at once. Have you been indulging in meat? You have grown so much taller this year. As Mo Wanyun finished speaking, a sly smile appeared on her face, exuding an air of cleverness. One hand, which had been discreetly hidden behind her, was gradually brought forth before Gu Yuxing, clutching a meticulously folded cloak. With an air of casualness, she began to speak. A few days ago, my grandfather compelled me to learn needlework, and I even had some cotton, linen, and silk sent over from Zainazhu. I toiled and trimmed, expending a great deal of fabric, yet managed to create only a few decent garments. Hey, Gu Yuxing, I believe my fate lies solely in wielding a sword. Sewing seems to elude me. I made this simple cloak. Why don't you try it on? If it fits, wear it for me to see. If not, I shall discard it. As Mo Wanyun spoke, she gradually unveiled the cloak, revealing its substantial fabric. The gentle rain continued to fall in the small courtyard, droplets clinging to her hair, yet she seemed utterly indifferent to it. Her eyes flitted towards Gu Yuxing, and with delicate steps, she glided behind him, draping the cloak over his shoulders and handing him the ties. It's a tad large, but you are bound to grow taller, she remarked. Mo Wanyun then circled back to face Gu Yuxing, taking a few steps back, her arms crossed, one hand cradling her chin while two fingers rested on her faint dimples. Now, Gu Yuxing, don't just stand there. Turn around so I can have a look. At this moment, Gu Yuxing, at a loss for words, resembled a marionette, spinning left and then right. Miss Mo, does it suit me? Gu Yuxing tied a rope before him and stood there obediently. He lifted his eyelids and stole a glance at Miss Mo, only to find her gaze meeting his, their eyes locking in a moment as electrifying as a flash of lightning. His heart seemed to skip a beat, leaving his mind in a state of delightful emptiness, adorned only by a silly grin. Miss Mo Wanyun averted her gaze momentarily before glancing down at her toes, with a hint of pride in her voice as she declared, I told you, I possess some innate talent. It was then that Gu Yuxing appeared to snap back to reality. Miss Mo, do not stand in the rain. Quickly, let us retreat indoors. He extended his hand, attempting to shield her hairstyle from the downpour, though his palm offered little protection from the rain. Nevertheless, Miss Mo Wanyun leaned forward, dashing toward the eaves. I am not that delicate, she shot him a glance of disdain, her eyes drifting to the tassel of his wooden sword, before bursting into laughter once more. I just laughed at how ugly your tassel is. Gu Yuxing felt a pang of embarrassment and boldly suggested, would you help me craft a finer one? How fanciful, she retorted, approaching the small wooden tiger. She contemplated sitting upon it but hesitated, gently stroking its ear as she mused, in just a year or two, these childhood toys will feel so distant. We should preserve them as a reminder for the future. Indeed, Gu Yuxing nodded in agreement, his gaze unwavering from Miss Mo. Are you hungry? He inquired. Miss Mo Wanyun nodded slightly, just a little. As Gu Yuxing heard her words, he picked up a bamboo basket and stepped into the autumn rain. The droplets fell steadily, most of them landing on the gently lifted cloak draped over his shoulders. Mo Wanyun gazed intently at Gu Yuxing's figure, a secret smile playing on her lips. Fool, she murmured. Before long, Gu Yuxing returned with 2 fish, lifting the catch from his bamboo basket with a hint of shyness. I've been busy with my cultivation lately, and there's nothing good stored at home. Fortunately, these deep-water autumn fish make for a warming soup. I shall also prepare a pot of honey brew. I hope you won't find it lacking, Miss Mo. I intend to. Mo Wanyun raised an eyebrow. I'll drink all the soup myself. Gu Yuxing, puzzled by her words, continued to observe Mo Wanyun's figure, muttering, Miss Mo, you have a slender waist, but is your belly quite large? No sooner had he spoken than Mo Wanyun approached and delivered a playful smack to his head, hands planted defiantly on her hips. Am I really that fat? Not at all, Gu Yuxing hurriedly replied, soon bustling about to prepare a pot of delicious fish soup. Hey, it's warm at home. You should take off your cloak. Gu Yuxing chuckled, keep it on. It gives you the air of a practitioner. Amused by his antics, Mo Wanyun sipped half a bowl of fish soup before gently setting it down. Listen, Gu Yuxing, I've been honing my skills for nearly half a year now. In another 6 months, I shall be able to soar through the skies. When that time comes, don't just look up at me with envy. Gu Yuxing pondered for a moment while holding the bowl, then glanced at her and said, then, Miss Mo, you should refrain from wearing such delicate skirts. What does it mean? Mo Wanyun's eyes were filled with confusion, and suddenly her face flushed crimson. She nearly knocked the clay pot over with a furious stomp. Glaring at Gu Yuxing, her fists clenched tightly. "Little mudfish, do you believe I will gouge out your eyes and trample them underfoot?" Gu Yuxing hurriedly steadied the pot, clasping his hands together in a gesture of supplication, murmuring, "Miss Amo, do not be angry. This clay pot is the only vessel in my home capable of cooking. If it were to break, it would be unfortunate. Should anyone dare to gaze upon you inappropriately, I will assist you in extracting their eyes. And you may trample them as you wish. How does that sound?" "Get lost," Mo Wanyan pouted. "Gu Yuxing, where did you learn such flattery?" Gu Yuxing's expression dimmed instantly. "Miss Mo, I have crossed paths with disciples of the sect, yet I have never spoken to them. I feel as though I am on the verge of becoming mute." Mo Wanyan glanced at him and softly replied, "Speaking every day does not necessarily equate to quality. Recently, I've been studying with my grandfather, learning the importance of silence over speech. Those in the mountains, both front and back, each bear their own burdens. There is little to be said." Gu Yuxing felt a ripple of understanding within him, nodding silently as he picked up a spoon and placed a fish head into Mo Wanyan's bowl. "Miss Mo, do have some more." Mo Wanyan lifted her bowl and delicately savored the fish head until only the bare bones remained. Setting down her bowl, she stood and said, "I shall take my leave now. I was merely passing through. Do not see me off. And by the way, do not mention that the cloak on your shoulder was made by me. It is utterly unsightly and would only invite ridicule." Gu Yuxing rose to his feet, one foot poised at the threshold while the other remained inside. Stubbornly, he declared, "No, if anyone inquires, I shall insist it was Miss Mo who did it. Suit yourself." Emma Wannan replied, making her way to the small courtyard, her hand gently pushing open the door without pausing. Gu Yuxing gazed intently at the silhouette that gradually faded from view, as if he were witnessing his first encounter with Miss Emma once more, filled with urgency. Like autumn rain pattering against banana leaves as the young maiden gracefully departed, he stood there, his eyes filled with towering mountains obscured by shadows, the silhouette of peach trees, and the scattered autumn leaves resembling the mundane world of mortal existence. He watched the maiden approach, then watched her leave, fearful that one day beauty would wither, and white hair would take its place. Suddenly, Gu Yuxing dashed out of the courtyard, racing toward the peach blossom grove. "Emo," he called out, his voice barely a whisper. "Mississippi." He lifted his hand, yet could not capture that fleeting figure. Even the mountain breeze left no trace behind. At that moment, the sky drizzled gently, autumn rain transforming into snowflakes, each delicate flake landing softly in his palms. Standing amidst the peach blossom grove, Gu Yuxing lingered for a long while. The heavy cloak draped over his shoulders shielded him from the chill. This year, his shoulders had broadened somewhat. He was no longer so frail. Yet, his voice remained a secret only he could hear. Perhaps the peach trees listened, but Gu Yuxing, in frustration, severed a branch with a swift motion. "You obstruct my sight," he muttered. Chapter 57. A Toast to the Mentor, Parting and Reunion Beyond One's Control. On that night of the first snow, Gu Yuxing encountered Mo Wanyan. In the days that followed, the snow fell heavier with each passing moment, transforming the entire Qingyun sect into a world blanketed in white. This delighted the snow monkeys that stealthily thrived in the valley, emboldening them to frolic in the snow. They would joyously leap into the air to catch the snowballs thrown by Gu Yuxing, performing somersaults with unrestrained glee. Their snowy fur grew thicker than ever, and naturally, their penchant for pilfering Gu Yuxing's jars of wine intensified. However, their dependence on Gu Yuxing extended beyond mere alcohol. Whenever he practiced on the stones above the cold pool, they would dutifully guard the entrance, their ears perked at the slightest rustle. In the deep of night, a solitary moon hung high in the sky. Gu Yuxing sat cross-legged upon the stones above the cold pool, his entire being cloaked in frost. Occasionally, the bones of his body would emit cracking sounds, emanating a silvery glow from within. Throughout these past months, aside from sword training, he had not neglected the cultivation of his own realm. Yet, the challenge of bone tempering proved to be far greater than he had anticipated. Despite consuming the spirit wine every few days, he could only temper a fragment of bone every several days. Now, save for his skull, the bones of his entire body had been refined. According to the bone tempering technique, his current speed could be deemed remarkably swift. Nonetheless, Gu Yuxing felt an unwavering conviction that in any endeavor, one should pursue perfection. Beyond silver bones, there existed the golden bones. The skull, being the most enigmatic, resilient, and simultaneously fragile part of the human body, held profound significance. For several days, He has been tempering his skull, not in haste, but rather guiding the primordial energies of heaven and earth into his meridians with utmost diligence, carefully channeling the gentlest of forces for his refinement. Yet, despite this meticulous approach, Gu Yuxing still finds himself beset by a certain dizziness, as if an invisible shackle were incessantly constricting his sea of consciousness. After persisting for 2 hours, feeling that his body had reached its limits, Gu Yuxing ceased his cultivation. During these days, he has navigated the path of swordsmanship with ease, yet his cultivation realm has not seen significant advancement. Nevertheless, the attentive teachings of Mr. Qin have not only been applied to his sword techniques, but have also permeated his entire practice. With a sigh, Gu Yuxing expelled a breath of frosty air. Rising to his feet, he brushed his hand across the cloak on his shoulders, shaking off the frost that had settled upon it. As he prepared to step over the cold pond, he heard an odd gurgling sound beneath his feet. The snow ape, which had been guarding the cave entrance, suddenly became restless, scratching its ears and chattering anxiously, its snowy fur bristling like sharp needles. What is happening? Gu Yuxing felt an inexplicable unease swell within him. Focusing his gaze, he observed the tranquil surface of the cold pond, where bubbles began to emerge, gradually increasing in size, gurgling and bubbling. In an instant, Gu Yuxing sensed a vast surge of spiritual energy rising from deep within the earth's veins. This energy, remarkably pure, flowed into his body, penetrating directly to his bones. What is going on? The sudden influx of benefits instinctively instilled a sense of danger in Gu Yuxing. He swiftly distanced himself from the cold pond, observing cautiously. Gathering his vital energy in his feet, prepared to flee the icy cave at the first sign of trouble. Bubbles emerged increasingly in the water, and the spiritual energy within the cave became ever more abundant. A thought stirred within Gu Yuxing. He retrieved the gourd from his waist, uncorking it. In the next moment, the spiritual energy in the cave seemed to be drawn by an enigmatic force, surging into Gu Yuxing's gourd in a throng. Under the faint glow of the luminous stone, Gu Yuxing observed the gourd in his hand transform into a pale, azure hue. As it absorbed the spiritual energy, it gradually grew heavier. Time passed slowly. The surge of spiritual energy from the ground continued unabated, yet no ominous signs of danger emerged. Gu Yuxing felt somewhat reassured and began to slowly draw in the energy from the earth's veins. On Qingping Mountain, a thin veil of clouds lingered near the cold moon. Somewhere on the mountain, the meditative Qin Jiu opened his eyes. His hand brushed over the frostbitten sword sheath, which he then strapped to his back. Rising slowly, he gazed into the distant heavens. Gradually, his brow sharpened, poised like a sword ready to unsheath. His left hand concealed within his sleeve, he silently formed a seal. Suddenly, a rune on the sword sheath on his back shone with unparalleled brilliance. Qin Jiu's expression shifted slightly. Moments later, he smoothed the radiant rune, murmuring to himself, "Is yet another demon sovereign emerging? So close to Qingping Mountain, I truly am a man of misfortune." A sudden chill swept over Qingping Mountain, prompting Qin Jiu to tighten his garments against the cold. At that moment, a cerulean figure descended from the sky, surrounding the esteemed scholar Mo Fanching with ancient inscriptions. Upon recognizing Qin Jiu, he was taken aback, yet remained silent. Instead, he cast a discerning glance at the nearby flat expanse, where a smooth stone lay, its aura dissipating. With a grave expression, he remarked, "For the past 2 years, I have pondered who wielded the sword capable of cleaving the heavens and intimidating the demon emperor on the day the Qingyun sect was founded. It turns out to be you, Mr. Qin." Standing with his sword slung over his shoulder, Qin Jiu replied coolly, "Why abandon the mountain of books to come to Qingping Prefecture and enjoy the breeze? The world may label you a bookworm, but I beg to differ. Among the breathtaking vistas of this realm, Mount Jingting claims a share, the mountain of books claims another, and the remainder resides here at Qingping Mountain. You ought not to seek me out. You know well my disdain for the Sacred Academy's literary heights." Mo Fanching gently brushed the snowflakes off his shoulders, turning his gaze toward the snow-laden landscape below. The peach blossom grove had transformed into a sea of white. "I have encountered a cunning peach demon, which once had a branch severed by someone and has since been plotting its revenge against the disciples of the Qingyun sect, secretly amassing strength. The peach blossoms have flourished these past 2 years, allowing it to regain considerable power. Just days ago, I observed that it had lost another branch, and I found myself pondering who within the Qingyun sect possesses the skill to silently sever its limbs. The number is indeed quite few." Qin Jiu stepped closer to the stone, leaning against its frigid surface. He stated, "I did not break it. I merely wished to serve as a sheath for my sword. And it willingly offered itself for the task. Mo Fanching smiled knowingly. When encountering Mr. Qin, how could it possibly refuse? If there exists even the slightest hint of unwillingness, one may lose their life. Qin Jiao, disinterested in the antics of this bookish scholar, paid him no mind. However, Mo Fanching stepped forward with fervor, gazing at the vast sky, and declared, Mr. Qin, a great storm is about to arise. The winds of the demon clan will soon sweep over Qingping Mountain. With your presence, I can find solace in my studies. Each individual bears their own responsibilities. That formidable demon from Qingping Mountain 3 years prior did not perish, rather. It has transcended to a new realm. I shall not intervene on your behalf. Mo Fanching sighed. I am not adept at combat, nor skilled in slaying demons. Mr. Qin, with your brilliant sword, could you not resolve this predicament for me? Qin Jiao turned his face to meet Mo Fanching's gaze. After a prolonged silence, he spoke. Do you believe there is only one great demon in this world? In Tianyao City, a holy demon has been born. The days for humanity are numbered. It will not be long before you and I are captured by the demon clan. Our heads may be fashioned into goblets, and your esteemed academy will be trampled upon by these brutish creatures. That day is not far off. Mo Fanching's expression stiffened. Is that truly the case? Qin Jiao nodded. I share this with you to bind you to a favor. Even if I do not utilize it, one day my disciples shall. As a scholar, do not renege on your word. Mo Fanching looked on in astonishment. Since when has Mr. Qin, a solitary wanderer, taken on disciples? A trace of gentleness surfaced on Qin Jiao's icy visage. Between individuals, there exists a certain destiny. Mo Fanching furrowed his brow, his gaze turning vigilant. His attire billowed as he spoke in a somber tone. In the Qingyun sect, could there truly be a paragon worthy of Mr. Mo's esteem? Is it perhaps the 9th prince of the Qianlong dynasty? A paragon? Qin Jiao scoffed with derision. I had thought you somewhat distinct from those old fogies at the Holy Academy, yet you too seem to judge based on superficial appearances. What true paragons exist in this world? As for my disciples, do I truly concern myself with their innate talents? Titles such as those from the Qianlong dynasty or the 9th prince are mere burdens of the mortal realm, inadequate for discerning one's character. That is well, Mo Fanching replied, visibly relieved. He clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and turned to depart. However, Qin Jiao interjected, Please, do not leave yet. Mo Fanching halted in his tracks. Qin Jiao continued, Regarding the matter on Qingping Mountain, it is sufficient for you to know, do not let others become aware. Mo Fanching drifted away, understanding that once one forms attachments, hesitation ensues. Mr. Qin, the formidable demons outside are fierce. May your sword not become dulled by such sentiments. The joys and sorrows of scholars reside in the very lines they inscribe, often quite callous. I would rather not find myself one day mourning you at a solitary grave. Rest assured, I shall not perish. Qin Jiao responded with a calm demeanor, taking a step forward and bowing slightly to Mo Fanching. Startled, Mo Fanching recoiled a step, unable to meet his gaze directly. Mr. Qin, if you have something to say, please speak plainly. I cannot bear it. Qin Jiao remarked. My disciple will come of age next year, reaching the time to slay demons. It is imperative that a person of virtue performs the capping ceremony for him. This matter requires your earnest attention, as life is but a singular journey. He is without parents by his side, and I have not designated myself as his master. He lacks a close companion. After much contemplation, I believe you, as a learned individual, are the most suitable choice. The following dawn, as Gu Yuxing opened the door, he beheld a solitary, upright figure in the courtyard. Qin Jiao, his hair and shoulders cloaked in frost and snow, had been standing there for an indeterminate time, resembling a statue of ice. Gu Yuxing rubbed his eyes, and in the next moment, his gaze glistened with unshed tears as he trembled. Sir, what brings you to the snow? He hurried forward, but his legs weakened, and he fell to his knees in the snow, bowing his head to conceal his reddened eyes. A pair of hands, pale as bone, reached out to assist him. The frost-laden Qin Jiao gently patted the snowflakes from Gu Yuxing's shoulders and clothes. With eyes imbued with kindness, he spoke. Yuxing, I must depart from Qingping Mountain. Gu Yuxing, whose emotions were already tangled, lifted his head slowly upon hearing Qin Jiao's words. His eyes met the aged visage of Qin Jiao, and he clenched his jaw, unable to utter a single word. Snowflakes settled upon his brow and hair tips. And with his eyelids drooping, he stepped upon the snow-covered ground, whispering, Sir, it is not yet a year. The peach blossoms have yet to bloom. Look. The courtyard is adorned with plum blossoms. Moreover, I am but a dullard. I have yet to master the sword techniques you have taught me. Qin stood with his hands clasped behind him, gazing up at the somber sky for a moment before speaking softly. Child, I must leave eventually. Whether I depart when the plum blossoms bloom or when the peach blossoms flourish, it matters not. You warm a pot of wine, and I shall carry it with me on my journey. Gu Yuxing lowered his head, unwilling to accept his teacher's departure, reluctant to warm the wine. Yet, he rushed into the house, igniting the brazier and carrying it to the brewing room. He stumbled several times, opening jar after jar of last year's and this year's wine, tasting each one. Standing behind the door, the resolute young man felt tears welling up. With a hint of a sob in his voice, he implored, Teacher, none of this wine is palatable. It is bitter. Please stay. When the peach blossoms bloom next year, I promise to brew the finest wine. Qin approached, casually taking a jar and sipping from it, filling his gourd before reassuring him. The flavor is rather delightful. It was then that Gu Yuxing poured a bowl and placed it atop the brazier to warm. He feared the fire insufficient, neglecting his master. Yet he also feared it too fierce, causing the wine to heat too quickly and drive away Mr. Qin. Qin remained standing in the snow, patting Gu Yuxing's head and sighed, Child, the matters of gathering and parting are like fate itself, entirely beyond our control. We are always at the mercy of destiny. So do not be disheartened. Walk your own path, and may your life be free of tumultuous waves. If you encounter troubles, consult the spring breeze. If that fails, seek counsel from the sword in your hand. The wine is warmed. Bring it to me. Gu Yuxing cradled the bowl brimming with wine in both hands. Qin accepted it, downing it in one gulp, then stroked his beard and laughed heartily. He's gone. Qin's figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, drifting away like a whisper of wind. He vanished into thin air before Gu Yuxing's eyes. Gu Yuxing stood in place, holding an empty bowl, his eyelids unmoving for what felt like an eternity. As the wind and snow swept past his feet, striking his face, it took a considerable while for him to awaken from his stupor. He wandered into the house, seemingly lost, approached the bed, and climbed under the covers alone. After a nap, I shall see my master, the youth mused. Chapter 58, The Echoing Chimes. Today, bathed in snow, the snow on Qingping Mountain has descended from the depths of autumn into the heart of winter. Between the valleys, occasionally a lone bird soars across the sky, singing a melodious tune, standing upon the cloud bridge that weaves between the 6 peaks. The vibrant scene of the peach blossom grove below has vanished from sight, as has the elusive little courtyard. In the early morning, snowflakes danced in the air. Gu Yuxing stood in the courtyard, gazing at the somber sky, which seemed to weep. The melodious chime of Qingyan Gate appeared to resonate from the depths of the heavens. Shortly thereafter, a faint azure glow emanated from the sect token at his waist. This was the summons of the sect, a call that all must heed. Without hesitation, Gu Yuxing took his cloak from the wall, draped it over his shoulders, closed the courtyard door, and with a gentle tap of his toes, moved as gracefully as a wild goose treading on fresh snow. Since Mr. Qin's departure, Gu Yuxing had not spoken to another soul. He maintained a routine, eating, practicing swordplay, and cultivating his skills diligently. His life continued as it once had, yet he had not soared through the skies of Qingping Mountain to that flat expanse again. Diligent cultivation was the sole thought occupying Gu Yuxing's mind. In the training ground, he was the first to arrive. In the vast expanse of white snow to the north, Elder Yu Qinshan stood resolutely in the wind and snow, sword at his side, in a state of meditation. Upon noticing Gu Yuxing's arrival, his eyes snapped open, revealing a glimmer of appreciation. He gestured towards the demon-suppressing steel not far from Gu Yuxing. You have come too early. There is no need to stand in the snow awaiting others. The demon-suppressing steel shines brightly in the world. If you approach it, the snow shall not fall upon you. Gu Yuxing offered a respectful salute to Elder Yu, but did not move towards the steel. Snowflakes continued to cascade upon his head and shoulders. Yu Qinshan was momentarily taken aback, yet he refrained from further persuasion. The wind and snow were fierce. The disciples of the 6 peaks arrived in haste. Over the course of 2 years, they had learned to channel their vitality, forming a protective aura around themselves, shielding against the biting cold. Despite the chill of the heavens and earth, the disciples of the Qingyun sect were particularly exuberant. Groups of 3 or 5 gathered, engaging in idle chatter or gossip. Many eyes were drawn to Gu Yuxing, who stood still, enveloped in snowflakes. They could not help but smirk. Though the Qingyun sect was vast, discussions of cultivation were rare. Now, witnessing Gu Yuxing's predicament, they were inclined to whisper and speculate. Surely that lad had not yet condensed his primordial fetus? He was unable to withstand even the snow and wind. How could that be? The condensation hall had previously been struck by heavenly punishment, allegedly due to his reckless testing. If he had not condensed his primordial fetus, would Elder Lu have spared him? Indeed, the female disciples of the falling dust peak traversed through the snow, resembling a flurry of vibrant birds. As the heavy snow fell, they donned various attire: mink fur coats, silk phoenix gauze, delicate hairpins, and phoenix crowns, or flowing robes and skirts trailing upon the ground, gracefully sweeping the snow-covered surface. Were it not for this snowfall, they would not be able to showcase the most exquisite beauty in the world. The young male disciples of the Six Peaks, upon witnessing this scene, naturally joined in the commotion, raising their hands in greeting or whistling with their fingers. The Qing sect transcended the mundane. Yet those who practiced here remained entrenched in the world. Coupled with the difficulties of life, the disturbances from the demon tribes, and the fleeting beauty of youth, valiant men wielded their swords across the land. Whether in tales or in the lives of most, such occurrences are inevitable. As the saying goes, a beautiful flower deserves a green leaf, and a heroine compliments a hero. The passage of time brings forth the splendor of youth and the allure of life. Who has the leisure to make promises? As the sorrows and joys of the world unfold, the younger generation learns to express themselves during their prime. With the bond of sworn partners, they seek not immortality, but rather a shared demise against the claws of great demons. The Qing sect embraces such elegies and romances. The elders of various peaks do not hinder the budding affections between the youth. Thus, within the Qing sect, each individual finds their counterpart. They journey together through life, cultivating their skills in unison. In the training grounds, a curious scene soon emerges. Disciples from the falling dust peak, initially a cluster of sisters, find themselves one by one led away by disciples from other peaks. It seems that on such snowy days, pairing off is the norm. Groups of 3 or 5 venture toward their counterparts of the opposite sex in search of companionship. Yet, there stands Gu Yuxing, solitary and forlorn. The snow-dusted cloak on his shoulders becomes a unique sight in itself. Even the female disciples of falling dust peak, yet to find their partners, would not feign indifference as they pass by him. This is partly due to Gu Yuxing's tender age, as they have no desire to care for him, and partly because the shame of the sword at the demon suppression steel is an indelible mark upon him. No one is inclined to befriend Gu Yuxing. The haughty Chuchen makes his entrance, already surrounded by admirers. The air in the training ground was filled with the sounds of frantic cries. Not for any other reason than the identity of the 9th prince of the Xuanlong dynasty. This title, akin to a crown resting upon the head of a mere dog, bestowed an audacious confidence upon its bearer. Standing amidst the snow, Gu Yuxing was engrossed in a meditative contemplation of his sword, envisioning it as an extension of the heavens and the earth. Suddenly, he sensed a piercing gaze directed at him, akin to a blade, colder than the frost and snow. With a hint of awareness, Gu Yuxing turned his head and beheld Chu Chun at the forefront of the crowd, dressed in opulent attire. His gaze fixated upon the heavy cloak draped over Gu Yuxing's shoulders. His hawk-like nose and sharp eyes resembled an invisible sword, perpetually poised for unsheathing. Yet, Gu Yuxing remained unfazed. In this snowy day, he awaited but one person, yearning for a solitary silhouette. A soft pat on his shoulder startled him. He turned to find a pair of bright, radiant eyes fixed intently upon him, with cherry-red lips curved into a subtle smile. One hand rested behind her back, while the other playfully pressed a finger to her nose in a gesture of proud defiance. "Little Loach," she teased. Emma Wanyan appeared to be in high spirits, clad in garments as white as the snow. A crimson cloak draped over her shoulders, her hair styled in a single bun, with 2 strands cascading down her cheeks. A delicate white jade sword hung at her slender waist, its hilt adorned with a charming red tassel. She stood there like a whisper of the wind, exuding grace and charm, an enchanting fragrance lingering in her wake. "Miss Mo," Gu Yuxing replied, his eyes sparkling with bright enthusiasm. "In my heart, I mused, so the 9th prince harbors resentment towards me. Yet, what of it? Miss Mo is free to associate with whomever she pleases. Your animosity towards me serves no purpose, but rather fortifies my resolve to wield my sword with greater precision. Are you lost in thought?" Mo Wanyun inquired, her long eyelashes fluttering, her penetrating gaze seemingly capable of unraveling Gu Yuxing's innermost thoughts. "Not at all. I was contemplating Miss Mo," Gu Yuxing replied instinctively. "Humph." Mo Wanyun shot him a glance, her eyelashes fluttering once more, a smirk gracing her lips. "You truly stand there in the snow, allowing it to fall upon you, all for a tattered cloak?" They are all laughing at you, cannot you hear? I welcome it. Gu Yuxing smiled. I would rather they be aware. Miss Imo has not bestowed such attention upon others, has she? What are you thinking? Imo Wanyan exclaimed. A hint of urgency in her voice, before softening, I have not given you such a thing. Do not flatter yourself. I shall take my leave to avoid inciting your ire. As you know, the Qingyan sect is small, rife with disputes. After a few steps, noticing the gazes of those around were fixed upon Gu Yuxing, she crossed her arms and quipped, What are you staring at? Do you not recognize your fellow sect members? At that moment, Chu Qin approached Imo Wanyun, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Miss Wanyun, we meet again. Let's not exaggerate. We are not acquainted, Imo Wanyun retorted, finding her path obstructed by Chu Qin, making it impossible to pass easily. Thus, she opted to return to Gu Yuxing's side. Playfully, she said to him, Hey, I shall join you in the snow. Sounds delightful. Gu Yuxing removed the shawl gifted by Imo Wanyun and draped it gently over her shoulders, stating earnestly, This way. You shall not feel the chill of the snow. Imo Wanyun nodded, then suddenly took a step back, her gaze flickering as she cautioned, Wait. Do not reach out. Gu Yuxing's expression stiffened as he withdrew his hand, brushing away a flake of snow that had settled atop her head. Miss Imo, why are you so anxious? Anxious. Imo Wanyun scoffed, deliberately stepping on Gu Yuxing's shoe, raising an eyebrow at him. Shoo, do not speak. Listen to the sound of the falling snow. Chapter 59. Conflict in the Training Grounds. A sword comes to rest. Gu Yuxing and Imo Wanyun remained silent, standing together amidst the falling snow. Flakes drifted gently down, adorning their hair, shoulders, and garments. When Gu Yuxing stood alone in the snowfall, many whispered of his folly. However, when he and Imo Wanyun braved the elements together, the disciples of Qingyan began to grasp the essence of their shared experience. It was a romance befitting youth, where the wind and snow intertwined, much like the cold, unyielding demon suppression monument. Once, 1,000 disciples ventured forth from Qingyan, yet only their names were etched upon the stone upon their return. Now, the snowflakes settled upon the monument, a poignant reminder of those who once faced death together. The shared snowfall mirrored the camaraderie of the past, evoking envy in some and jealousy in others. Chu Qin's countenance darkened, his fist clenched in frustration. The ladies surrounding him harbored hostility towards Gu Yuxing, their disdain for Imo Wanyun equally palpable. Deep down, they knew that remaining by Chu Qin's side would never grant them the purity they sought. They were bound by the trappings of worldly wealth, unable to relinquish their desires. In contrast, Imo Wanyun's status afforded her a freedom unattainable within the confines of Qingyan, her reputation as a scholar in the sacred academy commanding respect and caution from them. Yet, they dared not express their feelings openly, instead intensifying their animosity towards Gu Yuxing through mockery. Throughout history, the oppression of the weak by their own kind has proven far more brutal than that inflicted by the strong upon the weak, devoid of any inner burden or risk. That lad has truly stumbled upon extraordinary fortune. Numerous disciples of the Qingyan sect displayed expressions of indignation. Even the formidable ninth prince, faced with the indifference of Imo Wanyun, appeared overshadowed, while this fellow stood there, effortlessly reaping significant benefits. Initially, many believed that Imo Wanyun's behavior was merely coincidental, an attempt to give Chu Qin a semblance of respect. However, when Gu Yuxing removed his cloak and draped it over Imo Wanyun's shoulders, this scene stirred tumultuous waves within the hearts of many. It was not solely due to the youthful affection shared between the young man and woman, but rather because Imo Wanyun's status was exceedingly noble, so elevated, akin to the clouds in the sky, like a celestial being unattainable by mere mortals. Yet now, she desired to walk among the common folk, only to be favored by Gu Yuxing. This was a bitter pill to swallow. Chu Chan's countenance darkened to an extreme, prompting him to quicken his pace. A royal sword hung at his waist, which he gripped tightly. In the presence of the gathered crowd, murderous intent towards Gu Yuxing surged within him. Suddenly, a chilling wind arose, swirling snowflakes around, brushing against Gu Yuxing's eyes. Imo Wanyun stood beside him, utterly still, her brow furrowing slightly, as if on the verge of anger. Yet Gu Yuxing was already incensed. His hand subtly tightened around the sword's hilt, his toes barely grazing the ground, causing the snowflakes to swirl with greater intensity. Clang! The sword resonated with a sharp, metallic ring. In a fit of rage, Chu Qin drew his sword from its sheath, aiming a lethal strike at Gu Yuxing's vital points. With a crack, Gu Yuxing's wooden sword emerged just in time, positioning himself before Imo Wanyun. Stop! At a critical moment, 3 powerful voices echoed through the air. The master Zuanjizi, gracefully approaching, was joined by Yu Shan, who had first appeared in the snow. Chu Chen's sword did not falter. The golden radiance pierced through the falling snowflakes, one after another. With a sharp hiss, a piercing sword aura entwined mysteriously. A mournful hum resonated as the sword in Chu Chen's hand trembled violently, and he was forced back by an overwhelming force. Retreating several steps in a somewhat disheveled manner before coming to a halt, he cast a sideways glance, his crimson eyes filled with a mix of grimness and provocation. The one who had thwarted his strike was Yu Shan, who had refused to teach him the one-word sword technique. On the other side, a similarly sharp sword aura was accumulating in the shadows, slicing through the vast expanse. The assailant was Lei Jiangheng, the master of Yinfeng Peak, aiming his attack at Gu Yuxing. That strand of sword energy seemed intent on severing Gu Yuxing's grip on his weapon. With a clang, Gu Yuxing unsheathed his wooden sword. Silently, he thrust it forward, and the snowflakes swirling around him mysteriously dissolved, the formless sword energy radiating outward, dispersing the thick ice shards on the ground and leaving behind a long, deep cut. Suddenly, Gu Yuxing's complexion paled. His feet shifted back slightly, as if an immense force pressed upon him, compelling him to retreat. Yet Gu Yuxing did not yield. He understood that behind him stood Miss Mo. With a crack, his body abruptly sank. Countless fissures silently spread across the ice beneath him, extending for dozens of meters. Impudence. It was the voice of Zuanjizi from Qinyan sect. He appeared between Chu Chen and Gu Yuxing, his sleeves sweeping with an air of authority, his countenance darkened. Zuanjizi's gaze did not fall upon Gu Yuxing or Chu Chen. Instead, it was fixed upon Lei Jiangheng, who approached with his sword in hand. Amidst the astonished stares of the elders, He Hongnian, the Taoist of Luoqing Peak, furrowed her brow slightly, for she alone understood the significance of the audacious remark. As Lei Jiangheng landed, a twitch ran across his facial muscles, and his expression soured. Chu Chen, come back. Yet, Chu Chen paid no heed to Lei Jiangheng, his eyes unwaveringly fixed on Gu Yuxing, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his lips. Youngster, consider yourself fortunate. Gu Yuxing remained silent, for he was still reeling from the residual force of the earlier strike that had nearly claimed his life. A sense of dread gripped his heart. How could a peak master possess such a meager temperament? It was inconceivable, even if he found Chu Chen distasteful. It should not warrant such a reaction. It was a profound lapse in dignity. If it were not a matter of petty jealousy, then it must be a deliberate act. There must be a reason behind this occurrence, and it certainly could not stem from a mere conflict with the ninth prince of the Qianlong dynasty. A delicate hand rested upon his arm. Mo Wanyun's eyes were filled with concern, her gaze brimming with indignation directed at Chu Chen, evidently oblivious to the peril Gu Yuxing had just faced. Are you all right? She inquired. Gu Yuxing gently shook his head. At that moment, he felt a weight on his shoulder. Mo Wanyun had returned his cloak to him. Just then, a flash of white light swept across his vision. Crack! Suddenly, a sharp sound reverberated across the training ground as Mo Wanyun, in the presence of the leader of the Qinyan sect, appeared before Chu Chen with an uncanny agility and delivered a resounding slap to his face. The ninth prince? Such a pity for one of your standing. Mo Wanyun scoffed. I will align myself with whomever I choose, certainly not you. You draw your sword to harm others. What kind of logic is that? Chu Chen stood there, bewildered, his eyes wide with disbelief. You struck me? Indeed I did. Mo Wanyun swiftly drew her jade sword from her waist. If you are dissatisfied, feel free to draw your own sword and test me. Chu Chen's expression shifted, his demeanor oscillating between anger and uncertainty. Enough, my little ancestor, do not incite trouble. Above the training ground, the imposing figure of the great scholar Mo Fanqing materialized. In an instant, an unseen force compelled everyone, including Gu Yuxing, to retreat, leaving only Xuanji standing firm. The apparition of Mo Fanqing addressed the ninth prince. My granddaughter merely played a jest with you. Do not take it to heart. Wanyun, upon your return, you shall be punished with 3 days of copying texts and confined for self-reflection. Xuanji, my friend, I apologize for the disturbance. Such playful scuffles among the youth are quite natural. Indeed, for the young ones. The usually stern Xuanji displayed a gentle smile, his gaze turning towards He Hongnian. At that moment, He Hongnian stepped forward, channeling her inner energy to project her voice to the assembly, stating, the purpose of gathering everyone today is to announce something of great significance. With this timely shift in conversation, the tension between Gu Yuxing and Chu Chen was skillfully alleviated. Gu Yuansheng stood alone in place, his complexion slightly pale. However, he discreetly circulated his internal energy through a small cycle, swiftly dissipating the sword aura within his body, sustaining no significant harm. Chu Chen's eyes were bloodshot with fury. Yet he was restrained by a bony hand, belonging to the enigmatic eunuch Yang Gong beside him. Yang's sinister gaze was not directed at Gu Yuansheng, but fixated on the back of the sect leader, Xuanzi. Xuanzi walked calmly across the martial arts arena, seemingly indifferent. Yet his gaze remained unwaveringly on Lei Jiangheng. Lei Jiangheng, initially standing still like a tranquil pond, broke into a sweat as Xuanzi passed, stepping back with a solemn tone. "Master brother." Xuanzi halted, casually remarking, "The Qingyun sect has its own rules. Disciples who do not adhere to the regulations shall be dealt with according to the sect's laws. Lei Shidi, as an elder of the sect and the head of a peak. Should we not expel both of them from the sect for drawing swords in the forbidden area?" Lei Jiangheng's gaze shifted between Gu Yuansheng and Chu Chun, forcing a reluctant smile. "Master brother, let us consider this further. How do you believe we should handle this fairly?" Xuanzi's gaze was profoundly inscrutable, and the elders nearby sensed an inexplicable pressure, their hearts racing. Historically, this sect leader was perceived as strict but not overly harsh. Yet, his decisions were often inscrutable. What did the leader intend? Was he truly contemplating expelling Gu Yuansheng from the Qingyun sect? But why did he emphasize the word fairness? It is perplexing. Lei Jiangheng's straight body bent slightly as he gritted his teeth and said, "Senior brother, concerning the Sacred Academy Shushan. Although this matter was initiated by Chu Chun in a moment of impulsiveness, it has not escalated significantly." Zuanjizi nodded, a hint of amusement gracing his countenance. Strangely, he raised his hand and patted Lei Jiangheng's shoulder, speaking meaningfully. "He is fortunate, junior brother Lei, and so are you. Let us downplay this incident and deduct their contribution points for a year." Lei Jiangheng's eyelids twitched. "What kind of punishment is this? Gu Yusheng has no contribution points to begin with, and you personally decided this. Today as punishment essentially means that Chu Chun bears the brunt alone, doesn't it?" Thoughts raced through his mind, yet he dared not show any dissent. Forcing a smile, he replied, "As you wish, senior brother." Zuanjizi clasped his hands behind his back and said nonchalantly, "Elders, from this day forth, the disciples of the sect shall be strictly disciplined." "Yes, master brother," came the collective response from the elders. Zuanjizi then gathered his hands back into his sleeves, gesturing for Hishimi to continue speaking to the disciples, saying, "I shall observe." He Hongyan's expression was peculiar, yet she had no choice but to proceed, saying, "Disciples, recently, Qingyun town has been besieged by several ferocious beasts, resulting in the deaths of dozens. Although the elders within the sect have slain those beasts, this signifies that the foot of Qingyun mountain is no longer safe. Henceforth, you must diligently cultivate and enhance your combat abilities. The Hall of Things will soon commence the task of descending the mountain for trials, primarily involving the slaying of demons or safeguarding peace in the realm. It is imperative for you to grow swiftly, for the sect master has resolved to open the demon suppression tower in the near future. Every disciple must enter its confines to either observe or engage in combat with the demonic beasts. Those who exhibit exceptional performance shall be rewarded, while those who do not shall receive neither reward nor punishment, yet may face the peril of losing their lives forever." Chapter 60, mocked again by the world. Unaware of the approaching fortune or misfortune, the announcement regarding the opening of the demon suppression tower sent ripples of deep concern across the faces of the disciples of the Qingyun sect. For the vast majority, joining the Qingyun sect was merely a means to acquire skills, to descend the mountain and carve out a life of wealth and distinction, to ascend to the ranks of the elite or to enjoy boundless riches. The notion of slaying demons had always seemed like a tale spun from fantasy. During the initial trials at the demon hunting grounds in the rear mountain, although there were incidents, they were little more than trifles. Had it not been for the incursion of two renegade cultivators who claimed the lives of numerous disciples, the trials would have continued unabated. While conflicts among the sect's disciples were not uncommon, they seldom escalated to life and death stakes. However, the demon suppression tower was an entirely different matter. Within its confines lay an array of ferocious beasts, some of which had existed for countless years, paralleling the longevity of the Qingyun sect itself. Over the endless passage of time, even the weakest of these creatures had transformed into formidable monstrosities. This posed a genuine threat to life. Some disciples, with sharp intuition, discerned the implications in He Hong's words. The prospect of observing or engaging in combat with these beasts hinted at a troubling reality. Did it not suggest that for certain individuals, the necessity of direct confrontation with the beast was inevitable? If that were the case, beyond mere fortune, could there exist a realm of manipulation? After all, as long as one possesses influence and status, one's luck is unlikely to falter. Among the esteemed elders, Lu Zhan stood in an inconspicuous position. As Hong Yin's words faded, he fell into deep contemplation, his gaze penetrating through the crowd, fixating on Gu Yuxing. He had just discerned the subtlety of Lei Jiangheng's sword strike, and it appeared that Gu Yuxing possessed some commendable abilities. Yet, he remained uncertain whether the lion's share of the power behind that strike was deflected by the sect leader or resisted by Gu Yuxing himself. If it were the former, why would the sect leader protect a pariah of the sect? Was it merely a matter of fairness? If it were the latter, the young man was indeed extraordinarily remarkable. Lu Zhan was acutely aware of Lei Jiangheng's mastery in the sword arts, although Lei Jiangheng had not employed true spiritual force in that strike. His prowess in swordsmanship was undoubtedly among the top 3 within the sect. Could it be that this young man had already reached the bone-forging realm? Lu Zhan pondered, only to be startled by his own thoughts. How could that be possible? Even a prodigy like Chu Chen had recently encountered a bottleneck while refining his limbs, expending an exorbitant amount of resources, which had even stirred envy within Lu Zhan himself. As he recalled the conflict between his son Lu Chun and Gu Yuxing, a flicker of anxiety emerged in his heart. The opportunity to open the demon suppression tower? He had been lamenting the lack of such an occasion, and now it had presented itself. The crowd buzzed with whispers, a cacophony of voices intertwining. Gu Yuxing, standing in the martial arena, heard this news, and his first reaction was to reflect on the continuous emergence of spiritual energy from the depths of the cold cave in recent days. Coupled with Hong Yin's mention of beastly disturbances in Qingyun town and the hurried departure of his mentor, the signs pointed to something significant, heralding an impending storm. Gu Yuxing's heart was not filled with fear of the demonic beasts. On the contrary, upon hearing of the world's turmoil, a flicker of anticipation stirred within him. His steadfast belief was not rooted in the desire to vanquish demons and earn accolades. Rather, it was the opportunity to draw closer to the truth of the past. As the world became a cacophony of chaos once more, those who had conspired against his father would inevitably rise to the surface. Gu Yuxing's hand rested upon the hilt of his sword, contemplating the demon suppression tower. He yearned to venture forth, both to test the sharpness of his blade and to hasten his growth through the battles with the beasts. Over the past 6 months, under the guidance of Master Qin, he had tasted the rare joys of the mortal realm and had experienced fulfilling days. With Master Qin's departure, he no longer wished to stand beneath the eaves and shelter from the rain. 3 days hence, all disciples were to proceed to Lingshao Peak without fail. The voice of the sect leader, Xuanzi, resonated in every ear. Understood. In the training ground, the crowd responded in unison. Xuanzi's indifferent gaze first fell upon Gu Yuxing, then shifted to Chu Chen as he declared, "You two, who were recently eager to engage in combat at the training ground, shall lead the charge when the demon suppression tower opens in 3 days, setting an example for all disciples of the Qingyun sect." Chu Chen, with a face ashen as thunder, stepped forward, proudly asserting, "I will not disappoint the sect leader." With that, he cast a provocative glance at Gu Yuxing. Gu Yuxing, standing firm, simply clasped his hands in acknowledgement, disregarding Chu Chen's challenge. Xuanzi's expression remained impassive as he regarded Gu Yuxing. Gu Yuxing, the disciples of Qingyun sect are all eager for you to possess the courage to draw your sword, rather than following in your father's footsteps. This is the sole value that compels me to retain you within Qingyun sect. Do you comprehend? Gu Yuxing gritted his teeth and replied, "If the need to draw my sword arises, I shall do so." Arrogant, Lu Zhan thundered, glaring at Gu Yuxing. "Is this the attitude you adopt when addressing the sect leader? Are you implying that the beasts within the demon suppression tower are too feeble to warrant the drawing of a sword? If you are cowardly, just like your father, you should hasten to leave the mountain, lest you bring disgrace upon the face of your ancestors, the Gu family." Upon hearing Lu Zhan's words, Gu Yuxing stepped forward resolutely and retorted, "I extend this sentiment to Elder Lu as well. I hope that when a great demon invades in the future, you too shall not flee. In that moment, do not forget your own surname." Preposterous. Lu Zhan raised his sleeve, his eyes narrowing sharply, as if Gu Yuxing's words had wounded his pride. He was poised to reprimand Gu Yuxing. Enough. Xian Jizi cast a glance that quelled Lu Zhan's fury. As an elder, do you disregard the dignity of the world, attacking others based on their surnames to flaunt the glory of the Lu family? I doubt it will settle the score. If you cannot endure such a simple remark, have you ever fled from demons yourself? Lu Zhan's gaze flickered, causing him to retreat a step in fright. And he promptly declared, "Sect leader, such an event could never transpire concerning me, Lu Zhan. Of course, I trust you." Xian Jizi's expression remained impassive as his eyes fixed upon the unsheathed sword beneath the demon suppression monument, his demeanor chilling further. "How is the restoration of the coming along?" Lu Zhan's expression darkened once more. "It will be ready soon," he stammered. "So it is not yet complete?" Xian Gizi's gaze was sharp. "I shall rectify it immediately." Reluctantly lowering his head, Lu Zhan turned and walked away, pausing after a few steps to cast a deep, lingering glance at Gu Yuxing. "Everyone disperse, return to prepare." With a flick of his sleeve, Xian Gizi placed his hands behind his back and advanced to the demon suppression monument, bowing deeply before it. In the martial arts arena, disciples of Qin Yun's sect hurried in various directions. Elders congregated in small groups, meticulously discussing how to ensure their disciples were trained following the opening of the demon suppression tower, all while safeguarding their lives. Lei Jiang strode through the assembly of elders, his face cold, and declared, "You all have been lax in your teachings, and now you seek to remedy this? It is too late. Brother Lei, we cannot boast of your fortune. After all, not everyone possesses the genius of the ninth prince." Came a response. "Speaking of which, I recall that you were the only individual who endured beyond 3 days in the demon suppression tower, weren't you?" An elder chimed in. "Junior brother Mu is mistaken. There was indeed another who surpassed 3 days in the tower, and their duration was significantly longer than brother Lei's." As Elder Mu spoke, several elders initially fell into contemplation, their faces reflecting astonishment, while others quickly caught on, smirking, and most shook their heads in disbelief. "This matter. Ha ha ha. Gu Bai has perished, and his sword has become a disgrace to the sect. Junior brother Mu, will you not let it rest?" Indeed, Gu Bai remained in the demon suppression tower for over 7 days. However, he had surprisingly fallen asleep. Ha ha ha. The other elders joined in the conversation about the time Gu Bai ventured into the demon tower, and suddenly, the elders from various peaks became lively, each face adorned with smiles, as if they had discovered a wellspring of joy. "Let us not dwell on it. That child hasn't gone far. Ha 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 indeed. Matters of the previous generation should not be shouldered by the next. Isn't that the truth? Ha ha ha." The piercing voices cut through the wind and snow, reaching Gu Yuxing's ears. He stepped forward, approaching the turtle, gazing intently at the cold blade, his fingers growing pale. Mo Wanyun silently walked beside Gu Yuxing. She uttered no words of comfort, simply standing with him for a long while. Only after she observed his calm demeanor did she quietly depart. "Thank you." Gu Yuxing inhaled deeply and turned to leave. Just as he was about to exit the training ground, Yu Qingshan awaited him around the corner. Standing with his sword at his side, he spoke softly. "There are 3 days left. Would you like to learn some skills from me?" Gu Yuxing cupped his hands in a gesture of respect and silently shook his head. Yu Qishan paused, taken aback, watching as Gu Yuxing walked away without pursuing him. He Hongyan approached silently, remarking lightly, "You Shidi remains so uncommunicative. Have you heard their talk about Gu Bai?" A trace of inexplicable emotion crossed Yu Qingshan's face, accompanied by a deep sigh. In the present day, the Qinyan sect appears to lack any matters of significance worthy of discussion. The trivialities of the past, while they may be recounted with a certain zest, obscure the intertwining of fortune and misfortune. Each of our destinies resembles dandelions scattered by the wind, landing here today, yet drifting elsewhere tomorrow. Perhaps those with integrity and virtue are inscribed upon that monument, leaving behind a crowd devoid of taste and character. While I do not consider myself a person of lofty ideals, I am equally reluctant to partake in moral decay. Why did my senior sister, who once shared a bond with Gu Bai, not speak a word in his defense? Hongyan, fiddling with her beads, remarked, "Junior brother, I have already embraced Zen and entered the path of emptiness. My heart is devoid of attachment." "Is that so?" Yu Qingshan retorted, gazing into the distance. "It suffices for her to believe it. Life is filled with sorrow as the river flows eastward. Matters of the heart are akin to falling blossoms carried away by the stream. Often one party is earnest, while the other is indifferent. Yet, throughout my life, the complexities of love remain elusive to me. I only know that affection extends even to the crow perched upon the roof." Brother Lei's actions towards that child today were rather excessive, and conversely, the actions of the sect leader perhaps I have misjudged him in the past. Hongyan stood by the cloud bridge, observing the snowflakes dance around Qingping Mountain. After a considerable pause, she whispered, Does junior brother you truly believe that the child suffered a loss after drawing his sword? Today, it was fortunate that you intervened. Otherwise, the situation could have escalated. Others may not perceive it, but I cannot believe that you, junior brother you, are oblivious to it. His reluctance to learn swordsmanship from you likely indicates that Master Lu has personally imparted his techniques to him. Yu Qing Shan, with an enigmatic expression, replied. Master Lu mentioned that this child declined to learn swordsmanship from him. He Hongnian's expression froze. Is that so? Then who taught him his swordsmanship? Chapter 61. Tempered Golden Bones. Entering the Demon Tower in the Peach Blossom Forest, Gu Yuxing had not unsheathed his sword for a very long time. Yet today, within the confines of his small courtyard, he danced with his sword, its ringing sound echoing like a clarion call, while its shadow flickered with a graceful elegance. Numerous grievances weighed heavily upon his heart. He had not forgotten the words of Mr. Qin, when faced with uncertainty, seek the gentle spring breeze. However, winter still lingered. The spring breeze had yet to caress Qingping Mountain. Thus, he sought counsel from the sword in his grasp. How ought one to navigate the injustices of this world? And so, an answer began to crystallize within Gu Yuxing's heart. He endeavored to suppress his surging wrath, yet the murderous intent within him grew ever more pronounced. Today, in the arena of martial prowess, his life hung by a thread. What perilous stakes! Whether it be the ninth prince or Lei Jiangheng of the Qingyan sect. These individuals wished for his demise. Naturally, he desired theirs in return. Ultimately, it all stemmed from the inadequacy of his sword. Should his blade be sharper, he could cleave through the world, and thus, the truths of existence would become clear. Yet still, he lacked sufficient strength. Gu Yuxing gripped his wooden sword tightly, its hum resonating as if attuned to his innermost feelings. The mountain winds were frigid, and his heart felt even colder. Yet, deep within, there remained a tender, warm ember. He had not forgotten the unwavering support of Miss Mo, nor her silent companionship during moments when others spoke cruelly behind his back. In this life, having one person by his side was surely enough, was it not? The malevolence within Gu Yuxing began to dissipate. With each move and technique, the potential of his sword gradually revealed itself. The tip of the sword stirs the falling snowflakes, which swirled gently within the courtyard, dissipating into nothingness under the influence of the sword's energy. This is the essence of the summer sword technique, comprising 9 stances. Gu Yuxing silently recites the incantation, his sword gleaming brilliantly. The branches of the bright moon are startled, yin and yang intertwine to give birth to duality. The 3 origins and 5 energies give rise to the purple haze. The celestial bowl spins amidst the myriad phenomena. The jade disk and the northern dipper count the grains of sand. The heavens soar, and the earth shifts, filled with the Milky Way, bearing immortals. I soar through the clouds. The echoes of sorrowful winds harmonize with the path of return. A gourd and a jug of wine linger like ephemeral mayflies. Each line corresponds to a stance. The first stance is the startled branches of the bright moon. The second stance is the dawn and dusk. The third stance is the 3 origins and 5 energies. The fourth stance is the myriad phenomena. The fifth stance is the initial sight of countless sands. The sixth stance is the fullness of the starry river. The seventh stance is the soaring with immortals. The eighth stance is the echoes of sorrowful winds. The ninth stance is the vastness of heaven and earth. Gu Yuxing has only grasped the first 4 stances. The subsequent forms, though tangible, lack true power and remain ineffective. Mr. Qin had once advised him that the summer sword technique conceals the ambition to slay immortals and comprehend the mysteries of the universe, urging him to wield this technique with caution, to conceal his sharpness by 3 parts, and to ponder deeply, never to unleash it lightly. Yet now, Gu Yuxing feels a sense of indignation. Whether it be immortals or deities, he merely seeks to align his heart with the sword, unafraid of heaven and earth. When one has walked alone for too long, the convictions held within their heart diminish. Gu Yuxing possesses his own steadfastness, with the sword path firmly rooted in his heart. The events of today have stirred profound waves within him, leaving him in turmoil for an extended period. At long last, he halts his wooden sword, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. Sir, the heart of Gu Yuxing ultimately finds it difficult to embrace the world. What I cherish is my own. Yet it is merely a confined space. The thoughts within my heart are but the joys of childhood, which I shall not permit anyone to trample upon. In this world, there are demons. Though I have yet to experience the peril of their vicious claws, I have endured the pain of mockery from the masses. If the sword in my hand cannot quell the fury within my soul, then this sword is of no use to me. Gu Yuxing sheathed his sword and ventured into the cold cave to cultivate his skills and forge his spirit. Since the Qingyun sect harbors demons, He yearned to discern whether the demons are more ferocious than humanity's malice. Within the cold cave, Gu Yuxing instructed the snow ape to guard outside the waterfall. He retrieved the heavy wine gourd from his waist, and upon uncorking it, the peach blossom wine revealed its starry azure radiance. His hesitation stemmed from the fear of risk, rendering him reluctant to indulge. However, the events of today extinguished all lingering doubts. Were Mr. Qin present, he would ensure his safety, with Mr. Qin's distant journey. Only the sword could provide protection. Since there was no retreat from the moment he stepped into the Qinyan sect, he must forge ahead with unwavering resolve. As a drop of wine flowed down his throat, the terrifying energy encapsulated in the starry azure light rendered Gu Yuxing's body as heavy as a mountain. He felt the chilling spirit within the spirit-gourd wine. Pain coursed through him, yet he remained indifferent. While the world may wound with words, inflicting agony deep within the soul, this wine merely brings the pain of flesh and bone. As it penetrated to his marrow, Gu Yuxing endured in silence. The resilience in his gaze stood tall and magnificent, akin to the grandeur of Qingping Mountain. The enigmatic energy was channeled into the entire skeletal structure of the body, with the limbs being the first to undergo refinement, followed by the ribs, spine, and finally the skull. Gu Yuxing gritted his teeth. He observed, much like a soul gazing upon its vessel, as the silvery glow on his limb bones gradually transformed into golden bones, which then spread to his ribcage. He felt no elation. Instead, he replaced pain with hatred. After taking another sip of wine, he clenched his teeth, enduring and enduring still. The radiance emanating from his body startled the snow ape, which stood guard at the cave entrance, its eyes fixed on Gu Yuxing. It was perplexed, unable to comprehend why its once tranquil master now exuded such intense malice. The snow ape had practiced on that very stone, managing to persevere for merely a few hours, while Gu Yuxing was able to sustain his effort for 2 days and 2 nights. Apart from his skull, the rest of his skeletal structure had turned to gold. The half-jug of wine that had once settled was now nearly empty. Gu Yuxing rose and silently caressed the snow ape's head, offering it a sip of wine. Upon drinking, the snow ape suddenly erupted into a frenzy, bouncing and leaping, before diving into the cold pool with a furious roar. Don't perish. Gu Yuxing tossed out a brief remark as he exited the frigid cave. He changed into a fresh set of clothes and ventured alone towards Lingshao Peak, the demon suppression tower. He had arrived. The ancient seal tower was being gradually unbound by 18 elders, with Xuanzi wielding the sect leader's decree to maintain the formation. No one noticed Gu Yuxing's arrival, for the disciples of Qingyan sect felt an inexplicable pressure enveloping them. Indeed, the malevolent aura truly exists. Slaughter, bloodlust, and frenzy incessantly erode reason and the soul. This is still under the premise that the seal of the demon suppression tower has not been fully unraveled. The intricate runes flicker like lightning, crackling ominously. Faintly, the sounds of demonic beasts emanate from within the tower. Many disciples turn pale, their stability faltering. Amidst this chaos, Gu Yuxing stands motionless, appearing somewhat like a crane among chickens. Though not tall and lacking the guidance of esteemed masters, the disciples of the Qingyan sect retreat in trepidation. The fear within compels the body to instinctively recoil. Gu Yuxing does not seek out that captivating figure in the throng. He does not wish to assert his courage by being the first to enter the demon suppression tower. Particularly, he occasionally finds himself reminiscing about Miss Mo. His path in swordsmanship cannot be so constricted. His purpose is to witness the savage countenance of the demonic beasts, to discern whether it is as grotesque as the faces of the elders of the Qingyan sect when they derided his father. With a resounding roar, a mysterious rune door swings open, revealing the passage to the demon suppression tower, dark, profound, and seemingly without end. Zhuan Jizi materializes before Gu Yuxing, his gaze fixed upon him. Devoid of any emotion, Gu Yuxing lifts his head to meet his eyes. This was the master who had once shattered his wooden sword. Yet he harbors no sentiment toward him. That sort of disgrace is, in fact, a testament to his great ambition. Only Gu Yuxing remains unaware whether the disciples of the Qingyan sect have found the courage to slay demons from that sort of humiliation. He turns around, only to be met with countless eyes fixated upon him, mocking him with expressions of schadenfreude. Zhuan Jizi attempts to speak, but Gu Yuxing has already lifted his foot, taking the first step into the unknown path within the demon suppression tower. Zhuan Jizi maintains his impassive demeanor, directing his gaze towards Chu Chun, and coldly commands, "Follow closely." Chu Chun, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, felt his countenance darken upon hearing Zhuan Jizi's words. He strides forward, taking larger steps than Gu Yuxing, and scoffs. "If he does not move, I will be the first to advance." Zhuan Jizi's gaze is as deep as the ocean, and he remains silent. observing the disciples of Qingyun sect trailing behind Chu Qin, eager to forge ahead, as if they truly possessed the valor to face any fear. Just as the door is about to close, Zhuangzi slowly lowers his eyelids, a hint of anguish and resignation crossing his face, rendering it ashen and lifeless. As the sect leader, he feels fortunate that someone walks at the forefront of Chu Qin. Yet he is pained by the fact that so many disciples of Qingyun sect draw their courage from Chu Qin's identity, flocking behind him. But this is the demon suppression tower. The demonic beasts do not possess discerning eyes. They only know that the flesh of cultivators is extraordinarily delectable. Wait. I too wish to enter the demon suppression tower. Mo Wanyun approaches gracefully, clad in elegant attire and wielding a jade sword. Zhuangzi advises, Miss Mo. This place is fraught with danger. It is unwise to tread carelessly. Mo Wanyun clasped her hands and said, Master, I too am a disciple of the Qingyun sect. In fact, I arrived here quite some time ago. However, I was initially apprehensive of the demonic beasts and feared ridicule from others. Now, I feel less afraid and am determined to venture inside. Very well, Zhuangzi replied, continuing to maintain the barrier of the demon suppression tower. As Mo Wanyun entered the tower, the enigmatic door gradually closed behind her. Zhuangzi stood before the door for a considerable time, remaining utterly still. Eventually, he seemed to sense something and turned back, offering a respectful salute. Elder Mo, what brings you here as well? My granddaughter has developed her own opinions. And as her grandfather, I am concerned, so I came to take a look, Mo Fanching said, holding a book in his hand, though he lacked the leisure to read it. Instead, he gazed intently at the now sealed door, imparting a profound remark. It can be deadly.